I will tell the Discord.
Hello. The footage you are seeing is from Operation Julin Divider, filmed on September 23rd, 1992. And it was the last time the U.S. ever tested an actual nuclear weapon. This means that the old United States has not full-scale tested any of them for well over 30 years now. Do they even work anymore? How would...
Pakistan has only tested 2.
True. Nobody's tested nukes. You know why? They're fucking obsolete. Like, you make them, it doesn't matter if they work or not. You demonstrate them once, you say, hey, we have them, and then you never use them. Because they don't work. Because they're shit.
We know. What if everyone is just sitting...
Why irradiate an area when you can drop a Moab?
Fucking... I was just looking at some news from China.
Yeah?
And they developed like a non-nuclear hydrogen explosive.
Really?
Apparently.
Interesting.
I didn't look into it, I just saw it on my feed.
Oh, I watched the China show, and they were talking about what I was talking about, the whole you being baited by people selling counterfeits. They did a whole segment on it, so that's good. But they also said they're happy to do shows, so we might be able to get them on. So I can email them, and I'll email Chris from Task and Purpose, and maybe we can get some episodes.
You think we could get him to talk about how Falun Gong undermines the Uyghur movement?
Yes, and I want to talk to them about working with Falun Gong on that live stream. Not as like a gotcha. I'm just curious about their reasoning behind working with Falun Gong media. I'm very curious. But I also want to kind of create a rapport with them so I can have a back and forth as like a information on China and stuff, so I can sort of stay clued in, sort of thing. That would be neat.
On a big pile of duds that would make things super awkward by turning what would...
Well, we watched a couple videos, went over the actual uses of nuclear weapons. A lot of them are ocean-based, like taking out a carrier strike group, or hitting a landing party, you know, shit like that. Israel could have easily used a nuke in the Sinai Peninsula during the Arab-Israeli war. We've spoken about that as well. You know, there's a couple of, like, use cases where you would maybe consider a nuclear weapon.
Britain had them as an option for the Falklands.
Yes, yeah. So it's like, they're not really useful. They might be useful if China tries to invade Taiwan. We may see nuclear weapons in naval combat. Who fucking knows? I think if
I think it's unlikely because
it would
the
escalate.
taboo is better than using the nuke.
I agree. But I don't think America would use it first. I think China would be stupid enough to use it.
I mean, they did once.
China?
No, America.
Oh yeah, but completely different scenario. First of its kind. Soviet Union. pushing into the north of Japan. You know, there's reasons why America dropped it. That's not a comment on, like, the morals of it, but, like, the facts are the facts. Japan wasn't surrendering. They didn't want to push in.
What I'm saying is, that's the threat that you put on the table, is we've already used them before, you haven't.
Of course. But like, what I'm saying is that there's like historical context for why America used it. There's multiple reasons. Ignoring the morals of it. It's like, it's super interesting, but they're not really viable anymore. I don't even know if Iran is actually trying to get one. Are they actually trying to build a bomb? I don't even fucking know at this point. Why would they want one? Israel?
Because as soon as you have one, you join an exclusive club where you can do whatever you want and invade whatever you want.
So it's more for imperial reasons rather than,
I mean,
defense.
Is not Iran not like the most imperialist non-nuclear country?
They are.
Be thermonuclear annihilation into...
Look, yes, right? And this is what I was going to say, is like, Japan was going to surrender. America more or less didn't want to put ground troops into Japan. I also read somewhere, I don't know if it's true, but apparently if they didn't drop those nukes, a massive storm hit the islands they were stationing out of, like a week later. Like massive storms, like divine wind kind of shit, Japan wind kind of stuff. I don't know if that's true. Don't take me at my word on that. It's just something I heard. If it is true, that's kind of interesting. But it's like, you know, the Soviets were pushing into the north. The Japanese were propaganda sort of said that they were never surrendering, that the homeland is going to defend themselves to the last man kind of thing, really hyping up the Bushido Code. Sort of really fear-based.
Nationalism.
Sorry?
It was romantic nationalism.
Yes.
Hitler said the same thing, and then he shot himself.
But yeah, so it's like, but the other thing is like they'd already firebombed all of Tokyo. They'd flattened most of the country. Like, it was absurd to drop the weapons. This is my personal opinion. I think they dropped it to show the Soviets.
Stalin already knew.
No, I know, but it was
and
like on the world
Stalin
stage.
Already knew, I think.
Yeah, because there were spies inside the program. But it was more like a world stage thing, because FDR went to the meeting and dropped it that day, I believe.
FDR was dead.
Who was the president? Truman. Okay. And it was more a display of strength at the Soviets. It was the start of the Cold War. That's my opinion anyway. I don't think Japan was ever necessarily the only target they were looking at.
This whole idea about the Soviets being a threat at this point, like, they didn't have long left.
The Soviets?
Yeah.
At what point?
The end of the war? Like...
Sure.
They barely had anything left at that point. America still had plenty. They could have steamrolled the Soviets as well.
That is true. I think it was more because they were
idea that they
allies.
were like, the Soviets are pushing from the north, we have to end this now with the nuke, it's the only way.
I mean, sure, and again, it's not me commenting on the morals or like the actual decision making of it. That's just my opinion that America is dumb enough to be like, oh, we need to do this, one, to show a force for the American public, but also to remind the Soviets who's boss. You know what I mean? That's what it really felt like, looking back now.
To an exchange of giant lawn darts. 33 years is a really
Giant
long
lawn darts.
time to not test a weapon system, especially when said weapon system is either going to be the thing that
You wanna know why
potentially
the war
prevents,
ended?
or more likely causes, the end of the world.
Why?
Because America is better than Hitler. Like, the Soviets ended in our alliance. The war ended in our alliance. Why would we break it with them?
True. I think maybe it was more of a leader distrust thing. They didn't like Stalin.
Oh, they didn't. They hated Stalin.
Mm.
Because, so the thing is that the big reason with the, like, UN making so you can't, like, change the country's borders was because the first meeting with Stalin after the war, they told him he had to give all the land back. And
I
he
bet he
laughed
didn't
at
like
them
that.
and left.
Yeah. Not surprised.
So,
Yeah, I made a meme about this. What were the Soviets doing in 1938 and 39? What were they doing? Did they have a party in Poland with the Nazis? Or maybe they did.
Fallout IRL, the like and subscribe button, and let's talk about it.
Hey,
Also,
the
let's see
subscribe
if I
button
can
lit up.
actually
What
say
the
this
fuck?
see,
word.
this is the guy I was just
Nuclear.
talking about on Task and Purpose. Where he said,
This guy.
I don't know who that guy is. And I said, oh, Justin Taylor. So he apparently also works for Task and Purpose.
Interesting.
All right, we're good. Now, obviously, no country is just going to say, well, our nukes don't work anymore. Sorry, guys. But how does the government know that the warheads sitting on top of ICBMs, in the bomb bay doors of stealth bombers, and in the silos of submarines will actually do what they're designed to do if someone presses the big red button? Nuclear testing used to be all the rage. There was a time when half the fun of going to Las Vegas was watching the bomb tests.
So I asked my mate what changed, and he told me. So for context here, I told John before, so there's a friend of mine in America that I met while I was in South Carolina. He's part Israeli, has Israeli family. I'm not 100% sure, but he goes over there and doesn't watch the media or anything like that. But I've been trying to explain to him that he has sympathies for Israeli media narratives and state narratives because of exposure to people who do watch that stuff and engage with that stuff and believe that stuff. And he's always been very combative, and it's not like an aggression thing. It's just sort of combative because that's just how they are, right? It's how it's just sort of how you are when your fundamental beliefs are challenged. And he came to me today and he's like, okay, I'm ready to believe that it's a genocide now. And I'm like, oh, what changed? So he told me. He just goes, just looking more at it, they've destroyed the whole country. They knew what was going to happen. They haven't tried to change or prevent a thing. The amount of medics and media that have died, it's just too many to be saying you're the good guys. And I'm like, that's very interesting because it's very sort of reality based. It's looking at...
Also, the thing is that he said the word good guys. He needs to erase that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell him.
Like, so there's a war between Israel and Hamas, and there's a genocide between Palestinians and the state of Israel.
Yes.
Okay? These are two things going on simultaneously. So, as far as good guys, there is no good guys. There's 2 bad guys and then victims.
Yes. No, that's exactly right. But it's just very interesting because I wonder how many other people have come to this realization in the last couple of months with Trump increasing support for Israel and all of that sort of stuff. I'm just very curious. It's very anecdotal, but interesting nonetheless.
In between putting it all on black and then going to get the clap. Between 1945 and 1992, the United States conducted 1,032 nuclear explosion tests. The vast majority of them, over 900, were done at the Nevada test site, now known as the Nevada National Security Site.
How many of these tests
While many of these tests caused,
were an
let's just say,
ICBM being
irreparable
launched
damage?
with the nuclear warhead at the top?
None?
You know? So that's my point. It's like, what do you mean test? How, like, we don't need to test them. You know? Like, it's a fucking, like, they're good to go.
Damage to hundreds of square miles of ecosystem.
Don't they test the ICBMs independently?
Yeah, and then so like, the warheads aren't gonna fucking malfunction. They were, like, there's a fucking shelf life on them.
And hard to quantify levels of harm to the health of thousands, they were important to American grand strategy. As I've said in other videos in the past, the entire point of having a nuke is deterrence. Deterrence requires a real intangible threat. And the best way to show that your super weapons are indeed super weapons is by cratering the desert, the ocean, the outer space, and once in a giant hole outside of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Probably good we stopped nuking Mississippi after the first one because I cannot imagine that place being any...
Did they actually?
Do you know about that? Yeah, do you know why they did it?
I'm pretty sure they banned that. Who did that?
We did.
What the fuck? Nobody's
you know why?
detonated nuclear weapons in space since the 60s because of a single fucking reason of the radiation stays there.
Do you know why, though?
No.
They were gonna fucking look for ice crystals in the debris that it kicked up.
Uh-huh. And then that debris field will stay there forever.
Large bomb, not a nuke. The moon has been hit by fucking asteroids, bro. It's fine. A bomb isn't shit compared to a fucking asteroid.
Oh, I'm gonna find this video about this nuke in space.
Worse than it already is. Now, technically speaking, of the countries that have nukes, China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, us, and North Korea, 5 have pinky promised they won't conduct any more nuclear tests because bad. India and Pakistan originally agreed, but then decided they wanted to scare each other with continued testing. Israel neither confirms nor denies that they have nukes, and North Korea just doesn't give a shit. Why don't we just test a nuke every couple years, make sure they're working okay? I mean, we test literally every other weapon all the time. Why not just a small one, as a treat? Well, back in 1992, the Cold War had just ended, internet porn hadn't been blocked in half of the United States yet, and Congress just passed the Hatfield-Exxon-Mitchell Amendment, which suspended nuclear testing for a total of 9 months. September of that year saw the divider test, and the suspension was extended soon after. By 1995, President Bill Clinton announced to the world that the US would stop testing nukes, but only if everyone else did. This led to the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, adopted by the UN in 1996, which was signed by the US, China, Russia, the UK, and France. While we did sign it, we never actually ratified it, meaning technically we aren't actually bound to it,
he'll
but we
start
just
saying
flip
he's
the
going to
switch
start
tomorrow
testing
and
nukes.
Oh my god.
Don't let Trump find out about this. The less international agreements he knows about, the better.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
Added the 901st crater to the middle of the Nevada desert probably would not be a good thing. If the United States started testing nukes again, so would everyone else probably. China only got about 40 tests under their belt before they had to stop, meaning they would really benefit from a green light to start up again. I know that your uncle at Thanksgiving probably thinks the nuclear test ban treaty is a bunch of liberal fruitcake conspiracy nonsense to destroy the United States, but just try to explain to him that nuance exists, and so do secondary and tertiary effects. Okay, great. We're all holding hands, singing Kumbaya, and the threat of nuclear annihilation is no more. Roll credits. Obviously, not the case. Before the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty was even written, the US knew they wanted a way to make sure their shiny pile of nukes would go kaboom without actually making them go kaboom. That led to the start of the Stockpile Stewardship Program back in 1994, with the sole focus of making sure our nukes would still work without us needing to actually set any of them.
My Twitter account got banned for posting the Elon throwing a Nazi salute video. Pretty cool.
Them off. A job they are still performing as of today, and it is not an easy task. It's also their job to make sure the world knows this. Despite the majority of things about nukes being fairly classified, or at least somewhat not clear, the United States has ensured that if there's one thing about nukes it wants the world to know, it's that we have them, and they work. According to them, at least. But you know what would be useful if any of them started to actually fall? Knowing how to gunsmith. And that is why I'm going to talk to you about today's sponsor, the Sonoran Desert Institute.
Boo, scam.
Isn't the most stable thing in the world, and for a nuclear bomb to go off
Literal scam, by the way.
successfully, quite literally, every single highly
Yes, quite
precisely
literally.
engineered component has to work perfectly. The answer, or at least the current method of making sure that Fallout IRL is still a possibility in our lifetimes, is to cram a bunch of science nerds into a building and crunch the numbers. Not even joking. The first way that these learned science people do this is what are called subcritical tests. These are primarily done in an underground facility at the Nevada National Security Site. These guys take plutonium, the spicy stuff inside the nukes that cause the fireworks, and blow it up. But not big bits of plutonium, at least not bits large enough that would cause a self-sustaining nuclear reaction. The goal is to see how plutonium behaves under extreme pressure and heat, just at a smaller scale. As plutonium ages, its ability to turn a major civilian population center into a nice flat pile of glass starts to come into question. Something about half-lives and alpha particles. By testing these subcritical chunks of the stuff, scientists are able to scale up the results to how they would react in the actual thing. Those subcritical tests are for testing to see how the nuclear warhead is going to perform, but nukes also contain a series of conventional explosives as a primer that set the entire reaction chain into motion. Those explosives, just like that one special sock you keep next to your bed, also start to get funky as they age. Now those conventional explosives are much easier to test than bits of radioactive material. I mean, we use explosives in training every single day, but it doesn't mean that with these, we can't
Or
not
just
keep
come
an
in
eye
your
on
hand
them.
and throw it on
Having
the wall.
one of 20 artillery rounds be a dud isn't the end of the world, but having one of your explosive charges and a nuke warhead be a dud is. Literally, because if we're using nukes, it's the end of the world, and also it's the end of the world metaphorically, because a lot of people are really riding on those explosives going off as they should. The way the science boys check this is with hydrodynamic testing. Basically, they build a fake nuclear core, but with real explosives, to test their ability to properly compress said core, which would implode the whole thing and start a nuclear explosion. But it's a bit fancier than just lighting up the old fuse and seeing if the whole thing just goes bang as it's supposed to. These tests are conducted at the Dual-Axis Radiographic Hydrodynamic Test Facility located at Los Alamos. They use what is essentially the godless love child of a high-speed camera and an X-ray machine. Able to capture 10 million frames per second, they are used to check for two very important things. Detonator timing, making sure that all the priming explosives went off at the exact same moment, and compression symmetry, which makes sure that the same amount of force is applied equally across the entire core. Okay, so we've checked to make sure that the plutonium works and that the explosives that set off the plutonium also work. Does that mean we actually have a fully working nuke now? I mean, if we wanted to see if a rifle worked, we wouldn't just check to see if the firing pin wasn't broken and that the primer on the round was still in one piece. Enter laser fusion and high energy density physics.
Laser beams!
No, I don't know what that is either, but I will explain it nonetheless. This is a relationship built on trust after all. What this does, in short, is fire 192 extremely high-powered lasers onto a tiny piece of plutonium to better simulate the conditions that happen inside of a nuke. This is actually slotted to replace the subcritical testing, because it's able to simulate a fully critical explosion, but in a more controlled, shorter time frame than using actual explosives. This is how they gain information on secondary stage behavior, aka what happens when the whole thing switches from fission to fusion and things really get fun. Some of this testing is done with the Z-Pulsed Power Facility, aka the Z Machine. This monument to man's hubris can create temperatures of up to 4 million Kelvin and pressures up to 10 million atmosphere, while creating magnetic fields stronger than the inside of the sun. Honestly, this thing sounds scarier than the actual nuke itself. Jesus Christ. But these are the kind of conditions you find in the primary fission and secondary fusion stages of nuclear explosions. Now, the goal of this isn't so much to see what happens to the warheads when they explode. It's actually just to validate the other tests that we run. Because the number one way we see if our nukes actually work is by simply running a computer simulation of it. By using stacks and stacks of supercomputers, scientists are able to model down to the molecular level what happens if El Presidente decides Tajikistan needs to be turned into a parking lot. Probably good they're using actual supercomputers, because the test that I ran on my laptop came up inconclusive. Because these models have such high fidelity, the tests are able to be manipulated at extreme levels of precision, with literal atom levels of fidelity, and run thousands and thousands of times. This is way faster, way cheaper,
What happens when you
and
nuke
way
gold?
less fun than testing actual nukes. Of course, anyone who's played a dating sim on Steam knows computer results do not always match the real world, which is why we use the Z Machine to validate these supercomputer tests, to make sure what's happening in the computer is what's actually happening in the real world. Now, hopefully, this is not new information for you, but if the United States wanted to deploy a nuke, we wouldn't casually stroll into the Red Square, carefully place a nuclear weapon, and power walk out of the kill radius.
Oh, you
At least not
angry?
since we stopped training Green Berets on Halo drop inserts with a nuclear landmine strapped to their Ghibli bits. No, if the United States was going to use a nuke in 2025, or assumingly beyond that, they would use a missile. Kind of the whole thing behind missiles is that they go really fast and usually pull a few G's here and there. What that means is that the very sensitive components in a nuke have to be able to handle being strapped to a launch vehicle and fired out, sometimes even out of the atmosphere at speeds that are measured in the tens of times the speed of sound. Most nukes also don't actually hit the ground. They airburst at a very precise moment in order to maximize destruction, which adds a layer of mechanical complexity to the whole thing. Additionally, unlike in a nicely controlled lab test, the real world has things like humidity, heat, cold, and Disney adults, all of which are things that will have an impact on a nuclear explosion. That's why at the Tonopah test range in Nevada, and just random spots in the Pacific, warheads minus the nuclear core are fired, just how they would be in real life, to see how everything handles the actual journey of getting to ground zero.
There
So
you
with
go.
all this testing and the billions of dollars we spend doing it, is there
don't
really
need
any
to test
concern that
nukes.
these things won't work? I would say yes. Call it cynicism, but being owned by the government for the first 10 years of my adult life didn't exactly instill the greatest level of confidence I have in things that are promised to work.
He goes, now I just need to convince my parents. Oh my good fucking luck. And I
No, he
just told
doesn't.
him, huh?
Doesn't need to convince anyone. What will
I just said
convincing his
to him,
parents solve?
don't know.
You don't need to convince your parents of anything. Like,
I
what are you
agree.
gonna do? Change a single vote?
Sure.
I
But
can
I
think
just
of
said-
ways to get more votes for whatever you want as an agenda that have way less investment for you.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the argument. I just told him to show them that Netanyahu is a Hitler apologist. That should do it.
And then what happens when they agree?
Well, that'll be an interesting conversation for him.
Actually working. According to the Federation of American Scientists, while the global nuclear stockpile is gradually decreasing, there are still, according to their count, 12,331 warheads as of January 1st, 2025. Considering we peaked at over 70,000 just before the end of the Cold War, I'd say things are at least looking better now than before. That said, Russia is reported to be developing new kinds of nukes, and China is increasing its own stockpile, so maybe things are about to get worse. I don't know, man. I'm tired. So what do we do about all these warheads just getting older? We can't beat the second law of thermodynamics, so can we at least find a loophole? For that, we turn to life extension programs. These have to walk a very, very, very fine line between not letting our nukes get any worse, nor, more importantly, not accidentally making them any better. The trickiest part of that is with the plutonium pit itself. Typically, these are just inspected for degradation and then left alone. Most studies show that these, like a daytime stripper living paycheck to paycheck, can last upwards of 100 years and still work as intended. Now we can, and occasionally do, replace the plutonium cores inside of this thing, but it's a last resort, and it takes about a mountain of paperwork that's enough to clear out an old growth forest. The explosives that set off the core, though, are a different situation. They have much shorter lifespans, because they have to basically be absolutely perfect in order for the whole thing to work. The tolerance for any kind of faults in these things is basically non-existent. So while it will probably still go boom, it might not go boom in the precise way that would set off the nukes,
I think
making
we
it
should
useless.
test nukes
The
just so we
explosives
can
that
get
surround the
updated
core.
footage.
I agree.
And that way we can put those in the movies. Because that one nuke he just showed, that's like the most famous one. It's been in so many movies.
Yep.
To
like the
perfectly
one in the
align the
ocean.
pressures towards the nuclear material. Not only do they have to apply force at the exact right spot, but also at the exact right time. Any deviation in burn rates caused by the sticky boom stuff going boom means that those are the only things that will be exploding when the time comes. Now, it's not just plutonium that makes the whole magic happen. American nukes leverage neutron generators, which, as the name implies, injects a burst of neutrons into the nuclear core, right at the exact right time, which allows for enough free neutrons to help get the chain reaction going. This is coupled with a boost gas system, which, roughly speaking, does the same thing, and this helps make use of all the fissile material in the core, not just some or most of it. Without getting too much into the math, physics, and chemistry behind all of it, just know that these two extra parts make the explosion go from this to this, without needing to increase the amount of plutonium in the bomb.
Interesting. So I thought that they increased the yield by increasing the amount of explosive, but they just made it more efficient. Incredible. Science.
itself. These are probably the most fragile, or at least most likely to fail portions of any given nuke, so they are regularly swapped out and even redesigned. New designs don't necessarily make the nuke's explosion any bigger, but they do replace maintenance requirements, and with some fancy deep state government marketing lingo, could be argued that they make them quote-unquote safer.
Hey,
But as we all know, the warhead on the nuke is just the pointy bit on the top of it. There's a lot more that can fail on these things than the part that just goes boom. This is
Why
the
is it not pointy?
LGM-30 Minuteman III,
Must be
the
pointy.
current iteration of American ICBMs, and was introduced in 1970. And while we have made improvements since then, and conducted testing of inert models of it, 55 years is still old as shit for anything that's supposed to be airworthy. That's why these are being replaced with the LGM-35A Sentinel, to be equipped with the W87-1 thermonuclear warhead. But here's the thing, let's assume that even with all the millions and billions of dollars we put into trying to keep these things working, they still have, say, a 90 or 95% failure rate. That is still enough to basically end the world as we know it. If World War III begins or ends with a salvo of nukes, A 95% failure rate is still enough to literally cause the apocalypse. So if you're one of those people that think that the answer to geopolitical issues is to glass country X off the map, just know that it goes both ways. Luckily, my plan, if I have to witness the nuclear apocalypse in my own lifetime, is very simple because it requires only one bullet. And on that bright and shiny note, thank you for watching. I hope you liked the video. Please subscribe, and I will see
You know what I'm going to do? Nothing, because Australia will be fine.
you in the next one.
1945, the US dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, which changed the course of the Second World War. 17 years later, another nuclear explosion changed the course of the Cold War. Except, this explosion happened in space. The explosion of Starfish Prime was a pivotal moment in the space race that shaped our perception of nuclear warfare. The story is crucial for understanding how we arrived at today's space policies, and why it's imperative no nation is allowed to place nuclear weapons in orbit. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we discuss what Starfish Prime was, the critical lessons it taught us, and why we don't send nukes into space anymore. In the early 1960s, the US launched a series of 5
spacewalks to maintain them.
Space.
Yeah, that'd be
Known
fucking
as Operation
crazy.
Fishbowl, their
Imagine how
aim
much
was
money
both
it would cost to
military
maintain
and
them.
scientific. The military wanted to study the effectiveness.
Just stick your tungsten rods. Just do some rods from God shit. Kinetic bombardment, baby.
It's not realistic.
No, I know. It would be impossible to target.
No, that's not the issue.
No? What is it then?
Tungsten's too heavy to take to space to begin with.
That's funny. You probably wouldn't even need that much.
Now, on the other hand, kinetic bombardment in general is like a very efficient strategy. So, in theory,
Drop a 33-ton iron ball.
like in some science fiction, you'll have like techno-barbarian stuff. You know, like space orcs and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So if they are on a moon already, then it's very easy for them to get the material to then throw at a planet.
True. It's kind of interesting.
But yeah, you can't take that much weight into space.
That's a fair point.
Of nukes as anti-ballistic missile measures, and how a space-based blast might interfere with electronics, communication, and military operations on the ground. Scientists wanted to know how a space explosion would impact the Earth's magnetosphere, and what kind of electromagnetic pulse it would generate. Starfish Prime was the first blast of the bunch. On July 9th, 1962, almost 1,500 kilometers west-southwest of Hawaii, a Thor rocket carrying a 1.4 megaton thermonuclear warhead launched for the stars. That's 500 times more powerful than the one that destroyed Hiroshima. 27 smaller missiles loaded with scientific instruments were fired up alongside it to gather data on the blast and its subsequent effects. As the Thor rocket raced upwards,
cool to see.
the nuke finally exploded at an altitude of 400 kilometers, about the height of the International Space Station today. And what a sight it must have been. Ionized particles from the explosion collided with molecules in the Earth's atmosphere, creating widespread auroras visible across the Pacific, even as far away as New Zealand. Just below the explosion,
the singer?
night sky of Honolulu was lit up for a full 6 minutes. It was as though another sun had emerged at 11 p.m. Radio stations wavered, a siren was set off, and streetlights across Hawaii were even knocked out. The historical context of Starfish Prime is important. The early 1960s marked one of the most tense periods of the Cold War, with the US and the Soviet Union
Why don't they
locked
make rockets
in a
like that
fierce
anymore?
struggle for global dominance. Both superpowers sought to outdo
That's
each other
how
in military strength,
rockets be looking
political
in, like,
influence, and
Looney Tunes.
technological prowess.
Marvin the Martian
Space
ass
race
rocket.
became a key
Yeah,
battleground.
make more
And by
rockets look like that.
1961,
Dude,
the Soviets
it
had the
just
upper
blows
hand.
my mind.
They successfully
The fucking design of the space shuttle. Like, to put a stage separation above the astronauts, you know?
Above.
Yeah, because the fucking shuttle is lower than the tops of the missiles. That's why they blew up.
Yes.
Because the stage separation fell down onto the fucking shuttle. Like,
No shit.
it's so funny that somebody actually designed that.
Yeah, it really seems like a flaw.
I want to say the Soviet shuttle program did not have that.
Launching the shuttle off the what was it, 747 was a good idea. Just getting the 747 pretty high and then getting the shuttle to do the rest. It's a good idea. It's better than the rocket.
It doesn't work like that.
successfully sent the first rocket into space in 1957, and 4 years later, Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space. Pressure
need
on
the-
the US intensified.
Rockets for the escape velocity.
Yeah, it's what they got on the back.
The shuttle does not have... It's not a rocket. Like, how much juice do you think is in the space shuttle, bruv?
I don't know. It's why they take it high. So it doesn't need as much to get through the atmosphere.
A 747 does not nearly get high enough. Like, you would already need to be out of
NASA
the
one.
escape vector.
They got Nazi magic.
You need a rocket.
Yeah, this is why you come here for all this quality information.
As it began to fear the Soviets might develop space-based military power before them. With tensions escalating after incidents like the Berlin Crisis, both nations saw the militarization of space as a way to gain a strategic advantage in the Cold War. This sparked a race to develop nuclear weapons, missile defense systems, and other technology that could be deployed in space. Military
God,
planners were
missiles are
concerned
cool.
about how these nuclear weapons could be used in space and what effects the detonation of such weapons might have on global military strategy. More specifically, they were worried about the electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, that would follow such an explosion. An electromagnetic pulse is a burst of electromagnetic radiation produced by a nuclear explosion, especially high altitude or space-based detonations. This pulse can generate powerful electric and magnetic fields capable of disabling electrical circuits, disrupting communications, and causing widespread damage to infrastructure like power grids, satellites, and radio systems. Back in the early 1960s, scientists knew that nuclear blasts produced EMPs, but the full scale and potential damage of such EMPs was not well understood. Operation Fishbowl was a chance to study these effects more closely. Launched from Johnston Atoll, Operation Fishbowl was a series of 5 high-altitude tests conducted by the US. 3
Dick.
months after Starfish Prime, the US launched the remaining 4 tests in a span of just 2 weeks.
Hell yeah.
The second test, eerily named Checkmate, launched on October 20th, 1962. The 20-kiloton bomb, similar in size to the one dropped on Hiroshima, detonated at an altitude of only 147 kilometers. This was rapidly followed by Bluegill Triple Prime on the 26th of October, Kingfish on November 1st, and finally Tightrope on the 4th of November 1962. Bluegill Triple Prime and Tightrope were both smaller explosions that detonated at 48 and 23 kilometer altitudes respectively.
Damn.
Bluegill Triple Prime was aimed at understanding lower atmospheric effects of such explosions in the mesosphere, while tightrope was conducted as an anti-missile test in the stratosphere. NASA defines space
Interesting.
as starting at an altitude of 80 kilometers, so I suppose these nuke tests weren't strictly carried out in space. Kingfish was. Its 0.41 megatons detonated 95 kilometers above sea level, but these paled in comparison to the explosion of Starfish Prime. The immediate impact of Starfish Prime struck awe into those who saw it. Auroras stretching thousands of miles, a fireball over Hawaii, all happening in total silence. Unlike explosions on the ground, when a nuclear detonation happens in space, you can't feel a shock wave or hear a sound. There is no mushroom cloud or double flash. There's just a bright ball of plasma, which changes colors like a lava lamp as charged particles are pushed down into the atmosphere by Earth's magnetic field. These colorful auroras give high-altitude nuclear explosions the nickname rainbow bombs. But the lasting effects of such an explosion are far from sunshine and rainbows. Starfish Prime impacted the Earth in two big ways. In 1958, the US space mission Explorer 1 discovered that the Earth is surrounded by two donut-shaped regions of intense radiation. Today, we call them Van Allen belts, after the scientist who discovered them. These belts are made up of charged particles, mainly protons and electrons trapped by Earth's magnetic field. They act as a protective shell against harmful solar radiation and cosmic rays, capturing high-energy particles from the sun's solar wind. The Starfish Prime explosion released such a quantity of charged particles into Earth's magnetosphere that it altered the composition and intensity of the natural Van Allen belts, and even created artificial radiation belts that were stronger and longer than the originals. These persisted for up to a decade, shortening the lifespans of several satellite systems and interfered with telecommunications. They destroyed two early satellites, Ariel 1, Britain's first satellite, and the first TV broadcasting satellite, Telstar 1. But that's not all Starfish Prime did.
British moment.
Remember the electromagnetic pulses I told you about earlier? Scientists knew the blast would emit them, but no one could have guessed just how intense they would be. Nuclear detonations emit gamma rays in all directions, known as a Compton current. When they interact with Earth's atmosphere, they ionize air molecules and liberate high-energy electrons. Since Starfish Prime detonated at an altitude of 400 kilometers, these gamma rays collided with atoms in the upper atmosphere, creating a cascade of free electrons. Accelerated by Earth's magnetic field, these electrons produced a rapid and intense oscillation of electromagnetic fields. At high altitudes where the atmosphere is thinner, this pulse is able to spread much further than it would in a low-altitude explosion.
Very cool.
The EMP from Starfish Prime spanned thousands of kilometers, damaging electrical systems far from the detonation site. Almost 1,500 kilometers away in Hawaii, streetlights went out, telephone lines were disrupted, and radio communications were affected, showing how vulnerable civilian infrastructure is to such an event. Starfish Prime made the world realize just how destructive an EMP can be. It revealed how vulnerable electrical grids, communications, and satellites would be to a nuclear EMP attack. If added to the strategic arsenal, it would give any military the capacity to cripple enemy infrastructure without direct contact or bloodshed. Starfish Prime also released an isotope called cadmium-109 on explosion, which was used to track the fallout and measure resulting contamination. While ground tests normally leave behind a characteristic localized fallout pattern, the effects of space testing were global. New Zealand rainwater was found to be contaminated with cadmium-109, which a 1966 Nature article attributed to Starfish Prime. These kinds of reports raised significant environmental concerns about the long-term impact of space-based detonations on Earth's atmosphere and environment. And imagine, Starfish Prime wasn't even the biggest bomb the US had ever detonated on the edge of space. That prize goes to Teak, from Operation Hardtack in 1958. At 3.88 megatons, it was over twice as big as Starfish Prime and detonated at an altitude of 76.8 kilometers. It turned night into day and cut many trans-Pacific high-frequency communication circuits. According to the Nuclear Defense Agency report on Operation Hardtack, it destroyed the ability of the normally ionized layers of the upper atmosphere to bend radio waves back to the Earth. The Soviets were also busy testing high-altitude nuclear explosions, detonating 7 space bombs over Kazakhstan between 1961 and 1962. Known as Project K, their aims and effects were much the same as the US tests. Detonated at altitudes ranging between 40 and 300 kilometers, none were quite as big as the American bombs. They ranged in size from 1.2 to 300 kilotons, about 5 times smaller than Starfish Prime. On October 22nd, 1962, a 300 kiloton missile warhead known as Test 184 detonated at an altitude of 290 kilometers. The EMPs generated started a fire that burned down the Karaganda power plant and blew over 1,000 kilometers of shallow buried power cables between Tselinograd and Alma-Ata. These learnings had serious Cold War implications, highlighting the need for international agreements to prevent nuclear testing in space. The unforeseen consequences of Starfish Prime eventually led both superpowers to reconsider space-based nuclear strategies. 1 year later, in 1963, the Limited Nuclear Test Ban Treaty was signed by the US, UK, and USSR. It prohibited nuclear weapon tests in the atmosphere, outer space, and underwater to reduce radioactive fallout and curb environmental contamination. The Outer Space Treaty followed in 1967, which banned the placement of nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction in outer space. It also forbade nuclear explosions in space or on celestial bodies, ensuring space remains a domain for peaceful exploration and not military confrontation. Our modern world relies heavily on space-based infrastructure.
But for how long,
Satellites underpin global navigation, communications, the internet, GPS, and more. A nuclear explosion in space would spell chaos for us below. Global commerce and trade routes would crash and grind to a halt. Our electronics and power grids would be fried, bringing critical services to their knees. Hospital equipment would stop working. Millions of tons of food would go to waste without proper preservation, and financial markets would collapse. The effects of a nuclear EMP would be far more devastating today than they were in the 1960s, as our vital global systems and everyday lives rely much more on electronics than they did back then. We've established that various international treaties are in place today to ban further nuclear space explosions. But could such catastrophic events caused by an EMP still occur in some form today? In 1859, the world's largest ever recorded geomagnetic storm, the Carrington event, caused some pretty wacky things to happen. Northern lights were reported as far south as Cuba and Honolulu, and were so bright, people in the north of the US could read newspapers just by the light of the aurora. It threw sparks from telegraph equipment across the US, some strong enough to set fires. If a CME of similar magnitude were to occur in our direction, it could hit us with very similar effects like Starfish Prime. Fortunately, the chances of that happening are very slim. The more likely risk is a geopolitical one. Earlier this year, Russia made headlines for vetoing a UN resolution against putting nuclear weapons in space. Several news outlets have since speculated that Russia is planning on placing a nuclear warhead in low Earth orbit. According to John Plum, an Assistant Defense Secretary for US Space Policy, Russia is developing a concerning anti-satellite capability. A new satellite carrying a nuclear device that Russia is developing. This capability could pose a threat to all satellites operated by countries and companies around the globe, as well as to vital communications, scientific, meteorological, agricultural, commercial, and national security services we all depend on. This is in direct violation of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which, though still in effect, sadly doesn't come with any formal enforcement mechanisms. These international agreements exist to prevent space from becoming a battleground for nuclear weapons. They must be respected to ensure all of our safety and well-being. As space becomes increasingly important for modern life, the lessons of the past are more relevant than ever. Starfish Prime showed us the devastating reality of weaponizing space. The electromagnetic pulses crippled infrastructure, unleashing waves of radiation that lingered in our atmosphere
Chocolate
for years,
starfish?
destroying satellites and contaminating the space around our planet. This experiment was a turning point. From it emerged one of the most important lessons of the nuclear and space age. Space could be weaponized in ways that affect not just individual nations, but all of humanity. This is why international treaties now ban the use of nuclear weapons in space. These agreements are promises to future generations, pledges that space will remain a place for discovery and peace, not for conflict and destruction.
Very optimistic.
This is why responsible, peaceful space exploration is so important, so we can continue to unravel the mysteries of the universe and make discoveries that inspire and unite humanity without the lingering shadow of total annihilation. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, you may like my others about space history. Have you heard?
It was brought to you by
You want to
Squarespace.
see
Ever
something
wondered
cool?
why modern technology...
Go on.
Why are you putting this on? There's tons of stuff in the fucking
I don't know.
fun tab that we need to watch.
This looked fun.
What do you you want to
Go
see
on.
something cool?
Oh my god, Content Cop's back!
Oh my god. What are you showing?
You like that?
Yes, this is great.
Hang on, I'm trying to fucking
Australia's #1 journalist on the job.
the issue is it's not being very friendly to me.
Hmm.
I can't lock the window open. If I
Yeah.
click off of it, it do a minimize. And then it disappears. So I gotta do that, like... Or I gotta do this. And then I gotta click this.
Why are you showing Titanfall? The fuck?
Isn't this what you wanted? Isn't this what
Did
you
you not
wanted?
know about Titanfall 2's multiplayer?
No, I do.
You can still get matches?
Well, you said you wanted to do the co-op, and you kept saying it over and over and over again. And it was like
Yeah, it's not this. Go back.
$1.
Fair enough. Is it not multiplayer? I don't think that's how you get to that multiplayer.
Well, it's that, or... See, there's launch
The campaign?
multiplayer and Frontier Defense. Frontier Defense is obviously the co-op.
It's the wave defense.
You're a
think.
wave defense. Look, it's just a little guy.
Okay, that's excellent. We can employ that on Tuesday. Monday.
Yeah.
Options. Variety. That's very cool.
A better
no.
use.
This is his Be a Cog in the Wheel channel. This is his I'm a self-help guru channel.
Starts today.
Did you have the same experience? Surely we all did. Yay, it's back. And then we looked at our hands. Oh, I'm in my 30s. I've got kids. I can't be into this anymore. And yet we are. And yet we are. Isn't it incredible? It really, I would imagine it's the exact same feeling that boomers got when the Beatles came back and did their little reunion tour, except for it's just one guy doing a specific type of takedown that we like. And of course this time it was much more evolved, wasn't it? It didn't end with him pretending that someone was a garden gnome and then shooting it. Look, it's incredible, isn't it? The tides and turns of the internet, one.
His comedy is him laughing at himself. At an inside joke. I guess.
Like,
scares the crap out of me, but two, you wouldn't have guessed.
that video gave him positive feelings about something. Nostalgia. Like, bro, why are we acting like these were like fucking absolute cinema or something? It was a fucking YouTube video, bro. Like, you shouldn't be getting nostalgia from being like, man, remember when this series on YouTube existed?
He just messaged.
Yeah,
You just want to do it?
sure. You want to see something cool?
Go on.
He doesn't care.
What is this? How is there a co-op mode?
You didn't know there was a co-op mode in Portal 2?
No.
That's crazy. That's like the only thing I knew about it.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Guessed it, would you? You wouldn't have guessed the up and down roller coaster that was iDubbbz's career of just being the mean crypt keeper of the internet, the one that was going to keep all the bastards honest, to turning into a guy that said, no, actually, I was the bastard, I'm really sorry about that. Then the internet completely ripping him to shreds for daring to...
Maybe we just reschedule for Wednesday?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. Alright.
Apologise to people. It's all a very strange tapestry, isn't it? And now he's back. And
It's
I
the
think
way
that
he talks,
has,
too.
At the expense of H3.
Like, he talks like...
He is not back.
Like he's fucking
It is brutal about the net,
Squilliams.
isn't it? That you can only ever
know
go
what
up
that
by
is.
tearing someone else down.
You don't know who Squilliams is?
Should I?
Yes.
What time do we usually start? Your time?
Like, for him it would be like 7, because like we get in and have to get organized first.
Mm-hmm.
Ready? This is who he is right here. You tell me it's not the same fucking person.
How's the unibrow?
Oh my god.
It's big and valuable. I'm the leader of a big fancy band now, and we're supposed to play the Bubble Bowl next week. The That's right. I'm living your dreams, Squidward. The problem is, I'm busy next week and can't make it. So I was hoping you and your band could cover for us.
Oh,
I knew it! You don't.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I see it.
He's like, the way he talks is like he should have his fucking pinky out with a fucking
And a monocle.
champagne flute.
Down, and we all love the gladiator.
Well, you've got to understand, he used to be a model.
Bro,
He's better than you.
okay, also, sorry, you have enough money to fucking put up some acoustic foam in this corner or something, because goddamn. Like, I'm kind of,
Yeah.
like, lucky because, like, the fucking, like, even though the room is very open, like, behind me at least, there's a lot of, like, good, like, fucking, like, bounces that, like, actually bounce the sound. So, like, if you're upstairs, you
Yeah.
can hear everything down here, but it does have a fucking effect of not bouncing sound back, but the other side of the room with the chinchillas, that's the issue. They're
Yeah.
loud as fuck.
Okay, he says can't do Wednesday, Tuesday, or Thursday. I won't be able to do that, though.
No.
So that would just be you.
Well, less people watch when it's just me.
But it won't be.
I'm just saying. It has to be a day where we both are here. I'll be here whenever, so it's really whenever you need.
Could maybe do Thursday. Can't do Tuesday.
Real match, don't we? Having said that, he did do it in a much more tasteful way. I feel like I'm just doing a review of the video now, and I was just trying to get this to relate to you, the viewer at home, because one of my
Wait, you're trying to relate to
little
regular
insights that I
people?
think that I can share. By the way, I'm sorry that this place is so echoey and is not the usual beach background that we have, because I'm in Melbourne, so there's no beaches here, is there? I'm doing my shows. I think I've
Okay.
got ones available.
He at
in
least
Port Forest,
called it
and
out.
These ones are sold out. But look, that's beside the point. Yeah. What we should be focusing on here is the fact that
Did you record this
I
on
think-
a cup on a
and
string?
there was sort of the allusion to this throughout the entire Content Cop takedown. Don't you think what happened to H3H3 is something that we like to call in the self-help world a pain body? Now, what is
The
just
self-help
clicked.
world?
Hold on. It just clicked. You know what his problem is? He has a stoic philosophy. So nothing in the world matters to him unless it directly impacts him.
Anyway, he just said the self-help world?
Yes, I told you this is his self-help channel.
I know, but like...
that? Look,
That's like, it's like,
the way
I would have more respect for him if he fucking sold crypto and was a crypto guy. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I honestly, self-help shit, it's active harm. It's like chiropractic.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, you are not a fucking therapist, bro. You are the tea tree oil of the fucking therapy world. Okay? You are the chiropractor of the therapy world. It's a
that
fucking scam.
H3H3
Yep.
has been acting recently,
Life coach.
I really can't throw stones at him for. And I think that if you ever have had an online personality, you would get to exactly the same point, yeah? Which is that there starts to be very little difference between you and the camera. Like your entire life is just that. And you are endlessly exposing your soul, especially if you're doing what he does, which is talking on a podcast for 3 hours a day. There's very little difference between private life Ethan and public life Ethan. And so as a result of that, you can't not wear your heart on your sleeve. Things that you would normally, or at the very beginning of your career, just be like, okay, I'm just going to hide that for my own image sakes. And everyone does it. Everyone does it. And then at some point, you just, more of it comes out, and there you have it. And I'm not saying that the things that Ethan are defending are necessarily bad, right? The things that people hate about him, that is just the tapestry and complexity of a human being exposing himself in between doing what I'm doing now, which is talking about a bunch of slop. But in the interim of all of that, I think what happens is, every now and then, there is going to be a point where the general rift of society starts personally offending you. And I think that we've all been in that scenario, yeah? Where popular sentiment is just against your opinion. And what's worse is when popular sentiment is...
If you're confident in your opinions, it doesn't matter.
I don't like listening to him at all. You know, that's like just blah 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 blah. Like yappy Rooney, bro. Could take it from one yapper to another.
Let me try something.
Against your opinion, and your opinion
Does that fix
is
it?
sort of just linked to your survival. Like, you really have to understand the way that people in Israel see the world, yeah? It's just, it is, in their mind, a fortress nation.
Okay.
And they are taught this from birth.
Already.
That,
Stop,
you know, the
stop,
enemies
stop,
are constantly
stop.
encroaching with...
Did you watch the video? It wasn't about people in Israel. Like, that fucking content cop literally didn't even, like, say Ethan supports genocide or anything like that. Like, at least he fucking just was like, you were mean to me personally. And, like,
Yeah, that's pretty
these
much
are
what
the
it
other
is, yeah.
people. You're bullying. You're the bully. That's all it was. It wasn't even about Palestine.
Nope. There are a few
Or
things
Israel.
that mentioned it, but there was nothing really to do with it.
It literally, like, why does the opinion of people in Israel matter at all to this content cop?
It doesn't.
within. And so this is very heavily linked to your survival. So when the whole Israel-Palestine stuff started kicking off into overdrive, you're him, and that's your conditioning, and he's got his points that he wants other people to see, and there is no appetite for what people want him to see. And so what happens is you feel like the entire world is riffing in on the thing that you have linked to survival. Now, everyone has these. I've had these in the past. I'm too much of a coward to admit what they were, but you can absolutely see periods of my life on Friendly Geordies where there was one of these things that were happening that were personally encroaching on me and the way that I have linked up certain ideas to my survival. And, well, for instance, another one, all right, I'll be very honest about this because it's just so obvious, right? The Labor Party. The Labor Party I've absolutely linked to my survival. Why have I linked it to my survival? Because I started reading about politics when I grew up, but I grew up poor and from a working class, and then I realized, oh my God, I would literally be walking around at my own shit.
Jordan understands,
you know, if it wasn't for the party of
anything about what was going on. I don't think he... Like, that's why I'm so confused. I don't think he has any clue. And he's making a video just because this video has millions of views, so he feels like he has to talk about it. But, like, the core of, like, Ethan being upset is, like, if I'm calling out anti-Semitism, what does that have to do with Israel? Nothing.
Yeah.
Like, the core of it was never anything about Israel. He's framing as if Ethan actually supports Israel against the Palestinians, which isn't what's happening. It's a fucking,
Didn't they
like...
literally show Ethan talking to Trisha about it?
Yes, where he was... Yes, where he was... And also,
Like-
again, the dude said settlers are legitimate military targets.
Quite radical.
No shit. The fact that anyone has anything wrong with him because he's calling out actual anti-Semitism that's being platformed in the, like... He's also, you know, he also calls out the anti-Semitism from people like Dan Bilzerian and all these fuckers and Candace Owens. But it seems like nobody cares unless it's the people who fucking virtue signal that they're pro-Palestine.
The Hassan orbiters.
Like, who this video sucks more than the content cop because he thinks this is about Israel. And Ethan supporting Israel, which he doesn't.
I'm a bit too employed to be invested in this. That's funny. Alright, what is this link you sent me?
I guess it was announced this week that David Hogg, who is the new vice chair, one of the vice chairs of the Democratic Party, is launching an effort to primary Democrats who are incumbents, who Hogg basically calls either, you know, asleep at the wheel, I think was the phrase that he used. And the group is called Leaders We Deserve. They're apparently going to be spending around $20 million.
You deserve
in deep blue districts.
nothing.
So this is a bit of the Justice Democrats model, except with somebody who is associated with and a part of the DNC. So I want to wait. I'm encouraged by this announcement. I want to wait to see what the criteria is for an incumbent primary challenger before I laud it.
Huh, that's funny. You know that motorcycle guy's channel? The one that made the video on Vosh? I
Yep.
now understand why his name is what his name is.
What is his name?
Squid Tips?
something? Yeah.
Yeah, I now understand. I know. You don't know though.
It.
Right.
However, the fact that they understand that this is necessary is interesting and important. But not everybody does. Here's old James Carville, and I'm glad we're playing this today because if Sam was back to hear this, he might actually have an aneurysm. This is Carville's he has one mode. It's only protecting the worst incumbent, most geriatric Democrats ever. Although I guess he was on board the Biden dropout train, maybe the one-time broken clock situation. But this is his reaction to Hogg's initiative.
Well, maybe, as I said, maybe they need to split off from the Democratic Party and call themselves a socialist, I don't know, urbanist, central city.
But you know why they're doing it. They looked at MAGA, and they did what we see all the time when you don't have better minds and better ideas. This is why you were so transcendent in politics. Is that, and I always find it cheap when people say, "Oh, Jim Carville."
Okay, Carville. When was that? That was before I was even born. 1992. That's what they're referring to.
I mean, they're playing to their audience, I guess, right? Like,
Cuomo,
remember,
dude.
right? That's
Yeah,
so
like,
long.
yeah, we remember, but I don't. I actually had to watch a documentary to remember it because I was born in 1994. Can we update like our Democratic political savants, please?
No, he's
here?
transcendent. That's why he gets to just sit on the couch in a t-shirt. Like,
Yeah.
what's he doing, James? Like,
It's why you never see him out of his house or, you know, a part of any real campaign. Transcendent pundit on, what's his new? News Nation.
yeah, I was gonna say, James, you're on TV, but I don't even know if that's true. I don't know what News
Right.
Nation is.
What is News Nation? Yeah.
Shout out to Chris
Damn.
Taylor, by the way, on News Nation. I used to work with him. He's the only person who likes to take their shirt off on the internet more than Jair Bolsonaro.
What about Bert Kreischer?
Not for medical reasons in his case.
No. No, I want to keep hearing.
Transcended in politics is that, and I always find it so cheap when people say, oh, Jim Carville, oh yeah, it's the economy, stupid. No, that wasn't your genius. Your genius was, I'm not going to be what beats me. What you see with Bernie and AOC right now is MAGA playbook. MAGA playbook. Make the masses angry. Dave Hogg, that's MAGA playbook. Go after your own and have a purity test. But what beats you, if you become that, you're not going to beat it.
Right. Well, I don't think that most of Democrats are that. And maybe we need to have a schism. Maybe we can form a governing coalition. You know, this happens every time in parliamentary things where you come in, you say, okay, you want to be part of our coalition. But when they spend all their time running against us, why don't somebody sue David Hogg? He's an officer of the Democratic National Committee. He is the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he's running against
falling
other
off your
Democrats.
chin.
I would like to know, and you went to
You
law school, does he have a
decrepit
fiduciary duty toward Democrats?
Die already.
If you work for News Nation,
Listen to how he
you
says
can't promote us in
Democrats.
that. That's because you work for somebody else. You have a fiduciary duty to your employer, which
you know, I think it's good to maybe stop at the fiduciary duty thing, because I have a point I want to raise about our sort of alligator friend there. This is from a website called Privacy International. It says Palantir's predictive policing program in New Orleans. This is from February 2018. Under a secret deal beginning in 2012, the data mining company Palantir provided software to a New Orleans Police Department program that used a variety of data such as ties to gang members, criminal histories, and social media to predict the likelihood that individuals would commit acts of violence or become victims.
The fact that company like Palantir
3 times through February 21st,
can even
2018.
exist
Even city
is
council
fucked.
members had no idea
Palantir.
the arrangement existed.
Huh?
What is Palantir?
Oh, it's that one billionaire.
Peter Thiel?
Is it? Yes. It's a data. It's who buys in all the data in the country. They're literally responsible for infiltrating and stealing all your data. Like, that's them.
Right.
And they also fucking build cyber weapons for Israel.
Fuck Palantir.
Palantir has used its New Orleans work as a reference for multi-million-dollar contract with another agency. Here we go. Political commentator James Carville, a paid advisor to Palantir, says he is the driver of this project, which Palantir describes as philanthropy. Critics believe the program was kept secret because American Southerners value their privacy, and it would have inspired widespread outrage. So I love him talking about fiduciary responsibility.
I also love the idea that his immediate reflexive reaction to is let's sue this guy. Like this guy's saying we need to challenge these old corrupt Democrats who are paid off and not actually representing our interests. You know what makes sense? We should sue him for all he's worth, because they know this 20-something-year-old kid doesn't have their resources.
It's
good
so
for
bizarre.
David Hogg.
Yeah, good for David Hogg. It's so bizarre. Like, also, isn't like
dude's
just
triggered
people you're,
because
like, mad at or disagree with isn't
he wants to run candidates against incumbents in your party.
Yeah, maybe you should stop
Like,
being
can we analyze that's to fucking enforce incumbency is
It's
not how you
anti-democratic.
fucking deal with a democracy and a constituency.
They're that out of touch.
Like, there shouldn't be
That MAGA?
lifetime politicians.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely fucking not.
It should be like military service, you know? If you are in it for life, you know, maybe you'll get up to a general, but then even then, generals aren't around very long, you know? They'll be around for, you know, at most 10 years.
Yeah.
And that's crazy at that point.
Walking skeletons.
You know, like
stuff.
Most of them are fat too.
Also, like, making politics more open like that and installing a sense of civic duty
Yeah, duty.
Especially in a place, like Australia, where voting's mandatory. There should be
Yeah.
constantly new people running.
There
Like,
generally
why
is
wouldn't
here,
you?
Actually.
Like, you have more chance to get votes in Australia than you do any other country, because people are going to show up anyway, and if they don't want to vote for the main party or do any research, they're just going to put all the minor ones on top of those main parties.
That is true. But you also need a minimum membership to register the party and to begin with. So you can't even just like make a political party and get members later. You have to have membership before you actually register. So there's a barrier to entry to begin with. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, I would run as a fucking Democrat here if I wanted to fucking run for office.
Yeah,
Which I
like you wouldn't run independent.
I would not run for office.
No.
Like,
Yes!
isn't that just doing exactly what you're talking about? What absurdity. Good for David Hogg. Also, like, Cuomo, that's really frustrating. I know he does this a lot, but, like, it's just MAGA. It's just MAGA stuff. Being angry isn't MAGA stuff. Like, being upset about, like, a policy or the conditions of something, that's not, like, what MAGA is about. It's so childish to be like, well, the quality of MAGA is that they're mad. And if you're mad about something, that means... That's what you
primarying,
are.
or primarying Democrat, or like or primarying incumbents. They look at what Donald Trump and his wing of the party has done as a major problem for the for the establishment Republicans. But the base loves it, and the same thing would happen for our side. So it's not MAGA stuff. It's just like being responsive to what your voters want.
If you think about it, the Rainbow Coalition was proto-MAGA.
Yeah.
Right, like it's just like how do you view politics? What do you want people to do? Like, it's just you're kind of comparing AOC to Marjorie Taylor Greene in a this way that is so just, it's not even surface level, it's above surface level. It's like this atmospheric sort of vibe. Like, well, they went up against their party a little bit, therefore they're the same. But obviously people want stronger representation for what's going on now. The Republicans won.
That's fucked up she said
They
that.
control all three branches of
I know.
government. The Democrats...
I heard she's
Bill, why would you
also
say that?
occasionally
on
wins,
tour with
but
a
they're
guy who
losers.
gives Nazi
And you need
salutes.
to win in order to exercise power.
Crazy.
And so you want people who
Give
can
me a
win
bag
and
of
then do
secrets.
things like go to El Salvador. That's an action that many people in the party who've been in the party for many years would not do. And we're looking for people who have that have that dog in them for this current era, which clearly leadership is not capable of contending with.
Right.
Can I just inject something here? As someone who worked at CNN when Chris Cuomo was fired, the other big irony is, like, you could see his face sort of like perk up when Carville's like, well, you're a lawyer. You can't come on News Nation, where he now works, and promote CNN. Famously, Chris Cuomo was fired for helping his brother secretly during his brother's political crisis, and then lying about it repeatedly
Where he,
on CNN.
as a reminder,
fired.
Right.
Sexually harassed at minimum 11 different women. That's what fucking Chris Cuomo was fucking helping cover up. And then he wants to fucking go on the Adam Friedland show and cry about how his dad was treated like a mobster.
Yeah, boo-hoo.
Your family is a fucking crime network. You literally cover up crimes of each other. It's very public information, bro. Like, you earned it. It has nothing to do with being Italian. You earned it by being a fucking criminal in a fucking criminal family, alright? It's like fucking how Michael comes back in The Godfather and he's like running a straight-laced life, and then all of a sudden he's on top of the family. That's what happened with Chris. You know, he's the only Como left. Like, Andrew's gonna try and run again for mayor, and I swear to God.
You reckon New York will elect him again?
Hmm?
You reckon New York will elect him again?
First vote, he was governor, not the mayor.
Oh.
Okay? Second of all, the impact he had was in New York City. Okay?
Yeah.
I remember my fucking racist dad talking about how Como was gonna let out all the prisoners, and he saw a video of prisoners passing around a cup and spitting in it so they would all get COVID and stuff. I'm like, okay, whatever you say. Do you know how many fucking people died? Just, bro, literally awaiting trial. They were in Rikers with no fucking PPE. He used this prison slave labor to manufacture sanitizer, right? So, like, we literally had state-funded hand sanitizer distributed all throughout the state, all over. The prisoners weren't entitled to that sanitizer. They got no sanitizer, no PPE, and stayed in fucking Rikers and shit.
Seriously?
Right? And then he killed all the old people
I didn't know about this.
in the nursing homes. So you have sexual harassment of no less than 11 women, massive deaths of innocent people who were just awaiting trials, right? Because they were never proven guilty, right? And people and people in nursing homes. So right? So like in New York City is the only place where action happened because people had to form action groups. Right? And start asking questions. Like mobs had to form and start asking questions before shit came out.
Yes. No, I remember this because even while I was in those moron circles, I was very tapped into like.
That's just so
governments
funny.
doing
My
dodgy
dad
shit.
was saying that he was gonna fucking let out fucking prisoners.
What can you do?
Bro.
So it's just like that's
listens
an
to
extra
fucking
layer
Dan
of irony.
Bongino.
Thank you, Russ. Great point. And his brother is running as the
That is a
exact
problem.
candidate that those guys really want, which is basically a
enough of
Republican
this.
light corporate
Moving on.
stooge
We saw
representing
the
a
saw the old man whine about David Hogg of all
So
people.
last weekend, I got to meet a very dangerous individual while I was working as a volunteer security person for a drag time story hour. This experience changed how I think about the culture war going on in this country.
Impressive.
And it motivated me to want
The
to
amount
make
of wind
this
he's able to
video
cut with just a
because
fucking
more
lavalier.
people understand the truth of what
It's got to be a
happening.
road, right?
This is going to be a pretty off-the-cuff video
Surely.
of me just telling this story. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change some small details for
cool,
people's
bye.
privacy because, again, this guy is dangerous and there is real shit happening in the streets that I want to protect people from. But I'm not going to protect the cowards that are out there doing things that are making this world more dangerous for the people in my life that I care about. And I'm going to demonstrate and
He's
take a
great.
stand right here that I'm not afraid
Yeah,
of
I
those motherfuckers.
really would love
And,
to.
yeah, I'm going to call them right the fuck out. So let me
Fuck
just go ahead
around
and tell the
with him.
story of how I got to the point of becoming a volunteer security guard for
He'd be a great presenter for story, like for news stories and shit, I reckon. A great interviewer. If you were to give him questions and stuff to ask, I reckon he'd be
We're gonna do.
pretty good.
We're gonna do a knockoff of Channel 5 called "All Gays, No Breaks."
All gays, what?
All gays, no breaks.
Okay.
And
then
that's,
do what?
you know, and we'll send him out to do stories like how Channel 5 does now.
That would be pretty good.
Drag
That's a
Time
good idea.
Story Hour, and we'll work our way up. As much as I ride a motorcycle and love to talk about that on my YouTube channel, I also am aware of what is happening in this country and this world. From my perspective, I see our country devolving. I see a president just doing openly corrupt shit. I see the public education system that I grew up in being destroyed actively. I see the richest man in the world decimating the support structures that exist to help the people that have the least. All of the shit going on in this country has me very, very activated.
Yeah,
because
Seattle's
I am
fucking crazy.
doing my best right now to put a stop to it. Because what I see is that the less we do now, the worse it's just gonna get. Because the people that are doing all this shit, they don't fear consequences. They're not looking into things. They're just doing it. On April 5th, I decided I was going to go with a bunch of friends, and we were going to go hang out on the edge of the Seattle Center and just make sure that nothing fucky happened and that people could have a good time being protesters, you know, watching Jay Inslee talk whatever bullshit he was talking, all these elected officials that I don't believe in or support, right? Because I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, okay? I don't give a fuck about the political parties. The political parties are dog shit. But I care about people's right to speak their mind and to protest in the face of a government that is actively destroying every support structure that's been built over hundreds of years at this point. And while I was there, some people approached me and they asked me if I wanted to join in their volunteer security team, which I went ahead and did. Just to give you a sense for what that looks like, it's nothing like a private security force where it's like armed people showing up. In fact, they said specifically some of the rules are you got to show up sober and you got to show up unarmed because the goal is to de-escalate conflict. And that's something I feel not just comfortable with, but I think I kind of excel at. I've gotten a lot of practice, not just in my real life with, you know, cops pulling guns on me and shit, but I spent 9 years in retail selling things. And for part of that, I worked as an Apple employee, and my job was effectively having Windows people and Linux people walk up and talk shit about Macs and then selling them a Mac right afterward. I got really good at it. I made a lot of money at that job. Well, not a few days later, there was a call for volunteers to do security at a family-friendly bar down in Renton. These are common in Seattle. In fact, they're some of the most popular joints. They're places where the whole family can come. They're all ages. Obviously, if you're under 21, you can't drink, but you can bring your dog often too. They have games, they have events. Yeah, it's a chill time. They asked for security because a hate group popped up on Facebook and started talking shit and saying that they were going to rally people in order to come there and protest it, let's say. Here's the thing. There's a history to this bar, and there's a history to this type of action at this bar. This bar has had multiple bomb threats called into it because it has done this story time for years. The owner is very passionate about inclusivity, and so they don't just give up when these people try all of these violent tactics to shut them down. When this new hate group started rallying people,
I don't think he
there
follows
was
me, though.
justified concerns that there could be significant
It
violence.
was me making fun of Vosh that he responded to.
He responded to me doing the same.
And I said, hell fucking yeah, let's fucking go. I'm built different, dumber.
Yeah,
Prior to
he
the
only
security
has like
showing up,
100
the
and,
bar owner
or 1,500 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, it's not that many.
I don't know what his primary social media platform is, though.
Asked us to do some specific things. They reminded us that this was very much about giving the kids a good experience, and so they asked us to show up, be prepared to de-escalate, be prepared to have fun, encourage us to wear friendly, happy clothing, and that's what this shirt is. This is the shirt that I wore to be the security guard. So me and a handful of other people in my community decided we were gonna ride over there and hang out for a couple hours. On the day of, we met a couple miles prior and rode into the bar, and as soon as we did, tensions were so
Damn. R1.
fucking high. People looked at us, and we are a bunch of bikers, so there was some uneasiness that we might be coming to disrupt because we showed up right at the time, right at 3:30, which is when the other group was supposed to start showing up. But one of the people in our group was wearing a pride flag on his
Go to his
and the moment they saw that, everyone relaxed.
Linktree on his Twitter and
we went
join his
parked
Discord.
up behind the venue in order to make space for the normal customers. Well, I wasn't there for maybe 10 minutes. I had just unpacked all my shit, got my helmet off, bags off, and was kind of just mulling about talking to different people when a guy in a big black truck rolled in.
Yeah. I mean, you do you, but like, there is a threat of danger, it's kind of silly going unarmed.
It's Seattle.
Yeah.
Nobody has fucking guns in Seattle, bro. And the ones that do
And made a lot of people very
are going to
nervous.
be like stupid and pull them out and then go to
Start
jail.
saying, hey, why
and
y'all
lose
wearing
their guns.
masks? And I wasn't wearing a mask at the time, so I walked up to it and I started talking to him. He asked questions about what was going on at the venue, and it very much came off as like he was playing stupid. But I treated him sincerely, like I would if I was talking to someone at a Best Buy. He didn't care if people were drinking or using weed or whatever. He was concerned about the kids and what was going on with the kids, and whether predators were maybe just able to snatch up the kids because maybe the parents were getting so drunk and wasted, and he said that was a perfect place for a predator to come in and take someone. I mentioned that there's a lot of bars like this around Seattle and that this wasn't really a special thing, and I asked him if he was going to other bars and had concerns about those bars, and when I did that conversation kind of led to him saying that he didn't really care about the drag queen thing, but he was concerned that the kids they were impressionable and it might kind of push them into something. And when he mentioned that, one of the people next to me brought up how they could empathize with that concern because they were born in a very religious household and they felt like religion was pushed onto them from a young age.
People have guns in Seattle.
But
Yeah.
that as they got
like
older,
I said,
they found their own way.
They're the ones
that,
who, if the
in
ones
the
who
end,
bring
it
guns
wasn't
to a
that big a
protest
deal.
are the ones that are
We
going to
stood
pull
there
them out and
for
go
about
to
10
jail
minutes
after and
had a
lose
very
their guns.
Casual, friendly conversation. It was such a friendly conversation, in fact, that the way that it ended was him telling us, hey, I'm part of the other group and I'm going to go over there and I just wanted to check it out, but it was good meeting you and my name's John. And he put his hand out and I shook his hand and I said, good to meet you, John. My name's AJ. And then I said, hey, have a good day. And he drove off. After that interaction, John drove around the building and then went to a parking lot on the other side where a gas station is. And he got in the back of his truck and he proceeded to observe the situation. While John was over there, there were a couple of other people that drove through the parking lot in giant trucks with very mean-looking faces. But they ultimately didn't do anything and left. Several times he got out and he wandered over and he interacted with people on the edges. I was like hanging out with a sign and a couple of the other people were hanging out with pride flags, and there were some people from other groups just at every corner having conversations. In the back of John's truck, there was another woman, and maybe she was just playing video games on her phone, but it sure looked like she was taking pictures of people. A lot of the people that I was with were very concerned about having their photos taken for understandable reasons. After about 45 minutes, John and his girlfriend seemed to get bored and leave. I hung out till about 5:30 or 6. I got to meet Sylvia herself. Very kind woman. She gave me a great big hug. It was very nice. It felt good. And then it was a beautiful spring day like this, so I did what I always do on those types of days and went for a ride with my homies. Someone who was monitoring the page of that hate group notified the rest of us that there was an update. I'm going to read it to you now. And if you want to skip this, it's totally okay, because reading hateful shit and hearing hateful shit, I don't think is good for your mentals. I do know that lots of people don't consume this stuff a lot because they are not part of these communities. You're not a trans person. If you're not paying attention to what's going on here, it's very easy to not realize that this is what's happening. What happened today...
Yeah. Highly doubt it.
in Renton on April 12th isn't inclusion. It's exploitation. At a public...
So what's Renton? Is that just like an upper class area?
family-friendly drag queen storytime event, this is what was observed. Grown men and women in black and rainbow masks, dressed in tactical style clothing, acting as security.
King
Children
County.
left unattended while masked adults stood guard at the doors.
That means nothing to me.
A public
King
venue
County
serving
is
alcohol
like...
and CBD with no
it's like doesn't have a good reputation.
Oh, okay.
betting of who could walk in. And women promoting the event who refused to answer basic questions about child safety. Let's ask the question they wouldn't let us finish. What's stopping a pedophile or a rapist from walking off the street? Nothing. And that's the issue. It felt staged. orchestrated.
What's stopping a pedophile from walking into a fucking park? These people are fucking idiots.
Trap. As if children weren't there to be protected, but to provoke a reaction. As if they were being used as props to bait opposition and then flip the script for political gain. This isn't inclusion. This is ideological theater, using children as pawns, silencing truth, and daring anyone to speak up. We're not staying silent. We're not backing down. We're not apologizing for drawing the line. Protect childhood. Protect innocence.
Oh my god.
Protect truth. Give me a fucking break. And that's when I fucking lost it. That's when I absolutely fucking lost it. Because this is it. This is the fucking game. I engaged with John in a completely good faith way. In a way that I've done many, many, many times in my life because I like talking to people. I enjoy people. And I'm not easy to anger. I'm a very patient person. Again, it comes from retail. I've dealt with people screaming in my face. I've dealt with people with guns in my face. And, you know, guys like this are just not that big a deal to me. I don't know for a fact that he's the one that wrote the words, but he's the only motherfucker that showed up and could have given a report like that. So he's clearly deeply involved. This man talks shit about other people wearing masks, saying they didn't need to worry about getting doxxed or targeted by groups like his. He showed up in a giant truck and made everyone feel less safe. He was too much of a dishonest coward to tell me truthfully who he was and what he intended to do there.
I guarantee he posted this video in that group
to
too.
Stoke more hate and trigger violence.
Probably
He is
did.
too much of a
It's
fucking
a direct
coward
message
to do
to them.
himself. He shook my hand. He shook my hand, and then he went home and lied about the whole fucking thing in order to push his ideological agenda. And that's the first thing I want to really...
Well, I think you've also got to... hold on, where was it? This. You've got to realize, I don't think his following would be all that politically engaged. He has a couple videos, but I don't think most of his content is probably not political. So this is very, like, entry level. So this, I would say this is fine.
Also, that's a public presenting Facebook group. Like that's the thing is like King County, they call it KKK County. You know?
Fair
so
enough.
like there's worse things that are going on and being posted and being said in that county. But for a public presenting Facebook group, I'm sure it was the girl who wrote stuff, not him though.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I'm sure he's very illiterate, and it seemed like that was actually weaved by somebody who could write a sentence.
True.
Is that the people doing this are liars. They are at their core insanely dishonest people who have a fucking agenda that they are driving forward, and they do not care about reality. The second thing to take away from this is that every accusation these people wave
I think
at the drag time story hours or whatever they're pitching
the do
about,
not care about reality is like it's obviously so accurate, but I wonder if there's like a really good way to say that and express that.
Not sure.
Like, because like they literally don't. Like they literally know that they exist outside of reality, and they don't care.
No, they definitely don't. Ooh.
Like they literally are like, reality is evil. Like, can you imagine? Like the cope.
Love me some copium. Stick it in my veins.
is a confession. And that's fucking scary because of their obsession with children. These people have a sick desire to control children. They do not treat children like autonomous beings. They treat them like things to own. And they get to mold and shape how they choose. And that's fucking scary to me. John said that he had children. I fear for his children's safety. If this man is willing to go through all of this shit in order to lie about what strangers are doing, I can only imagine the shit he's covering up that's going on in his household. The shit that his girlfriend or whoever is connected to him is covering up with him. That is fucking terrifying to me. The last point I want to make about John before I move on is just how cowardly these people are. People like John are afraid to do their own dirty work. That's why they go on the internet and lie, because they are trying to convince someone who is dumber than them, who is more biased.
I love that he
more
just puts
angry at
up
some group than
stochastic
them
terrorism, but he's
to
not
take
like
violent actions.
because the stochastic terrorism thing, it's like so irrelevant to bring up and try and make a point about to these people.
Yes.
They like it's one of the things that they mock, you know.
Yeah, they don't.
To them,
they
it
don't,
might as well be asking you if you support Hamas.
Yeah, exactly.
So that they don't have to get their hands dirty. Fascists and bigots are people that have decided...
Like, Libs of TikTok is the perfect example. Matt Walsh, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're perfect examples of stochastic terrorists. They have plausible deniability, but they know what they're fucking doing.
That
No,
they
yeah,
just
he's
want
right
a
about
shortcut in life. They want to blame all their problems on other people, and they do not want to take any personal responsibility for the shitty parts of their life. But all of this has led me to kind of an epiphany about my content, about my life from here going forward.
My life.
Which is that I either need to decide to start taking my security far more seriously, being on
Get
the
a
front
gun.
lines of these situations, or I need to accept that I am going to be at great personal risk as things get worse and worse in this country and as this police state just
Get a
gets
gun.
more and more aggressive. It's fucking Wimby out here. In order to protect the people that are important to me, I need to confront people like John. If I want to follow good, safe practices, I should really shut my YouTube channel down. The option other
That's
than
true.
shutting it down
OPSEC,
would
baby.
be to just not talk about that part of my life, which is becoming a bigger and bigger portion of it. I am not going to be like these other
That's cool how
motorcycle
he
content creators
stopped
who are just
there
totally
and waited for
ignoring
that guy to
the
get
world.
out of
It
the
feels
shot that appeared in
very
the background
dishonest.
there
It feels very grifty
for a
to
split
me, and
second.
I cannot do that. I work a normal job so that I don't have to make my content about advertising shit to my community. Probably the dumbest option is to just lean into it. To be more public, be more outspoken. Not
Look, some people need to be. Like, you can't all be offline. Someone needs to be public. So, he's kind of falling on the sword a little bit. Which, I don't know whether
I
that's
already think that he's...
ego or noble.
He is, like perfect.
Yeah, he's great. I agree.
I think because, like, even from a creative standpoint, only making videos when you have to make videos are going to make your overall content better. Especially if you don't care about, like, numbers or advertisers and shit.
This is also true.
This
But I
guy's
think he'll
channel
probably
is
get a
all-
team.
Like, his whole... his most popular video is how he used to be anti-trans. Like, that's his big video.
Yes.
And how
we watched that.
How his mind got changed. And now he's in a... I think he's in a relationship with a trans person, but I'm not positive.
Interesting.
give a flying fuck about the consequences. I had a conversation with my boss recently about what might happen if I got arrested. And my boss said, hey, don't get arrested. And I said, I'm not trying to get arrested. But the reality is that they are to the point where they are going to start arresting people for just going to protests in mass. We are getting to a very dark reality, and it is going to get worse. The idea that I might, on a dog walk, just get grabbed by people and shoved in the back of a fucking van and deported or jailed is real. One of the things John said to me when he was talking about
Get a gun. You're American. You have a right to them.
I think he has guns.
Good. If those SS agents come after you, start blasting. What are they saying? I'm not going to El Salvador. Fuck those Nazis. I'm waiting. It's only a matter of time before somebody shoots them. And it's gonna open a floodgate.
I thought cops were under threat of violence. You know,
No, I'm
these are like the worst
specifically
kinds of
talking about
cops.
ICE.
You would think that it would happen all the time.
You would
Considering
think.
how much under threat cops are. That's why they're so trigger happy, right? Because they're saving their own lives.
Of course.
So, you would think, huh?
Get out of the car. Oh, he's got a gun. Wait, he was just reaching for his seatbelt. Cool.
The thing is, if you fire at cops, you're basically guaranteeing that you're
To
gonna die.
Yeah. Well, life in prison in El Salvador, or take some ICE agents with you. I don't know. You pick.
about the masks, and he was saying, you should stand up behind your convictions. You know, you should show your face if you feel this way. You know, you got to be like MLK. You got to get out there, and you got to tell people what you feel. And I said, John, you know they murdered MLK, right? But I also realized that if they take me, well,
He's got a
first off,
bit of an ego
there will
on
be
him.
consequences. The people that are doing all these extrajudicial kidnappings and deportations do not give a fuck about those consequences. They won't look into it or think about it. But there will be consequences. So I am heartened in that. If I were to be disappeared, people would know it very, very quickly. I know lawyers. I know ex-cops. I know people who have giant megaphones and would talk about it. The reason I interacted with John without a mask is because what I told him, if you want my face, it's very easy to find on the internet. I've had a YouTube channel for 8 years. I've been in the paper. I just went to my 20-year high school reunion. People remember me. I've always been this way.
Nobody would remember me if I went to my
they will,
high
of course,
school
make up some
reunion.
random bullshit.
I don't think
to
anyone would remember me either.
And if they
For the
deport
Catholic
me
school
or
that I
jail
didn't
me
graduate
or
from,
sequester
they
me
would.
somewhere where I can't be
But
found.
that was a small school.
Yeah.
found.
Maybe.
The most important thing I want to convey is that I am not easy to disappear. I have resources, and I am at best a criminal in the sense that I do traffic violations. So if they can get me, then they can get basically anyone. And that should change how you think about this country. What I think is more likely is the bigots and fascists coming after me. And again, I think they're losers and cowards.
I
so
never did tweets.
I'm not super concerned about that. They thrive on creating fear and anxiety
About
inside
streaming.
you by doing the absolute minimal amount of effort.
Numbers have been good.
What is John doing when he goes on the internet and writes
What?
a bunch of lies about queer people?
The numbers have been good.
He's trying to stoke fear. By demonstrating you do not fear them, you take away their power. The word terrorism has been totally made meaningless by the way
I'm
it's
gonna
thrown
have to
around,
go
but
soon.
these people are truly trying to terrorize you. These people are trying to use hate in order to control you because they want to stoke fear and anxiety about potential consequences and get you to police your own behavior. Those mechanisms in my brain are not hooked up the same way as other people. So that's not going to work on me. So instead, I think I'm going to
Yeah, you can always convince people to
I'm
just
going to do what I
take
think
guns
is right.
or
And what I think
get
is right
somebody
is
who is
being
armed
loud and outspoken
as backup.
and not fucking sitting down. The thing I recently realized about making a better world is it requires taking chances. It requires stepping out of your comfort zone, out of safety, and into uncertainty, often into danger. I don't like cops. I don't think they should exist. So I guess I need to step up and do some of the job of what a cop would do, which is to protect the community. That requires accepting risk to myself. But the other thing I realized is that as the world seems to be getting worse and worse, and the future seems less and less certain to be good, you know, I got less reasons to feel like I want to live to 60 or 70. I always felt like riding a motorcycle would probably kill me, but I'm realizing that maybe riding a motorcycle has instead taught me how to live a good life. You know, they have all those silly slogans like love trumps hate, but it's true. The love I have for people in my community and the love that people have for me in my community emboldens me, makes me unafraid. I didn't write a sign out for this video.
I could
It's
never
really
be
just about
this
telling you
cool.
the story about John so that you can protect yourself from
You
him
know,
and
that's all I'm
identify people
thinking
like
right
him.
now is like,
I
damn,
hope
this
you
guy's
feel
cool.
more prepared for dealing with people like John. And I hope you feel less
He's like
afraid.
the only guy I would watch a video from
gonna
and
do some
actually be
wheelies.
like,
Ride fast,
he's
take
cool.
chances.
Hilarious.
Hey. Thank you, thank you.
Love the sticker.
Yeah, I made that. She said she loved the sticker. Hey.
How you doing?
Real good, real good.
This guy fucking loves people.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. He's so cool.
I'm just, yeah. Guy had a fucking MAGA hat on. Yeah. This is, I got a 1000 CCR1, and that's, I was gonna loop that fucking thing trying to learn wheelies, so I got this smaller one.
The R1 was his. Get fucked. That's awesome.
Yeah, the 85 going, I've done the 85 mile an hour wheelie, but it's harder to turn it as you go, definitely. Hey, that's a nice stick, look at that one. Hell yeah. What's that? Yeah, I know, that's less scary, right? Yeah, it's part of the strategy, you know, you gotta look scary, but.
Do you want to know why his name is that? So I found this out recently. So I keep seeing the term squid come up from people who ride bikes. And I was finally like, what the fuck is this? And asked somebody. It's somebody who rides with only a helmet. No protective gear. Usually a sports bike. They usually do dumb shit. So it's like a specific stereotype of people. So I don't know if that's like an ironic title or he doesn't ride with gear. And if he rides an R1 without gear...
You know what's crazy?
Man's
in New
crazy.
Hampshire, people don't even wear helmets.
I rode 50 meters without a helmet, and I never wanted to do it again. Awful. I would never get an open face helmet.
Bro,
Dog
I've
shit.
seen them not only not have helmets on. I literally never saw somebody riding a motorcycle with a helmet on in New Hampshire. But not only that, sometimes they were smoking cigarettes too.
That goes hard. That's fucking great. See, now that I rate. That's good.
Why does Elon Musk dress like he just got out of a Hot Topic? I am so sick of that guy trying to rewrite his origin story like he was Matthew McConaughey pulling into the high school. It's like you were a nerd, nobody banged you, and now you have hair plugs and your lamp.
Yeah, it's like I've been riding 4.5 months. I would never ride with a helmet. If somebody was on the back of my bike, I wouldn't let them on the bike without a helmet. If they don't want to wear gear, that's their own. That's their own choice. But you have to wear a helmet. Like, that's... Even if it's not law, like, you're an idiot if you don't wear a helmet. Like, you gotta protect that fucking melon, you fucking moron. Even a $100 helmet would be better than nothing. A bike helmet would be better than nothing.
Laminate
I've seen people on e-bikes at like 60 kilometers an hour with no fucking helmet. Human crayons.
No, and everybody is afraid of these nerds. I don't get what's a positive time,
What's your
Jimmy.
favorite color of crayon?
Billionaires
Blood.
are not happy having $1 billion. Horrible, heartless people.
So, you already know when Bill Burr starts talking, it's about to get ugly, and Elon Musk just walks straight into the flamethrower. Burr went scorched earth, roasting Musk's weird flexes, ego trips, and Twitter meltdowns like a dude who's just done with the stupidity. And guess who's losing his damn mind over it? Donald J. Trump. Because somehow, if a billionaire gets roasted, he thinks it's about him. This is chaotic, unfiltered, savage comedy at its finest, and trust me, you do not...
Look, I mean, if you've got no other transport and you don't have a helmet, you know, what are you gonna do? But like, you should probably have a helmet with you.
not wanting to miss it.
Dude, what happened to the fucking Twitter guy? I don't watch the news. That guy has lost his fucking mind. That dude has lost his fucking mind. I also don't understand neo-Nazi people. I don't understand how they're in this country going, support the troops, America, love it or leave it, and all of this type of shit. And it's like, you know, all those guys who died on D-Day, they were fighting Hitler.
Before we move on, smash that like button and subscribe, because you know you don't want to miss out on this one. Bill Burr doesn't hold back, ever. The man is the type of comedian who will roast you, your family, and your career in one breath, all while making it seem like it's just a casual observation. And let me tell you, when Bill Burr sets his sights on someone, they better be ready to feel the heat. And when he decided to rip into Elon Musk on live TV, it wasn't just a roast. It was a full-on demolition of everything Elon Musk represents. And when you throw Donald Trump into the mix, with his personal connection to Musk, we all remember Musk sponsoring Trump's campaign, it was a perfect storm of ego and entitlement. Of course, Trump went ballistic.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's perfect. If I had a container thing on the back, and I always had somebody that maybe I picked up on the bike, I'd keep a helmet in there. Maybe. Shit's expensive. Maybe just get something that I can like lock a helmet on the side of the bike. I don't know.
It's hard to imagine the man sitting quietly when his new tech buddy is getting shredded on live TV.
Just the one, Rob?
Yes, it's from his podcast, Monday Morning Podcast.
Okay, go. How long is this clip, Rob?
This is about 1 minute and 37 seconds. And just so you know, this just broke news yesterday and today. But this clip actually came out on the 17th of February. So this has been out there. Just nobody reported on it. Which goes to show nobody's listening to Bill Burr.
I'll tell you what's funny. I made fun of the fucking Twitter guy for fucking Sieg Heiling not once but twice. And I never look at my emails. I was scrolling through my emails and it said my Twitter account had been flagged for inappropriate. I don't even tweet anymore. It had been flagged for what a fucking baby. Just like Hitler. A fucking baby.
To understand just how crazy this whole situation was, you have to grasp the relationship between Trump and Musk. Forget about the old school rivalry between Trump and most of Silicon Valley. The love affair between these two has been growing ever since Musk publicly threw his support behind Trump, like some kind of billionaire bromance. Musk's public backing of Trump during his campaign is no small thing. It wasn't just about the money he donated. Musk's involvement was a symbolic gesture of allegiance to Trump, a nod to the billionaire class aligning themselves with each other. Musk didn't just like Trump, he was actively involved, even going as far as to support Trump's political stance on numerous issues. In a world where Silicon Valley and Trump's brand of politics are usually oil and water, Musk essentially took a flaming torch and set fire to that divide.
Amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
You want to keep him around?
But I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. We found numbers that nobody can even believe, like 400 billion, 500 billion. It could be
Elon's
close to $1
parents
trillion
love that
by
retarded son.
the time they end on different things. I will say he's got, despite the way he's been treated, so he's an American patriot.
Given Trump's tendency to blow up relationships, how long do you think Elon Musk will last?
I don't think this bromance is going to go on too much longer. There was an interesting scene at the end of last
Why does
week
everybody
when
evil have a mustache?
Musk went over to the Pentagon, at least according to the New York Times, to get a briefing on the China war plans, which would be an incredible outrage if true. But Trump came out after the meeting very strongly and said he shouldn't see the war plans, and Musk may have conflicts of interest because of his business in China. That was an interesting shot across the bow by Trump, I thought.
So here comes Bill Burr with a mouth that could cut through a concrete wall. Burr, with his usual sarcastic humor, tore into Musk like a hot knife through butter, mocking everything from Musk's penchant for creating companies with innovative ideas that fall apart faster than a cheap IKEA bookshelf, to his Twitter antics, to his never-ending high school-level posturing. Bill Burr called out Musk for pretending to be some kind of tech god when, in reality, the man's entire persona is built on a foundation of fluff and failed projects.
You're likely to still see the sort of Bill Burr perspective on economics, which is totally ignorant and, by the way, utterly hypocritical given the fact that he's a millionaire himself who makes money saying used to be funny things on TV. But here, for example, is Bill Burr going after Elon Musk.
You're gonna leave the country because of one guy with dyed hair plugs and a laminated face who makes a bad car and has an obsolete social media platform? You're gonna leave this? Why doesn't he leave? Why isn't he stopped? What are we so afraid of this guy who can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag? Why do liberals just sit back and not? They have nothing. You got to speak up about it. You don't just go like, oh my God, what?
We've all seen the SpaceX launches, right? Sure, they've got rockets, but Musk's self-styled image as the future of mankind just doesn't add up when you look at how many times his projects have stalled or failed to meet expectations. And let's not even talk about the time Musk launched his personal car into space. Yeah, because that's totally a thing a visionary would do, right?
What happens when you take off and it separates into stages? How does the first stage get reused?
Well, have you seen how the Falcon 9 stages work, where they come back and land?
No.
You haven't seen that? Wow.
So does it come down with parachutes? Does it, like, how does it land?
No, it lands propulsively with the thrusters, with the engines.
Really?
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, launch assault rifle might go like Mach 2, global Mach 2. This is going Mach 23.
Is this the video where Donald Trump Jr. looked like he was on cocaine?
As Bill Burr expertly deconstructed Musk's entire brand, it was a laugh riot. Until it wasn't, because, as we all know, Donald Trump doesn't take kindly to anyone, especially Bill Burr cracking jokes at his golden boy Musk. Burr's savage dissection of Musk's ego, his bizarre antics, and his Twitter misadventures had the entire
So they're
room in
gonna
stitches.
give him attention. So a guy like Bill Burr, you think he is gonna stop when he realizes he's gotten attention from the man he's calling out? Or you think he's gonna be like, wow, I have a direct microphone to the president, I'm gonna keep talking shit?
Exactly. It's perfect. It's you'd be stupid not to.
But for Trump, it was anything but funny. It wasn't just the jokes, it was the fact that Burr was digging into Musk's very identity, tearing down the image of the genius tech mogul that Trump had spent so much energy building up. The laugh stopped, and a more serious undercurrent started to seep through, because for Trump, this wasn't just about Musk being roasted. It was about his own survival.
Are up these days more than usual.
Nerds.
Yeah.
The nerds that own the politician. All these tech nerds that want to build robots because they don't know how to talk to hot women.
Yeah.
They're gonna take over the world. They're gonna take.
Trump and Musk have been through a lot together. Their relationship isn't just based on donations or a few happy Twitter endorsements. It's personal, deeply personal. Musk wasn't just some random Silicon Valley billionaire throwing a few bucks at Trump's campaign. No, Musk was one of the few elites willing to publicly align himself with Trump, the ultimate outsider in the world of establishment politics. And that wasn't just a political endorsement, it was a full-blown partnership. a tacit agreement that Musk would back Trump in exchange for some level of influence or positioning within the future of America's tech-driven revolution.
We're going to also slash something else, the waste in our bloated federal bureaucracy. We will create the new Department of Government Efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk, who's here someplace. I don't know where the hell he is. He's here someplace. Come here, Elon. Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured.
But an even bigger one was when Musk jumped in and jumped all over the stage in the return to Butler, Pennsylvania on October 5th, when Trump goes up to the mic and says, as I was saying, in one of the greatest reopening lines in presidential campaign history, with Musk jumping and supporting him and no longer making little tweets. What did you mean by that, Elon? What did you mean by this? Suddenly there he is saying, I got $100 million and I am backing Donald Trump. Dark MAGA rode into the sunset that day. And
Musk wanted to be part of the Trump-era revolution in a way that few others in Silicon Valley dared. While the rest of Silicon Valley's elite hesitated, Musk was out there on the front lines, publicly supporting Trump in a way that seemed almost reckless. He didn't just tweet support.
Well, you see, you remember the little alien guy who in Men in Black, when the old dude's face opened and it's little alien guy? He's like, the galaxy is on Orion's belt. That guy. That's what Elon Musk is. That's why he can be shaped like that.
He threw
shaped
weight
like
behind
fucking
Trump's campaign,
that
signaling
Captain
to the world
America
that he was
comic.
Yes. Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about. You saw the shape of the people, right? The short little fat guy and the really lanky, like super tall guy, showing that they can be any size. So, the body is clearly irrelevant. Like, the vessel is clearly irrelevant to the alien, meaning his body can be shaped like that because they're in his face. That's why they can't read. That's why he doesn't get social cues. They don't understand.
Was willing to take risks for the cause. Musk wasn't just a supporter. He was almost a co-conspirator. And that's how deep their relationship goes. He wasn't just standing behind Trump with a thumbs up from the sidelines. He was actively involved in shaping the narrative, pushing the boundaries, and ultimately putting his own brand on the line. In fact, it could be argued that Musk's high-profile support of Trump came at a time when Trump needed it most. The rest of Silicon Valley was virtually silent, wary of aligning with a man who was seen as toxic by the political elite. But Musk wasn't just giving Trump a seat at the table. He was helping him rewrite the playbook for political influence in the tech world. This was no mere political endorsement, it was strategic collaboration. Musk believed in Trump's ability to reshape the world order in his image, and in return, Trump saw Musk as a major player in this tech-dominated future he was envisioning.
Relax. We have a man who has a seriously high IQ. You know, I'm a person that believes in high IQs, and his is about as high as they get. He launched a rocket 3 weeks ago, and then he went to Pennsylvania to campaign because he considered this more important than launching rockets that cost billions of dollars. Elon Musk. Elon.
Or is it because he isn't involved?
What a
Billions of dollars.
What a job he does. He's and he happens to be a really good guy. You know, he likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place. Elon Musk!
That must feel so good for him to be cheered like this.
I know. Fulfilling his ego.
people laughing when he says stupid shit.
All government spending is taxation. So
Do you see that? Like, people think he's annoying, like he's always
all
trying to be
government spending,
funny,
it's
and then
either
gets
becomes
sad
inflation
when
or it's-
people
it's
don't
direct
laugh at his jokes that aren't
Yes,
funny.
I have noticed that.
No, this is
I
like in
certainly
private, specifically, people were saying.
Oh.
Like, he's one of the
Hilarious.
people who's like a class clown and then looks around to see if anyone's laughing, and they never are, and then he gets sad.
That's honestly pathetic. But it's kind of like his, yeah, I'm living the dream. I'm living the meme. You know? Living the meme. Nobody laughed. You
taxation.
fucking loser.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
So, when Burr started shredding Musk's carefully curated public persona, it wasn't just a personal attack on the tech mogul. It was an assault on the very fabric of the alliance Trump had worked so hard to build. Trump couldn't stand to see his golden boy get torn down in public, especially not by someone like Bill Burr, who had no problem exposing the cracks in Musk's larger-than-life image. For Trump, that wasn't just a roast. It was a threat to the reality he'd crafted. Burr wasn't just taking Musk down. He was challenging the core foundation of Trump's strategy. And that, for Trump, was simply unacceptable. Now imagine this scenario. You're Donald Trump, a man whose ego is as fragile as a porcelain vase, and you've spent months, maybe even years, aligning yourself with a tech mogul who, despite all the bizarre decisions and the endless scandals, still somehow holds a certain cachet. Elon Musk was the guy. The media loved him because he was the one tech mogul who was willing to openly support Trump while dabbling in space travel and electric cars. Musk's image was
I'm
as
a
intertwined with
spaceman.
Trump's as Trump's hair is with his bizarre sense of reality. Musk became the symbol of the kind of intellectualism that Trump could latch onto to prove that his policies were more than just chaos. They were disruptive and innovative. They were about the future. Trump's people, his base, had no idea what was really happening behind the scenes, but Musk's influence helped give Trump's campaign a sheen of legitimacy, even if it was all based on bluster and bombast. So when Bill Burr, of all people,
Bombast.
decides to take Musk down a peg, Trump loses it. You can almost picture him pacing around the room, screaming into his phone about how Burr doesn't get it, how Musk is the future, how he's the tech genius that everyone is supposed to bow down to. For someone who has spent decades curating an image as the ultimate alpha male, having Bill Burr, a comedian known for calling out everything from Hollywood's phoniness to the absurdity of modern-day politics, attack Musk, a man he's carefully propped up as his modern-day genius, hits Trump in a very specific spot, his ego. Trump has always been about being in
hit him
control
where it
of
hurts.
the narrative. Having Musk, his Musk, roasted on
Ego
national
death.
television by Bill Burr is like having the rug pulled out from under him. And we all know Trump doesn't like to be blindsided, especially not when it involves his carefully curated...
I'm pretty sure if Elon faced an ego death, he would face Cobain's mate. I don't think he could hack it.
circle of power brokers. So what does Trump do? He fires up his Twitter account, of course.
I wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going, and if so, what are you doing to address any dissatisfaction?
Hey, let the cabinet speak just for a
Are
second.
you going to keep streaming?
Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, well, throw him out of here.
Well, this
Resist
video
the
should
urge
end,
to throw out a tweet
and you'll be able to
every
take
time
over,
someone
and it
dares
should be fine.
challenge the people he's chosen to surround himself with. He can't help himself. Whether it's personal attacks on Joe Biden, rants about the election, or lashing out at anyone who dares criticize
Joe
his
Biden.
allies, Trump's Twitter feed is a non-stop stream of desperate attention-seeking,
He's
and
a
Burr's
sad-looking
roasting of
man.
Musk gives him all the fuel he needs to stoke the flames. We can only imagine the kind of meltdown Trump had as he watched Burr tear Musk apart with his sharp, sarcastic wit. It's a wild thought, Trump sitting in his lounge chair, clutching his phone, rage tweeting in all caps about Burr, about Musk, about everything. And the more he tweets, the worse it gets. The more he tries to save face, the more absurd it all becomes.
President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. He's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe. You know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country.
Brian, I'm fine. Very close to you again. And congratulations.
Trump's ego is the perfect storm of fragility and arrogance, and Burr didn't just attack Musk, he attacked everything Trump had worked so hard to build with Musk. The whole Musk is the future, Musk is the great innovator, Musk is the genius narrative Trump had been peddling. Bill Burr just exposed it as a house of cards ready to collapse. The fact that Trump couldn't defend Musk without sounding utterly ridiculous only made things worse. Imagine Trump trying to tweet his way out of that situation, talking about how Musk is doing great things, folks, we love him, while knowing that the tech mogul had just been roasted by one of the sharpest comedians in the game. It's a level of self-sabotage that only Trump could pull off. And this whole spectacle wasn't just a minor issue. It's part of the broader clash between Trump's need to be the center of attention and Musk's, for lack of a better term, Muskness. Musk may have been a political ally, but he's never been the kind of person who follows orders. He does his own thing. He's too busy with his ventures, his visions of Mars, and his Twitter meltdowns to care much about keeping Trump's
visions of Mars.
He
Bro
can
used it as a
perfectly
marketing
balance
scheme.
silverware.
Like, literally used it as a marketing scheme to bait everyone into enriching himself. What are you talking about? Where has he gone to Mars? You know who's put shit on Mars? China. And NASA, of course. But, like, China is the most recent one to put shit on Mars. People talking about that? Of course not. You know what else they did? They dropped a rocket on a village. That was pretty cool. They also use carcinogenic fuel that's banned everywhere in the world. So that's pretty awesome as well.
Image intact. Burr's attack on Musk essentially cracked open the illusion that Trump had built around him. Musk wasn't this infallible genius. He was just another guy with an ego and a few success.
Like, where are the SpaceX Mars rovers? Where are the scouts? Where are the rockets going to Mars? They're not. They're going to orbit. They're being used as utes. They're just taking shit to the space station. That's all they're doing. That's all SpaceX is doing. They're not going to Mars.
I mean,
stop buying into this lie.
They do a lot of business launching satellites. Not even their own, for the internet. So they do give a lot of... I mean, these are people in companies that can already afford to send shit to space, of course.
Yes.
But he does provide commercial access for rocket launches to
Okay.
get things into space for people.
Yeah, great. More space junk in the atmosphere.
Mhm.
Cool.
I mean, have you seen how many fucking satellites SpaceX has to put out there?
Yeah.
It's fine. It's really fine. Like, this whole thing where it's like space junk in the atmosphere. How about fucking junk in the ocean right now?
Yes.
Like, the amount of actual stuff that's in space, like, like if stuff destabilized and it started whipping around and tearing everything apart up there, it would cost a lot of money. But like, if it's all those debris tearing each other up in space, then they're not coming back down. And if all that stuff did drop back down, it would burn up on the way in. You know? Like, the only thing that matters is that you could fucking... If you put a windshield on a space vehicle and then something like space debris out there hit the windshield and cracked it. You know? Like, who would think to put a window on a fucking space shuttle, right?
You got to see the pretty views. Can't use cameras. That would be impossible.
Well, I mean, back then, sure. But still, you didn't need the window the size that it was.
No, it could
Like,
be
you would you barely need the window.
It's true.
You're like, everything is off instruments anyway.
It would be more structurally sound as well.
Like, the window comes in handy when you're docking and shit, not when you're fucking in escape velocity. Like, what do you need to see? The fire going around the shuttle?
Successful projects, and Trump couldn't stand that.
With great difficulty.
Is that idiot Elon Musk?
Oh.
That guy, like, he's gonna, like, who evidently is a Nazi? Like, I just refuse to believe that it was an accidental two-time Sieg Heil.
Well, I don't think the tensions are high. Look, Elon's a very special person, and these cabinet people are special people. You know, these are very successful people, or they wouldn't have gotten, you know, they've attained the highest heights of government. And they, I think they have a fantastic relationship to Elon. And Doge has been incredible. You know, hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse has been already found.
Trump's meltdown over Burr's roast only added to the absurdity of the situation. You've got a billionaire tech mogul who's supposed to be saving humanity by building rockets and electric cars, getting torn down by a comedian. And then you've got Trump, the man who pretends to be the leader of the free world, losing it on Twitter because his favorite billionaire buddy is getting dragged through the mud. And what does Trump do next? He doubles down. The only thing Trump knows how to do better than anything is to throw gas on the fire. And if the fire's burning Musk's reputation, well, Trump's there, lighting the match himself. It's not just the fact that Musk is getting roasted by Bill Burr that gets to Trump. It's the underlying fear that maybe, just maybe, Musk isn't the savior that Trump had made him out to be. If Musk crumbles, so does part of the illusion Trump had been working so hard to sell. Trump needs Musk to remain this larger-than-life figure, the kind of guy who can do no wrong. And when Burr took that image and completely skewered it, Trump didn't just lose face, he lost control.
That's why we have the jesters.
The fact that the Twitter guy he's not even from here. He's from South Africa. He comes to this country and wants to turn it into a fucking dictatorship. He doesn't feel that we deserve democracy. Can you just imagine doing that?
That's such a good
Going
point.
to another country and just deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm going to change this form of government because I've decided. Yeah, he doesn't mind living under a dictatorship as long as he's on the good side of it. Fucking laminated face cunt.
As Bill Burr continues to dominate the conversation about Musk, it's not just Musk who's left squirming, it's Trump too. You can practically see Trump's Twitter fingers twitching uncontrollably, desperately trying to craft a response that doesn't come off.
This is a new chatter? I haven't seen you before. That would be me.
There's also Tick Bag. That's a first time chatter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't see Turning Worlds being a first time chatter here.
Interesting. Middle East countries. What do you mean? The ocean? How? Why?
Like a tantrum from a toddler who didn't get his way.
Pollution.
Burr's razor-sharp
How I was
jabs
saying
land with precision,
oceans were
and the more
polluted,
Burr
that's what we should be
dismantles
cleaning
Musk's
up.
entire...
Yeah,
Like
that's what I
Somalia.
mean. Is like, why
You know?
the Middle East?
Well, that's what he's saying is the water there. Because I was saying that we should be cleaning up the water. Like, fuck space. That's what I think they're talking about, is when I mentioned that.
Just have to keep in mind, we do talk from a state perspective a lot of the time. So we're sort of analyzing it when we're talking about it like that. So just sort of keep that in mind. But this is a very irregular show. This is not a normal stream time. So a little bit irregular today, a bit more relaxed. Not really doing our analyst thing. What did I make the title? I can't remember. American #1 fascism. China fascist too? Nice.
Higher cult of personality, the more Trump's whole world starts to feel like it's coming apart at the seams. It's like watching two giant egos collide, and neither of them can take the heat. What makes it so much sweeter is how hilarious Burr's takedowns are. It's not just the fact that he's calling out Musk's bizarre actions and idiotic tweets, it's the style in which Burr does it. He's a master at turning the smallest details into epic roast material, poking fun at Musk's grandiose self-image, and then...
You have to talk more when you're by yourself.
Well,
Maybe
it's
that's what it is.
difficult a lot of the time because it doesn't fucking integrate to my fucking window if I do restream. And then, like, when I do OBS, I'm only streaming to just Twitch.
Okay. I mean, you just and not even like engaging with chat, just talking, just fucking yap. That's literally like I've gone into streams where people are they're just talking.
Yeah,
they're not
because like
saying
well,
anything.
a lot of times, like I'm doing fucking like just burning through news to watch to prep for regular shows. So I'm like actually like listening, and then if I actually am giving a good reaction to something, I save it for the main show anyway.
Don't just like still use it like that, but we need the viewer numbers. That's the problem.
and somehow bringing Trump into the crossfire without even breaking a sweat. It's like watching a gladiator tear apart his opponents, only to realize he's fighting an entire army of comedic chaos.
Just talk like I was here.
Maybe Elon, he has all this money and power, and he
You know,
thought
like
it
when
was
I
gonna
walk
fill
away
that
and you're just
fucking
talking?
void.
Still
in
hear
it.
you?
Yeah,
You're
but
like, oh, you're
a
not
lot
here?
of times,
Just
And
talk.
rather than face
there's
it
nothing to
in a
for me to that I feel like I need to add. That's the issue. I'm not like a on-screen personality. I never have been.
Sure, okay. Well, that makes it hard.
Yeah, I'm a producer. Like that's the type of shit that I do. And
Then maybe
interviewing. I'm
use
really
the-
fucking good at interviews.
Maybe use the title to instigate questions. Maybe.
But like the issue is like if we had regular chatters anyway, then I would be talking to chat the whole time.
Yeah.
But when
Like-
I know then nobody's actually watching, it's hard for me to make an effort.
Yeah, I guess that's the difference, isn't it?
Mhm.
Well, if I'm playing games, I'm talking to myself anyway. So if I'm
I
streaming,
do that
I'm doing
with the
that
game,
anyway.
but I'm not doing like a lot of political commentary a lot of times because I'm just listening. Because like I'm doing research stuff where I need to be listening anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. You'd have to use the titles. You'd have to get creative with the titles to try and bait people into engaging with the
Mhm.
chat.
I mean, that's
Even
what
if
I
there
was
is
saying
nobody.
is like I have been getting baits by saying that America is run by fascists. They come in and they get all huffy puffy about it.
That could work. We'll have to do some testing. But I have to go, so take over, and I'll do whatever. And don't go anywhere. Keep watching. Help us. 8 people on Twitch, what the fuck?
Must have just jumped up.
Who
There's 5 on
be
mine.
here? Sound off before I go. What
Leave your
sound bites
thing
you want?
open. Leave your Twitch open so
Yeah,
it's
I will.
giving a view in the background. It's totally not botting, right?
No, it's a real computer. I'm watching. Definitely. 1, 2, there we go. Kinda here. Yeah, see? Botting.
Wrong
Kinda
bot.
here. There we go. No, but it's all good. Because the problem with new people is like they're popping in and they're expecting you to be talking and they don't.
Well,
know.
also the thing is that when I have these headphones on and we're watching stuff, there's no delay. But then when I'm doing through OBS, there's a fucking delay, right? Because I can use the studio as a monitor here. And when I have these headphones on, I actually get fucking alerts that people are in chat, and I can hear them in my headphone because I have my Discord linked to my laptop.
Ah, okay.
Right? So, like, I can't do that when I'm streaming with OBS, right? Because I can't be having chat beeps going off while I'm streaming. And I have to put my headphones into the fucking speaker here.
Yeah. Makes sense. Well, it just dropped by 4. Alright. Alright, I'm going.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.
Boy. Actually, you take over.
I have to pee real quick. No, I
Oh my
don't.
God. No, go on.
I don't. No, I don't, actually.
Australia is turning into America. Haven't I been saying that? Am I an oracle? Is this why you guys watch us? Because of my incredibly accurate predictions? And
You would actually
analysis?
have a democratic process.
I know, imagine. I love renegade choices in Mass Effect.
Let's see what I say. Go ahead and, you can save that to that Mass Effect list.
It's only a minute. Just having a scroll. Mars has a big problem. Is it the planet-wide dust storms?
Mark Strassman has an update on some of those tense town hall meetings we're seeing across the country as lawmakers hear from their constituents.
North of Atlanta, Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall had flashes of WrestleMania. Hostility, jeering, scuffling with security, and a ringmaster, Georgia's firebrand congresswoman.
This is a town hall. This is not a political rally. This is not a protest.
3 hecklers were arrested. Police tasered 2 of them, including this man. These town halls have become so raucous, Greene is one of the few Republicans to hold one during this congressional recess. Their national party has suggested members hold virtual town halls instead.
Already in 3 months, we got more emails than all of last year.
What does that tell you? For an hour in Iowa, a room full of Senator Charles Grassley's constituents ganged up on the 91-year-old Republican.
Do your job, Senator.
Yeah.
Get it. Obey the Supreme Court.
They're furious, and they want answers on issues from Social Security to deportations.
Are you going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Why not?
Well, because that's not a power of Congress.
In these moments, some people clearly seem scared. Alaska's Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski made this extraordinary admission.
We are all afraid. I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice. Because retaliation is real.
And it's not just Republicans getting an earful from their constituents.
Got a little anxious tummy.
Democratic Representative Laura Friedman got the same message from Californians.
Okay, please sit down. We have a lot of questions I want to get through.
Do more, fight harder. And yet there's this reality check. The president's approval rating stands at 47% in our recent CBS News poll, higher than at any point during his first term.
91, that's just a baby.
That was our Mark Strassman from Georgia.
News, the Israeli military says professional failures led to the killing of more than a dozen Palestinian medics in Gaza last month. That's the conclusion of an internal investigation following the discovery of a shallow grave holding the bodies of 14 Red Crescent medics and a UN worker. The report said the troops were operating in a hostile and dangerous combat zone, and that investigators found several professional failures, breaches of orders, and a failure to fully report the incident. Initially, Israel said troops had opened fire on vehicles that were approaching in a suspicious manner. But cell phone video recovered later from one of the victims showed the ambulance's emergency lights were flashing. Israel has long accused Hamas of using ambulances to transport fighters and weapons. The Israeli military said a deputy commander will be fired for providing an inaccurate report of the incident. 3 states say they have their first measles cases of the year. State health officials in Missouri, Louisiana, and Virginia report 1 case each. They're not believed to be related and all stem from recent international travel. According to the latest CDC numbers, there have been 800 confirmed cases in this year and 3 deaths from measles. 96% of cases involve people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. Pope Francis's Easter Sunday at the Vatican was different from years past. He didn't preside over Easter Mass, but he did offer a blessing from a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square. The pontiff also blessed some children in the crowd when he drove around the square in the Pope-mobile. Those gathered for the High Holy Day said they were happy to see the 88-year-old recovering from a bout of double pneumonia.
When I walked up here, I felt very excited to see all the people here and have never seen the Pope. So it's very great for me to see him, and I felt a bit emotional seeing him.
The Pope also met briefly with Vice President J.D. Vance, who's in Rome with his family. The Vatican said the two exchanged Easter greetings. Aides presented Vance with gifts for his family, including chocolate eggs for his children, rosaries, and a Vatican tie. And a U.S. astronaut celebrated his 70th trip around the sun by returning to Earth.
And touchdown. Soyuz MS-26 is home.
Astronaut Don Pettit and 2 Russian cosmonauts.
I know
landed
John
in
Paul II
Kazakhstan
got
Saturday,
shot.
which was Pettit's birthday.
And then he
the trio
forgave
spent
the guy who shot him and went
days
to
on the
see him in
International
prison.
Space Station, conducting research and experimenting with 3D
And then
printing and
you know,
water
he could have
sanitation.
went
Pettit
out
will undergo
to
medical
being
checks
just
overseas
this OG
before going
Pope
to the
who
Johnson
reformed
Space
the
Center in
church,
Houston,
but then he had to
where
go and
will
defend all the
reacclimate to
pedophile
Earth's
priests.
gravity. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, what closing EPA's environmental justice offices may mean for poor communities around the country.
They're EPs.
And a star map.
Protests, almost by definition, are points of contention between citizens and their governments. Police tracking of protesters is multifaceted and includes a variety of tactics and gear that generate different data. Some surveillance is done at the protests, while other methods are used outside of it.
It's just like all different ways to get at this core thing of who was there, what are they up to, what do they think about things. I think that's sort of how I break it down, because so many of these technologies
What else are you gonna call it?
are unseen,
I don't know.
not intuitive.
In this episode, we'll discuss
They
the
call the
technologies
fucking
used by law
president's
enforcement
car
that
the
put
Beast.
citizens' privacy at risk. This is incognito mode.
It's just funny because the Pope mobile makes him sound like he's like Batman or something.
The movies were way ahead on this, right? Like they were depicting like the yellow box that goes around the face type of thing. Now that is very real. This technology is more and more available to law enforcement.
Although law enforcement have had access to facial recognition tools for about 20 years, they previously were only able to search government images, such as mugshots. This changed in 2018 when many police departments started using Clearview AI, a facial recognition app that allows them to match photos from around the web. Once a photo is uploaded, the app pulls up matches found online, along with links to the source of those photos.
Clearview says more than 600 law enforcement agencies across the country use this software.
Based on the person's facial geometry, the images are converted by the system into a formula, measuring things like eye distance. This means that law enforcement can use any image to search for a person who doesn't currently have a police record and isn't known to authorities, and potentially identify them in seconds.
I wanted to ask you, since you've covered this a lot, how do you view the risk of these platforms as they proliferate?
To be quite frank, it freaks me the hell out. Image recognition is just really, really good now and cheaper to deploy. And so, I think it's more just kind of accepting that this is just part of life, like just commuting every day. You're probably being subjected to some of these systems in one form or another. It's not just the systems where you have face rec built in. It can be deployed after the fact. If you're in people's pictures that are posted on social media, it can get uploaded to these systems, and then you can get picked out of a crowd in that way.
Dude, the Dubai poop trucks, is that what you're talking about?
Videos that were posted to Parler and other social media platforms.
New tonight, an Auburn man has been found guilty of federal charges for his actions during the January 6th insurrection.
The FBI took those, they saw people in the videos, they went back and kind of looked to see like, okay, here's proof you were there. Governments in 78 countries use public facial recognition systems with varying degrees of support from their citizens. Many countries use the technology without transparent regulations. In Russia, facial recognition tools have been used not only to detain people protesting the war in Ukraine, but also to identify and arrest opponents of the government before they joined any demonstrations. Reuters reported that the facial recognition systems used in Moscow are powered by Western companies, including NVIDIA and Intel. Other companies, such as Amazon, have also launched software that allows users to build a facial recognition database using their own photos. These systems, they're everywhere, and things that you might think could kind of thwart these systems, even like wearing a mask.
I just remember there was, was it Johnny Harris?
Get around that.
Someone did a whole
to do with that information, to be honest.
Like poop truck expose.
Frightened? We are, but we are together. That gives a real power.
I am frightened. Of course, I'm frightened. That's why I'm just covering up all my face, just so that they cannot even, find my ID. But me being afraid doesn't mean that I'm not going to be here today and fight for my future.
I agree 100% with what you were saying about how masks and other deterrent measures aren't always effective at defeating these identification technologies, but clearly they are at least somewhat effective sometimes, because in a lot of crackdowns we've seen in the last few years by multiple governments, like one thing they'll do is try to ban mask wearing in certain settings. Yeah, are there any other things? Please tell me that you have more.
Yeah, I think there are ways to minimize the data and thus minimize the risks. Just simple things like not shooting pictures and videos while you're at a protest, so you're not capturing yourself and anybody else who's around you, is one way to keep it out of some types of systems. Avoiding some systems is better than avoiding no systems. You are going to be subjected to this technology in one way or the other, and you just kind of have to proceed as best you can and minimize your contributions to those systems as much as possible.
CCTVs, or security cameras, have been ubiquitous for a few decades now. One could have thought 20 or 30 years ago, like, well, now everything is going to be captured on film all the time. But there are limitations still to just how much data is stored, for how long. There've been a lot of high-profile events around the world in recent years where there wasn't adequate security footage to really know what had happened. It's not like every step you take, someone is paying to run the system and store the data to identify you.
In 2010, Wired reported on federal agents friending crime suspects on sites like MySpace in order to see their photos, communications, and personal relationships. More recently, police have used companies like data miner to more easily sift through massive amounts of data in order to glean information about how protests are organized, to identify activists, and to piece together people's connections to each other.
So social media accounts, right, it's a lot of data on everyone who's using these platforms. But I kind of think of these surveillance technologies in two buckets. One would be if authorities want to find out more about a specific person, right? What has Andrew been posting about or saying, and are there photos, of Andrew online, things like that. But then the other one would be coming at it the flipped, where it's like they're looking for anyone who has been talking about X thing, or anyone marking their location in a certain place on a certain day. Authorities can go directly to the sites, or they might want to use a service that kind of pulls a ton of data from social platforms together, aggregates all of it, and getting kind of lists of names. It gives the ability to like have this vibe check. Like those platforms themselves aren't inherently a surveillance tool, right? Sometimes we use them for journalism.
I've used some of these services like Data Miner before, and once you see just the fire hose of information that you can get access to when you use it, it becomes clear just how easy it is to kind of figure out what is going on, even if it's not obvious to you in your own like curated timeline. Just the use of them has become more widespread. You wouldn't know without doing some investigating, definitely my local police department is using this or not. That creates an environment where you have to assume that that's what's happening.
Steps like making your account private, or setting something to expire quickly, maybe they can help, but I wouldn't assume those types of settings can really, truly protect data on big mainstream platforms.
An example of how social media surveillance was used can be found through the MPD surveillance of the George Floyd protests in 2020. It was found that the MPD collected data about protest events, including dates, locations, organizers, and estimated crowd sizes. The MPD shared this information with the Secret Service, National Park Service, and the Department of Defense.
So I think the other huge advice is about data minimization and not posting about things that you worry about getting into other people's hands. There's a tension here with chilling speech, right? The nature of the internet is to share information, right? That's like the whole purpose of the platform. When you put stuff out there, it's hard to say like, okay, it's out there, but only for certain people and control it.
Our perspective on it is probably a little bit different because we're journalists, we're kind of in the public eye in a way that some other people aren't. But I think anybody, no matter if you have one follower or a million, you should be really careful about what you post online and when you post it online. If you're gonna post vacation pictures, I never post them while I'm actually on vacation because then that signal to somebody like, hey, my house is empty. You can apply that to all different types of risks, and I think generally posting less is the way to go.
Also, some people really wanna post, or that's their job, or that's how they make money. It's just helpful to understand
they need to
that
virtue
the greater
signal.
Volume you're posting,
If
the
I'm not live
streaming
streaming that I'm at a protest, how will anyone know I was there?
You didn't realize is now out there.
IMSI catchers, also known as cell site simulators and formerly referred to as stingrays, are devices that impersonate cell towers, causing cell phones within a certain radius to connect to them. Initially designed for military and national security purposes,
see, nobody
this technology
reminded
has
him,
emerged in routine
so he
police
forgot.
use. Until recently, the use of IMSI catchers was withheld from the public. The FBI has even forced state and local police agencies to sign NDAs in order to use their devices. I mean, I find IMSI catchers fascinating just in that their use is really secretive. Like there was a long time that police weren't allowed to say that they had them or that they were using them. So there's just
and no one had seen one.
Right, yeah, exactly. Can you tell us just a little bit about how that works?
These are devices that at its core just identify that your phone was physically in a certain location. Like that's the baseline thing it's trying to achieve. Sometimes called an IMSI catcher because of this IMSI number that it's trying to pick up.
Eat
they
your
can
SIM
work
cards.
in different ways. They can work passively to just sort of sweep around and say what devices are in the area, and let me try to decrypt their signal and catch that.
You can't cook it
ID
first.
number. More often, they work actively as like a fake cell tower, taking advantage of the way the system works, that your phone is going to connect to the cell tower that's emitting the strongest signal in the area to give you the best service, and then grab that ID number. Sometimes they can also potentially grab other stuff like unencrypted communications like SMS, text messages. It's important to know that one of the things that can happen when you bring a phone to an event like a protest is that the fact that you were there and potentially some other information could be sort of pulled out of the air by one of these devices.
Records show that IMSI catchers are used by 23 states and the District of Columbia, the DEA, ICE, FBI, NSA, and DHS, along with many additional agencies. In terms of how people gauge the risk of these, I mean, for one thing, like you said, a lot of times they're looking to target one person or maybe a couple of people, and it does end up looping in a lot of people just by the nature of how it works. But it's also one that I think is expensive and complicated to deploy, and so it's probably not going to be the top concern. If I were going to a protest, I don't think it's the thing I would be so concerned about just as an average person.
Another thing in that vein, you know, if this technology that we're talking about is rogue cell towers, it means that actual cell towers also have all this information, right? Like your wireless provider knows where you go. So that data exists anyway, and there are potentially other ways that, you know, authorities can get that information.
Geofence warrants, or reverse location warrants, allow law enforcement to request location data from apps or tech companies like Google or Apple for all devices in a specific area during a set time. Authorities can then track locations, identify users, and collect additional data like social media accounts.
This is yet another layer in this multiple approaches to getting the same information. Who was at a certain place at a certain time, and what can we find out about what they were up to?
A lot of it's advertising data, or what's being shared all the time from your device that you probably aren't paying much attention to and is used in a much more innocuous way typically.
And it's sort of slurping up all the data from this area, which is constrained in a way, but doesn't account for passers-by, people, you know, getting coffee at the deli next door, people just sort of coming up to a location to see what's going on. Like, this is just bulk indiscriminate data. I am worried about it, but maybe not specifically. Like, it's in the category to me of all the reasons that I might consider leaving a device at home or putting it in a Faraday bag. It's sort of just on that list of reasons that you might want to minimize the data that your device is emitting.
Data brokers collect and sell personal data from public sources, websites, and apps people use every day. They aggregate all this info to build detailed profiles of people and to group them into simplified categories such as high income, new moms, pet owners, impulse buyers, and more.
Pet
While
owners.
Advertisers are usually their primary clients. Police can also purchase this data. Some of the largest data broker companies include
Pet owners.
Experian, Axiom, and Equifax. The amount of data Equifax collected came to light
Boo,
in 2017 when a
Equifax.
data breach exposed
Boo,
147
Equifax.
million people's personal data.
I think it just fuels this ability to identify someone and track kind of their behavior across the web and potentially their speech. Similar to the way law enforcement can track people and surveil people through social media platforms, information from data brokers can aid investigations in two ways. They can be coming at it from a person of interest who they're trying to find out more about, or authorities can be coming at it from, I want information on anyone who has had an IP address in this area, or anyone who has keyword searched, you know, for and been shown these types of ads.
So how do data brokers collect information? The most common ways include web browsing history, everything from your Google searches, sites or apps you visit, cookies, social media activity, or even a quiz you just filled out for fun. All of that can be scraped and tracked. This data creates each person's online history map, which in turn allows brokers to build a profile on each user. The data that companies collect often include name, address, phone number and email address, date of birth, gender, marital and family status, social security number, education, profession, income level, cars and real estate you own. It also comes from public sources. This can be anything in the public domain, such as birth certificates, driver's or marriage licenses, court or bankruptcy records, DMV records, and voter registration information. It can also include commercial sources, such as your purchase history, loyalty cards, coupon use, and so forth. And finally, some websites or programs will ask for your consent to share your data. Sometimes it's anonymized in certain ways, especially when it comes to advertising data, but it's pretty trivial for law enforcement or other investigators to tie certain advertising behavior to a specific device, especially if it's collecting precise location data. And there's also data brokers that are building network profiles, so you can not just get information about yourself, but everybody you've interacted with, whether it's on social media or actually in real life. In the United States, at least, we just lack laws that kind of regulate what these companies are able to collect. And if you have to participate in modern society, as nearly everyone does, it's almost impossible to avoid. I think in the context of protests, it's not an acute concern, I would say, but it is, generally speaking, really freaky when the sky's the limit on what they could potentially use because there's just so much data.
I agree with what you said, sort of low on the acute scale, but high on the existential scale.
One of the big surveillance technologies that probably everyone who's driven on a highway knows about is license plate readers. Really just capturing what your license plate is and showing that your vehicle was at a certain place at a certain time.
Similar to like your phone, your car, it's a proxy for you. Maybe you were in the car, maybe you weren't, but that's where your car went.
There are 3 types of ALPR systems: stationary or fixed ALPR cameras, which are installed in a fixed location like a traffic light, telephone pole, or a freeway exit ramp. The second type are mobile ALPR cameras, which are attached to police patrol cars, garbage trucks, and other vehicles, and allow them to capture data from license plates as they drive around the city. They can also assist law enforcement in gridding, which is when police officers drive up and down a neighborhood collecting license plates of all parked cars. There are also private vendors like Vigilant Solutions, which collect license plate data and sell that back to police. The third type are ALPR trailers, which are trailers police can tow to a particular area and leave for extended periods of time. It's been reported that the DEA has disguised ALPR trailers as speed enforcement vehicles and placed them along the US-Mexico border. The things I'm concerned about aren't necessarily even it being used for license plates. Our colleague Drew Marotra has done some reporting showing that license plate readers can also capture any words that are visible. So that can be what's on your t-shirt, that could be political signs in your yard. This technology may be able to be used in ways that we're not even familiar with or would imagine. You know, a lot of times when we're talking about any surveillance technologies, it's really about creating data that then is there and could potentially be used in any number of ways at any point in the future, depending on who gets access to it and what they want to do with it.
The key thing here is that these drones, even small quadcopters, like what we think of as consumer drones, they can carry a fair amount of cargo, meaning like cameras.
There are a number of different drones used by law enforcement, varying in size and ability. For example, some drones have thermal imaging capabilities for night operations, while others specialize in long periods of surveillance. Protesters have in the past reported drones flying overhead, for example in Minneapolis during the George Floyd protests. Police and government drones usually fly in the range of 11,200 feet above the ground. However, it's been reported that the drone used to surveil protests in Minneapolis in 2020 flew at 20,000 feet, nearly invisible to protesters on the ground. This was a Customs and Border Protection drone, which are often equipped with advanced cameras, radar, and potential cell phone geolocation tools. In terms of how freaked out are you about drones, how do you think about that?
Yeah, I would say fairly freaked out. But again, like you were saying about the layering of these technologies, I think it's not the drones themselves, it's everything they can do and how cheap they are and how easy it would be to deploy even more of this tech. When we talk about sort of evolution of different technologies, this capability is sort of similar to police helicopters, and now it's just cheaper, lighter, easier. Even these sort of benign seeming quadcopters that we see around all the time could be carrying equipment on them to do like very granular detailed surveillance of something like a protest.
There are some technologies that are really just emerging, and we don't even know if they've been used at protests or even used by authorities in the United States.
Right, and your face isn't the only thing sort of outside your body that can potentially identify you. For example, analyzing your gait, like how you walk.
Gait recognition technology can identify individuals by analyzing their unique walking patterns using machine learning. It captures movements through cameras, motion sensors, or even radar. It then processes this information, breaking it down into contours, silhouettes, and other distinguishing features. It offers high accuracy, but its effectiveness can be influenced by things like injuries or the types of terrain the subject is traversing. This tech is especially useful for authorities when people's faces are obscured. While there haven't been any reports of widespread use of this tech by law enforcement agencies in the US, Chinese authorities have been utilizing it on the streets of Shanghai and Beijing since at least 2018. In recent years, there have also been a number of companies working on creating emotional detection technology, where AI uses biometric data to determine a person's emotional state and the likelihood they will become violent or cause a disturbance. Wired reporting found that Amazon-powered cameras have been scanning passengers' faces in 8 train stations in the UK to try out this new technology. The trials were testing the system for age and gender recognition, as well as the emotional state of the person on camera. While there's no current documentation of this tech being used at protests, the BBC reported that emotional detection tech has been used on Uyghurs in China.
Some of these could be really invasive because, reading your emotions, there start to be maybe inferences that someone could make about how you were feeling in a certain moment that may or may not be accurate, right? Because it's sort of being taken out of context. So it's difficult to have an algorithm just sort of come to one conclusion. Like, sometimes I think you're doing your angry walk coming over when I haven't filed my story, but really then you're really nice about it and you're like, it's okay, Lily, you can do it. And I took it totally the wrong way. But potentially there are more sort of, in terms of just identifying someone in a certain place, it is scary that there's something characteristic about your walk. They're not saying, oh, it's Andrew's angry walk, but they're saying, oh, that's Andrew.
Certainly creating more systems that are replicating what other things like facial recognition do and applying it into other biometrics of a person, that definitely is going to create all the same concerns as we've seen with these other technologies that were emerging, years or decades ago. But now it's your entire body, how you walk, and like you mentioned, like if we're having computers analyze like how I'm feeling in a certain moment, effectively establishing intent of whatever my actions are in that moment, that gets really scary because it might be completely inaccurate. Every time there's one of these new AI technologies, there's always some bias built in. There are going to be people who suffer consequences unnecessarily because these systems are deployed without being fully
I thought it would be
debugged.
accurate.
Experts in the AI field have previously noted that emotional detection tech is unreliable, immature, and some even call for the technology to be banned altogether. Here are a few simple and effective ways to protect yourself and your personal information at a protest. First, if you can, leave your phone at home. I know this might sound drastic, but the most effective way to ensure that your personal data isn't compromised and that your phone won't fall in the hands of law enforcement is by not having it with you. If that's not an option, you can put your phone in a Faraday bag so data can't be accessed. You should also turn off biometrics on your phone, like facial recognition or fingerprint scanner, meaning you'll need a code to access it. That way your face or fingerprints can't be forcefully used to access your personal information. You can always say you just don't remember the code to unlock it. Another thing to keep in mind is posting on social media. Jay Stanley, a senior policy analyst at the ACLU, says if you post something online, you should do so under the assumption that it might be viewed by law enforcement. You should always check your sharing settings and make sure you know what posts are public. Try to minimize the amount of other people's faces you capture in your photos or videos. Use end-to-end encrypted messaging services like Signal when possible. Wear a mask in case photos or videos are taken. And finally, know your personal risks. Is your immigration status exposing you to additional dangers? Are you part of a minority group that is more likely to be targeted by law enforcement? Keep these things in mind for yourself and your loved ones when deciding if you should go out to a protest. For more information about surveillance at protests, check out Wired.com. This was Incognito Mode. Until next time.
Where would you want to be if this happened?
Wow. This is Fox.
Oh, yeah, okay, it seems far-fetched. Well, why not think ahead? A new study from Giga Calculator ranks Virginia as the best prepared to deal with an alien invasion, with Alabama, in second place, Massachusetts in third, New York in fourth, in Minnesota rounding out the top 5. Okay, I am officially confused. Massachusetts and New York were sanctuaries for illegal aliens. We know how Minnesota handled the mess there in the Summer of Love. And they're all going to save us from actual aliens? Joining me now is Mike Barry, UFO expert and aerospace engineer. All right, Mike, what makes Virginia the top state to deal with an invasion other than, of course, I'll be part of the fighting force?
What is happening?
Well, you have all the military there, Laura. You have all of this.
Better Fox talk about anything but politics,
right
yeah.
Virginia, so it seems like in that area, the nation's capital area, you would obviously have a lot of exotic defenses that we probably don't know anything about. It seems like in the past, aliens have had problems with different kinds of radars that we've used, and who knows? We have all kinds of weapons that we don't really talk about, particle beams, laser beams. Who knows? Maybe we could get CERN to build us a little black hole we could throw at them if they try to invade, and I'm sure DC has all that stuff.
Okay, I can get that. Okay, but what I can't understand, of course the CIA is in Virginia, what I can't understand is Massachusetts and New York, given their difficulty in dealing with just basic crime problems, okay? I don't understand that.
Oh my
Well,
God.
they seem pretty welcoming of aliens.
Oh
So
my
maybe they
God.
Look at those two states and say, hey, this is a good place for us. We're not going to mess with these people. They're pretty good. But I will say this. It strikes me that sending Katy Perry to space is the most provocative thing we could do. And that worries me. That worries me because I live in Nevada, which, if you noticed, is the bottom of the list. It's like the most likely to be conquered by aliens is my state. So that's
Oh my
scary.
God.
Well, and Minnesota coexist. A lot of coexist bumper stickers in Minnesota, so they rank
Minnesota,
number 5.
right.
So that makes sense.
Right. So, well, maybe this
by the
poll
way,
is a different thing.
Yeah, let me just say this.
Maybe this is different.
Sorry, we have a crosstalk. Governor Youngkin told The Angle that illegal aliens of any kind will not be welcome in Virginia for as long as I am governor. Okay, having a little fun with that. And the Nevada governor, Lombardo, told us that Nevada has 60 million acres of wide open space where you can explore lush mountains, sweeping national parks, forests, vast desert landscapes, all while avoiding any unwanted UFOs. So people are getting serious about this today.
Yeah. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
We're joking on a lot of this, but you actually say this is something we should take seriously. Why?
Well, remember, I live in a state, I live in Las Vegas, and last year we had a 10-foot tall alien in somebody's backyard, and that's a little disconcerting, especially I talked to some police officers here, and they said, you're never going to see the body cam footage that they took in that backyard. So, look, just to take it a little more seriously, what are we doing? There's documents out there that indicate that we've been visited for a very long time, that this is something CIA in Virginia knows all about, and you have to assume that they've been preparing for
Oh my
this.
God.
But
oh my God. This is
that.
literally on Fox News.
Maybe have hearings on considering this eventuality, because if you just look at what's in the New York Times and the Washington Post the last 7-8 years, it's aliens.
What do you think her internal monologue
All right,
is?
well, Mike, this obviously is going to be a point of discussion in future shows, but we really appreciate your joining us. I'm going back to the 10-foot tall alien. All right, that's it for us tonight. That's a way to end it. Make sure to follow me on social media. Jesse Waters takes it from here.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click
Hey,
here
Sean
to
Hannity here.
subscribe
I'm
to
that
Fox
little
News
man.
YouTube page and catch our hot.
Multiple sources tell CNN Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth revealed attack plans for airstrikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen in another signal chat. This one included his wife, brother, and personal attorney. Now, this second signal chat is in addition to the one Hegseth used to communicate about military plans with cabinet officials last month that is now under investigation by the Defense Department's acting inspector general. I want to go straight to CNN's Kevin Liptak, who is at the White House for more on this. Kevin, what are we learning about this?
Yeah, and if this all sounds sort of reminiscent of that scandal that engulfed the administration about a month ago, it should, because the Secretary of Defense, we are now learning, shared very similar details about the U.S. attack plans on the Houthi rebels in Yemen on a second signal group. And we understand that this included things like
I hate choose for internal monologue.
Fighter jets as they were preparing to strike those targets.
Nothing
in
about
Yemen. The big
what are we
difference
doing
here is who comprised each of these signal groups. Because remember, that first time around, that group was created by the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. It was intended to coordinate this attack with members of the cabinet officials who were in top national security positions in the administration, and he inadvertently included the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg. This new signal group that we are just learning about this evening included some members of Pete Hegseth's inner circle who are, it's not clear what reason they would have to have this information about the strikes that the U.S. was planning to carry out. It included his brother and his personal attorney, they both work at the Pentagon. It's not clear whether they have security clearances. It also included his wife, Jennifer, who has accompanied him previously in meetings with other foreign officials, which has raised some eyebrows among certain officials at the Pentagon. Now, as you mentioned, that original signal sort of snafu is now being investigated by the Inspector General at the Pentagon. It's not clear whether this latest revelation will be included in the review. The Pentagon officially has not commented on these latest revelations, which I should note were first reported by the New York Times. But this does punctuate a period of chaos inside the Pentagon and inside the inner circle of Pete Hegseth. You'll remember just last week, senior officials who were in sort of his front office at the Pentagon were fired essentially for what officials described as a leak investigation. And this is all sort of drawing questions, including from some loyalists, some allies of Pete Hegseth, at how this chaos has been allowed to perpetuate. We just heard from John Ulyat, who until recently was Pete Hegseth's press secretary at the Pentagon. He says that it's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon, from leaks of sensitive operational plans to mass firings. The dysfunction is now a major distraction for the president, who deserves better from his senior leadership. Ulyat goes on to say even strong backers of the secretary, like me, must admit the last month has been a full-blown meltdown at the Pentagon, and it's becoming a real problem for the administration. Part of the problem, of course, is that this is not sort of a quiet period for national security. You have Pete Hegseth making sort of preparations on the president's command, these designs on the Panama Canal. He was just there visiting earlier this month. You also have this buildup of U.S. assets in the Middle East in preparation for a potential Israeli strike on Iran. You also have tensions in Asia. So this is a fraught period for the Pentagon to be undergoing, this period of chaos. And certainly, I think now you'll hear from officials who are questioning whether Pete Hegseth is sort of the man for the job at this very fraught moment. I should also note that when those original war plans, attack plans were shared in the Signal Group, the administration and the White House and President Trump denied that there was anything classified contained in that information. Of course, that drew a lot of skepticism from almost every national security analyst that we talked to, Jessica.
Yeah. All right, Kevin Liptak with the breaking news there at the White House. Thank you so much. And joining us now to talk more about this, CNN senior military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Also with us, former Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, I want to start first with you. Let's zoom out for a second. I want to get your thoughts, just as you're hearing all of this information, this idea that there was a second Signal chat where he was sharing this information about
a second Signal chat has hit the building.
His brother, his personal attorney, who don't have security clearances. What are you thinking as someone who stood at that podium at the Pentagon and knows how this information is typically handled?
I mean, it's truly shocking. I think when I saw this reporting coming out from the New York Times at first, there was no question there were going to be more Signal threads. Who started them? This one in particular was started by Pete Hegseth. And for him to add, his wife, his brother, his personal attorney, people that don't need access or need to know about classified information about operations involving the Houthis in any way. I mean, this is something that we would never do under the previous administration. And on top of that, putting these classified details into a commercial texting app like Signal, again, that puts our fighter pilots at risk. That was something that, certainly concerned me deeply when these texts were first exposed just a month ago. It's that same concern. It's putting the operation, those fighter pilots who are in the air about to conduct this operation, at risk with people that don't need to know this information.
And Cedric, I want to go off what Sabrina's saying there from the military perspective. Again, just the potential for danger for our men and women in uniform. What kind of potential for danger is there if this information were to get leaked or get into the wrong hands? Again, this is an encrypted app, but it is not a secure line. And in fact, his advisors had warned him that it wasn't a secure place to be sharing information like this.
Yeah, that's right, Jessica, and Sabrina's exactly right. You know, first of all, we look at the fighter pilots and all of the effort that goes into planning air operations of this type. People don't realize, if you're not involved in air operations, a lot of people don't understand that these are very complex operations, and there's a lot that can go wrong as you plan them. And one of the key things is when you actually plan these operations and you have specific things like time over target, the type of ordnance that's going to be dropped, the type of targets that you're going after, the exact target that you're going after, all of those kinds of things are absolutely essential elements of information. And those essential elements of information are exactly what makes these kinds of texts classified. And no matter what they will spin at this Pentagon, this stuff is classified, no doubt about it. And Jessica, this is the kind of thing that gets people in trouble. You know, when the first Signal chat scandal broke, we talked about the old World War II adage, loose lips sink ships. This is exactly the kind of thing that happens because Signal chats can be intercepted by sophisticated adversaries like the Russians, like the Chinese. It's difficult for them to do so, but they've proven that they can do it in Ukraine. And it's the kind of thing that we have to guard against. And, you know, these types of Signal chats, even if they happen in the United States, in the DC area, you can bet that the Russians and the Chinese are working very hard to intercept them.
And we know that the Chinese government has been trying to hack into a number of elected officials' phones, including, you know, all the way up to the vice president and others. Sabrina, I want to go to the statement that we obtained, that CNN obtained from John Oliot, who was most recently Hegseth's press secretary, again, a role you're quite familiar with. And our colleagues, Natasha Bertrand, Jake Tapper, Haley Thomas, and Zachary Cohen, write in this piece that he said in the statement, it's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon, from leaks of sensitive operational plans to mass firings. The dysfunction is now a major distraction for the president, who deserves better from his senior leadership. For his former press secretary, again, just recently former, to be saying that and to be quoted saying that, what do you make of that?
I mean, I have to agree, he's not wrong. We're nearly 100 days into this presidency, and it does seem that America and our military is less safe. I mean, from the Signal threads that have been now exposed to what you're seeing, you know, Secretary Hegseth say about our allies and partners, to turning our back on Ukraine, to being willing to engage and get closer with countries like Russia and kind of, you know, succumb to what Putin wants. Yeah, these last few months have been absolute chaos. And I think it really shows the incompetence of what we have, you know, in Secretary Hegseth sitting at the top. We don't have qualified leadership. And this was something that, you know, we were sort of sounding the alarm bells on when he was confirmed. And so you obviously want the best, but, you know, he's fired all of his senior, you know, members around him. And so you're seeing the chaos kind of unfold, not just in the text threads, but being played out on the world stage. And that, of course, is so dangerous, not just in sending members to our allies, but really sending a message to our adversaries as well.
New alarming reports reveal deepening turmoil at the Pentagon under Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Politico reporting Hegseth's chief of staff will soon step down, and that 3 other top officials were put on leave and then fired over their role in the Signal chat scandal. In a Washington Post report, the 3 officials claim they were never told what they were investigated for, or if there was even a real investigation of leaks to begin with. Joining us now is former Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, thanks for joining us. And, you know, Hegseth's already short-handed leadership team is now without 4 of the senior officials I was just describing. He also oversaw the removal of almost a dozen senior military leaders, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Is this normal new chief, new team, or is there a plus in this? And what is that plus?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, no, nothing about this is normal. You don't see an immediate purge of your senior leadership that you have not only elected to be around you, but appointed yourself as a Secretary of Defense. So again, what's being reported too is that these individuals were fired because of unauthorized disclosures, whether that be to the press or elsewhere. And what's ironic here is that the Secretary of Defense, the person who leads, you know, our men and women in uniform and our civilians, also put unauthorized, classified information into a commercial texting app, and yet there have been no consequences for him. He has not been held responsible. He hasn't even, gone before Congress to explain his behavior. So, of course, different circumstances for different people, but nothing about this is normal. And I think, Congress and others should really look into, not only the firings of these individuals, but also, of course, looking into Pete Hegseth.
Let's dig a little deeper here, Sabrina. The 3 fired officials, they're claiming that unnamed Pentagon officials slandered their character with baseless attacks, their words. They also say they don't know if there is still an active investigation into the signal leak. When we think of the Pentagon, and you know this culture better than I do, we're thinking of decorum, rank and file, and process and structure. This doesn't seem to be the case, at least based on what they are saying.
Yeah, and the Pentagon is an organization that certainly not only thrives on structure and order, but there is due process, and that's the case usually with any organization or agency. So to see these firings and to have these individuals speak out and actually say we have no idea why we were removed from our jobs. Either means that there hasn't been an official investigation launched into their removings, or they're just not aware of it. And both are a bit concerning because, even if they did disclose classified, unauthorized information, that is a problem. That does warrant an investigation, but they also should be made aware of that as well.
Sabrina, when you look at these pictures of the Pentagon, it reminds us clearly of the complexity here, as well as the number of people that you've probably interfaced with over your career. Have you spoken to any of them recently, and what have they said about this potential idea that there's concern about efficiency and, of course, the defense of the United States of America?
The people that I still speak to are focused on the job, but they're focused on keeping our country safe. They're focused on their mission. And we have amazing people in uniform serving every single day, not just at the Pentagon, but all around the world, and the civilians and their counterparts as well. They are really keeping our country safe every single day. And I, truly applaud them for continuing to stay the course with the mission. They have done that under Democrats, Republicans in office. That's what they're there to do. They're there to serve, and they're going to continue to do that every single day.
Yes, absolutely. A salute to those who are career workers there in the Pentagon. Sabrina, I want to move to this that you've been watching as well. President Trump saying that negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, that they might be coming to a head. And they insisted that neither side is playing him at the moment in his push to try to end the war. And his comments come shortly after Secretary of State Marco Rubio was warning that the U.S. may move on from trying to secure a peace deal if there is no progress in the coming days. Is it really the coming days, you think, here? And what might be then the next steps if they're saying, done with this effort, we're going to move on to the next thing? What's that next thing?
Well, the administration continues to move the goalposts, and it really does lend itself into Russia's favor. I mean, you had the president before he assumed office saying, on the campaign trail that he would end the war day one. Clearly, diplomacy takes a lot of time. It's a lot harder than you would think. And every step of the way, Russia has proven to be, quite unserious about its efforts in coming to the table. I mean, this administration did propose a 30-day ceasefire back in March, and Ukraine took that. Ukraine said it would abide by that ceasefire. And then it moved to energy and infrastructure. And yet again, you saw Russia hitting, civilian infrastructure, hospitals, apartment buildings. So they're not serious about these negotiations. And every time this administration, negotiates in public, whether it be Steve Witkoff or Marco Rubio, they are playing to Russia's hand.
All right, Sabrina Singh, MSNBC contributor, thank you so much for your comments today.
Hey guys,
How long
welcome
is
to the
your fucking
podcast, My
end
Brother's
card?
Ballot. So I was watching Abby Phillips' Newsnight, one of my favorite shows on CNN, probably my only show that I enjoy on CNN. Big fan of Abby Phillips. I met her maybe this had to be right before the pandemic. I used to live in New York, currently live in Atlanta. So as you know, she has some of the craziest panels on her show, especially with Scott Jennings being there. And of course, this clip is with Scott Jennings. So let's get into this clip. They are basically talking about the government, Trump's administration, essentially wanting to withhold federal funding from Harvard. Let's get into it.
Trump administration to the Ivy League making a stand. Breaking tonight, the administration is freezing a $2.2 billion worth of grants and $60 million in contracts at Harvard University. Now, that happened just hours after Harvard said it would not comply with the Trump administration's threats that would rewire how and what the school teaches. Harvard's president, Alan Garber, writing, quote, "The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue." Harvard is the first elite school to tell the administration no when confronted with
tell them
federal
to fuck
demands.
off.
This is important. This is sort of like the moment that I think everybody was waiting for when it came to media lawsuits like Disney and
Now, Abby is 100% correct. We were all waiting, especially if you were kept abreast of everything that was going on, because we know when Trump first got into office, it felt like all these huge media organizations were essentially capitulating to him because they were afraid that with Trump being in office, he would use the full power of the government, his bully pulpit, to essentially keep these companies within litigation. We saw, which she just mentioned, Disney, who owns ABC, settled out of court based off of some comments that Stephanopoulos had essentially said that if you really read into it, he actually did not accuse Trump of anything, but Disney still decided to settle. So it is pretty cool and great to see an institution such as Harvard standing up and not capitulating to the bullies in the office. And also, whatever happens to free speech, if you don't teach what we want you to teach, you're not getting my funding. That doesn't seem very right-wing or conservative, in my opinion.
the law firm lawsuits. Harvard is saying no, and I think it will have a ripple effect. Let me just read to you a little bit more about what the Trump administration demanded. They want to eliminate DEI programs, institute mask bans, institute merit-based hiring and admission reforms, reduce the power of students and faculty administrators. Now keep that in mind. They also want to do this. Every department or field found to have lack of viewpoint diversity must be reformed by hiring a critical mass of new faculty within that department or field who will provide viewpoint diversity. Every teaching unit found to have.
So, not sure if you guys picked up on that. They want to get rid of DEI initiatives, but they also, in the same breath, want to fill departments that are lacking diverse viewpoints with people that have a particular type of ideology, which we all know would be conservative or right-leaning opinions. So it's fine to have diversity in that way, but not diversity in the way that we traditionally think of DEI.
Lack of viewpoint diversity must be reformed by admitting a critical mass of students who will provide viewpoint diversity. So which is it? Is it merit or is it quotas for particular viewpoints that this administration wants?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is my home institution, and I can say, you know, there's been a lot of tension on campus just waiting for this to happen, and I can only speak for myself and, you know, a few of my colleagues, but there's, I think, a little bit of relief that it's now happened, that Harvard has taken this stand. These demands are very different from what was put to Columbia. Those were pretty outstanding as well, but these are much more so, as you just read. But this is out of Victor Orban's playbook of demolishing higher education. This is out of Chris Rufo's dreams of, and Mark Andreessen's dreams of deconstructing higher education. And these demands, there's no point in being Harvard if you can't be Harvard, if you can't actually set your standards.
Who's the little sneezy
academic
guy?
excellence, and you have some, you know, bureaucrat overlooking, looking over all of your decisions and making life miserable.
Why are they trying to tell private universities what to teach?
Well, they're actually trying to say this in regards to federal funding. So I think the big story out of this, obviously I understand your point of view, and I said this at the beginning, you have a $53 billion endowment. I understand how it goes in regards to how money is distributed, but you're going to get $9 billion cut from your budget. That's federal funding that comes from the federal government at the discretion of the federal government. So they have the ability to do it. And
So I like to deal in extremes. Forgive me. Just because someone has the ability to do it, just because it could be deemed legal, doesn't mean that it should be done. For instance, this is my extreme. Slavery was legal. Does that mean at that time it should have happened? That we should have allowed that? Just because it's legal or someone is allowed to do it, it does not mean that it's proper to do so.
My question is, because of this, which is what happened during the protests last time, were what big funders, the big board members, former students that are now
Fucker, always
billionaires
trying to
giving
kill
and millionaires
Zapata.
giving, how much are they going to pull their funding or if not? And I
But I
actually
feel like doesn't that skirt the question that I actually asked, which is we understand what the stick is, which is the money, but why are they using that as leverage or as a threat to try to control what is being taught? I think that's the fundamental
They are
question.
using it. They're using the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism on campus and based on what they see as past events that did take place at Harvard last academic year. That is the pretext for basically neutralizing the university. And the fact is, look, generally conservatives are against big government meddling in the day-to-day aspects of people's lives. This affects so many people beyond the Harvard community because...
Exactly. This goes against at least what I thought conservatism was he makes so much sense there simply because in one side of the Trump administration, we have Doge, too much government bureaucracy, too much waste, too much fraud. Government has gotten too big. They are overreaching into every little man, every little person, every citizen in America. Government is on their back, breathing down their neck. But then, the same administration will then choose to essentially use their full weight and power to force a private institution to teach what they want to teach their students. And if they don't do it, you will lose federal funding. That's wild.
Money from some of these funds that the federal government gives Harvard, it is used in hospitals, research facilities, labs. These are things that do affect people who are not necessarily have a direct affiliation with the community. So the administration is using this pretext to try, in my view, to stifle dissent and to meddle in hiring, admissions, leadership, and governance of a private university.
Again, no, this isn't new, right? I mean,
Right.
We've seen this in Orban. This is the authoritarian playbook. You go after the press, you go after the legal establishment, you go after higher education. I do want to just engage on this for a second. First, this isn't discretionary, right? These are contracts, these are grants for medical research and so on. And so it's not actually within their discretion. And second, of the endowment, most of it is already contractually assigned to specific purposes. So Harvard can't, it's not a savings account. They can't just kind of dip in
70%
and
But
withdraw.
isn't it the discretion of the federal government, the money that comes
No,
from
they've
the
signed a
parents?
contract, and they have constitutional
But it's new money they're
restrictions
taking
on.
back.
No, I mean the freeze is existing
you
money.
can
So the
freeze
threat
it,
of the
too.
future
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
So and there are constitutional restrictions when you can't condition the government funding on viewpoint discrimination. That's a First Amendment violation. And so I think Harvard, because they do have somewhat deep pockets, can play a little bit the long game. They are going to win in court. MIT has also just joined the lawsuit. There's evidence that Princeton is likely to join the lawsuit.
But that's why it matters that a big institution like Harvard's stepped up, because they can afford it, right? They have the money to afford it. But let's say the thing that I think you're trying to get to. I mean, this has actually been a dream of the right wing since going back to the 70s, frankly, going back to, Nixon was, complaining about the Vietnam War protesters. So this has been...
She's 100% correct, because there has been a concerted effort, especially since October 7th, with all of the protests that we saw on TV, the right wing and a lot of centrist Democrats were conflating those protests on the campus where people were protesting in defense of the innocent Palestinians, the citizens of Palestine, that had nothing to do with October 7th. Their brutal and devastation of their homeland, that was conflated with anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism was conflated with anti-Semitism. The right wing ran with that like no one's business. That is their goal, which is super gaggy, because if you think about it, there's a lot of prominent anti-Semites on the right. but a lot of them will always have those little yellow ribbons on there for the hostages. I always say this, whoever's the darkest, that is who the far right wing, that is who the right wing will be against.
In the playbook for a very long time. In this instance, they're doing it because they believe that too many of the conversations about culture have moved too far to the left. Now, as someone who is the daughter of, people who grew up in the segregated South, who were married in New York City when it was illegal in their home states, I would say it's forward, not left, that we actually believe Black people should have the right to vote, women should be able to control their own money, and that we are evolving constantly in our core values of this country, the rights and freedoms.
Okay, I don't believe in violence. Okay. In certain instances, I believe in defending yourself. But Scott just has a face that you just want to... Do you see how he gets upset that she essentially says, I believe that Black people should be able to vote, that women should be able to vote? And he's just like, oh my God. Oh. He's the worst. I still cannot believe CNN has him on the payroll.
Of individuals, but they have a different ideological view.
I guess the thing is, let's take Harvard out of it. Let's make it Liberty University. Let's make it some other institution that is more conservative. It doesn't really matter. The question is, should the government use the power of the purse to strangle institutions until they do what they want them to do, telling them, oh, you need to admit these students, you need to hire these people, you need to teach these courses or get rid of that department or add this department? I imagine you wouldn't want that either.
I think that this is all about anti-Semitism. I mean, I believe that what's happened on these campuses in the Ivy League and in other places, mostly private institutions, has been an abomination. And someone has to stand up for these.
This is the same man that could not admit that Elon did a Hitler salute, but he's worried about Jewish students, much of whom were a part of the protest. Is he serious? He is. I just answered my own question.
These Jewish
it's not
kids.
going to be the rabbi at the table.
Someone stands up. Someone has to stand. Someone has to stand up.
It's not going to be my friends in Jewish studies who have the
until Donald Trump came along in his administration and decided to connect federal funds to stamping out the scourge of anti-Semitism on these campuses.
Like Nick Fuentes.
Nobody.
Like the Sikh Heil
Nobody was willing to
salutes.
stand up for him.
Like
And
standing
finally
up for
he did.
Alliance
And I
for
think the American
Deutschland.
people don't want a private university with a $53 billion.
Yo, this visiting professor, I apologize for not having your name, but he is eating Scott up, and Scott is trying to power through his statement. But the professor is 100% correct. Nick Fuentes, if I'm not mistaken, did Donald Trump have dinner with Nick Fuentes? Let me double check. Yes, I just Googled it. So I am not mistaken. Donald Trump had dinner with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago. Again, as I just previously mentioned, the biggest benefactor of Donald Trump's campaign, Elon Musk, did a Hitler salute. And this man, Scott Jennings, who is always cozying up to his daddy Trump, is trying to stand up for anti-Semitism? Good night.
Endowment to get $1 while a Jewish kid is being discriminated against on campus.
I think, first of all, let me hold on. Let me
But
just
a
say.
complete joke.
Why is it
you
a
guys
joke?
are nowhere. You have white supremacists in your party and in your administration. Oh, Nick Fuentes. Oh, whatever. It's
He's
just
not
a
in our
dinner.
administration.
Oh, Alliance for Deutschland. Oh, it's not really a Sikh Heil salute. Go to CPAC.
You sound
There's anti-Semitic
unhinged.
conspiracy
You sound
theories
crazy.
all over the place.
And that is what they do. He is speaking, the professor is speaking nothing but facts. And then Scott will say, you're unhinged. You sound crazy. So facts sound crazy. I guess that's how it works.
place.
Do you not want these college campuses to do better? Do you condone what is
That's
happening?
what Harvard agreed to do. They already agreed.
I think the issue is not whether these universities should address anti-Semitism. The question is, how is the government using government power to do it? That there is a complete distinction between the university addressing its own problems and the government forcing them to do it in a particular way.
The entanglement comes when you take federal money. If Harvard wants to give up the federal money, you can do all the anti-Semitism I guess you want at Harvard or any other school, but
Yes,
that's not the issue.
That's not the issue. This is really about fighting anti-Semitism. What they would have started with, just like with Doge, is let's look at what they have done over the course of the last year and then go to Harvard and say, not enough, or that was good, we want you to do that. Instead, it's all performative. This is all about Trump being seen as this tough guy standing up, again, but they're also using anti-Semitism as a way to then also push a conservative ideological agenda and use research dollars, which, by the way, we all benefit from the medical and technical research that goes on.
I think that this is,
doesn't have that
it is a
authority.
good point that the research, hold on a second. It is a very good point that the research, the dollars that we're talking about, I think it can sound like it's charity, but what is happening is that these universities produce a lion's share of the scientific research, of the medical research, of all kinds of different research that we then benefit.
So they actually make a really great point here, because it's not like it's charity that Harvard needs this money from the government. The government allocates this money to Harvard because they are doing a lot of great medical research. Just 5 of them I could give you right now that Harvard has been responsible for. They were responsible for immune checkpoint inhibitors, cancer immunotherapy, essentially. Harvard researchers have helped identify key genetic markers and pathways associated with Alzheimer's disease, including their work with APOE genes and microglial cell function, aiding early detection and targeted therapies. That is the type of work that Harvard is doing. And this government wants to play bully with those funds that could help us, that helps all of us, essentially. Guys, that's all I got for you today. I hope that you enjoyed this video and this commentary. Don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe. I hope you will enjoy this ride that I'm about to take you guys on and all that great jazz. So yeah, don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe. I'm your boy, Aaron. Thank you for coming to My Brother's Ballot. Peace.
Tonight on PBS Newsweek, for breaking the one-day Easter ceasefire that Russian President Vladimir Putin had declared. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia never ceased firing and attacks continued after Putin's announcement. Russia said it was Ukraine that broke the truce, shooting at Russian positions and launching drone attacks, killing civilians. Today, the State Department said the United States is committed to achieving a full and comprehensive ceasefire. William Taylor is a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He was U.S. ambassador to Ukraine under George W. Bush and the temporary head of mission there in the first administration of President Trump, later testifying in his impeachment. So this ceasefire that one side declares and ends up devolves into this finger pointing. What do you make of this?
They're probably not serious, John. That is, Putin was not serious. He's declared ceasefires before and violated them. Zelensky said 30-hour ceasefire? No, 30-day ceasefire. Zelensky said if we want a serious ceasefire, do the ceasefire that President Trump and President Zelensky agreed on, a comprehensive 30-day ceasefire, air, land, and sea. And if you're serious, Mr. Putin, go for that kind of a ceasefire.
This past week, U.S. officials, the Secretary of State, the president sounded like their patience may be running out. Here's what President Trump said on Friday.
If for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that.
Is this part of the bargaining, or are they serious about walking away?
Well, John, if the president is irritated at one of the two who's not serious, he must be irritated at Putin, which would be unusual, but he must be irritated at Putin because Putin's the one who said no to him, to President Trump, and is the one who said, no, I'm not going to abide by what I agreed to unless you remove sanctions. In other words, he has not been bargaining in good faith, and President Putin is dragging this out by all accounts. So if there's anyone to be irritated with, it is Putin. And if that's the case, then President Trump has some leverage to put on Putin to bring him back to the table.
Dragging this out to what end? Putin.
Putin wants to drag this out so that he gradually takes more. His overall goal, John, as you've reported, is to control Ukraine. That's what he started out doing 2008, 2014, 2022. It's to control Ukraine. That he thinks is not really a nation. It's really just part of Russia, so he wants to eliminate Ukraine. That's his goal, and he thinks he can wait us out. He thinks he can wait the Europeans out. He thinks the Ukrainians might break. They're not breaking. We shouldn't break either.
There's some analysts who say that walking away would be a benefit for Putin, but you disagree.
Walking away would be an admission that one of the top priorities of the U.S. government, the new U.S. government, is impossible to do. Now, Putin probably needs this ceasefire. His economy is in bad shape. The Ukrainians are eager for the ceasefire as well. I mean, they've been fighting for over 3 years and 2 months. They've been holding off the Russian army and have fought them to a standstill, a virtual standstill. They're tired. The Ukrainians are tired. They want this ceasefire, but they don't want to be under Russian control. So they're going to continue to fight until they can get that ceasefire and a settlement that is good for them.
When Secretary Rubio and President Trump talking about walking away or sort of throwing up their hands, is it just in the talks, or do you think they'll also pull the support for the Ukrainians?
That's the right question to ask. And we've seen what happens when they pull the support, the weapons, the intelligence. It's bad for the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians will continue to fight, as I just said. They will continue to fight in any case. But if the Americans pull off from the actual negotiations, but continue to support them with weapons and intelligence and diplomatic, then the Ukrainians can continue to make it.
Given your knowledge, your expertise, your background, your experience, how do you think this is going to play out?
I think the Ukrainians will continue to resist. They will continue to resist the Russians. I think Putin will continue to try to drag out this administration and try to drag out this fight. And I think that they will both get tired. And I think Ukraine will move on once that happens to joining the EU and reconstructing what it still controls. And eventually, I think, joining NATO. That's a hard one. That's going to be out there. But I think that's where Ukraine will be. And Russia will continue to threaten them.
And what role will the United States be playing in this?
I hope the United States will be supporting the Ukrainians. So that's what will be in our interest. That's what the United States will do in our own interest so that Russia does not control Ukraine and threaten Europe, where our soldiers are. We've got soldiers there, and that will be a threat to them.
Former Ambassador William Taylor, thank you very much.
John, thank you.
In tonight's other news, the Israeli military says professional failures led to the killing of more than a dozen Palestinian medics in Gaza last month. That's is eliminating these environmental justice offices as part of its effort to end DEI programs and to cut what it sees as wasteful spending. Ali Rogan recently spoke with Amdalat Ajasa, who covers environmental health for The Washington Post.
Amdalat, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, let's talk about the history of the environmental justice movement and how did it become a part of what the EPA does?
Yeah, the history of the environmental justice movement really recognizes the fact that everybody deserves access to clean air, water, and the land that they live on, right? And that was really introduced into the government over 30 years ago by Bill Clinton. He recognized the fact that these inequities needed to be addressed at the government level because it wasn't happening elsewhere. It developed 30 years ago, but folks really felt like their voices were heard under the Biden administration. You know, although some of them felt like the administration didn't go far enough in the legislation that they did pass to make sure that they had cleaner air and water, they felt like for the first time the risks that they face were really acknowledged.
What are some specific examples of environmental justice policies at work and the types of problems that this office set out to address?
Some of the policies at work really limited the amount of pollution that industry would be able to pump into the air, the soot that would be allowed to linger in the air, other specific chemicals that they really went after, benzene and other things that for folks who live in Cancer Alley, that's a day-to-day reality for them.
And tell us about Cancer Alley. What is that?
Yeah, Cancer Alley is an 85-mile stretch in Louisiana that is full of industry that is pumping a lot of air pollutants. And these communities on the front line, the name is dubbed Cancer Alley because for them, cancer is a reality. Cancer, it's either somebody close to them that has cancer, somebody in their family, or they know people in their community. So they have these hot pockets of not just cancer, but other health ailments that the normal American wouldn't be dealing with, but because they're exposed to so many chemicals on a day-to-day basis, that's their reality.
I want to play for you. We spoke to a former EPA environmental justice employee. He now works at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Here's how he explained how he worked with community members he was serving.
We had a tribal community that was sure that the drinking water that they used for their families and for their animals was contaminated with radioactive toxic elements in it. We worked with them to make sure that we were hearing what was going on with this community. We provided them with technical assistance and eventually a grant that supported that community in actually testing their own drinking water for levels of radioactivity. And sure enough, their water was radioactive.
So how are these communities reacting to these offices now being closed?
These communities are devastated. These communities are gutted. I mean, the Environmental Justice Office really served as a liaison for the community and the government. They were on the front lines in many instances in these regions, really connecting with people and understanding what their local challenges were, considering, like he talked about water contamination, air contamination, wanting to have electric school buses and solar panels. So they really understood what was happening on the front lines.
School bus.
And they were the voice for those communities and the government. So to have that office be completely gutted, for many of them makes them feel like a lot of that relationship is now being cut. And it's a true unraveling of not only what the Biden administration worked to do, but the 30 years of environmental justice work that has been happening in this country.
I want to read for you a statement from EPA Administrator Lee
The
Zeldin.
EPs.
He says that environmental justice sounds like a good idea in theory and receives bipartisan support, but in reality, environmental justice has been used primarily as an excuse to fund left-wing activists instead of actually spending those dollars to directly remediate environmental issues for those communities. What do you make of that?
These offices weren't just helping specific DEI communities or, leftist woke communities, but they were helping everybody. I went to Cancer Alley for a story that I worked on, and I was amazed but also shocked by the flares that would go off that kind of lit up the sky it almost looked like fireworks in a weird way. And the smells that I smell, I got a headache being in those communities for almost an hour of just driving. And that's what people's experiences were every day. It leaves a lot of people who live on the front lines of these communities abandoned, and it means that for the future that they might be sicker. It means that they have a sicker future. It means that they don't have as much clean air as they were starting to develop. It means that their water could be contaminated, and there's really nobody there to help them.
I'm Delata Jassa with the Washington Post. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Since the collapse of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in early March, Gaza has not received any deliveries of food, water, fuel, or medical supplies as Israel has blocked all humanitarian aid.
Epic.
That's left Gaza.
Definitely not genocide, guys.
Earlier, I spoke with Gavin Kelleher of the Norwegian Refugee Council, who's in Gaza.
The situation here on the ground in Gaza is one of utter desperation. People are already running out of the things that they need to stay alive. Civilians are being attacked in incessant military violence. People are being displaced in the hundreds of thousands, more than 420,000 people displaced in the last month alone. And people are being denied access to the basics they need to survive, including food and dwindling access to water.
Is it possible to single out one greatest need?
I would say that access to food at this point has reached a really critical juncture. Most families in Gaza are now surviving on just one meal a day. Many of those families are splitting that meal in half just to try to get through the day. People are exhausting their coping mechanisms now to access food. People are selling their belongings, they're selling their clothes, trying to access cash to get food. Others are bartering. On social media, you see posts for people trying to sell diapers or exchange diapers for a bag of lentils or cooking oil. Begging is also overwhelming at this point, but of course, very few people have any ability to assist now because nothing has entered Gaza for almost 50 days.
Talk about that, the renewal of fighting, the new blocking aid getting into Gaza, 50 days. Had things been getting better before that?
In the period during the ceasefire, we were able to scale up our shelter response. Access to food was improved. The markets were increasing in capacity. When the ceasefire collapsed, though, everything changed. So nothing had come in. There are no supplies coming in, but needs are growing as more and more people are being displaced in this violence, and we're unable to support them. Now, humanitarian organizations on the ground have had our hands tied.
How is the situation affecting your group's ability to operate?
We have empty warehouses at this point. We have a small number of supplies left in the south that we will continue distributing over the next week. Other than that, we're contracting water trucks so people can still have some access to clean drinking water. But everything here is on a knife's edge. At any point now, we could run out of access to fuel, which is needed to continue producing water in Gaza and to continue moving it around. And the hunger that is growing here now is becoming the #1 priority for people on the ground. And as an organization, we're not able to bring any supplies in. There's nothing that we can do at this point other than continue to call for the crossing points into Gaza to be opened.
Yesterday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel had no choice, in his words, but to continue fighting in Gaza. He said the war won't end before they destroy Hamas, free the hostages, and make sure that Gaza is no longer a threat to Israel. What do you say to that?
I think we have to separate out the obligations that Israel has under international humanitarian law. At this point, every single truck of aid that Israel is denying from entering Gaza is risking becoming a death sentence for people here who have already run out of food on the ground. And it is unacceptable to employ collective punishment on this scale for 2.1 million people in pursuit of military objectives.
The Israelis, of course, say that they are fighting Hamas. They're not fighting Gazans. Is it possible to separate the effect between the two?
It's not possible to separate the effect between the two at this point. We continue to see dozens of airstrikes a day. We continue to see babies, infants, children, women, men being blown apart who are very clearly civilians in these waves of military violence. We're also seeing the collective punishment with denial of any aid response. So right now we are seeing civilians in Gaza suffer, and that is undeniable at this point, because Israel is pursuing military objectives without enough consideration for the civilians that are here on the ground.
You say that things are on a knife's edge. Is it possible to say that if you don't get aid by a certain point, it's going to be the point of no return?
We expect that in the next week to 2 weeks, the community kitchens, which are providing maybe one meal a day to around half of the families in Gaza, will fully exhaust their supplies. But I think you can imagine if you built a wall around an American city of 2.1 million people and stopped letting anything come in at all for 50 days and continued to pursue that policy, of course we are going to see unavoidable deaths here in the tens of thousands if the siege is not lifted in the coming weeks.
Gavin Kelleher in Gaza, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Finally, this past week, astronomers at Cambridge University made headlines when they said they'd spotted indications of possible life on a distant planet using data from the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, another space-based observatory that's changed what we know about the universe is retiring. The European Space Agency's craft known as Gaia is leaving behind a legacy of stunning discoveries. Gaia began its working life in 2013, launched with a clear mission: map our galaxy and tell its story. The Space Observatory is equipped with an array of telescopes and instruments. For more than a decade, it had slowly spun about 1 million miles from Earth. charting the precise locations of nearly 2 billion stars.
I don't think anyone can imagine living without Gaia data anymore.
Astronomer Anthony Brown of Leiden University in the Netherlands leads Gaia's data processing and analysis.
Because we have the positions and brightness and colors of 2 billion stars in the sky, we can actually make a very beautiful all-sky map of the Milky Way.
But Gaia has helped create more than just beautiful maps. Its data led to the revelation that 10 billion years ago, the young Milky Way collided and merged with a smaller galaxy. Scientists are still exploring the cosmic fallout.
A lot of the stars from that, let's say, intruder are still around, and we can identify them thanks to Gaia.
Gaia completed one of the most comprehensive celestial catalogs in history, revealing more than 500,000 new stars within a cluster known as Omega Centauri. Many of them zip through space at several 100,000 miles an hour. So far, Gaia's data has been used in more than 13,000 studies. Brown used it to chart the path of stars in our night sky and predict their movements for the next 1.6 million years. Its detection of a faint wobble in a star led to Princeton astrophysicist Joshua Wynn's discovery of a massive planet many light years away.
Stars are very massive, and they don't move very much in response to the gravity of a planet. But the Gaia spacecraft is providing just the kind of data that we need.
Cornell astronomer Lisa Kaltenegger used Gaia's findings to determine what planets outside our solar system would have a clear view of Earth, part of the search for life elsewhere.
More than 1,000 stars could see us, and we know which ones those are because the Gaia mission gave us that information. 1 out of 5 stars has a planet that's just at the right distance, so not too hot, too close to the star, and not too cold, not too far away, to potentially be like ours.
A decade of hard work nearly exhausted Gaia's fuel. It was time to say goodbye. Its team on Earth sent the final commands to shut it down. They also sent farewell messages, which will forever be stored in the spacecraft's onboard memory.
We are hundreds of people, more than 1,000 that work together.
Physicist Johannes Zalman is mission project scientist.
We were witnessing something big that was ending, and there was many emotions. There was tears in the room.
Gaia's work may be done, but it left plenty to do on Earth. Researchers have processed only about a third of the data it gathered.
At the end of next year, we will publish the next big data release. Then this will open up again another treasure trove for all the scientists in the world to exploit.
Treasure!
Last month, Gaia's thrusters fired one last time to send it toward the galaxy's most familiar star. The Milky Way's premier cartographer will spend the rest of its days orbiting the sun, taking a place of its own in our night sky.
It was going to be done by 2020 and cost $33 billion. 5 years later, still no trains, and $17 billion is unaccounted for. Now a new report from the Committee to Unleash Prosperity urging an end to federal funding, all of it, for California's high-speed, make that no-speed rail disaster, citing massive cost overruns and perpetual delays.
And ever since the project began in 2008, the cost is estimated to have hit almost $128 billion. Our next guest estimates an eventual cost of up to $350 billion. And Wendell Cox, the Committee to Unleash Prosperity Senior Fellow, joins us now. All right, Wendell, right to it. How do we shut this down? Can President Trump do it? Federal funds allocated versus any future funds?
Well, yes, he can, through the Department of Transportation, and that's what they've begun to do, or at least what they've indicated they'll do. So, yes, there's no question about that. Now, President Trump can't stop the California high-speed rail project. California can pay for it if it wants it, but we can make sure that the taxpayers of the other 49 states don't have to pay for this boondoggle.
Wendell, how much money from the federal coffers has gone to this? I remember reading, because I'm just fascinated with this story. I remember reading an article you wrote for the Wall Street Journal, It was about January 2024, where it talked about over $3 billion that Joe Biden's White House had slipped to the California high-speed rail project. How much money have we, the American taxpayers, paid out for this disaster?
Well, I'm sorry I don't know the exact number, but recently, as you say, there was a $3 billion grant from 2023. And one of the things that we're recommending is to claw back that number, because that money, because there's a lot of that money, perhaps all of it, that hasn't been spent yet.
You know, as far as what's been spent, and with the Doge Bros in there, can they find this money in any way? Look, California hides it, throws it in the general fund, shifts it off to their contractors, put it in a non-expiring contract. They have so many ways of doing this, the trickery of a Gavin Newsom or the Sacramento Democrats.
Well, I wouldn't underestimate the Doge team either. I don't know that they've looked closely yet at the California high-speed rail program. But if they do, they're probably going to find some things. But the bigger issue is not what has been spent, it's what can be spent in the long run. Everyone is focusing on this $128 billion high-end cost, and they haven't even finished anything outside the San Joaquin Valley. And as I've sort of indicated, this thing could be much more expensive than the $128 billion maximum at the moment, and they have not revised the cost for a couple of years. So I expect a pretty big cost increase coming in the next year or two.
Well, the doggone thing was supposed to run from Orange County, south of
Los
Los Angeles, all the way to San Francisco. And then they had to dial it back. What is planned to run from this Bakersfield to Merced? Who goes from Bakersfield to Merced?
Nobody.
Exactly. And it's a wonderful part of the state, mind you, but there's no demand for anything between Bakersfield and Merced.
Wendell, I love your sobriety about all of this. Wendell Cox, sir, please come back. Great
Thanks,
to see
Wendell.
you.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is giving hints about what her future political plans are. Let's go through the hints, and I'm going to tell you where I think she's headed politically. Okay, so the big news this week. Her campaign announced that it had raised $9.6 million between January 1st and the end of March. That is a stunning amount of money for a House candidate in a safe Democratic district. Even more amazingly, the campaign announced that it had raised that money from 266,000 individual donors with an average contribution of $21. Now, just to put that in context, that $10 million is almost as much money as John Ossoff, who's the most endangered Democratic incumbent senator, who's up in 2026, raised in the first 3 months of this year. It's 2/3 of what AOC raised herself for the entire 2023-2024 election cycle. $10 million from 266,000 donors. Now, what does that sound like to you? I'll tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like someone who might be putting together a broader campaign. Am I right? I'm right. Okay, so I also want to highlight what she said about the money, because this is another breadcrumb, I think, along the way. She said this via X. I cannot convey enough how grateful I am to the millions of people supporting us with your time, resources, and energy. Your support has allowed us to rally people together at record scale to organize their communities. Huh. Millions of people, you say. National message. Huh. What could that mean? Another breadcrumb sprinkled along the way. And then there's this. Ocasio-Cortez is in the midst of a nationwide tour with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. It's called the Fighting Oligarchy Tour, where they've been in Arizona and Nevada and Utah and Idaho and several stops in California. They were in Bakersfield, California on Tuesday. They are drawing huge crowds. 36,000 people in Los Angeles, 30,000 people in Denver, 12,000 people in Idaho. Not exactly a Democratic-friendly place. Why would you go on a national campaign tour with Bernie Sanders, who I will note has run for president twice before. If you didn't have some plans beyond the state of New York, breadcrumbs. Okay, so before I get in, I think you kind of know where the arrow is pointing here, but before I get into all of that and whether AOC could actually win, I want to do this. I want you to subscribe to my channel. Here's why. I am someone who is calling balls and strikes no matter what uniform the batter at the plate is wearing. I'm an independent journalist, independent both in that I'm not affiliated with any big legacy media organization.
Doesn't sound like he was very independent.
Or a Democrat.
Sounded kind of biased to me.
Years working for big legacy outlets, CNN, Washington Post most recently, and I'm giving all that up to do this, which is to bring news straight to you in a way that is independent, authentic, and transparent.
Wow, I'm so lucky.
If you like that, I'm making videos every day. I hope you subscribe. All right, so let's talk about where AOC is headed. So she's now 36 years old, I believe, which means she is now eligible in 2028 to, yes, run for president. And as you almost certainly concluded from my massive fundraising that she's done, her message about the fundraising, her national tour with Bernie Sanders, all of those things are the kind of thing that a candidate who wants to run for president does. And I don't know that she's made her mind up at that, right? She has basically three options before her heading into the next couple of years. One, just continue to stay in the House, try to move up the ladder of leadership. She's struggled a little bit with that, but I think, that could happen. Two, run for the Senate in 2028. So Chuck Schumer is up in 2028. Not clear if he's going to run again. If he does, she could primary him. That would be a colossally big race. If he doesn't run again, she could run for that seat, and she might well start that race as a front runner. But there's also the presidential race. And I think Ocasio-Cortez has aspirations, ambitions, and a message that she thinks needs to go out beyond the state of New York and into the country. That is sort of a liberal populist message. The elites are screwing us. Donald Trump is lying to you. We need to fight him all the time, right? That message has real resonance, by the way. Bernie Sanders came pretty close to being the nominee in 2020 before Joe Biden rode in and COVID rode in. So I think there's resonance there. And I do think that at least at the moment, if I had to make an educated guess about what she does next, I think she runs for re-election in 2026 to the House. But I think she has a very clear eye on 2028. Now, that raises the question of, can she win? Can she be the Democratic nominee? As I remind people, and can she be president? Let me take the second question first. I remind people of this all the time. People who say, fill in the blank could never be president. Donald Trump is the current president of the United States. He is in his second term as the president of the United States. So do not tell me that fill in the blank cannot be elected president, right? Because everyone said that in 2015 about Donald Trump, and he not only won that race, I know he lost in 2020, but he came back and won in 2024. So let's not make declarative statements about who can and can't be president. I think that's got to be thrown out the window. The first question about the Democratic primary. So I think she's a major factor. I don't know that she wins, but I think she's a major factor, and I'll tell you why. She's going to be able to raise the money, and that's sort of the biggest bar. You've got to be able to raise money to build organizations in places like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, those early voting states. If you can raise $10 million in 3 months from over 250,000 donors, with the average contribution being $20, that means you have a national donor network, a small dollar donor network, and that's how you really raise big bucks. If you look at the last Democrat who raised huge amounts of money, like a Barack Obama, for example, a lot of it was raised in small dollar donations, right? Yes, you can get people to give you $2,500, but then they can't give you any more. But if somebody gives you 20 and then another 20 and then another 20, and you got 5 million people doing that, now you're on to something. So that's one. Number two, she's already a well-known figure. If I asked you to name the 5 Democrats that you know, whether you live in the East Coast, West Coast, or Middle America, my guess is she'd be in there. You'd probably say Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, AOC.
Yeah, she does got the name
Harris,
recognition.
maybe. But she'd be in there, I think. And if she's not in the top 5, she's certainly in the top 6 or 7. I'll point to a poll out of Yale University that came out earlier this week. They did a hypothetical 2028 Democratic primary matchup. Kamala Harris was first at 28%. Makes sense. She's the best known candidate. She was the vice president. She was the presidential nominee in the most recent election. You know who was in second with 21%? AOC. Now, I think that's probably her high water mark right now. You know, I've seen other polling that has her kind of high single digits, low double digits in a big long list of Democratic primary candidates for 2028. But the point is, people know her name. She's going to raise money. And then there's this. She has a built-in constituency. Sanders has been tilling this soil for decades. Liberal populism. Millionaires and billionaires. That's my Bernie Sanders impersonation. It's pretty good, right? I think that has real resonance when you have a billionaire in the White House as president and his closest advisor is also a billionaire and the richest man in the world, Elon Musk. So I think there's potential there. Now, is she the best nominee for Democrats? Now, that is a very open question, right? Because I think what you've seen out of a lot of potential 2028 candidates, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, Rahm Emanuel, a lot of them are moving more to the center. On cultural issues, they're basically saying we are too, people think we are woke and weak and we can't win that way. And they're moving more to the center. AOC obviously is not going to move to the center. Tonally, she might move to the center a bit. But
banking is considered more powerful than oversight,
so
though.
The question is nominating someone who is as liberal as she is. And to be clear, she was elected to Congress as a Democratic socialist. So she's about as liberal as they come. Is picking someone like her potentially dooming the Democratic Party, given what we know about the electorate from 2024? I think that's an open question, right? Like, again, I am not ready to rule in or out anyone as the Democratic nominee or as the next president of the United States, because Donald Trump has proven to me that I shouldn't rule anyone in or out in that regard, because no one would have predicted Donald Trump would wind up where he is today. No one. Back in 2014, early 2015. So I think, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I think she is one of the most interesting voices in the Democratic Party at the moment. She represents a clear constituency. She has star power. She is now demonstrating the ability to raise money. And this national tour with Sanders, when you combine it with everything else, makes me think that when she thinks about her future, it's the presidential race in 2028 that intrigues her the most. All right, that's it for me today. As always, I ask you, as I did, subscribe. Easiest thing to do and the thing that helps me the most. You can like and comment this on this video in particular. Again, pretty easy to do. Hit that like button, make a comment. Do you think AOC can or can't win the nomination? Do you think if she does, she can or can't win the presidency? Those things help me get my content out to more people on YouTube who don't subscribe to me, and I hope will subscribe if they see what I'm doing. Last thing you can do, as always, it's old school. Tell a friend or two about what I'm doing and what I'm building here. I really appreciate your support if you already are a subscriber. If you're new, if you're thinking about it, I hope this video tips you over the edge and you become one. All right, everyone. Take care.
Just over a little bit, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Beautiful day, huh? Nice weather. I only have time for a few questions because I'm running late to a meeting, but happy to take any for a moment if you have any. I think you were first.
What do you make of the senator's conversation with Roberto Garcia's response?
I'm almost at a loss for words for how outrageous it is. Here's an individual, the man who has been deported to his home country of El Salvador, who has been repeatedly documented by multiple federal and state authorities to be a member of MS-13, one of the most violent and ruthless criminal organizations on planet Earth, which is now a designated foreign terrorist organization, an individual who has been credibly implicated in human smuggling and human trafficking, an individual who is a documented woman beater, somebody who has viciously assaulted a woman in ways that shock the human conscience. That is who the Democrat Party is going to provide aid, solace, and comfort to, not to Senator Van Hollen's own constituents, like the Morin family. Rachel Morin was viciously beaten, brutally raped, and murdered, and her mother never even got a phone call from Senator Van Hollen. Or Kayla Hamilton, a young girl who was attacked in a public restaurant, raped in the bathroom, and beaten to death and murdered by an illegal alien that Joe Biden set free into the country. None of those people elicit human sympathy from Senator Van Hollen. How broken is that man's heart? How broken is his conscience that he doesn't have even an ounce of empathy or time or concern to share with those families, or how many of his citizen constituents have been killed by the fentanyl that Joe Biden allowed into this country, by the cartels that made a fortune.
Why is he saying it like in this country?
Or the
In this country?
State that cannot even get a good education or good health care because of the mass migration that has occurred into his state. None of that concerns him in the
Yes, healthcare is caused. Our bad healthcare is definitely caused by letting migrants in. Genius.
I don't have any update on the IRS right now, but as soon as we have one, we'll get it to you. Any other questions?
What can we foresee? What do you foresee happening?
Well, the president's been very, very clear in his criticisms and disappointment, and he said it perfectly. Nothing to add to what the president.
Oh my God, he up-talks too. I didn't think he could get any worse. Thank you, thank you.
Allegations against her are nothing more than a revenge tour by the Trump administration. What's your response?
My response is that Letitia James is one of the most corrupt, shameless individuals ever to hold public office. She's guilty not only of those crimes, but of countless more crimes by using and abusing her public office to try to persecute an innocent man, depriving him of his rights, engaging in a conspiracy to obstruct our election, and to overthrow our democratic processes and procedures. She is guilty of
Yes,
multiple
you're there. Yeah,
serial criminal violations.
definitely not the pot calling the kettle black here.
President Bukele to potentially move Garcia to another country, since that seems to be the issue at large?
The President of the United States brought Bukele here. You all heard from him himself. His view is that this foreign terrorist is a citizen and subject of El Salvador, and Bukele's view is that it is his decision as the president of El Salvador what happens with his own citizens who are lawfully residing in his country, who've been returned to his country. And so I have nothing to add to the subject of what El Salvador wishes to do with one of its own citizens, but it's important to note that the gang that the deported individual claimed previously that he was going to be persecuted by in El Salvador no longer exists. It does not exist in El Salvador. The 18G gang does not exist in El Salvador. So that fake pretense for not wanting to be deported has been completely removed and remedied and no longer exists as a matter of law or reality. I want to tell you one story while you're all here that I think is very important to illustrate for you the genuine evil of the last administration's immigration policies that, for whatever reason, our corporate press in this country never really cared to cover, and certainly elicited no outrage, no emotion from this country's political and ruling elite. But this, by the way, this is not an isolated instance. This is the kind of thing that we discover not only every day, but every hour. But this illustrates how inhuman the policies were of the previous administration and how many thousands of lives we are saving by upholding and enforcing our laws. So there was a 14-year-old girl that we discovered who was trafficked across the border in the previous administration, stolen from her family in her home country. The Biden
In her home country?
made no attempt to return her to her home country, or to
Her home
return her to
country?
her family in her home country, or to reunify her in any way with her family in her home country. Instead, they resettled her in the United States with a so-called sponsor. That so-called sponsor, all funded by our taxpayers, this entire procedure funded by taxpayers, that so-called sponsor was himself an illegal alien. So subject to himself removal and deportation. Again, the Biden administration did not deport the sponsor, but handed the girl over to the sponsor. The sponsor claimed to be that girl's brother. He was not, in fact, her brother. The Biden administration, of course, did not attempt to verify this in any way, shape, or form, as they did not for the hundreds of thousands of minors that were placed in the hands of illegal aliens. They know they were being lied to. They didn't care they were being lied to. This individual was an illegal alien who had no familial relation with this young girl. What happened next will not surprise you, although it will sadden you. He raped the 14-year-old girl and impregnated her. So the Biden administration...
Was she able to get an abortion?
Took her away from her family, brought her into the United States, resettled her with an illegal alien, 26-year-old adult male, subjected her to rape and what anyone would describe as torture. So the young girl was tortured and raped and impregnated as a result of the choices made by the Biden administration. When this case was brought to the Biden administration for prosecution, they turned it down and did not even prosecute the case. So it's evil on top of evil on top of evil. And I am not
I've had it.
in moral lectures from anyone in this country, whether they be in the media or the Democrat Party or in the corporate press, about immigration policy when the left has been complicit in the greatest crimes against humanity that we have seen in God knows how many years in this country. A system that has turned human beings into fodder for the cartels and participated in the mass
cartels
rape and exploitation of children and the mass murder
of
of
children.
Americans. That's what we're fighting against. That level of evil and depravity. And if you are weak or soft or passive in the face of evil, then you will be conquered by it. And this country will be conquered by it. And we will not be a free country anymore or a safe country. We'll be a country
I don't
ruled by
think
cartels,
we
gangs, and terrorists.
you know.
That's the stakes. Those are the stakes in what we're doing right now. I have time for one more question.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask you about you mentioned Bukele and the fact that Garcia is now in El Salvador's custody. But the question is, has President Trump expressed any interest at all in seeing Garcia move to a different country? Or would he want him to stay in El Salvador? Did he discuss that with Bukele or any of his advisors, specifically with immigration?
Well, the Supreme Court has been abundantly clear when it overturned
Abundantly
the
clear.
lower court's ruling that the foreign policy of the United States cannot be compelled by district court. The view of our administration has been very clear and consistent that this man is a subject and citizen of El Salvador, and El Salvador, as a sovereign country, has informed us repeatedly and publicly that it is their desire and intention to retain custody of him. And of course, we as a U.S. government cannot forcibly retrieve him against the wishes of El Salvador. Of course, again, as we discussed at some length in these settings, if we were to forcibly retrieve him, the irony would be is that because he's here illegally and has a deportation order, he would simply be deported the second time back to El Salvador because the withholding order that has been so much discussed is no longer valid or enforced because he's a member of a foreign terrorist organization and because the fake claim that he completely fabricated about being persecuted by a rival gang no longer exists. The gang itself no longer exists in the country. I'll take one more question.
Sir,
Mr. Miller, a federal appeals judge.
Sir, when are we going to see accountability and consequences for sanctuary state and local officials that are violating 8 U.S.C. 1324 by harboring illegal aliens?
Yeah.
As well as, isn't it kind of bizarre that Chris Van Hollen tried to smuggle and facilitate the re-entry of this illegal alien, also in violation of 8 U.S.C. 1324?
Yeah, we also haven't heard any stories about the Logan Act this time around for whatever reason. So it's a great question.
Thank you.
And a knowledgeable question. I don't get a lot of questions around here where people are citing the Immigration and Nationality Act. So that's great. You're exactly right that the sanctuary cities are engaged in multiple criminal violations: harboring, smuggling, inducing, obstructing justice, obstructing official proceedings, and many other crimes. And this is something that the Department of Justice is taking a very hard look at. I'll just say that it is my view, the view of this administration, that these cities are engaged in systemic criminal violations and that they are engaged in a scheme to nullify and obstruct the duly enacted laws of the United States of America. And I would again note, when we talk about morality, talk about decency, sanctuary cities shield criminal illegal aliens from removal. We repeatedly go into communities and arrest illegal aliens who were previously in custody, that they refused to turn over, that were sent back onto the street, that have subsequently raped or abused a child. I just want you to think about that for a second. You have sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, like Boston, like Chicago, where illegal aliens will be booked, arrested, placed into city or state custody, charged with serious crimes. ICE will ask them to be turned over for deportation. They will willfully release them back onto the street, obstructing federal law enforcement, doing so at a time and place of their choosing, making sure that we don't know where and when they will be set free. And then those illegal aliens will go out and take someone's son or someone's daughter and abuse and rape them. This is, the word scandal doesn't even...
And can they get an abortion after, or what?
Of the evil that we are talking about with these policies. About repeatedly subjecting citizens on purpose, deliberately.
Are they forced to then have the birth?
Crimes, against them and their families by individuals who by law shall be removed from this country. You know, and we have a whole body of immigration law, by the way, the last administration shredded, that says illegal aliens shall not be allowed to enter the country, shall be detained through removal, shall not be set free, that they chose repeatedly in mass to not only ignore, but to give them parole, to give them work permits, to give them welfare, a scheme to violate our laws. You're not talking about just one time or 2 times or 3 times. Millions and millions of times they engage in this scheme. So much criminality that it defies our ability to even catalog it. And the wages of that, the destruction that created, can only be measured in the tears of all the moms and dads whose kids are now dead, whether dead by drugs or dead by crime. And that doesn't even measure the impacts on our education system. I mean, we always talk about how low our test scores in this country, and no one ever talks about the fact that we have a completely open border until Donald Trump with the world, flooding our schools with students who are not even literate in the language in the countries from which they came. Destroyed our education system, destroyed our infrastructure, destroyed our healthcare system. Where do Americans go to get their cities back? Where do they go to get their lives back? Where do they go to get their lost income? How many small businesses have been closed over the years because they were competing with illegal labor? How many lives and dreams have been destroyed? The other side in this debate, this isn't a debate between 2 reasonable points of view. It's a debate between a political party led by Donald Trump that believes in nationhood, that believes in sovereignty, that believes in the idea that there is such a thing as citizenship and it's sacred, and a party that is literally waging war against the very idea of nationhood. And as far as they're concerned, every single American citizen who's hurt or killed as a result is acceptable collateral damage. Well, it's not acceptable to Donald Trump, and we're shutting it down, and we'll never apologize for it. Thank you.
Mr. Villa, on due process,
In tonight's other news, the Israeli military says professional failures.
Our Mark Strassman has an update on some of those tense town hall meetings we're seeing across the country as lawmakers here.
We are back, and we are joined now by Cody Johnston of the wonderful YouTube channel Some More News. Cody, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me. Obviously a huge fan. Happy birthday also.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's your channel. Everybody has been like messaging us saying you have to come on. We played a little bit of one of your videos the other day. Can I ask, like, how long does it take for you to put together 40-minute long, like, very well produced, progressive YouTube? Like, I love the video essay format, but you churn out like a video essay format in way so quickly. It's incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, it's you know, it's rougher some weeks than others. We do try to plan ahead.
Yeah.
Because you know, it's like you're saying, 40 minutes, an hour. It's pretty heavily researched, and so we have this, like we have a whole process from start to finish. Oftentimes, we'll come up with stuff that we kind of know, like it'll be relevant for a long time, and knowing that, okay, well, we filmed this, even though it was written a month ago, we can sort of plug in current events and keep it going. But you know, a Ben Shapiro episode or whatever, that's months of just sort of like packing in as much as you possibly can. And it's also the year or so before where all these clips are coming out and he's saying whatever.
Right.
So it really does depend. Sometimes it's just like, oh, something happened this week. We need to just do something on that topic, and our head writer will just be like, no emails this week. I'm just doing this.
It's really well done, and you're funny in it, but also providing everybody with all of like the information that they need on that topic. You mentioned Ben Shapiro. You've done some deep dives over there into that crew. What the hell is going on at the Daily Wire?
Nothing good, it doesn't seem. It seems like they're falling apart. I mean, they're like all of their people are being fired or leaving. I know Jeremy Boring is gone. Because they're all losing money, because if you pump a bunch of money in from a billionaire for ideological purposes, maybe the output needs to be bringing in enough to sustain yourself. I assume it's because they wanted to be Amazon Prime was the problem, right? They're doing a streaming service, and they have they're doing like some like King Arthur epic show, and they're trying to do like the non-woke Snow White. And if you pump money into that and the product isn't very good, then you're not going to be making money from it. So it seems like they just wasted a lot of money on vanity projects and trying to be like the anti-woke Hollywood, whatever conservative Hollywood they wanted to be. And you can't do everything.
It also seems like that media, that old way of like, there was this, the internet and YouTube became a thing, then creators started blowing up, and there were companies that were like, how can we monetize this? How can we create little mini companies that are about content creation? And the Daily Wire is one of them, but they had so much money backing it. But like, I'm even seeing this in sports media too, where it's just folks are more drawn towards just going to creators that they appreciate, and these independent creators with subscription models, whether it's Substack or Ghost or other ways that people are accessing that content. It feels like that is just more of the trend these days, and the Daily Wire guys are like, they're getting smacked by Candace Owens and even some of these other streamers, or Brett Cooper.
Right, everyone that they had for a while and then pissed off for whatever reason, and then couldn't make it work. Yeah, you're building up these personalities, and that's, you know, for better or worse, that's what people gravitate towards. And I'm sure people were like, well, Candace is saying this right thing, and I'm going to go to her. Daily Wire lost me because they're not keeping up with whatever anti-Semitism is really big now, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think they just aren't, they like pumped all this money into a plan that wasn't going to work long term, it seemed. But they have the backing because their ideological project is the point, right? They're not there, they're not really there to like get return on investment in like the normal way. It's just sort of like, if you put out propaganda for us, that helps us in our ideological project, as opposed to just doing good work or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's right, and it'll be fun to watch how that unfolds. Back to the real news and the politics of the day. So I want to play this old clip of Chuck Schumer from a month ago, a little under a month ago. This is around the time that he completely caved on the continuing resolution and decided to give up all of the Democrats' leverage.
Well,
because
what are you gonna do? You know, work is hard. Nobody wants to work these days.
It'd be really bad if the government stopped working in a government shutdown. Oh, wait. The government already has stopped working because Elon Musk and the Doge groypers are slowly shutting everything down and making it non-functional and stealing all the data from our treasury. It's insane. And you also have to show, as we're seeing with Chris Van Hollen, you have to show strength. That's the only thing that these fascists know how to respond to. That's the only way that you can fight them politically. Schumer, but he's gonna fight. This is what he said.
We will win.
He needs time. Okay, so this was, maybe it's been like 3.5 weeks since he said this. Maybe he's gotten there.
Look, this is an extraordinary moment. It does require extraordinary action. If he defies the Supreme Court, then we are in uncharted territory that we haven't been in for a very long time, and our entire democracy, this whole beautiful enterprise of democracy that we've had for over 240 years, is at risk. And look, I believe that if Donald Trump should defy the courts, the public will rise up. Democrats will fight it in every single way. And I believe, you know, autocrats only succeed, Kristen, if the public lets them. But
keep going. Keep going.
What about the Senate? Okay.
Yeah.
But if the public is so succeed, Kristen, if the public lets them. But if the public is so angry and takes action, and certainly we Democrats will, it will trigger a mass movement from one end of the country to the other, something that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Hell yeah. I'm fired up.
Public.
Yeah. We're coming for you, whoever.
Oh, yeah. I just love the outsourcing of it. The public will rise up. Dude, Van Hollen just pantsed you. Just by like, you know how you get the public to show up? by showing fight yourself. And I think that's under the dictionary definition of leadership.
It's so embarrassing and pathetic to just like let that happen and not address, because like, I mean, even to what your conversation a little earlier, you can't just be like, well, it's not popular, so we shouldn't do it, or it's not polling well, or you can't just put your finger to the wind and see what you should do if you don't have moral clarity and you're not trying to actually like get a message out with some sort of communication to like bolster public opinion or push back on it, or be like you're saying, it's leadership, it's communication is such a huge part of it. And if you're not pointing out why this is wrong or this is wrong or this is illegal, I know it's at this point it's like, but sir, that's illegal. It's a little like, yeah, everything they're doing is illegal now. So what's the point in saying it? But if you're not communicating that, then the people, they might do it without you, but you need to do your job, I guess, is the point. It's just very frustrating to see people in that actual leadership sort of defer to like, well, once the people get mad enough, once the polling says we should do something, we will absolutely do something. We promise.
But that's what democracy is supposed to be, which is supposed to be you're doing that for us, not us doing it for you. Matt, you wanted to say something, but...
I just want to insert a quote from David Brooks recently.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, I know.
Record, which he says, "It's time for a comprehensive national civic uprising. It's time for Americans in universities, law, business, nonprofits, and the scientific community." Now, I'll just say, David Brooks used to be a Marxist. If he was still a Marxist, he might spare an inclusion of workers in that uprising, but anyway, Americans in universities,
implied,
yeah, this is kind of a professional class uprising.
Put it up,
Americans in universities, law, business, nonprofits, the scientific community, and civil servants and beyond.
And beyond.
Okay, to form one coordinated mass movement. Trump is about power. The only way he's going to be stopped is if he's confronted by some movement that possesses rival power.
Well, there you go.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
David Brooks. Didn't think I'd ever say that, but good job to him.
I mean, this is radicalizing. This administration is causing people to. I saw to rethink some of their preconceived notions. I saw Bill Kristol say, "When are we going to apologize to the Abolish ICE people?"
What?
The other day. Isn't that incredible?
I see that every day. You know, it's sometimes couched in irony or whatever, but this sentiment of like, yeah, the resistance libs were right the whole time. This is what it is. A lot of people knew what was happening. It was accurate. The call was correct. The prediction was correct. And now they have this opportunity, the Trump administration, just do it all. And I think people are like, oh my gosh, I didn't know they were going to do all of that. And it is, it's one of those things that's like, it's very disheartening in a sense because the writing's been on the wall for years and years and years.
Yeah.
And it's really upsetting that things have to get bad for people to realize what's going on. But it does seem like that is what is happening.
Right.
Even on immigration issues, even on like all this stuff.
But Abolish ICE was just when AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was elected in 2018, this was the blaring, most radical opinion that she had. Right? Can we put the Crystal thing up just because it's amusing to me? Just to verify that I wasn't hallucinating. Bill Kristol, who is now at the Bulwark, so I think his politics have changed, but...
Absolutely.
It's like a never Trump outfit, right? Basically.
Right. But like these are the people, the same folks that were saying, no, it's the progressive left, saying things like abolish ICE are the problem within the party. He says, where does the abolish ICE movement go to get its apology? And this is important because ICE has been naturalized by the right. ICE was an outgrowth of 9/11 and the war on terror, as was the Department of Homeland Security. We can look back 25 years in the past to analyze how we've created a national security surveillance state in reaction to 9/11 and during the war on terror that is now being used to terrorize the people, our own citizens, our neighbors, other people in this country. And you have even some of the resistance liberals coming around to that point.
Yeah, it's quite something to see, because this is all, like you're saying, yeah, 2018, that was the most radical thing AOC was saying, and it's something that, like, never Trumpers are so interesting because, like, you see this sort of very, very slow progression. You're sort of dragging them forward. These are all conversations that were being had in 2018. All the stuff that we're talking about today, 2017, 2018, 2019, the entire first term, and it's like slowly realizing why they're never Trump. In the first term, it was very much like, oh, he's boorish. He's like, oh, we don't like his personality. He's so like unpleasant, and we don't like him. Right. But now, after like one term of him, you get some Biden, and then this. It's like, oh, I get why I understand. Like, his personality is actually linked to policy, and it's linked to this political movement. And like you're saying, this path is very clear from, you know, you can also point to like so many things about Reagan, and then obviously the Bush era, and here we are. And it's just funny to see sort of like over the span of 10 years, all these guys go like, oh, right, I was wrong all along. This sucks.
Dang it.
Sucks now. So good for them, I guess. Better late than never. They're faster than Chuck Schumer, apparently.
Do you think that it helped because Biden got so unpopular? Like, I think that even though we obviously had major problems with Hillary Clinton, and it was tough for me to vote for her in the general election after that very brutal primary with Bernie Sanders, and, you know, I did it because Trump was a threat. But we were kind of more in the minority, unfortunately, within the Democratic Party. She was still a very popular figure. I think Biden was so, like, people were so outraged by the cover-up about his mental acuity, really. I think Democratic voters, they were angry that he put us all in this position again. And, of course, with his support for the genocide in Gaza, polling hadn't been catching up yet, but the base was angry about that, too. Although they now flip and they're more angry when Trump's in office, which is an annoying partisan thing, but it happens on both sides. Yeah. I wonder if that made it easier for people to all kind of realize, like, maybe we shouldn't just be default trusting somebody who's ever been in the same room as Obama or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, Biden's ability is still, I think, unfolding, and people's mistrust there, and just sort of, yeah, you put all your eggs in this basket, and I don't know, I think that it's just we have all this quick backlash to a backlash to a backlash to a backlash so much now. We're ping-ponging all the time. It's so fast, every week, every month, every year, and people just forget so quickly about anything. I think also being able to be like, oh, look, Biden's so old and he's this, and you're pretending that he's the smartest, like, sharpest guy in the room or whatever. I believe you. And so you're doing this, and then so you have this, like, but we need some sort of guy who can finish a sentence. But in doing that, you forget about Trump. You forgot all about him. You see this even in a lot of Gen Z polling, some boomer polling about Trump's approval, where it's like, oh, right, oh, he's terrible and obnoxious, and we don't want him around. But during the campaign, you don't really think about that. You think about what's in front of you, which is old as hell Biden stumbling through life, kind of. And so they swing over there, and now reality sets in. I just wish people had stronger memory.
Object permanence. Yeah, like let's play this because we're kind of on the topic here. There's been, I guess it was announced this week that David Hogg, who is the new vice chair of one of the vice chairs of the Democratic Party,
David Hogg. Guess why they call him David Hogg?
Launching an effort to primary Democrats who are incumbents, who Hogg basically calls either, you know, asleep at the wheel, I think was the phrase that he used. And the group is called Leaders We Deserve. They're apparently going to be spending around $20 million in deep blue districts. So this is a bit of the Justice Democrats model, except with somebody who is associated with and a part of the DNC. So I want to wait. I'm encouraged by this announcement. I want to wait to see what the criteria is for an incumbent primary challenger before I laud it.
Right.
However, the fact that they understand that this is necessary is interesting and important. But not everybody does. Here's old James Carville, and I'm glad we're playing this today because if Sam was back to hear this, he might actually have an aneurysm. This is Carville's he has one mode. It's only protecting the worst incumbent, most geriatric Democrats ever. Although I guess he was on board the Biden dropout train, maybe the one-time broken clock situation. But this is his reaction to Hogg's initiative.
Well, maybe, as I said, maybe they need to split off from the Democratic Party and call themselves a socialist, I don't know, urbanist, central city.
But you know why they're doing it. They looked at MAGA, and they did what we see all the time when you don't have better minds and better ideas. This is why you were so transcendent in politics. Is that, and I always find people say, "Oh, Jim."
When Trump threatened to start a trade war with China during last year's election campaign, there was a pretty broad consensus that China was in trouble. Chinese exporters rely heavily on the American market. The Chinese economy was looking shaky, and most of the inflationary impact on the US would probably be absorbed by the strong dollar. Unfortunately for Trump, however, this isn't how things have panned out. The dollar is weakening, America's economy now looks like the shaky one, and it turns out China has more leverage in this trade war than most commentators originally thought. So, in this video, we're going to look at the escalating US-China trade war, who's winning, and what might happen next. Never miss an episode, and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So let's just start with a quick overview of all the tariffs Trump has imposed on China since coming into office. Because, well, it can be hard to keep track. Even before Trump took office, the average US tariff on Chinese imports was about 20%. This was largely a consequence of tariffs imposed by Trump in his first term, focused on certain commodities like steel and strategically sensitive goods like solar panels. For context, the average US tariff for imports from the rest of the world was about 3%. However, in his second term, Trump has taken things up a notch, sparking an unprecedented tit-for-tat trade war with Beijing. This really began on February the 1st, when Trump imposed a flat 10% tariff on all Chinese imports, on top of the pre-existing tariffs. 3 days later, China retaliated with a 15% tariff on coal and liquefied natural gas imports from the US, as well as a 10% tariff on crude oil, agricultural machinery, and large displacement cars. On March the 3rd, Trump added another 10%. Again, China retaliated with more tariffs on certain US agricultural exports. On April the 2nd, otherwise known as Liberation Day, Trump slapped a further 34% tariff on all Chinese imports. 2 days later, China retaliated with a symmetrical 34% tariff. On April the 7th, Trump threatened another 50%. On April the 9th, China retaliated by preemptively adding another 50% itself, taking China's flat tariff rate on US imports to 84%. On April the 10th, Trump upped the stakes by taking America's flat tariff rate on all Chinese imports up to 145%. And on April the 11th, China went to 125%, effectively ending bilateral trade between the world's two biggest economies. Now, originally, the Trump administration seemed pretty confident about all this. Earlier this week, Trump claimed that the ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. His Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, told CNNBC that, quote, China are playing with a pair of twos. What do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. The basic argument here seems to be that the US runs a massive trade deficit with China, which means Chinese businesses need access to the American market more than vice versa. There's definitely some truth to this, and most economists originally expected a trade war to hurt China more than America. The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimated last year, for instance, that if both countries imposed a 60% flat tariff on each other, China's GDP would shrink by $770 billion, while America's would only shrink by $327 billion. However, that's not quite how things have panned out. In fact, Trump has quickly pulled back on a number of tariffs, including a huge exemption for cell phones, computer equipment, and many electronic components, representing nearly a quarter of all Chinese imports, and is now requesting negotiations. On Tuesday, Besant penned a piece in the Wall Street Journal essentially asking America's allies to help the US isolate China economically. But it got little traction, because, well, America doesn't have that many friends at the moment. Conversely, China is sounding increasingly confident. Bloomberg reported on Wednesday that Beijing is now insisting that Trump show more, quote, consistency and respect before any talks, and that Xi himself won't bother with preliminary talks until it looks like a deal is actually possible. Beijing also apparently wants Trump to, quote, rein in members of his cabinet, a thinly veiled reference to J.D. Vance's provocative comments about Chinese peasants earlier this month. And China Daily, the CCP's English language mouthpiece, told the US to, quote, stop whining in an editorial earlier this week. So why aren't things going to plan for Trump here? Well, as we see it, there are at least 4 reasons. For starters, China relies less on the US than it used to. In 2018, at the start of the first trade war, the US accounted for 20% of China's total exports, but this figure has since fallen to about 13%. Second, while American exporters might not suffer that much, American consumers still want a lot from China, which means that, combined with a weak dollar, the trade war could push up inflation to politically unpalatable levels. This speaks to Trump's somewhat one-sided view of trade deficits. While it's true that Chinese businesses sell a lot of stuff to America, that's because American consumers like Chinese stuff. Both countries are sort of dependent on one another in this respect, as Trump's recent exemptions for smartphones tacitly admits. Of course, China's retaliatory tariffs will also lead to higher inflation in China, but A, inflation is currently lower in China than it is in the US, and B, it's not like disgruntled Chinese can vote Xi out at the midterms. This takes us nicely onto the third reason. The politics of a trade war are easier for the CCP. Not only does Xi not have to worry about re-election, America's aggressive posture also means that the CCP can easily blame everything on Trump. Conversely, many Americans will be asking why Trump has chosen to inflict so much economic pain on them, given he came to office promising to bring down the price of groceries. And fourth, while China might struggle in a tit-for-tat tariff-based trade war, it has other economic weapons at its disposal. Just this week, for instance, China cancelled all Boeing orders, heaping more pressure on the American airline giant, and suspended the export of certain critical materials and magnets to the US. These are essential to a whole range of advanced manufacturing sectors, and speaks to another asymmetry in the US-China trade relationship. While China mainly imports agricultural products from the US, which can easily be sourced from other countries like Brazil, the US relies on China for a whole range of critical manufacturing components and commodities, which can't be easily sourced elsewhere. In the worst-case scenario, China could also dump its holding of US debt, including treasuries and other agency bonds, potentially sparking a full-blown debt crisis. All in all, it's clear that Trump's trade war isn't going to plan. For Trump, this is bad news in and of itself, but it's also bad because it's shown to America's other trading partners that A, you can win a trade war against the US, and B, even Trump ultimately caves to domestic political pressure. Regardless, in 2025, one thing is certain. We can expect the news cycle to continue being dominated by these same major figures. But who's the most influential? In the most recent edition of our magazine, Too Long, we find out. US
I won't allow it. Oh boy. You watched this already? Oops.
I did the first one about 2.5, 3 months ago. There have certainly been some recent polls that have come out, specifically the Democrat primary, as well as a few out of the Republican. We know the Republican's probably going to be J.D. Vance, but I'll still discuss it. There's some talk right now about Donald Trump, his eligibility. You've got Bannon and others coming out saying Trump's going to run again. Is it possible? And really, where do we sit right now in terms of an actual prediction? Republican, Democrat, and then who I think is going to win. You can see which party will win the 2028 election. Recently, the Democrats have gained a slight advantage. Really, this is completely meaningless. We know it. You could argue because of the tariff situation, but that is a minuscule time frame And we know, as I've discussed ad nauseum, that Donald Trump is laying an amazing bedrock when it comes to this economy and really changing everything around when it comes to the over-reliance on China, and the tariff situation is still evolving. But right now, Democrats, this is like 50-50. You could argue, I mean, based off of what we saw in the 2024 election and the weak Democrat bench, Republicans have a significant advantage. But this is just the recent betting update. Now, we can see the Democratic nominee recently. Gavin Newsom has ticked ahead. I would say this, too, is relatively meaningless. You do have AOC moving up a little bit. Josh Shapiro sitting at 9%, AOC at 8%. You also do have Pete Buttigieg on here, who was leading a poll. I'm going to go over that. But this is what I'll say. I think Gavin Newsom right now is a token leader. He talks well. He has the slimy look of a politician. To me, it's just very unlikely. Gavin Newsom is like, all right, if nobody emerges from the outside, then yeah, they're probably going to have to go with a cookie cutter like Newsom. The problem with Newsom is he's a coastal elite. He's not liked within the United States. There's people in California that hate him. There's a lot that goes against him in terms of his leadership within California, going back to COVID, the use of funds, the homeless situation spiraling out of control. So with Newsom, he's the headliner.
You're just mad because.
But to me, it's very unlikely he'll be the Democratic nominee.
Wash your ass.
You do have Shapiro. I think Shapiro's weak. I'd be surprised if it were him.
Choosing?
He's another token. You've got AOC.
Sounds
AOC
gay.
may be VP material, but AOC is very obnoxious. She's very young. She's still really left. She's rolling out with Bernie and doing these rallies. I think they're trying to slow roll AOC to be the young socialist Bernie, to where she can get all the young base to come out and vote. And that's probably what, they have her out with Bernie and all these rallies. Bernie, I would imagine at this point is too old. I'm not even sure he's on here, but yeah. So AOC at this point sitting at 8%, maybe VP. I think she's too young and too left to be anywhere close to the actual nominee, and they would not allow that. And by the way, if she is the VP, my guess is they would probably balance it with, it would be someone like Shapiro, it'd be a white dude. If they're going to choose AOC, with her personality and how left she is in terms of the U.S. electorate, yeah. Buttigieg, he's a little, he's just a soy. And it's just not going to happen with Buttigieg. He also is very condescending. It seems like his entire political career has been checking off boxes, whether it's military, whether it's Mayor
He's
Pete.
just a
Now he's
soy.
running in Michigan randomly. And he just has a slime look to him, and he's got really a slime personality when he talks. It's just if condescending, if there's like just a single picture for condescending, it'd be like Buttigieg. He just comes off slimy. And he's another thing. You got like a height problem with him. You know, with presidents, you got to be taller. You do. You've got to have some height to you. You got to be like 6'1". Kamala Harris, no chance, and she knows it. She's doing the whole thing where she's gonna run for governor in California, and because
hell yeah,
they can't help themselves, they'll vote for her, and she'll win, I'm sure, just because off of name recognition. Gretchen Whitmer, you could argue she had her little mishap in the White House last week. I don't know what that was. Maybe VP. Possibly. She is liked. She's got a decent approval rating in Michigan. Yeah, maybe VP for
Big
Whitmer.
Gretch.
I don't think they're going to really pick a woman when it comes to the actual nominee. Wes Moore,
Name a
Cookie
woman.
Cutter, Stephen A. You're going to start seeing more and more of these outsiders try and rile up the Democratic Party, and someone like Stephen A. can call them out, and that's the whole grift. Oh, I'm a Democrat, but the Democratic Party needs to do things differently, and they got to care about the middle class and all this. It's like Stephen A., Mark Cuban, Jon Stewart, those types. I'm surprised Stewart's not on here. There's Cuban at 2%. Michelle
Stewart's
Obama.
not a fucking politician, you
I think
fucking
she said she's
weirdo.
not running. Cory Booker at 3%. He did the whole grift where he went up and talked for 25 hours on the Senate floor. J.B. Pritzker. I think he ate one of Tim Walz's percentages. That's why he's down, or that's why Bashir's dropped by 1. John Fetterman. Yeah, there's a lot here. There's Jon Stewart. Yeah, Jon Stewart's good value at 1% here. Barack Obama at
He's
1%, huh?
running.
Yeah, well, listen. The 22nd Amendment, if they want Obama to run, Trump versus Obama, 2028, it's on the table now. Trump is too old.
No, it's not.
Hillary. Yeah, if I throw something on Hillary, you guys got to give me some type of tip or something. I need a donation to make this money back. $333 on Hillary's 16K return. Bernie Sanders, Liz Cheney, the ultimate switch. Yeah, but I mean, right now, it's hard to say with the Democrats. I don't know. I really don't know, because I can't see it being Newsom. And then looking at the Republicans, Vance is pretty stable at around 45, 44%. How about Tulsi at 11%? That's interesting. You've got Trump at 10%, his son at 6%. So I'll talk about Trump. They keep mentioning the 22nd Amendment and how, well, you can kind of subvert it by having Trump run as VP for Vance, and then the second Vance
That's
gets
some
inaugurated,
Vladimir
he steps
Putin
down,
shit.
and Trump becomes the president for a third term, or when Vance becomes president-elect, he steps down, or something like that. The problem is the 12th Amendment. Trump is ineligible to run as VP if you've served 2 terms as president. Because if he serves as VP and then something happens to the president, then he'd be in. So maybe they'll try and do something with Trump. I think if Trump was like 65, this is a serious conversation, 100%. Especially if Trump has a pretty good approval in like 2027. It's a serious conversation. But with where we're at now in terms of Trump being as old as he is, what is he going to be, 81, 82, if he's going to run for a third term? It's very unlikely. And then his son would just be him saying, I want my son to be president. I want him to take over. And you know a lot of MAGA people would vote for that. Some wouldn't. Some people don't like Trump Jr. I don't think Trump Jr. would do very well at all, and I don't think it's going to happen. He already said he's not running, but you know how these people say. They say they're not running, they're not running, they're not running. Well, when you say it 3 years before, it's really irrelevant, but I don't think he's going to. To me, that would be kind of a stab in Vance's back unless there's a falling out with Vance. I would imagine it's going to be Vance. Vance is doing a lot of very public... I mean, all VPs have to be public to a degree, but it does seem like Vance is doing a lot more impactful speeches when it comes to the relations with the EU, just in general. It is interesting, though, that Tulsi's in second place. You could get Vance Tulsi ticket. That wouldn't be surprising. Tulsi, for sure, was one of the people that it was reported by. The New York Times came out against strikes on Iran, which is very positive. You've got DeSantis sitting at 5%. I just can't see DeSantis really for VP or for president. DeSantis did very well in Florida, but at a national level, it's just very unlikely. Youngkin maybe for VP, but still unlikely. Rubio is an option for VP. A lot of people are talking about Vance Rubio, Vance Gabbard, something like that. Vivek, you know, that tweet with the H-1Bs and whatever that was with the culture, American culture, it ruined it for him. So he's very likely going to be the next governor of Ohio, though. Have you seen the polls on that? At least the primary polls with Trump's endorsement. Nikki Haley, it's impossible. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, it's not happening. Brian Kemp, it's not happening. Byron Donalds, maybe an outside shot at a VP. Elise Stefanik, not happening. Josh Hawley, outside shot at a VP. RFK, VP. We'll see how RFK does within this administration. Elon's not even eligible. And then the rest, yeah. So I would say at this point, you're looking at Vance as a very heavy favorite. The matchup right now would be Vance-Newsom just based off of the odds. Am I confident Newsom's going to be the pick? No. I mean, this just goes to show you like 16%, 9%, 8%, 7%, 5, 5, 5, 5. There's just, it's so split up within the Democrats right now, and it's going to continue to be that way.
I mean, I don't think it really matters.
Look
at who's president now,
and then taking a look at
you know?
the primary polling average, we'll look at the Democrats and then the Republicans. You still do have Kamala leading, name recognition. That's the only reason she's leading in these. I saw one where Buttigieg was actually up. That's why he's up to 16, 17%. Boy, Newsom's only at 7%, at least in the polls. Not that the polls matter a ton. Cory Booker at 7.8% in front of Newsom. I mean, when you grandstand for 25 hours, I guess it has its benefits. Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro. You can see Harris is already dropping off. The recent poll from Atlas had Buttigieg 4 points in front of Kamala, AOC at 16%, Booker at 9%, Newsom at 7%. A lot of this is based off of recent action. Although, I don't know, Buttigieg, I don't think it's done much. But that is a good poll for Buttigieg. It's really meaningless, though, 3 years out. Data for Progress, Buttigieg at 14%. I mean, there's some positive polls here for Buttigieg. AOC at 21, percent in a Yale youth poll. I mean, that's obviously not the full picture. Echelon Insights, Kamala leading pretty significantly. Cory Booker at 11%. So these are all over the place, honestly. You could say
almost
Kamala
like it's
is
not
leading right
reliable.
now,
It's a
but
gambling website.
I would imagine she's probably going to be surpassed.
Only one type of
within
person.
4 or 5 months. Polls without Harris. Buttigieg leading. Cory Booker in second. Yeah, these are all so early. And then the GOP, I would imagine it's just going to be heavily Vance. Vance 44%, Don Jr. at 18.5%. Yeah, let's not do Don Jr. But you can see Vance 47%, 36%, 40%.
Not even this guy likes Don Jr.
And he's polling very, very well at this point. So Vance is a heavy favorite still for the Republicans. Whether or not Trump tries to run again, he teases it, he entertains it. People say he's trolling. Some people say, oh, he's serious. I tend to think he's kind of serious. It really depends on the situation in 2027. But the one thing that is not changing is how old Trump is getting. And that's something that's a serious roadblock in terms of him trying to run again. And then the other roadblock is the Constitution. And this is just the reality of it. Now, maybe there is some legal precedent you can try and argue that can get around both the 12th and the 22nd Amendment. But the problem is if they try and run him as VP, which is a workaround of the 22nd Amendment, he would be ineligible to do that under the 12th Amendment. So that's the problem with trying to run Trump again. Because if Trump has an approval rating of like +7 or 8 and he's looking really good, and you've got that incumbent advantage, I know they say it doesn't exist anymore with some of these elections around the world, but if the president does a good job, there is an advantage, 100%. Whether Vance runs or Trump runs, if the administration has a good approval rating and the wars end and inflation continues to be as low as it is and you get the domestic production, because I think the economy will really turn around within the next year or year and a half based off of all the indicators I've seen, or at least it'll be in a much better spot before the midterms, hopefully. Would Trump be tempted to run again? I mean, it's just, the age is the issue. The age is the real problem. But right now, you're looking at Vance as a pretty heavy favorite for the Republicans, and that's just based on him being picked by Trump, so he's already got Trump's de facto endorsement. Now he doesn't have his endorsement for 2028. And I do remember, I think it was Hannity 2 or 3 months ago in a Fox interview asked Trump, do you support Vance for 2028? And Trump said no. But then Trump kind of sidestepped it and said, well, it's too early. But I was surprised he like staunchly said no. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. And then the Democrats are a mess. Right now it's Newsom. He's the most, based on like previous presidential, he's just the most presidential you would think out of all of these people in terms of career trajectory, everything like that. But there's just, they need someone to come out of left field. The Democrats do, I feel. These are not strong candidates. AOC, there's just no way. Again, maybe for VP, but even that, I think it's unlikely. So I guess we'll see. But either way, guys, make sure you like this video down below.
I won't.
That is going to do it for this one. And follow me on X. Links to that's always in the... Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a little bit of an ominous update here in regards to the Russia-Ukraine situation, with Marco Rubio recently making statements saying that they might just pull out of the peace negotiations because of the current situation with the Russians not cooperating, blaming the Ukrainians for not properly adhering to the ceasefire that was on infrastructure. And so now Rubio is saying, well, it's probably more so a stipulation to try and kickstart some potential new talks. They've been having talks, I believe, these past few weeks in Paris. Those are going to continue in terms of trying to come to a ceasefire agreement. Now, I'm going to lay down the timeline. Russia recently has been taking Ukrainian territory. Ukraine had a little sliver of Russian territory in the north. They've since lost pretty much all of that. And at this point, Ukraine, last time I checked earlier this morning, had about 19% total land control of, or excuse me, Russia had 19% total control of Ukraine in terms of the land they're getting from Ukraine, 19%. Whether or not it'll stay that in negotiations, we don't know. And when it comes to Russia, they've been moving very slowly on this war recently. It's kind of come to a grinding halt. But if it is just Russia versus Ukraine, we do have to say Russia will win. If there is no NATO intervention, which there's not going to be, because if it would have happened, it would have happened already under Biden, unless Europe goes crazy and says, well, if Russia mounts a major offensive, which we also don't think is going to happen, then there might be EU involvement, sans the United States, not involving the United States. Now, I do want to say to everyone, as we enter this video, please like it down below. Make sure you subscribe, everything like that. But let's get into this. So Rubio says, U.S. to decide in days if an end of the war in Ukraine is even doable. Quote, if it is not possible to end the war in Ukraine, we need to move on. We need to move on. What does that mean exactly? By the way, we also got big news on a minerals deal. Trump yesterday broke the news and said, we're agreeing to the minerals deal with Ukraine. That's happening next Thursday. Kind of a random, but like yesterday he said, it's happening in a week. So yesterday was Thursday, so it's happening next Thursday. There's going to be a minerals deal with Ukraine. And you're talking about rare earth extraction. Now, we know the most important part of that is refining the rare earths. Maybe we refine them in Ukraine. I don't know. But the point of it is we should be getting our money back, proverbial money back. It's a little bit more complicated than that when it comes to mining in the region and having ourselves tethered to the region. But I do want to say when it came to the initial rare earth deal that got leaked that was going to be signed, that was when Zelensky came to the White House, there was no security assurances from the United States. It was just we were tied to the region. And then Ukraine said, no, we don't want to do this because they're trying to join the EU right now. And they were concerned that if we controlled a lot of their oil and their resources, it would affect their membership application in terms of their sovereignty. And so they applied for it back in 2022. 2023, they were elevated to candidate status. So we'll see what happens in terms of them
EU will be a
the
military
EU. Maybe that's part of these
organization. That's the thing.
negotiations. I would
It's
imagine
just
it probably
inevitable
is
at
because
this
they're not
point.
going to join NATO. The NATO head has said it's not happening.
And Canada
it's not gonna
might
be coming
join it.
anytime soon.
And
Whether or
then
not there's
we'll
an
be
agreement to say, okay, they're not allowed to join
bordered with
NATO over the next
Canada,
20
and they
years.
won't even be in the same
We're not
military
sure on
alliance
that.
as us.
But you can see it says the United
Smart,
States will
huh?
abandon efforts to end the war in Ukraine if it proves impossible to broker meaningful progress in the next several days, according to the Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he departed Paris on Friday after meeting with Macron. Quote, if it is not possible to end the war in Ukraine, we need to move on in a matter of days. And then he talked about that the administration would decide in a matter of days whether or not it is doable in the next few weeks. It later says it is not entirely clear from Mr. Rubio's remarks whether he meant that the United States would merely abandon its efforts to reach a 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, President Trump's immediate focus, or abandon Washington's commitments to Ukraine altogether. And so I would imagine this is probably another negotiating tactic to try and put pressure on both Russia and Ukraine to reach a ceasefire agreement, because this is something that's been simmering for the past month and a half. We remember the minerals deal that was supposed to kickstart everything. We'll see if it actually happens. You can see the current map, very, very similar of what we've seen really the past 2 years when it comes to the front line. A lot of this front line is slowly moving to the west. Russia has captured, I believe, over 100 square miles in Ukrainian land over the past few months. And so a lot of this, the front line is obviously limited Russian control. And this would all have to be worked out in terms of, do they get more to the west? Or is there maybe something that gets worked out to where there's a demilitarized zone within this region? So we'll have to see. Obviously, they do want Crimea, the peninsula, connected to Russia. And certainly Zelensky has come out and said, well, we want Crimea back. We want all of our land back. It's simply impossible. It cannot happen unless there's an escalation, which is also very unlikely to happen at this point unless Russia escalates to a full-fledged, full invasion and really mounts a huge offensive to try and capture all of Ukraine. At that point, that's where I think the European NATO countries untether themselves from the United States and say, no, we're getting involved now. This is just my speculation. I don't know for sure. But if it stays where it is right now, maybe Russia gains a few miles here and there to get better leverage in terms of negotiations. It does seem like Russia is playing coy when it comes to them delaying this ceasefire. Ukraine, they were the ones that originally agreed to the ceasefire. Putin has stalled it since. That's just what's happened. Ukraine agreed to it. Trump went to Russia and Putin. They had a conversation. Putin said, I want to do a ceasefire, but he wanted to have the conversation with Trump. Then it wasn't a full ceasefire, 30-day ceasefire to work out a peace deal. It was a partial ceasefire. And now it's like, no, we can't do a ceasefire because the ceasefire that we originally agreed upon, which was an infrastructure ceasefire and an energy ceasefire, was void because of, I guess, Ukrainians attacking those areas, the infrastructure, Russian infrastructure. That's kind of what's been happening here. So it's a blaming match. They blame each other. Recently, Zelensky was on 60 Minutes. Really, the propaganda is not working. People were telling me about that. It probably lasted like a day. I don't think really any Americans even knew it happened, but he was on 60 Minutes. And it was, again, the propaganda.
I watched it.
And he wanted Trump to visit Ukraine. It's like, what are we doing here? It seems like a waste of time. Just there's really no reason for it to happen. And then also, you did have Zelensky try and buy Patriot missiles, is what it's called. It's like missile defense systems from the United States. He said he wanted them, $15 billion worth. He said he was ready to buy them. And then Trump said, this was a few days ago, he blamed Ukraine for starting the war. He said, if you're going to start a war, you got to know you can win it. You can't start a war against a country that's a lot more powerful than you.
Well,
then Trump was asked about that
America's not going to be involved with NATO and
with the Italian prime minister,
continue
and he
the course they're in.
I didn't mean that.
Why would
he
Europe continue being involved with NATO?
He's not blaming Ukraine for the war, but I mean, based on the previous history and what Zelensky has said and the fighting in the Donbass region, obviously the 2014 Ukrainian revolution, we understand that it's a little more complicated than Russia just invading Ukraine, but the point of it is in 2022 that was an invasion by the Russians. But the reality is, when it comes to a peace agreement, it does seem like Trump, the administration, Rubio, they're getting tired of the Russians, whether it is the Russians or the Ukrainians, both of them dragging their feet when it comes to these negotiations. Now you've got Zelensky saying he wants to buy more missiles from the United States. This is not a very positive development when it comes to where we're at in terms of a ceasefire. And obviously, Trump has said he's going to end the war. I always said, well, he was exaggerating. It's a hyperbole. It's just putting an emphasis on it. People are like, well, Trump said he would end it in 24 hours. Well, we know it's not that simple, but the point is at least we've got dialogue and negotiation now with Trump, and we did have a partial ceasefire agreed by both Ukraine and Russia. Now that hasn't gone anywhere. That's because this is a messy situation, and obviously the Ukrainians and the Russians both want to be in best position when it comes to peace negotiations. Ukrainians, they're going to want significant military securities, and the Russians are going to want some of the land, a lot of it annexed, along with Ukraine's army possibly demilitarized, and then also maybe new elections in Ukraine, and then maybe someone more pro-Russian comes in rather than pro-Western, or maybe something happens within Ukraine to where it gets split up and there's more land that's taken by Russia. That might be really what Putin wants, and so maybe that's why he's trying to position himself in a better position when it comes to being able to broker for more land within central Ukraine. We really don't know what's going to happen in terms of that. I've heard some different rumors about how much land they're going to be getting. Right now, they do control about 20%. Again, the total number is like 19% total land area of Ukraine in terms of they have control or they've occupied. And so we'll have to see in terms of if there is a peace deal, what ends up happening with that. But you can see Rubio talking about possibly moving on. Rubio threatens to walk away from peace talks. And U.S. offers to ease sanctions on Russia in Ukraine peace proposal. Rubio says it's just a lot of talk. Americans are split on whether Russia is an enemy. Kremlin responds to U.S. threat to abandon peace talks, right? And so they're definitely trying to move the situation along because it seems like we've hit a roadblock when it comes to these talks. And so maybe that minerals deal with Ukraine on next Thursday will really kickstart some type of peace negotiation or the ceasefire negotiations again. But right now it does seem like there is a little bit of a barrier, even though they are having talks, I believe in Paris, that's where Rubio was, for some type of peace. But with Rubio leaving those talks saying we're going to move on, there's not a lot of optimism in terms of what he was hearing, I'm guessing. And so, or maybe it's just a little nudge to say, all right, let's go. We're done with this. We're not going to continue to do this for another 4 or 5 months. Let's get something worked out here to where we can get a ceasefire and then see where we're at in terms of peace negotiations.
Micro Rubio.
What Putin said was he wanted to make sure when the ceasefire happened that he would be in agreement to some type of negotiations, because if you do a ceasefire and then you're way off on peace negotiations, there's no point. The ceasefire will expire and they'll be fighting again. So, or the ceasefire will just be broken and then both sides will blame each other, just like what's happened here. So we'll have to see, but the point of it is this is a very complicated thing. Seems like Russia possibly wants more land. They've certainly spent a lot of time and energy in eastern Ukraine. There's been a lot of fighting in the Donbass region that's been going on for many, many years, not just the past 3, but this war now has gone on for over 3 years, the actual full-scale invasion of eastern Ukraine. And so when it comes to the minerals deal, that'll be another thing we'll have to see. The United States, what is it, 170, 180 billion? I've heard different numbers. I've heard Trump say 360. I've heard some liberals and some people within Ukraine say, oh no, it's only 120 billion, but I believe it's around 170, 180 billion dollars is what we've given them. So we should have access to a significant amount of minerals and rare earths within Ukraine. And again, a lot of the being able to acquire those is to be able to refine them, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's acquiring Greenland, or what are you going to do? Ship them to China? That's what we've been doing, and that's what we can't do because we know the reliance on China is a fickle thing that is not sustainable long term, and it's not healthy long term either. And so we'll have to see. But listen, getting more rare earths, we won't argue about that as long as we can do it in a way that doesn't put us in jeopardy of another conflict within Ukraine. Because we know if there's an agreement and Russia gets 20%, 30% of the territory within Ukraine, they're going to want either a puppet government within the rest of Ukraine, or there might be a reinvasion or 2 or 3. We just don't know. It's an unstable situation. That's why we're calling for a DMZ. And if there is a DMZ, it should be patrolled by the EU. And especially if Ukraine gets put into the EU, that'll be a hostile situation with Russia and Ukraine bordering each other and Ukraine being part of the EU. But listen, that's a European issue. That's a European conflict. So right now, we know that Trump has said that this will happen. There will be a peace deal. I do think there will be a peace deal, but it just comes down to these countries working with each other. And from what I have seen, Russia has blamed Ukraine for violating the initial ceasefire, but it does feel like Russia is kind of dragging their feet in terms of agreeing to a ceasefire, because Ukraine initially agreed to one, and then Russia said, we'll agree to it. Putin said, if I talk to Trump, he talked to Trump, and then there wasn't an actual ceasefire, it was only a partial, and then they said, well, Ukraine violated it, and now Ukraine's trying to buy all these missile systems, and the administration, the Trump administration, I think is getting very frustrated. And so Rubio says something like this, makes a threat about moving on, which seems counter to what Trump has preached leading into the election and after he got elected. It seems like this is a lot of they're not actually going to move on, but they're saying that publicly to try and get the ball rolling in terms of both of these countries coming to the table on some type of peace deal. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
You may not be hearing much about F-16s operating in Ukraine, but that may well be by design, as new details about F-16 operations in the embattled nation are beginning to trickle their way out to the public. Last week, General Christopher Cavalli, the commander of the U.S. European Command, reported to the Senate Armed Services Committee that Ukrainian F-16s are now flying both offensive and defensive combat operations over Ukraine every day. In the defensive role, the general reported that these fighters have downed a significant number of Russian cruise missiles, which are powered by air-breathing jet engines and usually fly at subsonic speeds, a lot like a tactical aircraft. But F-16s have also been flying offensive operations in eastern Ukraine specifically, bombing Russian positions.
Bro's got an A-10 poster. What a poser.
Now, the general did not disclose how many F-16s are already operating in Ukraine, but he did say that there are more still coming in from European partners, and publicly available reports show that at least 85 F-16s have been promised to Ukraine thus far. Now, the F-16 is among the most capable and widely operated fourth-generation fighters on the planet, making it a logical choice for equipping Ukraine's sort of piecemeal military, because aircraft and support materials can come in from any of the 24 or so countries that fly F-16s today. But F-16s also require fairly long, well-manicured airstrips, and they're most vulnerable to attack in between flights while they're waiting on the tarmac. So Ukraine has to be very secretive about how many F-16s they're flying and where they're operating to limit Russia's ability to strike these jets with long-range cruise or ballistic missiles in between flights. Now, about a month ago, one Ukrainian F-16 pilot broke cover to answer some of the public's questions in an official Ukrainian Air Force release. And that pilot spoke really highly of the F-16, at least as compared to the Soviet-era Su-27s and MiG-29s that Ukraine has been operating since the beginning of the Russian invasion. Now, according to that pilot, the integration of weapons and targeting delivered by the F-16 makes for a very efficient combination, with him estimating that around 80% of all missiles that they launch ultimately scoring direct hits on their targets, even amid the chaos of the battlefield. Now, he didn't reference specific weapons, but we know Ukrainian F-16s have been operating AGM-88 HARMs, high-speed anti-radiation missiles, as well as glide bombs like the GBU-39 small-diameter bomb, which is an incredibly capable weapon. These weapons, of course, provided by the United States. He also highlighted how effective the F-16 has been at hunting airborne targets, like the aforementioned cruise missiles, as well as one-way attack drones, like the Iranian-sourced Shahed-136 that Russian forces call the Garan-2. Now, according to that unnamed pilot, F-16s are flying multiple sorties per day, which is an exceptional pace considering the monumental effort underway to ensure these fighters have enough maintainers and equipment to keep these jets running. Now, he said these fighters are primarily tasked with protecting vital infrastructure, but do conduct bombing missions at what he called a tactical depth into Russian-controlled territory, which means not all that far into Russian-controlled airspace. Now, despite the capabilities of these F-16s, as well as other Western fighters like the Mirage 2000 that Ukraine recently began receiving, that unnamed pilot still emphasized the dire need for more air defense assets to hold Russian attacks
the Patriot
at
missiles,
bay, highlighting just how difficult the fighting for their sovereignty continues to be, even as the U.S. attempts to push for a temporary ceasefire.
Take it there? Who gon' take it there? Who gon' take it there? Who gon' take it there? Electricity, 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 electricity. You know what's in the air.
This is just audio, but hey.
Over this weekend, and it was an enormous rally. 36,000 people came out in Los Angeles to see them, which, you know, Los Angeles is obviously a heavily left-leaning place with, you know, one of the biggest populations in the country. So that is a place where they would draw a huge crowd, not exactly a place where they're making a giant dent electorally or anything. However, the point of these rallies seems to be to encourage people to get involved, including running. And so they seem to be kind of casting away with the idea, at least for the most part, that like they are the leaders who are going to get into power and enact change. You know, maybe AOC has some type of future to that effect or whatever. But more so, I think they're recognizing that all of these people that they're getting activated just need to take up the reins of politics themselves instead of wanting to vote for somebody who's going to solve all the problems. And so it's both a good strategy in terms of electoralism to get as many people, as many more left-wing people into local and national House and Senate seats and other things of that nature, city councils and all that. But it also, you know, is kind of more of I don't want to say passing the buck because that's too harsh, but it's more of saying like, you know, I think Obama did this quite a lot, and he even rehashed it when he was campaigning for Kamala Harris. I heard this from Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, and it was something that he did so often during his presidency. Especially after he lost in the midterms and was trying to regain some of that electoral power back. You know, he was always saying like, it's not about me, it's about you, it's about what you do. You guys got to vote, you guys got to get out there, which is true. And Obama, despite the fact that he kind of squandered any mandate or opportunity for real change that he had, he was a community organizer. That was his background, so he understands the value of that, of not saying like, I'm gonna fix this for you, but if all of us get involved, then we can overwhelm the problems that we are fighting against. However, that was what Obama did instead of rising to the moment of the scorched earth policies that we were getting from Mitch McConnell and the rest of the Republican Party at the time. And because of that, Republicans made gains politically and electorally during that time, while Obama's, successes were modest. He had a very stable presidency, but did he deliver on the change that he promised to people? No. We're still fighting about healthcare 10 years later. We are still struggling to have any type of actual democratic system. Obama's policies did nothing to even out the oligarchic, society that was taking place under his reign, for sure. And, so I think we're kind of in a moment like that again, where the Republicans have sort of done nothing but gain throughout all this time because, I'm not sure exactly why, because they're able to capitalize on the frustrations with the powers that be, because they've been able to characterize themselves as the underdogs who are out of power, and if you just let us into power, we're going to shake things up and fix everything. But either way, it's like they go scorched earth in a way that Democrats have never mounted any kind of successful counterpoint to. And Bernie Sanders was sort of the offer from the left-wing world, the left-of-center world, to say this is a counter to the increasingly fascist.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the recent Canadian Prime Minister debate happening last night, we are now about 10.5 days away from the Canadian election happening on April 28th, with the Liberal Mark Carney still in position to win, at least according to Polymarket and the recent polls, although it's shifted a little bit in terms of the total number of seats. Looking like it could be a Liberal minority, not a Liberal majority. And when it comes to the debate, Pierre Poilievre, I think, won very easily, although when it comes to debates in general, their impact, I believe, tends to be overrated. Now, maybe not, we'll see. I still think Poilievre can potentially win, but it's about 80-20 at this point, and you're still looking at kind of the same cookie-cutter map that we were seeing, where you've got Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, leaning conservative, everywhere else, including British Columbia, Liberal except for Nunavut, which is right now the one seat would be in control of the NDP. But obviously Ontario, heavy Liberal,
NDP?
Quebec,
getting
heavy
a whole
Liberal,
fucking section?
moving on
Did they
down.
do that before?
I don't know if this. Take a look at the election forecast. You could see Carney kind of lost. He was around 80-20, and then Poilievre jolted up to around 33-34%. But recently, Carney seemingly has made up that loss that he had. And so it's around 80-20. So, I mean, he certainly is the favorite. You can see the projected seats. You need 172 to have a majority. The Liberals would be at 170. You've got the Bloc, which is the party out of Quebec that want independence. And then the NDP, the New Democratic Party, at 10 seats, possibly coming together with the Liberal Party. That would give them a majority there. And you can see it does look like right now the Conservatives will be pushed out. Now, if this were to, well, I guess not pushed out, but unfortunately for a lot of Canadians, the Conservatives, according to this forecast, would lose. They would not have the majority. So what does this mean in terms of Alberta possibly seceding?
That they're smarter than you.
Is this something that can happen? I do have a map. I mean, you can take a look at all of this. There was a point early on where it looked like maybe British Columbia might go conservative, but recently, I mean, British Columbia is definitely a liberal province, or at least more so liberal, mainly because of Vancouver. British Columbia probably going liberal. Manitoba probably going conservative.
This guy rules.
New Brunswick obviously going liberal. Newfoundland going liberal.
Newfoundland?
Nova Scotia going liberal. Northwest Territories going liberal.
Newfoundland.
But there's only one seat, Nunavut. I mean, we'll see. I mean, that could be a big seat for the Liberals, depending on what happens there. Very small population, just one seat. Ontario going liberal. Prince Edward Island going liberal. Quebec going liberal. Saskatchewan, obviously conservative. And Yukon, very likely going liberal. So that's where the provinces are at in terms of that. And these are the recent polls updated as of this morning, the 18th. You've got Carney sitting at around 43.5%. Paul Villiers sitting a little bit above 37%. So it's about a 6-point difference right now between those two. The New Democratic Party, 8.5%, and so on. And you can see, I mean, well, this is an interesting prediction. They've got the Liberals getting a clear majority at 197, and that's the median. It's not even like that's the high-end prediction for the Liberals, at least according to this. 88% chance of Liberals winning a majority, 10% chance of the Liberals winning the most seats but not a majority, 1% chance of the Conservatives winning the most seats but not a majority. This is crazy. 1% chance of the Conservatives winning a majority. Compared to where we were 4 or 5 months ago, this seems like they're a lot. This poll tracker is a lot more bearish on the Conservatives' chances. But as you can see, obviously Alberta going to go conservative very easily. British Columbia is close as a 3-point difference, so we'll see there. Saskatchewan and Manitoba going to go conservative by around 15 points. Ontario, liberal by around 11 points. Atlantic Canada, very liberal. Quebec, very liberal. You can see the ridiculousness. They have a very long-range poll here. This dates back to 2021, but this was the day Donald Trump was inaugurated. Conservatives at 44.8%. And what you have seen is you can see the Liberal Party sitting at 22%. This is when Trudeau was in, and the New Democratic Party sitting at 17.5%. A lot of those people have gone to the Liberal Party to try and keep the Conservatives out of majority power in Canada, just because Canada is liberal. It is the reality. Let's zoom this in a little bit because we don't need to see all that. Pretty crazy difference. Right now, it seems like the Liberal is the favorite, and then when it comes to the potential, we do know, and I've discussed it at length, in terms of Canada, whether or not a territory acquisition is going to be happening.
I think this dude thinks that if the Conservatives win in Canada, it means that Canada will be annexed by Donald Trump.
And I don't think it's going to happen. Trump really seems like he's staying out of the Canadian... Well, I shouldn't say that because there has been a huge impact by Trump on this election, and it's hurt the Conservatives, and that's probably what Trump wants. He'd rather deal with Carney, but Trump hasn't said much recently on the situation in Canada. There was a lot of trolling of Trudeau with Governor Trudeau, and he did say several times, to be fair, that he thinks Canada would be a beautiful state. And I'm not sure really how that would work to make all of it a state, just because of how large the landmass is. But you'd be looking at possibly if Carney wins with a Liberal majority, which if you look at those polls, they certainly think he's going to. And like, the polls are not everything. Who knows? The Canadians have been really sick of the Liberal leadership. Carney could very easily lose. When you listen to him talk, I mean, the problem is Canada is a liberal country. It is what it is. So there's going to be a large contingent of people that are just going to vote Liberal no matter what. But we know there will be a potential movement if Carney wins and wins relatively easily by people within Alberta, Danielle Smith, the premier, to put together a focus group and a panel to possibly assess the temperature within the province of setting up a referendum to leave and whether they become independent with an economic deal with the United States or they join the United States. Those are two things that could happen. And we would bring them in originally as a territory, then they would apply for statehood, and then they would get it fairly easily. I mean, they'd be getting 8 or 9 electoral votes, and there's definitely talk of Alberta in terms of how they would vote. I do think they are relatively conservative, but it is a little bit lukewarm. It's not like, oh, these are Louisiana conservatives. It's like Montana, but I do think they are more conservative. Like, if Alberta was a U.S. state going into 2028, I think Trump, well, obviously it's not going to be Trump. Who knows? Maybe it will be Trump, but Vance would be like an 8 or a 9 point. I would put it as like Vance probably wins the state by 8 or 9 points. Alberta, that is. Now, that's just a rough estimate. Who knows? But especially compared to where liberals are now. I mean, liberals are more left in Canada than they are in America, but even in America, a lot of those people I don't think would put up with the Liberal Party in the United States if Alberta joined and Albertans voted. So when it comes to this, look, acquiring all of Canada, just in terms of the voting issue, would not be ideal. I think Alberta could happen, and that's basically what I would say on that. And then maybe if Alberta happens, Saskatchewan happens after that. And it does look like, according to these polls, this is going to be, what do they have the Liberals at right now? Well, I mean, that's a big range. 172 to 210, though. I mean, that is a majority. Conservatives, their high water point is at 139. Now, a lot of people are saying these polls they're not correct. It's ridiculous. I mean, what is this? They've got the Liberal Party at a 98% chance. These odds seem a bit ridiculous. Yeah, these odds, I mean, how are you going to give the Conservative Party like a 99.9% chance like 4 months ago, and now they have a 3% chance? Not great methodology, honestly, there. But either way, it does look like the Liberal Party is going to get the majority. So we will have to see, but we are coming up on the election at this point, 10 days away. And in terms of Alberta possibly seceding, it is a possibility. It just depends on if Carney wins, how much does he win by, and what is the immediate reaction from the people of Alberta, Canada in general. You'd probably be looking at a negotiation from Canada and to Alberta to possibly say, we'll remove some of the barriers that you don't like that are placed on you in terms of the climate, in terms of being able to keep money within your province rather than subsidize eastern provinces. That's another thing that would be talked about, I'm sure. But guys, we are coming up to the end of this video. I do want to say make sure you like the video and also subscribe and also follow me on X.
Growing up, everyone around me told me that I should be a lawyer because I was really good at arguing. I think that that's something that adults just say to like opinionated young kids as like a backhanded compliment of like, you should be a lawyer, you fucking smartass.
Oh, it's
so that
like
was
a
me.
young
But I
kid.
am really good at debating people. And in high school, not to brag, but I was the president of my debate club, and I was the president after a super right-wing guy. So I kind of was always destined to be doing this. While I was on my break, I was offered to do a debate with 2 conservatives and 2 liberals. So it was me and Classy Neurotic on the liberal side, Micah Kunkel, who you might recognize from the Jubilee videos, on conservative, and his friend Tyler, also on the conservative side. I want to show you guys some of my top moments, but let me clarify, you could go watch the whole video. It's not my best performance.
Lovely, perfect
I've
talks.
definitely done way better in debates. I definitely wasn't really prepared for the type of dialogue that was going to be happening, so I will definitely note that for next time. You can clearly see that I'm in the middle of an airport. You know, all things considered, I think it was a pretty good debate performance, and I don't think that I lost, but I also don't think that I won hard enough. So the debate was an hour and a half long. We did 3 different prompts. The first prompt was Trump's executive's orders on ending DEI for federal programs are bad. Well, they were saying that they're good, but we were saying that they're bad. In my opening statement, I basically said that this was just a huge overcorrection in the wrong area. Like, if you wanted to argue about the implementation of DEI, that would be a conversation that's, you know, like warranted, but just completely like removing like the words diversity, equity, and inclusion from everything was like a dramatic overreach of executive authority.
This kind of goes into the Doge conversation too, but that we don't want to just go in and cut everything
in a very rash way. We want to be smart about things, but we also legitimately want to cut things that aren't beneficial or that actively discriminate against other people, which I think DEI programs do. So what is kind of the overcorrections you've seen from the conservative side?
So the whole overcorrection was the executive order. I'm looking at the executive order now.
Okay.
One of the clauses says the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs within the Department of Labor shall immediately cease promoting diversity. My issue is that doesn't mean anything. That's just banning a word. That's not actually doing any type of policy. That's not actually implementing any type of process to go about equal opportunity in a fair way, not just pushing all of these quotas. I'm looking at another one, a term requiring such counterparty or recipients to certify that it does not operate any programs promoting DEI that violate any anti-discrimination laws. And then it goes on to just list a lot of words that are being banned: diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. It's very Orwellian, the banning and the language of this executive order, and my issue is how vague it is. What does it mean to promote diversity? That gets interpreted however it gets interpreted by however a federal government program to, I don't know, let's say if someone wants to just bring back segregation. This is obviously a very ridiculous example, but what if they're saying that, segregation, not having co-ed schools is promoting diversity? Okay, that's kind of painful, I'm sorry. I used the wrong language, okay? I kept on, we were talking past each other a lot. I kept on saying, it's very dramatic of this administration to ban words. And he's like, where in the executive order is Donald Trump banning words? So if you look at the executive order, ending discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunities, the part that I was referencing was down here: the Office of Federal Contract Compliance within the Department of Labor shall immediately cease promoting diversity. And then it goes on to just list all of these words: terminate all diversity, equity, equitable decision-making, equitable employment of financial and technical assistance, advancing equity, and like mandates, programs, activities as appropriate. Does the executive order explicitly say you are no longer allowed to use these words? No. What the executive order is doing is not defining these words so that they are up to interpretation, which is what I was trying to get at. Like, by just saying, like, terminate all diversity, equity, equitable decision-making, and equitable what is that? Those words don't mean anything. Like, the whole reason why you have Congress passing these fucking massive bill packets that, for some reason, Elon Musk doesn't have any literary skills, and so he gets very scared of, like, these big bill packets. And most Republicans do, because remember, 1 out of every 5 Americans is illiterate and can't read past the 6th grade level, and that's the voting electorate. The reason why Congress passes all of these big bill packets is because the shit gets messy. And so if you put a clause in there that says terminate all diverse programs, you need to also have clear markers of what constitutes a diverse program. Is a diverse program just any program with a POC? Is that why we stopped teaching about the Tuskegee Airmen for like a couple days? Like, that's the fucking issue.
There's a lot there, but happy to unpack all that. Just I'm going to be probably a bit slower than what Micah's speed is after this. Just because I've actually done a lot of research, like logging of the day-to-day executive actions of Trump since he took office. I know, as of at least to my knowledge, from the first few days when he entered office, he signed two official executive orders that were directly related to banning DEI in the federal government, and then he also signed a presidential.
He's just asking what specific order I'm referencing.
Or am I correct?
So within that, I was referencing Section 3, Clause 2, Part A, just the promoting diversity.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So that's the LBJ executive order. Am I correct?
So this is the part of the executive order that I was referencing, which I don't know if you could see that it says like Part A, but that's what I was referencing. He starts fighting me on this, on this order from 1965, from the Equal Employment Opportunity and LBJ. I don't know why this is getting brought up, because I didn't talk about that when I was talking about this, but okay. I'm pretty sure this also is the one that goes after the one from 1965, but that wasn't the clause that I was referencing.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, okay, got it. So I actually did a little bit of research into this because I remember NPR had a viral article about that story when he terminated that. I think because I know that the Instagram accounts Impact or Change also address it also. While I understand the controversy that sparked with it. The reason why I and I can't speak for Micah, but what I presume that both of us are not concerned about it is because the reason that, to my understanding, that executive order that LBJ signed was created pre the Civil Rights Act, which meant that he was only able to take the steps to end racial-based or other identity-based discrimination within the federal workforce, because that is the capacity.
Yeah, I don't know why conservatives do this so much. This is something that I suffer from a lot with my family. Like, they think that they know where I get all of my news from, and they think that I'm consuming the same propaganda that they consume. Like, no, I'm not you. I'm not just like reading whatever comes up on my feed and just like ingesting it and like not doing any fact checking. So he's trying to make it seem like I was referencing some NPR story that got debunked that wasn't actually a story. I wasn't even talking about that. I didn't even bring any of that up. He's like, which I don't even think that he was doing this in bad faith. It was a very good faith conversation. It was very fun. They were very respectable. We were laughing. It was chill. It's just genuinely like a subconscious, like they project. It's a psychological projection. After Classy responded to the LBJ thing, because I didn't bring any of that up. I guess he knew about it. I had no clue. Tyler goes on.
And I think that getting rid of this will ultimately lead to possibly us less likely finding out if there's discrimination among federal contractors.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, a huge reason why we have all of these DEI initiatives in the first place, like the reason why they started in the early 2010s, was because there's this huge study that came out in 2008, which I'm sure you've probably heard of. They did the callback test to see if foreign sounding names or American sounding names would get more callbacks. And they found that the foreign sounding names got twice or like 2 times less callbacks than the American sounding names. So even though there are these laws that are put in place, and even though technically, yes, it is illegal to have discrimination, the reason why DEI initiatives were put there in the first place was to make sure that people were just abiding by those rules. Now, if you want to talk about whether they overcorrected, about whether it was an implementation issue, whether or not there should be quotas, that's a completely separate issue. But this executive order just completely pulls all of that, just completely like rips it all under the rug. Like it's terminate all diversity, equity, equitable decision-making, equitable deployment of financial and technical assistance, advancing equity. They're using this executive order to pull funding from Harvard because Harvard is refusing to pull back its DEI initiatives. This isn't just about like getting rid of reverse racism or about the culture war. They're using this as a political tool to control to control Harvard in this one specific instance, but to control the way that the government is portrayed. The fact that diverse is completely erased from every federalist website is absolutely Orwellian. It's insane.
So, okay, you talked about this study that talked about foreign names.
Hang on, before he even goes on, guys, scientists, in order to get a study published, need to go through a very rigorous peer review process in order to even get it published. So automatically, any study that you see has gone through some type of IRB, like review board, or some type of like peer review. Okay, on top of that, when you do studies, as a scientist, you know how to control for variables. You know how to test, how to get exactly what you're looking for. Now, yes, there are ways that you could manipulate controls and you could manipulate the way that experiments turn out to get specific results that you want to see. But usually you see that in the methodology. Usually you would see that in a limited sample size, or in various types of sampling biases, selection bias, or whatever. Or there's just like a lot that goes into scientific studies that anyone that has done any type of research, I did research in high school, this is what I'm basing this off of, and you would know that it's just a very rigorous process, and that's in high school. So imagine anything that you do after that.
I don't think you can necessarily take that study and then say, oh, it's because of just business owners are racist and are discriminating based off of names. You have to do more analysis into the study than that, and you have to actually look at, okay, what are the possible causes for this? So until there's actual clear evidence that, hey, these people with foreign names are actually getting less callbacks.
Why do skilled immigrants struggle in the labor market? A field experiment with 13,000 resumes. Thousands of randomly manipulated resumes were sent in response to online job postings in Toronto to investigate why immigrants allowed in based on skill struggle in the labor market. The study finds substantial discrimination across a variety of occupations towards applicants with foreign experience or those with Indian, Pakistani, Chinese, and Greek names compared with English names. This paper presents results from an audit study to investigate why Canadian immigrants arriving under the point system struggle in the labor market. Thousands of resumes were submitted online in response to job postings across multiple occupations in the Greater Toronto Area after randomly varying characteristics on the resume to uncover what affects employers' decisions on whether to contract an applicant. The resumes were constructed to plausibly represent recent immigrants under the point system from 3 of the largest countries. In addition to names, I randomized where applicants received their undergraduate degree, whether it was their job experience was gained in Toronto or Mumbai, whether their job experience was from a well-recognized multiple, like it goes on, okay? It's a whole study. I'm not even that emotionally attached to this study. It's the idea that like did you assume that I'm not talking to him specifically, but like do conservatives, do Republicans, does MAGA assume that like no one does any like research or any like type of vetting? There's no expert process for literally anything? Like, I feel like you're telling on yourself so hard.
I would love to ask the question, like, why did the General Accountability Office need a DEI website? Why did the Defense Department need one? Why did the State Department need one? Why did the National Archives and Records Administration need one? Why did the General Services Administration need one? Why did the EPA need one? That's the first.
So he says that in response to me saying, like, you know, why is the government taking down websites with DEI in it?
Executive orders too far, that's an implementation problem, not necessarily a problem with the actual executive order.
But that's the heart of the issue, that this order is so broad, it could be interpreted in as many ways as possible. I mean, they removed
Well, let me where it is broad enough to include banning language.
I said it's flagging what's not.
So again, I didn't hit on that point hard enough. That's my bad. I should have clarified. Sorry, I just wanted to hit on this point that Tyler said earlier because he kept on emphasizing private sectors, private sectors, private sectors. The prompt was about federal spending and federal programs, and you yourself, Tyler, asked, you know, why does the Department of Education need a DEI? Why do all of these different departments or whatever need a DEI website? That DEI website would be the very website that's doing all of this transparency that you're saying that you wouldn't be able to find in the private sector. Would you not expect that in the public sector, in the government, that's supposed to be transparent, that's supposed to be the most transparent administration of the entire world? We've never had such transparency as this administration. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not, it's so hypocritical. It's not lining up.
Can you restate your claim so I can respond to that?
You kept on bringing up the difference between private sectors. Like in private sectors, you wouldn't be able to get this transparency and you wouldn't be able to expect that out of a CEO for private sector. The prompt was about federal programs and about federal spending. So I'm talking about the government in specific. The government needs to have that level of transparency with its constituents to say, hey, we are taking these extra steps to make sure that we are going to less affluent neighborhoods to make sure that we're giving them equal opportunity. We're taking these steps to make sure that, you know, we're having like equal, like we're able to do paid internships so that, you know, we're not just getting little rich white kids that can afford to not work for an entire year at the White House. Like it's these little things that are taking the right steps that are just completely gone now because the entire website's gone because it seems to be a very woke thing.
Well, I wouldn't say it's woke, but like there's a lot to unpack again. Not that that's an issue. But like what specifically did you say was removed from the you said the education department?
I'm not laughing at him. I want to clarify that. I'm laughing at how flustered he seems by common sense. I'm not referencing something specific. I'm going off of your point. So earlier you were talking about what's the purpose for these. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, apologies for going minorly off topic there. But yeah, to your point about the within the federal government. Yeah, like why there's probably like a faction of the country, like more so the right-wing apparatus that is against. Sorry, there was just a lot of points there. From again, what can you? Should the government not have a certain level of transparency with us? Does the government not have a duty to make sure that they are going out of their way to make sure that us as constituents are assured that we are not facing any type of discrimination or any type of racism or any violation of the Equal Protections Clause? Okay, I understand now. To answer your question, yes, 100%. We do deserve transparency in the name of civil rights and in the case of injustices. The issue I win. That I guess where Mike and I are coming at is that we already have them in place. Like there are literal agencies like under the DOJ, we have the... Very circular, okay? We already have laws that make sure that people aren't racist. Okay, here's this study showing that like people are actually still which honestly, I wish that they would have like humored me a little bit on that study because now that I'm reading it, it's from Canada. So I shouldn't even have brought that up. But they didn't even counter that. Like, they didn't even look at the study to be able to counter that. The counter was,
That's
well,
how it
maybe
go.
it's not. Well, maybe it's not just that they're, you know, racist. Maybe it's that there's other factors. There's a correlation without causation. It just so happens that the foreigners fucking suck at everything. The next prompt that we did was Trump's initiative to dismantle or minimize the Department of Education is bad. And they were arguing that it was good. First of all, outside of the fact that trying to dismantle a department that was created by Congress via executive order is horrendously overreach, but I was trying so hard not to say fascistic. The Department of Education was created to help address a segregated school system because northern states and southern states were treating their students like very unequally. It's there to serve as a national watchguard over the education system, make sure that Title IX is being implemented, Title VII, Title I, Pell Grants, IDEA kids, disability. It's there to make sure that all of the most vulnerable students are still able to get an education, because fundamentally that is what creates a good society, is an educated youth. I think that even if you wanted to make the claim that the Department of Education was overreaching in its curriculum, which the Department of Education doesn't have any real power over state local curriculum. I graduated from New York with a New York State Regents diploma. I'm sure that if you guys didn't go to New York, you have no idea what a Regents is, because my entire high school curriculum was completely dictated by New York State. So I'm actually really humble. I graduated with an advanced Regents diploma, and all that means is that I took language for all 4 years of high school.
Why would you do that?
If you don't take language for all 4 years, then you only get a standard Regents diploma. I don't know how much the Department of Education even does in that sense, but even if you wanted to go that route, not having any type of national standard for the entire country is just going to lead to a horrendously divisive country where, you know, in a very ridiculous, absurd world, you'd get southern states teaching the creationist theory and having the Bible everywhere, and then northern states just, I don't know, having litter boxes in the bathrooms.
So, I agree a lot with what Ari just said.
Wait, that was so funny. I didn't even get like a fucking chuckle out of them. Losers! I'm looking for more conservatives to debate me on the DOE because I was underwhelmed with how much they conceded in this debate. It basically ended with them saying, you know, we should just dismantle the Department of Education and just hire more people at the other departments that are going to take on the workload, and then that'll be less bureaucratic. Yay.
The success of education directly, because they are the ones that are working figuratively and literally on the front lines with, you know, the future of America.
All right, sounds like we're in agreement. I guess the debate is over now.
Yeah.
All right,
no,
Micah, you got something you want to add?
No, I mean, again, I just feel I don't understand your point, I guess, with the whole like moving funding to already stressed out departments. Like, that doesn't seem like a really hard thing to fix. You just hire.
Well, to Aria's example though, with the whole like,
hang on, you would just hire more people?
Yeah, you would allocate.
Yes.
Yeah, you would move these funding to these other departments, and you would allow.
Hell yeah, expand the government.
Well, yeah, maybe expand. Conservatives aren't always against expanding government. That's not.
Yeah, we just want to expand government in the most efficient way. By getting rid of a department, reallocating it to already other stressed out departments. So the point that I made earlier, I'm not gonna bother you with the clip, but I made this point about how like the schools are massive, bro. Like, there's so many kids in America. America's fucking huge. And last year in 2024, for that admission cycle, the Biden administration tried to make it so that the FAFSA application online was like a lot easier, a lot more simple. It was supposed to make more people get financial aid. Me personally, I got fucked by that because the rollout was horrendous. The application was horrid. Colleges had to end up like pushing their acceptance dates back. I know so many people that didn't find out if they were accepted until June. Decision day is May 1st, and they didn't know if they were getting in until June because the government was taking so long to deal with all of the different financial aids, with all of the different schools, with all of the different codes and stuff. And that's just the higher education. That's not even putting in all of the K through 12 kids, all of the K through 12 schools. So Micah had said, you know, like Pell Grants, Title I, Title IX, whatever, all of those funding things, they're still gonna get funded they're just gonna get funded by other parts of the government. We're gonna make the government so much more efficient by getting rid of this centralized agency that is already stressed out and then reallocating it to other centralized agencies that are also stressed out about other things, but then we'll alleviate it by hiring more people at those other industries, at those other agencies and departments, because we fucking hate the government and we hate bureaucracy. And that's how you solve bureaucracy, by adding more bureaucrats. So this was just my closing remarks for the education prompt, because we literally agreed on like almost everything. It was just like different place to put the bureaucrats, I guess. Like I think that a lot of the problems with the education system could be like seen just as like it's too factory oriented, it's too like direct input output, like you need to directly like take in whatever information and just like spit it out. I think that a lot of that started during like Sputnik, when we were like racing with Russia to try and develop like the best and brightest and the strongest engineers. So I think we're seeing like a lot of the after effects of that, and I think that we're seeing that it's not working, and that kids, obviously we're not getting smarter. Like my sisters, I have little siblings, like the stuff that they come home, I don't even understand the math that they're doing, because it's a completely different math that I learned. Like it's like 3rd grade math and I don't even understand the fractions that they're doing. So I don't understand how they're supposed to get it. Hell yeah. I found so much common ground. I didn't even bring up how much I hated Reagan and the Nation at Risk report and how much that led to a fucking insane push for business-like efficiency in the education system. And that's really when it started to take off as like we're prepping the next generation of laborers. I didn't even bring up the fact that the reason why so many jobs have a 4-year degree requirement is because of racism. Yeah, it all comes down to racism. No, I'm joking, but seriously, this court case in 1971, basically the Supreme Court was like, hey, listen, after the Civil Rights Act, you can't be like discriminating against people just because they're colored. And then employers were like, what if I discriminate on them based off of their smarts, and then that'll just like downstreamedly affect color, because obviously only white people can be smart. So what if we make it so that, you know, we have these degree requirements that are relevant to the job, but also have this double benefit of making it so that only wealthy, rich white people can have jobs as bookkeepers, as secretaries, as all of these little low-level jobs that don't really need a 4-year degree, that have a 4-year degree now. I didn't even bring any of this up. But they are making like little tiny steps. Like New York State had these required state tests, now they're optional. You can opt out of them if you want. You used to have to do subject tests for for biology, for physics, for chemistry. Now we don't have to do this SAT subject test. So you used to have to do a Regents is still a final, but it's not weighted as much as it used to be weighted. So I think that we are making these little tiny steps in the right direction. It's obviously not going fast enough, so I understand the sentiment of like just burn it all to the ground, just get rid of all of it. But this is just a very institutionalist view of me. I think that if we are making like little steps in the right direction, the best way to keep going and that momentum is by having like a centralized agency that's just making sure that we are making those right steps and like taking the right approaches. Like a lot of colleges are doing test optional now. You don't need to do an SAT or an ACT to apply. A lot of jobs are doing now more vocational experience. Now they don't require a 4-year bachelor's to get a job anymore. I think that a lot of it is just more culture shifts and implementation, that the DOE could be repurposed into guiding rather than just completely abolishing it. I genuinely have yet to hear a conservative make a good argument for why the DOE can't just be repurposed for doing everything that they want it to do. Like, why does it need to go away? Why did we fire half of the people there? Like, what is the intended consequence of that, if not to have a dumb and complacent society? This is coming from the side of conspiracy theorists that think that there are chemtrails flying through the fucking sky right now, making us all brainwashed. Like, and you can't see that an attack on the Department of Education is literally a step towards making a dumb and complacent society. The last prompt that we did in the debate was Elon Musk and Doge are doing well in the goals to seek out fraud and waste in the federal government. Honestly, it wasn't even that interesting of a debate because they immediately conceded. You know, I don't think that Elon Musk should have any power over anything. I think that he should just be a special government advisor and just be making recommendations. I don't think that he should be having any power.
Yeah, overall, I think Doge has been pretty beneficial at identifying waste. I think I'm not comfortable with Doge having like power to actually implement these changes. Those should be recommendations to the departments, and then the heads of the departments decide whether they want to implement those changes. But that's not what Doge is. It doesn't have the power to implement these changes within the actual departments. And so in that regards, Doge has been really great. I mean, I was just looking before this at the U.S. debt clock, and it was saying that Doge has identified $321 billion of waste in the federal government. And so, you know, I think eliminating any waste is good in the federal government, and saving taxpayer dollars is a good thing to do, even if overall it doesn't really help us with our national debt.
I didn't even realize he added that at the end. Even if it doesn't help us with our national debt, then what the fuck is the point of all of this? Doge hasn't even made the 320 billion. Like, I'm pretty sure that it's at 150 right now. Not even. What is that? Like 50? 50 billion of itemized? And this is after they had entries that triple counted the same savings, claimed that confused million and billion because 1/5 of Americans are illiterate. Items that claimed credit for canceling contracts that ended when George Bush was president. We're going back some days. Second largest savings is from a canceled IRS contract. That was actually canceled when Joe Biden became president. Speaking of the IRS, there's like an estimated like 150 billion or something that we're just not gonna be able to get back right now because they're so short-staffed this year. But we don't care about any of that, right? We were short on time, so I didn't get to say a lot of what I wanted to say on Doge. Like, we didn't get to a lot on Doge. It was really squished at the end, but... Like, my issues with this is like a running theme with all three of the contentions that we had, is just, it's really like taking, like I don't know, like killing yourself because you have a headache. Like, it's such an overreaction for the actual problems that were there initially. Like with Doge, they ended up accidentally firing nuclear arms controllers that were like super like specially trained for their job, and they ended up having to like hire them again, but it was over a weekend. They fired them on a Friday, so they couldn't get them back into work on the Monday. So there's just like 2 days that there was like confusion over whether or not these people were working and who was guarding these things. It's a good intention. The way that it's being executed right now is like a little kid that just went into just went in with like a chainsaw, just knocking over anything that doesn't look good. As far as like the different like wasteful government programs, I think that your definition of wasteful and my definition of wasteful are obviously going to be super different because we're coming from two completely different places. And I think that the whole purpose of Doge would be to be like a nonpartisan, like in the middle, like, okay, let's find out what is wasteful on both sides. And I think that it's not doing that. It's very clearly going after one side and protecting another side. And that's also another issue that I have with it, because as a government agency that's supposed to be enforcing accountability, there's problems on both sides. And I think that if you don't admit that, that's just inherently dishonest as an agency. Yeah, and then in true conservative fashion, I brought up something that they knew nothing about. So he brings up the nuclear controllers and he's like, oh, that did happen. I need to look more into that.
Guys' perspectives, and you guys do have valid concerns and criticisms. I did do a little bit of research into the whole debacle with the nuclear scientists. I definitely need to look further into that. Not saying you guys, I just like, yeah, you guys are definitely right on that. That's a big O there. That's it. This is just me. Yeah. Why does he look smug too? All jokes aside, it was honestly a really fun conversation. It was really good faith. I didn't feel at all hostile. It was chill. And I think that we need to have more chill conversations, especially if I'm gonna get as many concessions out of conservatives as I did this time. Like, bring them at me. My email is aria@lovelyperfecttalks. Hit me up. Let's debate.
Last month, Kilmer Armando Albrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador in a direct violation of a 2019 court order. While the White House, at least originally, admitted that this was a mistake, they've since doubled down and are now apparently resisting a Supreme Court ruling requiring them to, quote, facilitate his return, depending on how you interpret the word facilitate. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this spat between Trump and the courts.
Anything good is going to happen.
Crisis, and why, either way, it should worry any American concerned about the rule of law. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So we think the best way to explain this story is just to do it chronologically. According to court documents, in 1995, Kilmer Armando Albrego Garcia was born in El Salvador, which back then had one of the highest gang-related violence rates in the world. A gang called Barrio 18 started extorting money from his family and threatened to kill him. So in 2011, Albrego Garcia fled El Salvador and entered the US illegally. Albrego Garcia then made his way to Maryland, where his brother, Cesar, who had fled El Salvador a few years earlier, was now living as a US citizen. In 2018, Albrego Garcia moved in with his then-girlfriend Jennifer, a US citizen, and she became pregnant with his child a few months later. In March 2019, however, during the first Trump administration, Albrego Garcia was arrested while looking for construction work in the parking lot of a Home Depot. Once they realized Albrego Garcia was in the country illegally, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, brought removal proceedings against him. And this is where things get a bit murky. Albrego Garcia applied to be released on bail while his case was being decided, but ICE opposed this application, saying that Albrego Garcia was a member of a gang called MS-13, and therefore too dangerous to be allowed bail. Now, this claim seems to stem from a document written a few hours after Albrego Garcia's arrest by a local detective in Maryland. We haven't actually seen this document, so we don't know exactly what's in it, but we can get a sense of it by inferring from statements made by the judge overseeing Albrego Garcia's case in 2019, and more recent comments made by his current attorney. In the document, the detective seems to have essentially given two pieces of evidence. Firstly, that Albrego Garcia was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie, which are apparently classic MS-13 attire. And second, a testimony from a confidential informant advising that Albrego Garcia was an active member of MS-13's so-called Westerns clique. But neither of these pieces of evidence really seem sufficient. Obviously, wearing a Bulls hat isn't a crime, and MS-13's Western clique operates out of New York, a state that Albrego Garcia had never lived in. Albrego Garcia's attorney at the time noticed these discrepancies, but when he pressed for more information, he was told that A, the police had no incident report for Albrego Garcia's arrest, and B, the detective that had authored the document had been suspended for providing confidential information to a sex worker in exchange for, well, sex. Nonetheless, the judge overseeing the case sided with ICE, and Albrego Garcia remained incarcerated for most of 2019. During this time in custody, Albrego Garcia got married to Jennifer and applied for asylum. Now, his asylum claim was unsuccessful, but in October, another judge granted his request for withholding of removal, which essentially meant that while he couldn't seek legal permanent residence in the US, Albrego Garcia could not be deported back to El Salvador because of the risk of persecution from Barrio 18. Since then, once a year, Albrego Garcia has checked in with immigration officials, as is standard procedure for individuals with withholding of removal status, with his last check-in coming in on January 2nd of this year. During this time, he also obtained a work permit, was employed full-time as a sheet metal apprentice, and was pursuing a vocational license at the University of Maryland. That was until March 12th, when Albrego Garcia was pulled over by ICE officers, told that his immigration status had changed, and 3 days later was deported to El Salvador, where he, along with roughly 200 other Salvadorian and Venezuelan deportees, was imprisoned without trial in Secot, a brutal maximum security prison built by El Salvador's president Nayib Bukele as part of his crackdown on El Salvador's gangs. While Trump's administration originally claimed that Albrego Garcia, along with the other detainees, was a gang member, he had been convicted of no crimes in either country. On top of that, the fact that the ICE officers who picked him up didn't have a warrant meant that obviously Albrego Garcia's deportation to El Salvador violated the 2019 ruling against doing exactly that. And on April 5th, after both ICE and DOJ officials admitted that deportation was a mistake, a federal judge, Paula Ginnis, ordered the White House to facilitate
the guy
and
who wanted to
effectuate
argue
his
about
return
American
by
being
midnight,
fascist.
Monday, April 7th. The White House said that they couldn't do this, though, because Abrego Garcia was now in El Salvador, which meant that it had become a foreign policy issue, and the court couldn't tell the president how to conduct foreign policy. The case then went to the Supreme Court, which unanimously ruled that the White House still had to, quote, facilitate Abrego Garcia's return. While this might sound like a win for Abrego Garcia, the Supreme Court also said that the White House was under no obligation to, quote, effectuate his return. Basically, the court said, sure, we can't force you to pursue a certain foreign policy, but please try and get him back. Now, to be frank, Trump could get him back if he actually wanted to. After all, it's pretty clear that Bukele does whatever Trump wants. But at a press conference with Bukele and the White House earlier this week, Trump made it clear that he had no intention of doing this.
The Supreme Court, Steve, was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0.
In our favor?
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people.
While Judge Ginnis has since required the White House to detail the steps it's taking to guarantee Abrego Garcia's return, if Bukele just plays along with Trump's game and refuses to release him, it doesn't look like there's much the courts can do. And this should worry all Americans, even the most ardent immigration skeptics, because the White House's position here has at least two slightly terrifying implications. First, the government has just completely ignored a standing court order preventing Abrego Garcia's deportation to El Salvador in the first place, and they just don't seem fussed about it. In fact, the DOJ lawyer who admitted that Abrego Garcia's deportation had been done in error has since been suspended, and the White House is now doubling down. On Monday, Stephen Miller claimed that he was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador. This was the right person sent to the right place. Second, as Justice Sotomayor noted earlier this week, the implication of all of this is that the government can deport anyone, citizens and non-citizens alike, to a maximum security prison in El Salvador. And unless you file your legal action super quick before the plane's taken off, there's nothing you can do to get back, even if your deportation was illegal. Ultimately, while there's some debate as to whether Trump is defying the court order outright here, in other words, whether the US is already in a full-scale constitutional crisis, he's clearly treating it with some disdain, and a constitutional crisis feels somewhat inevitable in the near term. Regardless, in 2025, one thing is certain. We can expect the news cycle to continue being dominated by these same major figures. But who's the most influential? Well, in the most recent edition of our magazine, Too Long, we find out. That's because this 72-page issue runs down our official ranking of the world's most influential people, a vote that saw the TLDR team and more than 15,000 of you casting ballots. In the magazine, you'll learn the entire ranking. Plus, we've written articles about all of the top 25, discussing how they wield their influence and how they interact with and shape our world, including Modi's struggles in South India, how Elon took over, Giorgia Meloni's battles with the Italian judiciary, and Trump's monumental comeback story. Also, if you want to dive even deeper, the premium edition of the magazine also gets you access to bonus videos. That includes the team debating their rankings of the top 25, with it getting pretty heated at times.
We could potentially have a monumental jump on our hands.
Yeah.
Hands up for leapfrogging into sixth.
The most powerful European country, the second biggest economy, the nuclear power that is... The nuclear power!
Yeah.
We also recorded the team reacting to the audience's ranking, so you can find out what they really think about your votes. It's not just about the most influential people, though. Too Long also contains articles about the current state of the UK, the new right in Europe, and if peace can really hold in Gaza, along with a whole variety of other stories. Too Long truly is some of our very best journalism, with the audience consistently saying that previous issue vastly outstripped their expectations. So if you want a copy too, head over to toolong.news to pick one up. And if you never want to miss an issue, you can subscribe, which gets you a 20% discount on every issue as long as you stay a subscriber. Plus, just this week, if you use code INFLUENCE, you'll get an additional £3 off any subscription. Too Long helps to fund our journalism year-round and allows us to keep our YouTube videos free. So we really do appreciate your support.
America divided.
We're getting more things approved than any president has ever done in the first 100 days. It's not even close.
5 years after a pandemic rocked the country and the world, and as a new president brings drastic change to Washington, we look at how people across the U.S. feel about the country and their communities.
I think everybody has to look in the mirror and say, okay, if I don't like the environment that I'm in, what can I do?
And what they think needs to change to build a brighter future.
We need to get out amongst the communities again. We need to talk to our neighbors. We need to engage our family members in uncomfortable conversations, but understand that you can approach a contentious topic in a non-contentious way.
Welcome to PBS News Weekly. I'm Judy Woodruff. 3 months into a second Trump presidency, Americans remain divided on key issues and on the administration itself. For this week's show, we're taking a closer look at how people across the country are trying to understand their differences. That's all part of my ongoing reporting series, America at a Crossroads. Up first, debate about the size and scope of the federal government has dominated Trump's second term in office. But who are the people behind our government? A new book explores the stories of civil servants.
The man behind the man behind the man and the man behind the throne.
I began my reporting underground, just north of Pittsburgh. 160 feet below the surface, my team and I got a crash course on the history of coal mining and what was once one of the leading causes of death in mines.
And this square is coal that has not been mined. That's what's keeping the mountain over our heads.
Christopher Marks spent his life's work trying to
Marks?
prevent roof collapses in coal mines. He works for the U.S. Department of Labor's Mine Safety and Health Administration, but was speaking to us as a private citizen.
One of the things when I started looking at the data, and saying let's just not look, kind of in general at what the coal industry thinks is important. Let's look at what's really killing people.
Mark began his career underground in 1976, working as a coal miner himself in West Virginia, after graduating from high school in Princeton, New Jersey. He later went on to get a PhD in mining engineering, and now lives near the Tour Ed mine and museum we visited together, just north of Pittsburgh.
Part of the problem was that the engineers who had been attacking this problem had been looking at it with an engineering mindset.
But Mark took that mindset and combined it with statistics to create new software that's credited with saving an untold number of lives. Mark and his work are one of the stories in a new book edited by best-selling author Michael Lewis, Who is Government? The Untold Story of Public Service. It's
Who is
based
America?
on the Washington Post series written by Lewis and 6 other authors.
It's sort of like all the mess that the private sector can't solve, that is really hard to solve, ends up being government responsibility.
We met up with Lewis at Politics and Prose in Washington, where he explained how he picked Mark's name off last year's list of nominees for the annual Sammys Awards, Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medals, created by the nonprofit Partnership for Public Service.
There was one character who was kind of described in this list. It said, Chris Mark, Department of Labor, solved the problem of coal mine roofs falling in on the heads of coal mines, which killed 50,000 coal miners in the last century. And then it said, a former coal miner. And I thought, there's got to be a story there. It's like, who comes out of a coal mine and solves a big technical problem like that? He saved thousands of lives. No one knew who he was. He didn't care if anybody knew who he was.
A turning point in Chris Mark's career and in mine safety was the August 2007 collapse at the Crandall Canyon mine in Utah that killed 9 miners and rescuers. It was blamed on inadequate mine design that led to the failure of roof-supporting pillars. Mark was asked by Congress to come up with a way to reduce similar accidents. Since then, the number of roof fall deaths has declined dramatically to 0 deaths in 2016. Mark says the federal government, rather than private industry, was needed to make the changes.
If somebody did come up with a better approach to pillar design, their own company would have wanted to keep that in-house because it would have saved them
So
money,
is he
and,
Steve?
and their competitors wouldn't have had it. But because the federal government developed it and it was
Where's the chicken,
specifically
Jackie?
a safety
I need
measure,
to throw my popped corn.
and we're trying to diffuse it as widely and as rapidly as possible, and nobody else has that incentive.
What is your estimate of how many mine collapses have been avoided and lives have been saved as a result of what you've done?
That's really very difficult to do, and I mean a big part of the role that the government plays in Americans' lives is to avert disasters, and there's really no way of counting the disasters that you've averted and the number of lives that you've saved.
When Lewis was pulling the book together, he gave no guidance to the 6 contributing writers other than to find interesting stories. The result? 8 essays, an ode to public service that Lewis says were more typical than not.
I could write 100 stories like this in the federal government. They're just kind of there waiting because it is this great and neglected institution filled with really interesting people.
So help me God.
Since taking office, President Trump and special government employee Elon Musk have effectively shuttered entire agencies and slashed the federal workforce.
Many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. We want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people.
Their goal? To reduce federal spending by at least $1 trillion.
At the end of the day, America is going to be in much better shape. America will be solvent. The critical programs that people depend upon will work, and it's going to be a fantastic future.
He acknowledges there's room to cut waste and inefficiency, but questions how the administration is doing it.
The way they were going about it is not designed to save very much money. I mean, if you look at the
No
federal
way.
budget, I think 86% of it
I can't
is
believe
either
it.
entitlements like Social Security and Medicare.
I'm shocked, really.
Interest payments on the debt or defense. And they're not addressing any of those. All their cuts are taking place in a sliver of the pie that's just 14%. There's only so much they can do there. And this is the first time I've seen anybody go in and vilify the workforce in advance of getting rid of people. So like treating them as the enemy and with a conscious strategy of traumatizing the workforce.
With the careers of so many other civil service employees uncertain, Lewis told us none of the others profiled in the book were willing to speak with us on camera. 2 of the workers he profiled, he added, resigned before they could be fired. Have you experienced a climate like what we're seeing right now, where there's a fear of speaking out?
No, this really is something new. I mean, I've worked for the federal government now for almost 40 years, and I've seen administrations come and go, but I've never had the experience where, we would get emails that imply that somehow we're the problem, that we're doing bad things. In my experience, people work for the federal government primarily the same way anybody works anywhere else. I mean, you're doing it to earn a living, but federal employees are proud of what they do. They're proud of the contributions that we make to society.
The government's not just this incidental piece of democracy. So what has happened and what is accelerating is if you disable the government, like make it even harder for the good people who are in it to do their jobs, so they do them less well, through no fault of their own, you just have not given them the tools to do their job, you reinforce the idea that government can't do anything. You create this vicious cycle of cynicism and make it make the country essentially ungovernable. So that's where it's headed, chaos. I don't think we're going to go there. I think we're going to bounce. I really do. I think we're a more constructive country. We're too successful a country, basically. We'd be throwing too much away. So I think we're going to bounce, but if you want to destroy the society, you destroy the government.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. Political scientist Robert Putnam told me earlier this year that strengthening the country's democracy would require grassroots efforts from people stepping up in their own communities.
Hi, Papa.
I visited a down but not
Are you
out
excited to
community
be
in
alive?
California that's fighting for a
Oh, you're
comeback
so fancy.
one round at a time. Just
You're
over
very
60
fancy,
miles
Zapata.
east of Los Angeles lies California's
How are you?
Inland Empire.
Are you
where
excited?
20-year-old Terry Washington is attempting to beat the odds.
I'll definitely be a world champion. Definitely be a world champion. It's going to definitely happen.
Some very high aspirations, despite growing up in one of the most dangerous cities in the country.
I've seen a lot of stuff. I've lost a lot of friends, more than 5 friends, while I was boxing. Lost a lot of family members in this city, all over, and it's tough.
This was a bustling downtown.
Journalist Jim Fallows grew up near San Bernardino, a place that in 1977 won the award for All America City. But in the years since, its fortunes flipped. I met up with him and his wife Deborah for a tour of the city that they've reported on in depth for years.
This is just a few miles from where I grew up in the neighboring city of Redlands, so it's a story I've known my whole life.
Blocks of vacant buildings and
Blair.
homeless camps now dot the city that was once home to the bustling Norton Air Force Base.
You want to
It
watch
closed
me
in
play with my
1994.
blocks?
That followed the shuttering of a nearby steel mill a decade earlier. Together, the closures gutted the economy. In the years after the 2008 financial crisis, the city declared bankruptcy, along with many others.
Places that have depended on a couple of big industries have generally had a harder time to adapting to the inevitable transformation of the U.S. economy. You see that with steel mills in the Midwest, you see it at textile mills, you see it here in San Bernardino. And the question is whether the community can respond and recover.
President Trump won San Bernardino County in November, the first Republican to do so in 20 years. And researchers say the question of whether it can recover is not just driving the future of this place, but of the country more broadly, as it wrestles with growing polarization, inequality, gridlock in Washington, and the devastation of local news.
We ask people to tell us the story of your town.
Communities like this sparked the Fallows' interest in starting a 5-year, 100,000-mile reporting project in 2012 that became their book and an HBO documentary, Our Towns, chronicling their journey across the country in their single-engine propeller plane. We met up recently at Alice's restaurant here in San Bernardino to talk about what they learned.
When we started doing this 10 plus years ago, our main reaction was surprise at all the things we didn't know about. We felt like people who followed the US media knew all about New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco and DC, but not necessarily about Duluth or about Sioux Falls, South Dakota, or about Columbus, Mississippi.
One of the strongest impressions that we got were that the people who lived in the towns knew the towns best. They knew their strengths, they knew their problems. People knew if their schools weren't working quite right, or they knew if they needed to improve the infrastructure of their library, or they knew if they needed new town leadership.
What do you think you were able to learn and to report to the American people on?
By the time we'd finished several years of this, we thought that the view Americans had of their country was imbalanced in a negative way, that most people felt better about where they lived, the part of America they knew about firsthand, than the part of America they only heard about.
For boxer Terry Washington, his life began to change at just age 8 when he met his coach, Ian Franklin.
I was a fighter. You know, one of the days he passed by, he said he saw me fighting in the front premises of our apartments.
As a person, he's a champion. I see the influence he has on kids. I see how he handles the youth in here. He works for us. He's one of our boxing coaches. And kids gravitate toward him. He has a God-given ability to influence kids in the right way.
So long. Nice to see you again.
Franklin's nonprofit, Project Fighting Chance, has worked for 26 years to put kids on the right path. Between 30 and 60 students show up here every day after school for a meal.
I can already
a
tell
tutoring
by the
session,
drills who's not going to make it.
a game of chess, and of course, boxing.
What we say we do is we reduce childhood violence, aggression, and trauma. It's about people that want something to change, but if they're not doing something, I think everybody has to look in the mirror and say, okay, if I don't like the environment that I'm in, what can I do?
I feel like it's been in the hands of the community since you were here 10 years ago, right?
The fellows also introduced me to Michael Segura, who has worked to make social change through public art and engagement.
There's always going to be struggles, right? And with the city, it's still done grassroots. I don't think there's really a lot of support from the actual city of San Bernardino. It's nonprofits, it's community members that are taking on, that movement of doing the public art, creating these beautiful spaces.
Part of his work now focuses on new education programs.
And we're looking at the purposeful pathways, which is how do we work within the school district to ensure that the pathways are leading to careers that make sense and industries that make sense and not just logistics.
There's a category of cities that have real fundamental challenges, the same kind of industrial dislocation, the same kind of impoverishment, the same kind of governing problems. So the challenge is being simultaneously aware of all the realistic obstacles that a community faces and noticing the people who are trying to work around them, work against them, work for some better way.
But there's one topic the fellows try to avoid in these local communities: national politics.
It sort of immediately ends the conversation. People are either in one camp or the other. If you ask them, what's the story of this town? Are kids moving in or moving away? What's happening with the port? What's happening with the water supply? They are the experts, and you can learn from them.
And people know so much about their hometowns. I think they're in a comfort zone talking about where they live in a way that national responses are a bit separated from you, a bit abstract from your everyday busy life.
Fun Friday.
Since the fellows first met Ian Franklin, Project Fighting Chance moved into a new gym and has expanded to 10 school sites with plans to spread into neighboring districts.
I've had 16 national champions, and the one thing I do tell all these youth, in order to achieve, you first have to believe, because if you don't believe, you're not going to achieve it.
And that's something the fellows have witnessed in recent years, a new dawn of community, local stories they also continue to track on their Our Town Civic Foundation's website.
We hope and now believe that the history of the 2020s will be of all the problems we know at the national level and this emerging diaspora of people across the country figuring out solutions for the future.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff in San Bernardino, California. Finally, Americans were sharply divided over the public health response to COVID-19. Things like masking, remote learning, business closures, and later, vaccines. 5 years after the start of the pandemic, I sat down with two people with different viewpoints on COVID and how it was handled by the government as they try to figure out how to move forward.
The first conversation, I thought, this is never going to work. This guy has such strong opinions that are so different than my strong opinions that it's going to be tough here to see if we can understand each other or try to find common ground.
Being a blue-collar guy from the Midwest, somebody that is completely separated from everything going on here in D.C. and things like that, I thought it was a very interesting concept, but I'm one that would have a conversation with anybody, so I'm like, yeah, let's make this happen.
Dr. Francis Collins has spent his life in medicine and research, a physician geneticist who led the project to successfully map the human genome in 2003 before serving as director of the National Institutes of Health from 2009 to 2021. Wilk Wilkinson is a career truck driver who now manages a team of drivers in rural Minnesota, and in his spare time hosts a podcast called Derate the Hate.
Even the people with the best of intentions, often find they have these unconscious biases.
To engage with people across the political divide. In 2022, they were brought together through Braver Angels, a national nonprofit that pairs people across that divide together to engage in civil discourse about difficult issues. That was the beginning of their friendship, and the two recently met again at Collins' home near Washington.
You don't try to change minds, you just try to open them.
Where Collins explained that after stepping down as NIH director, he wanted to better understand why so many people were so upset by the actions he and others in government took during the pandemic.
It's the worst pandemic in more than a century. Thousands of people dying every day in those days in 2020 before we had a vaccine. And we were doing the best we could. And it felt kind of hard to be criticized for sometimes making recommendations that we had to revise later because we got more data. So I was probably on the defensive side. And it was really part of my goal in having these conversations with Wilk as part of Braver Angels to try to get past that and to try to understand how these good, honorable people all over the country were not as impressed with some of the things that we had been recommending and putting into place.
Wilkinson says he's sympathetic to the difficult position Collins was in, and that at first, everyone he knew was on board with those measures.
After a while, it ceased to make sense. We just weren't seeing the kind of things in outstate Minnesota, rural Minnesota, that other people were seeing in New York City or different metropolitan areas throughout the country. So once people started to see that their lived experience and the things that they were experiencing in their communities were not the same things that they were seeing on the news, and the 24/7 fear-mongering and things like that that was happening on the news just did not comport with the things that they were seeing in their communities, you could see trust within our institutions dropping it was painful.
And this notion of one size fits all, was that just assumed from the beginning that if we're going to do this for anybody, we got to put these recommendations out there for everybody? Was that?
Yeah, I think it was assumed that was the default. There are a number of background things here that got in the way of being more effective in that space. One was the data collection in the United States was much, much less effective than it was in lots of other countries in the world. Our whole public health apparatus across the U.S. had been allowed to get very much underfunded and understaffed. And so I would love if in Minnesota there had been in every community a public health person saying, here's what's happening here, let's adjust the plan on the basis of our experience. That data wasn't coming in. So at that time the thing was, well, let's just do everything and hopefully it'll settle out.
Another point Collins and Wilkinson agree on, trust was damaged very early in the pandemic when officials first told Americans they didn't need to wear masks and then reversed themselves. Collins
that was really
explained that
stupid
with
to
two
do.
earlier coronaviruses, SARS and MERS, patients weren't infectious until they got very sick, and so masks weren't needed for people without symptoms.
It was one of those horrible moments in the whole history of what we were going through, realizing that actually there are lots and lots of people who are feeling perfectly fine, who are super spreaders and are passing this virus to anybody close by. And then, oh my gosh, we've got to insist then that everybody start wearing a mask. But we did a poor job of explaining that. This is another lesson, I think.
They're lying.
There was no explanation to
that was literally a lie.
America that the data is going to change. Things are going to change. We are going to have to course correct based on the information we have.
The
at
PPE
the time.
to be ran
That
through
was
for
never
medical
said,
workers.
but there
That's why
was
they
this
did that.
kind of dictate from on high kind of message coming out on our televisions, saying you're going to do this, and all of a sudden this changed by tomorrow or by next week or whatever.
And Wilkinson says that mistrust would later extend to the vaccines as well.
Now all of a sudden you'd introduce a thing like vaccines and people are like, okay, well this is different than putting on a mask. You know, now they're wanting me to inject this thing that may or may not be completely understood into my kid, into my arm.
How much thought was being given to how do we explain this to people that we've done this really fast and yet it's still safe?
Not nearly enough thought, not nearly enough sort of research to understand the science of science communication and how do you effectively convey information to people that is going to be really important for their decision making. And of course it did work. Let's be clear. The estimates are probably 3.2 million lives were saved in the United States alone by that vaccine. But a bunch of people didn't want it. And the estimates are also that maybe 234,000 people died unnecessarily because we had not convinced them that this was something they wanted for themselves or their families, even though from my scientist brain, this was like so clear.
Looking ahead, both Collins and Wilkinson agree that work needs to be done now, before the next public health crisis, to rebuild trust and to rebuild communities.
We need to get out amongst the communities again. We need to talk to our neighbors. We need to engage our family members in uncomfortable conversations, but understand that you can approach a contentious topic in a non-contentious way.
I think Wilkes totally got it right. I don't think we're going to see a solution to our polarization, our divisiveness, our America at the crossroads that you're highlighting, coming from the politicians. They're more polarized than the public is. I don't think it's necessarily going to come from the media because many of the media has already adapted a particular perspective that fits in the bubble, that's making the bubble even more tightly enclosed. I think it's going to come from we the people, Judy.
Absolutely.
And we the people, like Wilk and me, getting to the point of really spending time understanding each other's perspective. Not that we completely agree on everything. I think he's wrong about stuff, and I'm sure he thinks I am too. I think we could get there. It won't happen overnight. It's going to be a huge enterprise, but that's our best hope. That's what Americans have generally done in the past. Let's try to do that again.
Advice from two people still trying to find common ground in a divided era. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. That's it for this week's episode of PBS News Weekly. For all of us,
he got fired.
Right.
And so it's just like, that's an extra layer of...
On March 21st, 2025, the U.S. Air Force announced that Boeing would be the prime contractor on America's next stealth air superiority fighter, now officially designated the F-47. This new aircraft, which the Pentagon has touted as the world's first sixth-generation fighter, has been in development since 2014, with all three of America's fighter manufacturers competing for the chance to field a replacement for the now legendary F-22 Raptor. And after Northrop Grumman bowed out of this competition, many saw this new fighter contract as Lockheed Martin's to lose. They were, of course, behind the designs of both of America's in-service stealth fighters, the F-22 and F-35. And while these programs were certainly ripe with budget overruns and technical setbacks, the aircraft they ultimately produced were undoubtedly the most capable tactical jets on the planet. Meanwhile, Boeing has suffered numerous high-profile scandals and controversies relating to their commercial aircraft efforts like the 737 MAX, their space programs like the troubled Starliner, and even their military contracts with platforms like the KC-46 Pegasus. With public trust in Boeing at what seems like an all-time low, the brand seemed too politically radioactive for the Air Force to trust with such an important program. But if you ask me, there is one aspect of Boeing's business that hasn't faltered in the same way other branches of the company seem to: their fighter business. So let's talk about Boeing's fighter chops and why choosing Boeing to build the F-47 just wasn't as crazy as the comment section seems to believe. I'm Alex Hollings, and this is Air Power. The U.S. Air Force just unveiled the world's first F-35 Frankenjet, as they call it anyway, which is a new stealth fighter assembled out of two F-35s that were lost in previous accidents. This new old F-35 is fully operational, with all the bells and whistles you'd expect out of the world's most technologically advanced tactical aircraft. And this effort not only saved the Air Force an estimated $63.7 million, it also proved this concept is viable for the future. And I've been staying on top of it with Ground News. Ground News is an aggregator that collects articles published by outlets all around the world and places them all into a single easy-to-read itself. After all, it's mostly good news, and it just doesn't lend itself well to partisan framing, with headlines on all sides really saying the same things. Left-leaning outlets ran headlines like, Frankenjet stealth fighter made from 2 wrecked warplanes is now fully operational, Air Force says, and right-leaning outlets running very similar headlines, like, the Americans built the Frankenjet, a brand new stealth fighter from the wreckage of 2 F-35s. Ground News also shows you vital information about each outlet along with the headlines, like their political bias, factuality rating, corporate ownership, or government affiliation. And I love the Ground News blind spot feature that shows me news stories that are getting lots of attention in one political sphere and not in the other. It really helps me make sure I'm keeping my media intake balanced. Ground News is a big part of my research and my day-to-day news consumption, and it can be for you too. Just go to ground.news/sandbox with 2 X's, or just follow that link in the description below to get 40% off the same Vantage plan that I use every day. Again, that's ground.news/sandbox to get 40% off their classified study into what technologies it would take for America to maintain its air superiority edge in the decades to come. Now, that study, we've since learned, directly led to a classified billion-dollar X-plane program that produced at least 2 flying technology demonstrators built by Boeing and Lockheed Martin. One made its first flight in 2019 and set some kind of still classified performance records by 2020, and another that made its maiden flight in 2022. Now, both of these testbed aircraft, DARPA recently revealed, have since flown literally hundreds of hours of testing leading up to this contract decision in Boeing's favor that was made last month. And while the fighter designs themselves are ultimately what wins or loses contracts, we've also pointed out in the past that awarding this contract to Boeing makes the most sense in terms of maintaining a broad fighter industrial base, with Lockheed Martin continuing production and sustainment on the F-35 through 2088 or so, Northrop Grumman building the B-21 Raider and competing against Boeing for the Navy's next fighter contract, and Boeing now building the F-47. But it would be a mistake to assume this was the only reason Boeing won the right to build a new air superiority fighter, because despite Boeing's well-publicized troubles, the firm has also demonstrated a pretty thorough understanding of what it takes to make tactical airframes successful in recent years. And while Boeing's failings might be better for traffic-driving headlines, its successes are no less worthy of discussion. As we've covered before, Boeing's history of stealth aviation development actually stretches back further than any other company on the planet, including Lockheed, which ultimately fielded the world's first operational stealth aircraft in 1983. And, of course, Boeing's acquisition of Rockwell in 1986 and subsequent merger with McDonnell Douglas in 1997 also gave this new integrated company another significant injection of engineering experience, along with adding some incredibly capable fighters and bombers to the firm's portfolio, like the B-1B Lancer and, of course, the F-15 Eagle. Now, these mergers were not without drama of their own, and there's a reasonable argument to be made that McDonnell Douglas really bought Boeing with Boeing's own money, with the former members of the McDonnell Douglas board becoming the largest shareholders of the new Boeing company. But that's all an interesting story for another day. And the Boeing that emerged from all this is indeed big enough to be 2 things at once. The first, of course, is a troubled aircraft manufacturer with branches of the company that have clearly lost their way. But the second is a storied fighter and bomber manufacturer that, collectively, has been responsible for some of the most capable, dominant, and game-changing military aircraft of the modern era. So let's run through some of the fighter programs, whether operational or not, that have coalesced over the decades to provide Boeing with the fighter experience and the low observable engineering required to field the world's most advanced and hopefully capable air superiority fighter in the F-47. And we'll start with the F/A-18 Super Hornet. Now, when Boeing and McDonnell Douglas merged, the newly emerging F/A-18 Super Hornet was among the fighters added to the Boeing portfolio, with Boeing overseeing the final 4 years of development and production leading up to the Super Hornet entering service in 2001. Now, despite sharing a name with the legacy Hornet, the Super Hornet was practically a clean sheet design that just did its best to remind lawmakers of its predecessor to make it seem more like a low-cost upgrade than a pricey new fighter program. And since entering service, the F/A-18 Super Hornet and subsequent electronic attack EA-18G Growler based on the same have proven to be among the most broadly capable fourth-generation fighters on the planet, flying both air-to-air and air-to-ground combat missions with ease, and scoring the only American air-to-air kill against a crewed aircraft in recent decades, against a Syrian Su-22 back in 2017. As of late, the Super Hornet has become an increasingly capable long-range air-to-air threat thanks to the new addition of the AIM-174B air-to-air missile, the longest-ranged air-to-air weapon in American history. And earlier this year, the U.S. Navy began fielding Super Hornets with an incredible 5 AIM-120 AMRAAMs and another 4 AIM-9X Sidewinders slung under wing for drone engagements in a configuration the Navy has appropriately dubbed the Murder Hornet. In fact, the Super Hornet's impressive weapon carriage capabilities are among the things that pilots highlight about this aircraft, alongside its general toughness. But of course, we can't discuss Boeing fighters without talking about the F-15. The air superiority legend F-15 Eagle and its unparalleled fighter-bomber sibling, the F-15E Strike Eagle, also found themselves maturing under the Boeing banner following its merger with McDonnell Douglas, giving Boeing an incredible platform to build upon throughout the subsequent 28 years, which also means Boeing has actually been building Eagles for longer now than McDonnell Douglas ever did. The U.S. Air Force stopped buying new F-15s in 2001, 4 years after the program became Boeing's, but that didn't stop the firm from continuing to iterate on the Eagle's legendary design. Over the following 19 years, Boeing poured billions of dollars into strengthening the fighter's airframe, incorporating advanced new avionics and more, and by 2013, Boeing had fielded the F-15SA for Saudi Advanced. By 2017, they began test flights on the F-15QA for Qatar, and by 2020, the U.S. Air Force was ready to start buying Eagles again. The result of this order was the incredibly capable F-15EX, which boasts advanced new fly-by-wire technology paired with more powerful GE F-110-129 afterburning turbofan engines that produce more than 11,000 pounds more thrust than its high-powered predecessors, resulting in increased maneuverability and even the ability to carry even larger payloads. The airframe itself, refined through nearly 5 decades of flight, is now rated for an astonishing 20,000 flight hours. That's roughly 3 times the lifespan of similar fighter platforms. And the F-15EX can also withstand loads of up to a similarly incredible 13 Gs. Today, the F-15EX is widely considered to be perhaps the most dominant and capable fourth-generation fighter in the world. And the hard truth of the matter is, we have Boeing to credit for that. But there is, of course, one fighter that even outclasses the Eagle in the air superiority mission. And you might even be surprised to learn that Boeing had a pretty big hand in building it too. The F-22 Raptor was the world's first fifth-generation stealth fighter.
That's the
and
sound
while
a
it's
Raptor makes.
generally considered to be a Lockheed Martin platform, Boeing was actually involved from the earliest stages of development through the final days of Raptor production, and in truth, through sustainment to this day. While Lockheed served as the program's overarching manager, Boeing was responsible for producing the fighter's wings and aft fuselage, including the integration of the Raptor's incredible Pratt & Whitney F-119 afterburning turbofan engines, along with their famous thrust vectoring nozzles. In testing and development, Boeing was also responsible for integrating the fighter's advanced avionics, including its world-leading at the time AN/APG-77 active electronically scanned array radar. In fact, Boeing even installed the Raptor's avionics suite into a highly modified 757 airliner to test and mature these systems. Boeing then went on to lead the flight testing effort, both developing the testing regime and managing it during its execution, and later establishing the training system for the F-22 program as well. Suffice to say, while Lockheed Martin led the F-22 program, Boeing was deeply involved with it from its onset, and the firm certainly gained a great deal of experience in fielding advanced stealth platforms as a result. But after Boeing's direct involvement with the F-22 program, they split off from Lockheed Martin to compete directly for the chance to build America's next stealth fighter in 2001's Joint Strike Fighter competition. Now, Boeing's submission, dubbed the X-32, ultimately lost this competition, and today the unusual-looking X-32 technology demonstrators are mostly remembered for, well, looking a bit derpy. But in hindsight, the program clearly demonstrated Boeing's firm grasp on the finer points of fighter design, even if it failed to win out amid the admittedly unprecedented requirements of building one fighter that could fly at supersonic speeds, survive hard carrier launches, and even land vertically. As X-32 test pilot, retired Navy Commander Philip Rowdy Yates told our good friend Ward Carroll on his channel, the aircraft handled its first field carrier landings on a simulated aircraft carrier created on a standard runway so well that he would have been comfortable taking the jet straight to a real aircraft carrier the following day. Now, Boeing's final production F-32, had it been made, would have flown with a different wing layout that the company finalized after the test articles had already been built. And as a result, an operational F-32 would have looked and performed a bit differently. But Lockheed Martin's more mature and conventional-looking design obviously won the contract. But Yates points out that Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works proved to be the better firm when it came to building prototypes. But he believed Boeing was better suited for mass production of these fighters. Yates also explained that Boeing had opted to use a design that they had already matured in a previous black project or classified program in an effort to save money. And had they gone with a clean sheet design instead, well, the firm would have had a better shot at winning. And assuming the F-47 was indeed based on a clean sheet design, Yates may have ultimately been proven right just one fighter contract later. At the end of the day, Boeing's highly publicized woes of recent years are, to be honest, entirely earned through bad business practices and what I would call a misallocation of emphasis. For a long time, Boeing's claim to fame was being a company led by engineers. But as the years passed, that corporate philosophy gave way to cutting costs and growing shareholder value, in a shift that we've seen permeate, well, just about every large company on the planet as of late. Prioritizing stock value over brilliant engineering might make for some pretty rich shareholders in the short term, but it doesn't often make for great aircraft too. But none of that means the brilliant engineering at the heart of Boeing is gone. When we talk about these companies in media or even in public discourse, we often make the mistake of attributing both their successes and their failures to the C-suite executives who draw the biggest paychecks. But that's not really how these mega corporations work. Even in the best of circumstances, the suits at the head of the table aren't designing fighters or building jets. They're balancing the disparate needs of the market, their shareholders, and their employees in a way that hopefully leads to efficient business practices, a respectable profit margin, and excellent engineering. But when the going gets tough and money gets tight, there is a financial incentive to cut from the latter in service of the former, to put constraints on the time or resources allocated to engineering to limit the higher profile impacts of reduced profits or reduced shareholder value. It's a real problem that companies like Boeing often have to reckon with. But it would be a mistake to confuse bad corporate management for bad engineering. I get asked a lot of questions about military technology, and a good portion of them start with the same 5 words. Would it be possible to? Everybody wants to know if you could make a fighter faster, a bomber stealthier, an airplane reach space, or an aircraft carrier that can submerge like submarines. People want to know where the hairy limits of modern technology really are, and whether or not it might be possible to exceed them just a few years down the road. And my answer almost universally is the same. We could do it. It's just a question of finding the right reasons, of arriving at the right set of circumstances where profit incentive overlaps with market need. Because I fervently believe that there is not an engineering challenge that can't be solved with deep enough pockets and fair enough timelines. Boeing needs this new stealth fighter to be what it promises to be for a long list of reasons. They need the contract to infuse more cash into their military aviation business and to keep them competitive in the fighter market. They need the reputation boost a game-changing new fighter could deliver, shifting the narrative around this company away from the tragedies and scandals of the 2020s and toward the broken records and airspace dominance of the 2030s. And that means Boeing's corporate leadership needs to recognize that now is the time to reallocate their emphasis back toward engineering, to right the wrongs of recent years and remind us all of the company that once changed the very fabric of military aviation with platforms like the B-29. And with Boeing managing to beat out both of the world's leading stealth aircraft manufacturers to secure this contract, it seems as though Boeing's leadership sees this opportunity for what it is. The United States awards new fighter contracts about once a generation at this point, and while it might be popular to say that I don't have faith in Boeing's ability to deliver a fighter that can change the world, the truth of the matter is, I honestly do believe Boeing's engineers can do exactly that. Because if the question is, would it be possible for Boeing to build a fighter that can even beat the F-22 Raptor, my answer would be the same as it always is. They can do it. It's just a question of finding the circumstances where the profit motive overlaps with the market's need, because their engineers just need the time and the resources it takes to deliver. And it seems that's exactly where we find ourselves today. And I, for one, have no qualms with rooting for Boeing to pull it off. And with that ends yet another edition of Air Power from Sandbox News. I'm Alex Hollings. Make sure to swing by sandboxnews.com today and every day for all the latest in news, entertainment, and now merch from all around the force. If you got anything out of today's video, make sure to click like and subscribe down below and leave me a comment so I know what I should cover next. And of course, don't forget to tap on the bell icon so you never miss a drop from Sandbox News.
Trump's continued face-off with the courts has some questioning whether the U.S. has reached the point of a constitutional crisis. On that and more, we turn to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That's New York Times columnist David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, associate editor of The Washington Post. Good evening, gentlemen. Nice to have you both. I want to talk about President Trump and the courts. I mean, the president has wielded his authority in, I think, by any measure, in an extraordinary way, slashing budgets and jobs across the federal government, targeting billions of dollars at colleges and universities, threatening major law firms. On immigration, we've all been following that remarkable process. But the courts, David, in many instances, have stood up to the president. Do you think that they are doing their appropriate role of check and balance?
Yeah, I think they are. The question is whether Trump pays any attention to the courts. And so to me, watching the Trump administration is just a Washington administration say, you know, we've decided stoplights don't apply to us. Yellow lines down the middle of the road don't apply. We're just going to roll over it, and you stop us. And when you think constitutional crisis, you think like two sides facing off on the barricades. But I've actually lived through a constitutional crisis. When I was at the Wall Street Journal, I covered the end of the Soviet Union. And it was obviously very different in many ways. But one thing was interesting, the mental adjustment I had to make. When I went to the Soviet Union.
The mental adjustment.
Yeah, at the very end. Because I grew up in a country where I assume if a law is passed, then things will change. It will be enforced and it'll be a reality on the ground. But at the very end of the Soviet Union, they would pass law after law and nothing happened. Nobody bothered to enforce it. It never had any implementation. So the laws were fictional because people had lost faith in the laws, lost faith in the whole system. And so what happens now is not that you get this big conflict, but Trump just says, we're going to arrest a guy who give him no due process. And there's like no confrontation, it just happens. And nobody's there to stop it because famously the judiciary doesn't have an army.
Right. Jonathan, what do you think about that? I mean, we had Georgetown law professor Steve Laddick on the show. He says we're not quite there yet because the Trump administration has not yet formally blown through, overtly ignored a direct court order yet. But we also heard from the League of Women Voters, the nonpartisan organization, who this week, I'd like to read you this quote. They said, quote, "It has now been 87 days since the start of the Trump administration. From the flagrant disregard for congressional authority and governmental checks and balances to defying Supreme Court orders to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back home, one thing is abundantly clear. Our country is in a constitutional crisis." Where do you come down on that?
I am glad you read that because I was nodding in agreement with the League of Women Voters. How can you say that the president hasn't, defied court orders? You've got Judge Boasberg, who is threatening says yesterday that there's probable cause to charge the government or lawyers arguing on behalf of the government with criminal contempt. Why? Because the president of the United States and his administration ignored his order to not deport those folks to El Salvador. So I know there are these formal definitions of what a constitutional crisis is, but from where I sit in my schoolhouse rock knowledge of how our government is supposed to work, we are in one. We have a president of the United States who on a daily basis
Don't scream, little baby.
Pushes as far as he can get to test the system. And what has heartened me this week is hearing from Judge Boasberg and the judge who ruled yesterday in that beautiful 7-page opinion, where they are not just saying this isn't the right thing to do, they are pushing back just as aggressively from their respective federal benches, and I think we will be better for it.
Do you think, David, that I have been reading some Republican voices saying, specifically on the Abrego Garcia case, that this might be a bridge too far, that they feel that this simply jumping over due process completely. Do you think that there will be, from the right, some real critique that's meaningful?
It depends if you have the kind of job where you have to get elected to hold it. And so one of the things I've been struck by is that a lot of things Trump has
A smooth
done,
criminal?
the experts have said this is crazy. And when Ukraine, the Zelensky meeting in the Oval Office, Republican and Democratic foreign policy experts said this is crazy. The tariffs, Republican and Democratic experts said this is crazy. The Garcia case, Republican and Democratic constitutional scholars say this is crazy. But as for elected officials, I would say we have not yet seen that. I have to assume from what I know of them personally is that they are personally appalled, but they're doing what they've been doing for all the years that Trump has been around.
Although we have seen one, Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, who is no shrinking violet when it comes to going toe-to-toe with President Trump or standing up to her own leadership. And she is on camera, on record, saying, we're all afraid. And that's
we actually have that. Let's play what she had to say. This is Senator Lisa Murkowski, Senator of Alaska. Let's listen to what she's saying.
We are all afraid. Okay. I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real.
Retaliation is real.
And that's what Republicans in the House and the Senate and all over the country, elected ones, have been dealing with since Trump won. And I think the fact that we have that on camera from Senator Murkowski, I hope it will give other elected Republicans the courage to say even that, to acknowledge to the American people that We see what's happening. We know what's going on. We know it's crazy and wrong, but gotta be honest, we're scared. We're not quite sure what to do. Although what they should be doing, we all know.
Well, you offered a prescription, David, in your column in the New York Times for this moment that we are in, and you called for a civic uprising. You said in this column, I want to read a bit of this, saying that the attacks that we've seen on institutions, quote, are not separate battles. This is a simple effort to undo the parts of the civilizational order that might restrain Trump's acquisition of power. So how would that civic uprising form?
Yeah, the core argument is that Trump is really about amassing power, and anything that might potentially restrain his power, he will destroy. And that includes the court systems, and anything part of that livens humanity, includes the universities, the scientific community, the truth, the media. And so far we've responded to all these things, like NATO, and in separate lanes. We think the Fed is different than NATO, which is different from the universities. But my point is, there's all one thing. And if institutions and even sectors try to respond to this individually, they're doomed. Even Harvard, with $52 billion in this endowment, you can't do it alone.
Though that was a signal moment.
That was a crucial turning point, because it changed the minds of everybody in every university I've talked to since then. They said,
oh, really?
Yeah, so...
Post-Harvard, they've all said.
A lot of them beforehand were like, well, Columbia made a deal, maybe that's right for us. Once Harvard came out, I talked to a couple of university presidents who said, oh, this is where we need to be. Because the Trump administration made it impossible for Harvard not to say no. And that's what we're dealing with here. And so the point I tried to make is all these different sectors have to get together and form one big civic movement. And it can't be political. It's not Democrats versus Republicans. It's not left versus right. It's institutions versus the destruction of our institutions of civilization. And if you look down through history, there have been social movements, these kind of civic uprisings, that have succeeded. They've banded together across sectors. They have a clear, simple message that appeals to a lot of different people. They use things like lawsuits, protests, boycotts, all sorts of things, strikes, anything they can do. But basically, if you're head of a law firm or a university, any of these institutions, you're dealing with administrations, it's just about raw power. So the question you have to ask yourself is, how do we amass power so they're not dividing us, so we're dividing them? And that is a mass uprising. And the one turning point, if you look even at the civil rights movement, when you do a nonviolent protest and the people on the other side attack you with violence, that tends to weaken them. And then suddenly you're dividing them, Selma, obviously. And so this is the kind of way we have to think, that it's time not just to think, well, maybe he'll look at the other guy. It's time we're all involved, we're all in this together, and we're going to amass power together.
Jonathan, do you think that that movement, that uprising, is going to happen? I mean, we saw protests recently. There are major protests planned for tomorrow. Do you think that there is this coalescing energy that David is talking about? I think it's happening. And I think it started when people were showing up outside of USAID, when they were going through hell. I think we're seeing it in the town halls in Republican districts, so much so that the leadership told Republican members of Congress, don't hold town halls anymore. We've seen it with the big rallies in red states convened by Senator Bernie Sanders and AOC in red states. I think just yesterday or 2 days ago in Montana, hundreds, if not thousands of people. And then you look at what's happening, and I know the courts and the judges are impartial, but they are also part of this pushing back on what's happening. And then for Harvard to do what it did, I think sent a message not just to university presidents, but to the country, that if Harvard had folded, it would have been a devastating thing, but it didn't happen. And I would just say this one last point. In Trump 1, Adam Serwer wrote famously, "The cruelty is the point," about the first Trump administration. And I would argue that in Trump 2, it's now the cruelty is the policy. And I think what we're seeing around the country is people pushing back against Trump 2. Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks, always good to see you both. Thank you.
Thanks.
See you.
How did El Salvador become Trump's prison? In recent months, this small Central American country has come to international attention as the Trump administration has begun deporting migrants to its brutal high-security detention centres. often in direct contravention of US court orders. However, while this has led to growing outrage, the US administration has shown no sign of backing down. Indeed, it may even be planning to expand the scheme in worrying new ways. So, just how and why did this small country become a key part of one of the Trump presidency's most controversial policies? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Immigration has become an increasingly significant issue in international relations. As growing numbers of people leave their countries due to conflict, environmental challenges, or persecution and search for a new life elsewhere, public opposition to immigration is growing. In response, many Western countries are now reaching agreements with other states to take in migrants. While supporters insist that these deals ease pressure on domestic institutions like healthcare and education, critics argue that they erode the right to asylum and expose migrants to danger by exporting them to countries with inadequate human rights protections. Perhaps the most controversial of these arrangements is the deal between the United States and the government of El Salvador. In 2025, the Trump administration struck a controversial agreement to deport migrants to Salvadoran high-security prisons, where critics argue they face appalling conditions and a threat to their lives. But just how did El Salvador become such a central part of Trump's immigration policies? The Republic of El Salvador is in Central America. At 21,000 square kilometers or 8,100 square miles, to its northwest is Guatemala, and to its north and east is Honduras. To its south, it has a Pacific coastline. Spanish-speaking and predominantly Catholic Christian, its population currently stands at around 6.3 million. In 2023, its GDP per capita stood at around $5,400, making it a lower middle-income country. El Salvador's history stretches back at least 1,500 years. However, our story begins in the early 16th century, when it was conquered by Spain. This lasted around 300 years, ending in the early 1800s, when Spanish rule ceased in Central and South America. After a brief period within Mexico, El Salvador united with Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras and Nicaragua to form the Federal Republic of Central America in 1823. However, this federation collapsed a decade and a half later, and in 1841 El Salvador became an independent sovereign state. Although it briefly merged with Honduras and Guatemala to create the Greater Republic of Central America 50 years later in 1896, this lasted only 2 years, leaving El Salvador independent once more. In the years that followed, the country experienced significant political instability. This eventually led to a military coup in 1931 that marked the start of 5 decades of army rule. However, by the late 1970s, opposition to the ruling regime was growing, with more and more protests and strikes. As a result, in October 1979, the country's president was deposed by a faction of hardline military officers. Arguing that the country was on the brink of a Marxist revolution, they brutally cracked down on any and all dissent. This in turn plunged the country into a devastating civil war as US-backed government forces, supported by paramilitary death squads, took on the FMLN, a disparate group of left-wing organizations. In January 1992, the United Nations brokered a peace agreement ending the war. In addition to seeing the FMLN accepted as a legitimate political party, the military agreed to withdraw from politics. At the same time, judicial and electoral reform was accompanied by the creation of a new national police force. Likewise, various social and economic changes were introduced, including land reform. But while there were hopes that El Salvador could now put aside the legacy of the 13-year civil war and build a new future, the effects of the conflict were deep-rooted. All this would eventually come together in 2 interrelated ways. For a start, the country was deeply traumatized. The conflict, which had been marked by widespread human rights abuses, including state-sanctioned murder, torture, kidnappings and disappearances, had seen 80,000 people killed. Secondly, with more than 1 million people displaced, many had fled to the United States, establishing a large community in Los Angeles. There, many younger members of the community soon
Los
became caught up
Angeles.
in the city's violent gang culture, eventually establishing their own Salvadoran groups, including one known as Mara Salvatrucha, also known in English as MS-13. At first, the problem was contained in the United States. For as long as the civil war continued in El Salvador, these gang members couldn't be sent back. However, once the conflict ended, deportations soon began. As a result, the vicious US gang culture was now overlaid on top of El Salvador's post-conflict trauma and poverty. By the turn of the millennium, the country faced a massive problem. Now numbering well over 50,000 members, the gangs had become increasingly dominant and were even willing to take on the police and other security forces directly. Meanwhile, efforts to deal with the issue were largely ineffective, and those that seemed to produce results were often short-lived. For example, in 2012, a truce was arranged that saw many public areas declared off-limits by the gangs in return for steps to reform the country's brutal prison system. But while death rates dropped dramatically, many opposed the deal, believing it gave the gangs a chance to regroup. As a result, the agreement collapsed in 2015, leading to another huge resurgence in violence. And it was this that sparked a new wave of migration to the United States. Indeed, by 2016, Salvadorans accounted for the largest national group granted asylum in the United States. And it was this, along with the arrival of other Central Americans, that fed the anti-immigration sentiment that would propel Donald Trump to the presidency in November that year. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please consider giving the video a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much, and now back to the video. While the first Trump administration soon began talks with El Salvador regarding immigration and ended the temporary protected status of Salvadorans in the United States, the critical moment came in May 2019 when the country elected a new president, Nayib Bukele. Seen as a young, up-and-coming reformer, just months later, the United States and El Salvador signed an asylum cooperation agreement. This enabled the United States to send non-Salvadoran asylum seekers to El Salvador. At the same time, the two countries also reached an enhanced border enforcement agreement. In return for more US funding and technical assistance, El Salvador agreed to step up its efforts to prevent irregular migration by strengthening border controls and expanding its security operations.
That's
but it
crazy.
wasn't just immigration.
He was like totally just seen today being fine.
Having promised to address the country's gang violence, he soon implemented various new policies. In addition to boosting security spending, he
Trump's
launched
gonna
social
say,
programs
I hope the
in
new
many
one's
deprived
better.
areas.
I didn't like this
All
Pope.
this appeared to bring impressive results. From a high of around 6,500 murders just a few years earlier, the number had dropped to just 1,100 by 2021. But despite this progress, things were about to change. On the 26th of March 2022, El Salvador experienced its deadliest day of violence since the end of the Civil War, when 62 people were killed in gang fighting. Responding quickly, Bukele imposed a state of emergency as police rounded up thousands of suspected gang members. However, despite significant criticism from human rights organisations, Bukele remained unrepentant. In the following years, he continued his war on the gangs, constructing South America's largest mega prison, the Terrorist Confinement Center, which was capable of holding 40,000 suspected gang members. Meanwhile, as the murder rate dropped dramatically and public security improved, Bukele's approval ratings shot up. Indeed, in the controversial presidential elections held in 2024, he secured over 80% of the vote. But while many outsiders condemned his draconian measures and raised concerns about his growing authoritarianism, Bukele embraced his reputation, even going as far as to call himself the world's coolest dictator. And it's against this backdrop that the current events are playing out. Having returned to power with another pledge to reduce immigration, the Trump administration quickly renewed its controversial partnership with El Salvador. Building on the earlier agreement, the new arrangement not only allowed the United States to deport
reporting on it yet.
back to the country, but
I have
also
not an hour
to
when
send
no reporters are
non-Salvadoran
working,
migrants,
so
including asylum seekers from across Latin America and beyond, to Salvadoran territory. However, while the Trump administration has presented the arrangement as a regional solution to irregular migration, critics viewed it as an unacceptable delegation of US asylum responsibilities to a country ill-equipped to handle them. With deportees confined in the terrorist detention centre, often in extremely cramped and dangerous conditions, human rights organisations have warned that the policy violates international norms on refugee protection. At the same time, they point out that it also risks placing vulnerable people in harm's way, many of whom have already fled violence and persecution. All this has been graphically highlighted by the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran with legal residence in the United States who was mistakenly deported to the country. Although the US government has since claimed that he's a member of MS-13, which has now been declared a terrorist organisation, the US Supreme Court nevertheless ordered the Trump administration to facilitate his return. But what makes all of this particularly significant is that at the heart of the policy lies the seemingly close relationship between Trump and Bukele. With both men presenting themselves as strongman leaders with a populist edge, they found much common ground. This relationship has also benefited them both. For Bukele, it means gaining international legitimacy as well as US support for his domestic security agenda. For Trump, the relationship is touted as proof that he's finding solutions to the immigration issue. All this came to international attention on the 14th of April when Bukele was welcomed to the White House. Lauding the Salvadoran as a tremendous leader and the coolest dictator in the world, Trump called his controversial anti-gang crackdown a model for the region. As for Garcia, both men were defiant. Despite the Supreme Court order, Trump refused to ask Bukele to return him. Meanwhile, Bukele insisted that he wouldn't smuggle a terrorist back to the United States. Moreover, Trump also made it clear that he even saw more room for cooperation. Indeed, in a particularly controversial moment caught on camera, he even proposed expanding deportations to perhaps include US citizens convicted of serious crimes, urging Bukele to construct more prisons. While deporting US nationals would seem to be a step too far, with legal experts questioning its constitutionality, the policy of sending migrants to high-security prisons raises some extremely important and uncomfortable broader questions. As many political leaders come under growing pressure to tackle migration, which has become a leading source of popular discontent in many countries, the developments in El Salvador have graphically illustrated that there are deeper and more worrying issues at play. As more countries investigate options for outsourcing the processing and housing of migrants, this raises profound legal, political, and moral questions, especially as many migrants are highly vulnerable refugees and asylum seekers who've done nothing wrong apart from trying to flee violence and persecution. In the meantime, the Trump administration shows no sign of backing down on its controversial policy. As a result, we may yet see thousands more people, many of whom have committed no crimes at all, sent to one of the toughest, most dangerous prisons in the world. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next video.
Tommy Vitor of Crooked Media, of Pod Save America, did this video talking about Miss Rachel, who is a wonderful children's content creator. And a lot of parents, I know some young parents who swear by her and how much she helps their kids and teaches them and allows them to learn. And she's recently been creating videos for the children in Gaza, and you see them smiling as they watch her videos surrounded by rubble. It's like an objectively beautiful thing. Not for the Israel lobby. They have been putting her on a list and targeting her with harassment for daring to care about the children in Gaza and making videos for them to cheer them up. Here's Tommy explaining what happened.
Nearly every parent with young kids has heard of Miss Rachel. She's a former teacher who makes adorable educational content for kids on YouTube. Her videos have gotten over 10 billion views, many of which were streamed to my house, by the way. But things haven't been so happy for Miss Rachel lately. Last week, a group called Stop Anti-Semitism, which is known for doxing students it perceives to be anti-Israel and then asking people to report them to ICE, they called on Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Miss Rachel is getting paid to, quote, disseminate Hamas-aligned propaganda to her millions of followers, as this may violate Foreign Agents Registration Act. Allow me to unpack the many, many, many layers of bullshit in that sentence. First of all, Miss Rachel has never posted pro-Hamas propaganda, not even close. She has posted images of traumatized children in the Gaza Strip. She's raised over $50,000 for kids in conflict zones. That includes Sudan, Ukraine, and yes, Gaza. And she has posted about Israeli children who are being held hostage by Hamas. Do you see a through line there? She cares deeply about the well-being of children. Second, if Miss Rachel or anyone else was taking money from Hamas, they wouldn't be violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act or FARA. They would be working with a designated foreign terrorist organization. You have to register under FARA to lobby for a foreign country. DOJ wouldn't greenlight you doing PR for a terrorist organization, you morons. Third, this letter, which just happened to be leaked to the New York Post, how convenient, it suggests that Miss Rachel's social media posts were intended to inspire pro-Hamas sympathies among young kids. But these were Instagram posts. This was not her YouTube content for kids. I don't know about you, but I don't know a lot of 3-year-olds with Instagram accounts or opinions about the Middle East for that matter. This is nothing more than an attempt to silence someone who's trying to talk about the humanity of those suffering in Gaza and the need to protect all children. It's an outgrowth of the weaponization of social media that is being used to target critics of Israeli government policies and to have those individuals deported or otherwise punished by the Trump administration. Anti-Semitism is a real problem in this world, and it has been for centuries. It is absolutely critical that we call it out and we support Jews around the world who feel threatened or intimidated. But this attack on Miss Rachel is a cynical weaponization of a real problem for political purposes, and it will ultimately make the problem worse, not better. So to everybody out there, leave Miss Rachel the hell alone, or you will awaken an army of pissed off toddlers and exhausted parents.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And she posted this on her social media in reaction to this crazy harassment that Tommy did a good job of recapping there. Children have human rights. These rights are not just for some children. They are for all children. Standing up for children, especially
unless
those
you're in
who
America, because we didn't
are
sign
most
that
vulnerable,
shit,
is the right thing to do. And you know what I hear when I hear that? I hear her say, Jews be gone.
You are having an emotional breakdown right now.
I mean, come on.
This is it though. This is emblematic. This is not like a sort of unexpected thing. This is what groups like Stop Anti-Semitism, the Anti-Defamation League, a lot of these groups, they will claim anti-Semitism. What they really mean is sometimes not even criticism of Israel. Sometimes it's just recognizing Palestinian humanity, because frankly, that young kids in Palestine, in Gaza, Zionists in particular, see that as a demographic threat. And when you're just saying you belong in this world, children, here's some content for you to watch among the rubble, that gives them, that inspires life. And that is something that Israel can't abide.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that something just to sit with and ponder for a second? That it's actually a threat to the Israeli project for kids in Gaza to have joy and to feel hope.
To not be terrorized.
And then they conflate that with hatred, because these folks are completely disinterested in eradicating anti-Semitism. When you take these kinds of stances and you set up doxing campaigns to target somebody who is providing joy for little children who may be amputees or who are starving in the Gaza Strip. It's been weeks.
Plus dozens of family.
Since aid has been allowed in. Food, we have no idea what the conditions are really like there. And I saw some images out of the Washington Post that show children who are just skeletons. Like, there could be kids right now wasting away. It's hard for us to even discern, because Israel has killed so many journalists and media workers to make it impossible for us to understand the true death toll, the true totality of the brutality. We know it's hundreds of thousands. There's folks still using this 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 figure. I think even using that is misinformation. because we had doctors, 99 doctors and physicians, nurses, medical workers who were Americans, write to Biden and Harris in October, and they said at minimum the death toll is 118,000. Lancet, a very well-established medical journal, also did their own analysis, and I think it was over 180K around that exact same time. So we know that the death toll is just absolutely exponentially higher than what's being reported. And Israel is trying to implement their final solution as we speak. So God forbid this woman provide joy for kids there. And apparently she had to take a break after this because of all the harassment she's been facing. Ryan from The Lou says, Miss Rachel took a long break from making vids due to stress. This is part of the reason she took that break. My 2-year-old is going to be pissed.
I just say, all parents out there, you have more programming to feel, less guilty about. I mean, if I was a parent, I would love to find creators like that are willing to stand up for that sort of thing and post that sort of message. And she's absolutely right. And it is a evil shame that so many people like her or Greta Thunberg or these people that have these sort of public-facing roles are made to. I mean, even Hassan at that point, like the amount of hate, the amount of smears that come from Zionists, we need to just say, shut up. No.
Yeah. And link our arms around her. It's a good way for us to transition to this story. We had meant to play this yesterday, but Mohsen Madawi spoke to CBS News. And this was on Sunday, recorded on Sunday, the day before he was taken by immigration officials, cops, the day before he was detained. He was, Russ, the guy that showed up to his hearing, right? Yeah. So we don't know if this was a sham immigration hearing, honestly, because they're trying to meet their quotas. But he was doing everything right, Mohsen Madawi. He's Palestinian. He's spoken out against the slaughter, but he is explicitly a peace activist. And he went to go to his immigration hearing and was scooped up and disappeared by ICE officials.
And you mentioned the hearing thing is so important because J.D. Vance and a lot of these guys are saying, well, we've actually been so overwhelmed that we can't do, the courts are overwhelmed. They're literally intervening in court dates that have already been scheduled to snatch people up. The idea that they respect or care, that this is all motivated by courts being overwhelmed is just a lie.
It's a lie, and they're also using some of the systems that they put in place to formalize like the files or keep track of people who are here in this country without documentation or who may be applying for asylum. They are using those tools to now target those folks, including the Social Security number program that Trump set up in his first term, which allowed people who were here without documentation to apply for non-voting Social Security cards so they could use that maybe as a piece of evidence like, I'm a good person, I want to be a citizen one day, or maybe if they need a driver's license or some other kind of government documentation. Right now, Trump 2.0 is using that program to zero in on these people and target them like they're criminals when they were all trying to do the right thing. But it's important to play this because they're claiming this guy's a terrorist, and it seems like they probably saw this footage or knew this was happening or knew he was speaking out. I'm not sure about the timeline.
Well, he gave a 60 Minutes interview previous to this, which is, I think, what he, according to him, is what put him on like the lists of all those hardcore Zionist organizations saying deport.
And this is a separate CBS interview.
Yes, this was a previous interview that was like a few weeks prior to when this interview was recorded.
So here he is explaining in his own words what his activism means.
Democracy are much more tied. The American people are realizing now that there is strong correlation between the injustice that's happening in Palestine and the injustice that's happening here and the attack on free speech.
There's an appointment that you're showing up to.
Correct.
What is this appointment for, and when did it come in?
This appointment is for my citizenship application, the M400 application, which is a naturalization process. It was scheduled on March, I believe, 27th.
After your name has been out there?
Yes. And during my time sheltering in place,
Is this an appointment you've been waiting for years?
I've been waiting for this appointment since February of 2024.
Okay.
It was expected to be the window for it between November and January.
When you got the appointment, what were your thoughts?
My mind went, mixed feelings, right? It's the first feeling of like, I've been waiting for this for more than a year. And the other feeling is like, wait a minute, is this a honey trap? Will I get detained there?
You think they could be calling you in to detain you?
Correct.
If that's the case, why was it important for you to speak with us before showing up there?
Because I believe that this story is very important for the American people. And because I believe that if I get detained tomorrow, Monday, this detention would be unjust and unfair and in violation of the principles of this country.
When you think about perhaps the Khalil case where he was taken at night and we were not able to hear from him after, what do you want people to hear from you in the case that you are detained?
I want people to know that the work and the activism that we have done was centered in the energy of love. We did it because of our love for humanity, our love for justice, our love for human rights. And I want people to know that my compassion extended beyond the Palestinian people. My compassion is also for the Jewish people and for the Israelis as well. So people need to actually look at both sides and figure out what is the truth. Because the accusation that the Palestinian cause and the pro-Palestine movement at Colombia was anti-Semitic is a false accusation. And it is unjust accusation.
You've had time to think about what's happening to you and others. What do you think is the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal, as I see it, is censoring people, preventing them from sharing their truth and controlling them by fear.
You say you're not hiding, you're sheltering in place, but people don't know where you are. Why is that?
Because basically I am in jeopardy. I mean, my freedom is in jeopardy. The courts have not ruled yet on this situation clearly. I believe that the track will be corrected, but now it's a matter of time. It's a storm. The way how I see it, this is a storm. When there is a strong storm, we shelter. When the storm is over, we go out again.
The storm is not over and you're showing up to this meeting. Why?
Because I believe in the cause, the Palestinian cause, and I believe in justice. This meeting, because tomorrow could be actually the day where the storm might take me away. And then my voice may not be heard for a very long time. So I am giving this interview because I have faith. Faith in the people who have open hearts and who don't want to shut their eyes, who want to see the truth for what it is. My people are dying. My family has suffered. My cousins, 6 cousins have been killed. My uncle, I saw him killed in front of my eyes as a child. My best friend was shot in front of my eyes. I was shot in my leg. And all of these efforts are there to silence me, to say nothing about these stories that deserve to be heard.
What a brave, incredible person.
I keep saying them kids, but like, you know, just because I'm like,
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just, this Mahmoud Khalil also, letter from Mahmoud Khalil in the ICE detention center in Louisiana. I just want to read a little bit of this. The incarceration of 70,000 Japanese American citizens is a reminder that rhetoric of justice and freedom obscures the reality that all too often America has been a democracy of convenience. Rights are granted for those who align with power, for the poor, the people of color, for those who resist injustice. Rights are but words written on water. The right to free speech when it comes to Palestine has always been exceptionally weak. Even so, the crackdown on universities and students reveals just how afraid the White House is of the idea of Palestine's freedom entering the mainstream. Why else would Trump officials not only attempt to deport me, but also intentionally mislead the public about who I am and what I stand for? Same thing with Mohsen Mandawi here. Khalil concludes, I write this letter as the sun rises, hoping that the suspension of my rights will raise alarm bells that yours are already in jeopardy. I hope it will inspire your outrage at the most basic human instinct to protest shameless massacre is being repressed by obscure laws, racist propaganda, and a state terrified of an awakened public. I hope this writing will startle you into understanding that a democracy for some, a democracy of convenience, is no democracy at all. I hope it will shake you into acting before it is too late.
These are modern day freedom fighters, heroes. He understood what he was facing, but as he says towards the end, he's faced worse. He's been shot. He's seen his family killed in front of him, his best friend killed in front of him. He's not afraid. He's not going to be afraid of these fascists, and it's our responsibility to stand up for him. Mandawi has been a lawful permanent resident of the United States for 10 years. He went in for that naturalization interview in Vermont, where his permanent residence is. He is explicitly a peace activist who has been working with Jewish students on Columbia's campus. Mandawi, 34, who was active in Buddhist affairs on campus, worked to form a broad-based coalition of advocates for peace in both Israel and Gaza, even as other pro-Palestinian student protesters grew more radical, according to his classmates and associates. Mandawi condemned anti-Semitism during public protests and deliberately sought to include Jewish and Israeli students in discussions. Last fall, Mandawi began weekly meetings with Israeli students to discuss their upbringing and beliefs about the long-simmering Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The associate said, he's being more generous than, frankly, I would be. About, like, I don't necessarily want to hear from Israeli students about their experience, frankly, because it's like, I don't want to hear about the aggressor's feelings if they're not standing with the people who are being oppressed. I would be very impatient with that. I'm not as good of a person as Mohsen Mandawi, who is now rotting in ICE detention, it appears.
And, you know, as a peace activist, like, that's the problem, actually. Because Zionists don't want peace. That's why there can't be a ceasefire or a permanent ceasefire. Any ceasefire that Israel proposes is a temporary one, which allows them to reload and allows IDF to go to some raves and rest for a little bit before they start massacring people again. The truth is that Zionism is about conquest of an area and removing the people from that area. So anybody that says actually we can all coexist in this area is a threat to them. And you know, this is all stuff that we've theoretically said the entire time I've been doing this sort of work and talking about BDS laws. It's here now, and there's no like next step. They're just going to keep. I mean, what are they accusing Mandawi of doing?
Being a terrorist,
yeah,
I think.
Insane. And that's the thing is, like, we can all recognize when Bukele calls Abrego Garcia a terrorist that this is a ridiculous use of the term. We need to now use that same pattern recognition and apply it to when Zionists claim that they're fighting terrorism, because they are not fighting terrorism. They are provoking terrorism by fighting a demographic of people whose land they are stealing with war crimes.
Yep. And I also want to be clear about the accusations about the Trump administration. Basically, I'm not sure if they're actually explicitly calling him a terrorist. The Department of Homeland
aligned with terrorism.
I think it's anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, the most updated article we have, this is all shrouded in incredible secrecy, is from Gothamist. The Department of Homeland Security has now responded to a request for comment about Mandawi's arrest, and ICE spokesperson referred questions to the Office of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. whose spokespeople have not responded, but a memo from Rubio states that the Trump administration is seeking to deport Madawi because his activities could potentially undermine the Middle East peace process.
Yeah,
peace!
Ridiculous.
He's literally a peace activist.
The conquest process is what Rubio means in the Orwellian turn of phrase.
Kudos to Congressman Kassar. He was one of the Democrats who voted against the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Yes. But that seems to be also, Emma, your point when you were asking him, like, is the conversation changing internally in the Democratic caucus? At some point, there has to be a conversation about, overturning that.
I'm
that
bored.
bill.
I'm not bored. That's such a blasé way to refer to it. I am frustrated by even our most progressive members. Like, Bernie is shouting down Palestine protests at that rally.
Yep, it's a shame. I want to propagandize for that thing, and they're having people taken out because they're putting Palestine flags up by cops.
Why, dude? Like, stop. I mean, even the repetition of Israel has a right to defend itself.
Yep, cut that out too, please.
And like, I think the squad members have been better than Sanders on this in terms of like AOC and Ilhan and of course Rashida Tlaib early on calling it a genocide, speaking out about Israel. But even our most left-wing members of Congress are not meeting the reality of what the situation is, which is that we need a South Africa-style Truth and Reconciliation Commission after a peace process that reintegrates the territory of Israel into one that is a democratic state for Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side. Now, people will say to me, well, you don't think Israel has a right to exist then? I mean, I don't necessarily think that's the right construction. I think Israelis that are there currently have a right to live in peace unless they're war criminals and they should be tried in court, and then we make those determinations. But so the Palestinians. And the question is with Israel having taken so much territory, basically ethnically cleansing the entire Gaza Strip as is their goal, taking so much of the West Bank and settling there, they have created a one-state reality where there's 3 million people in the occupied West Bank who they have complete control over, and then they've created an open-air concentration camp where they're executing a final solution against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip to take that land, to create one state. There will never be two states. Never, ever, ever. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't make predictions. There might be as a step to another. But, like, in terms of the current facts on the ground, as the Israelis would say, it's impossible unless Israel gives up a bunch of land that it's illegally stolen. And I don't see that coming. So what is the best situation is that we intervene internationally to make sure that we create a state like South Africa where apartheid falls and everybody can have access to that land. And there are still problems in South Africa. The white landowners own like 70% of the farmland, for example. That there has been enough done. But people will say that's impossible. No, the current situation is impossible.
We're paying utopia prices already for apartheid. And the thing is like, please tell me about Israel's right to exist, because I think it's actually something that the reason it's insisted upon is because it's actually really questionable. When we define Israel as a demographic majority of a certain population that wasn't there but could only be produced through conquest and war crimes, which is what Israel has been produced through, doesn't have the right to exist. If we want to talk about some hypothetical Israel, where everyone within that region is given one vote, one man, one vote, one person, one vote. I would say it's probably a compromise to even call that Israel. I would prefer it called Palestine, and then also assure the safety of Jews in that region too. I think generally that shouldn't have been the place for refuge. I think maybe America should have taken more back in the day. But now that this is here,
would have been nice.
Yes.
Would have been nice if
two-state
the Europeans
solution is just
repatriated
a
their own
fiction held by
citizens.
people that want to let Bibi Netanyahu continue to roll over Palestinian bodies. What it will look like the Bantustans of South Africa in any kind of scenario. It's just very clear that that's what Israel sees as the model. That's why they supported South Africa when it was an apartheid state. One person, one vote. And the problem with that is And you see this everywhere. I remember Robbie Soav being like, well, of course we can't have the right to return. There's so many people in media that are just like, right to return, that's obviously ridiculous. Well, the UN doesn't think so. And I'll just say, like, you cannot displace people using, well, if you do displace people permanently and settle ground after conquest, that is a war crime. So I don't think war crimes have the right to exist. I think that's what modern Israel is, a giant war crime.
Chris in Texas, Israel should be considered an act of invasion. DSA Aaron in Atlanta, no state has the right to exist, especially an apartheid genocidal fascist state. Randy Gornberg, do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? Does Palestine have a right to exist? Ask these questions every time you hear someone ask about Israel's rights. That's the other thing, is why I'm pessimistic about the idea of a two-state solution as well, is like, that would necessitate Palestine in the second state having a army. You think Israel's going to agree to that? You think so? Good luck.
You know, to this point of the right of return, like, I'm Jewish, so I've never, I'm not from Israel. No one in my immediate family is from Israel. My grandparents, my great-grandparents, none of us were from Israel. But I have a right to go there and become a citizen, should I so choose. One of my best friends growing up from the same suburb I grew up in San Diego, his name is Sam, shout out Sam, is Palestinian. Or Palestinian American, and he does not have a right to immigrate to Israel. He can't just decide because he feels like it that he wants to up and move there. And one more point I wanted to make, there was a fringe radical left-wing thinker during the Obama years. His name was John Kerry, who said famously, Israel can either be a democracy or it can be a Jewish state. It can't be both.
Yep.
Exactly right.
John Kerry, the radical
Hamas supporter,
the Antifa Secretary of State,
the upside down red triangle, John Kerry.
I mean, when I look at him, I just think militant.
Wait till Hamas gets a windsurfing.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Hello, Legal Eagles. I wanted to give you a quick legal update on the Abrego Garcia case because two extraordinary things happened since we released our fairly comprehensive video yesterday. In yesterday's video, which I'll leave a link to, we covered basically everything that happened from Mr. Abrego Garcia's erroneous deportation from Maryland to his extraordinary rendition to the CICOT gulag in El Salvador, literally the one country he couldn't be deported to. And we talked about how the district court judge is absolutely furious and has ordered expedited discovery. Specifically the depositions, meaning the questioning under oath of the government witnesses, some of whom are lawyers for the government, and how it looks like the judge is not going to entertain objections to privilege, even though these are lawyers because they were put forward as fact witnesses. Well, the latest government affiant, who previously filed a declaration under oath, apparently realizes he's in trouble and doesn't want to say more things that will get him into yet more trouble. Joseph Mazzara, acting general counsel for Homeland Security, filed a new status update with the court. And all it says is, I, Joseph N. Mazzara, declare under penalty of perjury as follows. 1. Please refer to my prior declarations for the foundation of my personal knowledge. Which is funny because, as we talked about, I'd argue those declarations do not establish personal knowledge in any way. And then he goes on to say, quote, 2, given the government's prior clear and unequivocal notice to the court regarding how the government will facilitate Abrego Garcia's return within the contours of existing law and regulation.
Did you come here to write the same thing again?
Updates.
Did you
so
accidentally
they
do
are
that
really
twice,
doubling down on
moron?
the whole, we're not going to do anything and you can pound sand approach. And the judge is not going to like that. But the second thing that happened is perhaps even more extraordinary. While all of this was going on, the government asked the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals for a stay of the judge's order. But the Fourth Circuit moved lightning fast and denied the government's request, so things are proceeding in the district court. Judge Wilkinson wrote the order, and one of the extraordinary things about this order is the language that he used, but the other is the source. Judge Wilkinson is a Reagan appointee who tends to be maximally deferential to assertions of executive power. But Judge Wilkinson did not mince words. He says, quote, upon review of the government's motion, the court denies the motion for an emergency stay pending appeal and for a writ of mandamus. The relief the government is requesting is both extraordinary and premature. While we fully respect the executive's robust assertion of its Article 2 powers, we shall not micromanage the efforts of a fine district judge attempting to implement the Supreme Court's recent decision. It is difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter, but in this case, it is not hard at all. The government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Further, it claims in essence that because it has rid itself of custody, there is nothing that can be done. This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear. The government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. Perhaps, but perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process. If the government is confident of its position, it should be assured that position will prevail in proceedings to terminate the withholding of removal order. That would allow sensitive diplomatic negotiations to be removed from public view. It would recognize as well that the facilitation of Abrego Garcia's return leaves the executive branch with options in the execution to which the courts, in accordance with the Supreme Court's decision, should extend a genuine deference. That decision struck a balance that does not permit lower courts to leave Article 2 by the wayside. The Supreme Court's decision does not, however, allow the government to do essentially nothing. It requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador.
They pressured him to do the
Facilitate is an
Easter
active verb.
Mass, and he
It
probably
requires that steps be
overexerted
taken, as the
himself
Supreme
and
Court has made
fucking
perfectly clear.
died, bro.
Facilitation does not permit the admittedly erroneous
Crazy.
deportation
It's literally
of an individual
Trump's fault
to the
for
one
going
country's
there and
prisons that
shit.
the withholding
Like
order
sending the
forbids.
admin
And
there
further,
and
to do so
overstressing
in
him and
disregard
killing
of
him.
a court
They
order
literally
that the
killed the
government not
Pope.
so subtly spurns.
Protestants are gonna
Facilitation
fucking
does
love
not
Trump
sanction
even
the
more now.
abrogation of habeas corpus through the transfer of custody to foreign detention centers in the manner attempted here. Allowing all this would facilitate foreign detention more than it would domestic return. It would reduce the rule of law to lawlessness and tarnish the very rules for which Americans of diverse views and persuasions have always stood. Now the branches come too close to grinding irrevocably against one another in a conflict that promises to diminish both. This is a losing proposition all around. The judiciary will lose much from the constant intimations of its illegitimacy, to which by dint of custom and detachment, we can
Jack, you want to see this new girl I found?
The
Look at
executive will
this.
lose much from a public perception of its lawlessness.
That this is like I really don't. Okay, I'm 5'3". Okay, what if I came up to like a 6-foot guy in the street and like held a gun up to him and I was like, yo, give me all your money or else I'm gonna shoot you and your family. And the guy was like, you're a girl and you're tiny and I could take you in a fight. And so he just like knocks the gun out of my hand. And then I realized, I'm like, oh shit, I'm kind of like fucked over right now. What would my immediate response be? Probably to run. But if I had malignant narcissism, my response would be to take control of the situation again, because he just took control out of me. He took away my gun. And so what do? I gaslight him. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You thought I was actually gonna shoot you? You just took away my gun? Yo, that's dramatic as fuck. I have a right to bear arms. It's America. I have the Second Amendment. You actually thought I was gonna shoot you just because I said I was gonna shoot you? Do you understand how stupid that is? You should have asked me to clarify. Are you actually gonna shoot me, bro, if I don't give you my wallet? Do you understand how unequal of a trade that is? What, you're just gonna give me like the $20 in your wallet just because I have a gun in my hand? Do you understand how stupid you are for not clarifying with me that I wasn't gonna shoot you? Harvard University received an email from the Trump administration last Friday that included a series of demands about hiring, admissions, and curriculum. This was the letter in question, okay? This was the mistake of a letter. This was the letter that Harvard should have known immediately was fake, and then they should have immediately called the Trump administration, hey, is this real, bro? Chat, is this real? The United States has invested in Harvard's operations because of the value to the country of scholarly discovery and academic excellence. But an investment is not an entitlement. By August 2025, Harvard must make meaningful governance reform, including merit-based hiring, merit-based admissions, where the university must adopt and implement merit-based admission policies and cease all preferences based off race, color, national origin, or proxies thereof. Such adoption and implementation must be durable and demonstrated through structural and personnel changes. Do you know what that means? The structural and personnel changes? That means they wanted a Trump admin to sit there and dictate exactly which international and foreign students were and weren't allowed to be admitted into Harvard based off of the Trump administration preferences. Judging by the fact that the Trump administration is currently actively revoking hundreds of student visas based off of political alignment, do we think that this is going to be an equally implemented policy, or do we think this is going to be a policy to ensure that there are no diverse views that are ever allowed into this country unless they are white evangelical Americans or coming from South Africa? The university must reform its recruitment, screening, and admissions of international students to prevent admitting students hostile to the American values and institutions inscribed in the U.S. Constitution and Declaration of Independence, including students supportive of terrorism and anti-Semitism. This is the most hysterical thing to me, okay? Do you think Donald Trump gives a fuck about the Jews? I'm being so serious. I'm not trolling right now. Josh Shapiro was just sinned from a radical leftist that is anti-Semitic and hates the Jews. And I condemn that. That's disgusting. That's fucking horrendous that he had to suffer through that. But did the Trump administration call him and be like, hey, are you okay from these radical anti-Semitists, you know, the very ones that we're trying to eradicate from all of these liberal, insane, progressive universities? No, the Trump administration doesn't give a fuck about the Jews or about anti-Semitism rampant around the country. They're actually contributing to it, because you know how many people are looking at people that have no affiliation with the country of Israel, that have no affiliation with any of the Trump administration policies to deport these American legally residing students with no due process, with no notice, with no rightful process. Do you know how many people are looking at that and blaming an entire cohort of the population? It's just all the fault of the Jews. How dare they? It's AIPAC. How dare they? It's disgusting. But no, we care about anti-Semitism so much that we're gonna make Harvard capitulate completely to us on the basis of that. It's disgusting. There's an entire fucking lot. There's an entire fucking clause in here. Reforming programs with egregious records of anti-Semitism or other bias. I'm supposed to believe that the president that said that there was fine people on both sides of a neo-Nazi rally, where one side was chanting "Jews shall not replace us" and believes in the Great Replacement theory. I'm supposed to believe that that side cares about anti-Semitism. I'm supposed to believe that the guy that has his best friend, his first friend, his best buddy doing a Hail Hitler twice at an American... I'm supposed to believe that that's the side that cares about anti-Semitism. Okay, sure. Anyways, the letter goes on and on and on and on. And it has not one, not two, but 3 whole signatures of Trump representatives signing off on it, approving it. And I'm supposed to believe that this was a mistake. This was not authorized. Trump officials blame mistake for setting off confrontation with Harvard? What? The letter arrived when Harvard officials believed they could still avert a confrontation with President Trump. Over the previous 2 weeks, Harvard and the task force had engaged in a dialogue, but the letter's demands were so extreme that Harvard concluded a deal would ultimately be impossible. After Harvard publicly repudiated the demands, the Trump administration raised the pressure. It would be one thing if this admin sent the letter and then Harvard was like, no, we're not backing down. And then Trump was like, oh shit, my bad. That was a mistake. I didn't even meant to send that. That would be one thing, okay? What happened was, it was like, you need to do this right now. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to make you do it. No, you're not. I'm not going to do it. Fuck, I realized that I can't win and that I actually can't make you do it. And so I never actually told you to do it in the beginning. Trump administration sends Harvard a list of demands to protect federal funds Harvard won't yield to Trump administration's demands. Trump administration demands Harvard records on foreign funds and students. Trump threatens to block Harvard from enrolling international students. Trump officials blame mistake for setting off confrontation with Harvard. Art of the deal. Fuck yeah. Okay, going back to the article. A senior White House official said the administration stood by the letter, but it was malpractice on the side of Harvard's lawyers not to pick up the phone and call the members of the anti-Semitism task force who they had been talking to for weeks. Instead, Harvard went on a victimhood campaign. I'm sorry, are you suggesting that instead of publicly bringing an issue that could have been solved in private to the public eye to be solved in the court of opinion, blowing it egregiously out of proportion and causing a lot of controversy that was just ultimately unnecessary? Are you condemning that? Are you condemning that action? Hey, so follow up. Did you call Canada or Mexico before you threatened the tariffs the first time or the second time or the third time? Or did you bring it to the public eye? Did you bring Kilmar Garcia in front of a judge to have due process, to have his right to a speedy and fair trial, to a jury of his peers? Did you do that, or did you just bring it to the court of public opinion? So like, even if I were to buy that this was a mistake, this was a horrid error on the Trump administration, which to begin with, if I were to buy that, that would be admitting that this administration is occupied by dipshits, and it's not a meritocracy. It's actually just a bunch of idiot, retard sycophants that are following this orange mango Mussolini wherever the fuck he goes. But if I were to believe that this was all malpractice and that this was all just blatant stupidity, not attribute to malice what can easily be attributed to stupidity, why the fuck does that matter? Because this administration has shown no qualms with just bringing things into the public light, just bringing them into the court trial. The whole justification for Donald Trump's entire fucking presidency right now by Republicans is, oh, the courts will stop him. Yeah. He tried to get rid of birthright citizenship, but it's okay because the court stopped him. Yeah. He's trying to deport all of these different Hispanic American immigrants without due process, but it's okay because the courts are stopping him. Yeah. It's fine that he's trying to ban free speech and take out specific news outlets out of the press room. It's fine because the courts banned him from that. It's fine because the court stopped him from that. And now, when someone on the other side does the same thing, didn't even do it. They just announced that they were going to be fighting it. They haven't even gone through a full trial yet. Trump couldn't even make it all the fucking way before just backing out. Oh yeah, my bad, it was a mistake. What a fucking pathetic pussy. What a pusillanimous president. This guy is supposed to be a strong man that's bringing back honor to America, making us, our rightful number one superpower in the world. America looks fucking pathetic. I'm embarrassed to be an American. It's embarrassing. And it's just because of these dipshits. It's just because of this very small but vocal minority that makes America
base. She's not on Twitter. She's only on Blue
Now we're
Sky.
voting with Russia and with North Korea, and we're aligning ourselves with all of the wrong people and all of the bad actors of the world, and no one sees a fucking thing wrong with it. And I bet you when it's all over, we're just gonna point at them and be like, yo, you should have known that we weren't actually going to invade Greenland, bro. You should have known that was such a crazy thing for us to say, that it was obviously bullshit, bro. Like, it was obviously a joke. You should have just nuked us before we even gone in there. It's actually pathetic. It's actually ridiculous. And it's actually really sad that I'm so young and that this is what's going on right now. I'm only 19. Am I gonna make it in this country? Do I have to move? Do I have to flee to Europe?
Now, of course, I don't expect Bill Maher to have a decent perspective on this because he is an out-of-touch asshole who has been a multi-millionaire probably 100 millionaire at this point throughout his very long career of being a famous television personality.
Yeah, hopefully we can get her to work with us.
You're going to lose your mind at this Bill Maher new rules just so you're mentally prepared. The not working class new rule? No. Oh no, Bilbo Baggins. Can we please skip this smug dog fart? No, I only did a 2-hour stream yesterday, which is why I have to punish myself here. I have to atone for my sins of you know, doing things off camera, going to a festival and the like. You got to earn it today, yeah.
And finally, new rule now that the Trump administration has decided that America will pay any price and bear any burden to bring. And finally, new rule now that the Trump administration has decided that America will pay any price and bear any burden to bring jobs. They have to answer one question: who's going to take them? Who exactly is supposed to do all this monotonous, low-paying labor? Immigrants? They're all deported. It'll probably be robots if we're not using them all for... But I'll tell you who's definitely not doing it. Gen Z.
Dude, you're this, but at like 70 years old. Like, what is your output? You know what I mean? What, you don't do any work. Are you working in a factory? Have you ever worked in a factory? Like, the f is this guy talking about? He did the same new rule 12 years ago about our age group 100%. Oh, yeah. I mean, he did it about millennials. Brother, I have an aerospace engineering degree and I'm Gen Z. This guy can suck my ass. You know the crowd is paid, right? Not sure if you covered that in the past. Just so there's no illusion that anyone there is actually laughing at this honestly. He is more aligned with the working class.
They're
than
getting
you
a
ever
free
will
show.
be. True. Who amongst the
It's
working
different.
class doesn't love a smarmy, entitled, elitist, liberal dipshit who's just smug, arrogant, and fucking annoying, mean-spirited, also oblivious to the realities?
The very people who would have to be most invested if this plan is going to work. Is this who we really think Gen Z is? A generation of manly men who make things with their hands, who get up early and go out to the plant in their hard hats with their lunch pails and come home dirty? Gruff men in news.
It's all aesthetics, bro. I swear to God, it's all fucking aesthetics. For every American, it is not actually about like what it means to work and earn a wage. It is entirely about what it looks like. Are your clothes getting dirty? Is it backbreaking labor? Only then is it real. This is from your sub. This is from a chatter who literally went. There's a picture in the comments of the political talk show advertisement where you can sign up from a company called Standing Room Only. How come Hassan doesn't mention Bill Maher's live audience is paid to be there? I'm listening to Hassan watch the real-time segment with Steve Bannon. He's commenting on the audience of politics and the cheers, but doesn't mention that they're all paid minimum wage with a 4-hour guarantee. They have an audience clap, laugh coordinator, just like a sitcom. In LA,
they actually
for all
get
sorts of
paid.
game shows and talk shows. They did American Ninja Warrior.
That's how
once,
bad
paid
his
from
show
midnight
is.
to 5 a.m. Oh, there it is.
You don't fucking get paid
Political talk show.
if you
Super
do,
fans. Dress in business professional
like,
attire,
late
solid
night.
colorful attire. Please leave cell phones and all electronics in the car. No cell phone allowed on set. The show is a 4-hour minimum pay for working the show. I've been to tapings. The reason why I don't think it's always paid is because some tapings are not paid. The ones I've been to were voluntary, but I can totally see why Bill Maher would have to pay for the crowd. Like a lot of shows that have real fandoms don't have to pay. Daily Show not paid. Pretty sure SNL is not paid. I suspect that John Oliver's probably not paid either. Some of them might even sell tickets to be able to attend. I went to a Bill Maher taping in 2011. I was not paid at all. Yeah, I think probably back then he had that's what I mean. Like, there's probably a time where it wasn't paid, but if you can't draw organic crowds, then you have to pay for it. And it's better that way anyway, because hey, nobody's gonna laugh at Bill Maher's shitty ass jokes. So when you're paid, you're more likely to do the bidding of the laughter coordinator.
Boy Caps working overtime at the steel factory. Seriously, these kids can't handle a gig at the Cheesecake Factory.
Like, I think at this point, the organic fandom of Bill Maher is probably also so old that they're not gonna go. They're not gonna actually.
They're quiet quitting office jobs. If you walk into a department store and ask them for something, they act like you barged into their apartment and woke them up. I'm sorry, but Generation Nepo Baby aren't exactly the sinewy, leather-skinned workmen of yesteryear. They're doughy.
Whoa, what's happening? Wait, what? Are you bored? Oh my.
Gamers who need
The one time I watch Bill Maher, this asshole comes in and sits down to watch.
Emotional support animal to ride in a plane. Can you imagine what they'll need on their lap to operate a crane? I mean, look at the prerequisites a shift on the factory floor requires: focus, eye contact, social skills. How would they survive working elbow to elbow with people who don't share their beliefs on everything? If you're on an assembly line, if one person drops the ball, Lucy has to eat all the chocolate.
Dude, what's really interesting is that this almost feels like my commentary, but with a bizarro framework attached to it. Like, you know how I've talked about during the tariffs and the onshoring conversation that has taken place over this last month, I've routinely mentioned that we have an underemployment problem with like 23% of people working in like gig economy jobs and not making enough money, right? And the fact that we already have jobs is just like mostly in the service sector now, or white collar jobs in general. And that while I'm on board with a manufacturing revolution in this country and onshoring, the idea that like that is magically going to fix wages is stupid. And it's interesting that Bill Maher doesn't recognize that those other jobs that currently exist, the people that serve him, right? The people that serve his coffee, or the people that pick up his Uber Eats delivery or whatever, like those are people who are working real jobs. It's not necessarily that those jobs don't exist, it's that those jobs pay very little. They're not paying enough to earn a living. Now, of course, I don't expect Bill Maher to have a decent perspective on this, because he is an out-of-touch asshole who has been a multi-millionaire, probably 100 millionaire at this point, throughout his very long career of being a famous television personality, that he has no way of comprehending what the average person's existence looks like. And he's too arrogant to care. He's too arrogant to see beyond beyond his immediate vicinity. Now, what's interesting here, like I said, is that he part owned a baseball team at one point. Jesus Christ, he's so rich. Oh God, I hate that. So, of course, he went and hung out with Donald Trump. He's a 140 millionaire. Ugh. Okay. So the point I'm making is, if you think that people are fantasizing about like blue collar work, backbreaking work in general, you've probably never encountered someone who does that sort of thing. Many chatters have parents that have worked in blue collar work, and they understand how awful it is on the body. And long ago, the dream for blue collar workers was so that their next of kin don't have to work in the factory floor, even though the job paid well, decently well, and had good benefits. People do not fantasize, or people do not yearn for backbreaking labor. What they yearn for is good wages and good benefits, a way to live on a single salary. That's what people want. People want the cost of living to come down. People want their money to go a longer way than it does currently. The reason why manufacturing and onshoring is good is because manufacturing, at least still in the United States of America, has been resilient to the anti-unionization efforts, given that the assembly line is still a perfect mode of production that is perfectly susceptible to the forces of unionization. That's it. And that's precisely the reason why these are some of the best jobs that are readily available to this day, union jobs in general. But it's not necessarily what you do in the factory that is the reason why people want it. It's because they fantasize about the cost of living and being able to take care of your family on a single on a single wage that people fantasize about. That's it. If you wanted to actually fix the problems that America is facing right now, you would work to fix those problems within the existing confines of labor in this country. You could very well do that, except no one wants to do that. They want jobs somehow coming back, which, you know, you will never be able to do that without rapid industrialization, and you can't do that without a command economy, especially at this point, and America has no appetite for such things. And even then, let's say if we were to magically bring back factories and they materialized out of thin air overnight, and we magically trained the entire labor force to be able to work in these high precision manufacturing jobs, there is no guarantee that these are going to be good paying jobs. After all, when you look at the Amazon distribution facilities, they are fairly close to the same structure that exists within manufacturing jobs. You're constantly in a fucking slammed facility next to other like-minded, or next to other individuals who recognize how backbreaking the labor is.
Kitten.
And yet Amazon has designed this incredibly sophisticated process to ensure that there is never unionization that takes place inside of their distribution facilities, to much success, as a matter of fact, with one notable exception. So, no, the fuck they aren't, Lamau. Wait, what? See, this is a great example. I work a white-collar job and have for over a decade. If manufacturing jobs offered a livable wage, good benefits, and they brought back pensions, I would absolutely jump on board. Except if you were given the opportunity to get the same wages and the same benefits, like good benefits, good wages, and a livable wage in your white-collar job, as opposed to the blue-collar job, you would stay in your white-collar job. As a matter of fact, many blue-collar workers would jump ship to do white-collar jobs if they had the same benefits. That's my point. Why the fuck wouldn't you want to work in an air-conditioned office? That's it. Manual labor is difficult. It's backbreaking. The reason why people fantasize about manual labor is because, one, it's been a very long time since they've ever truly encountered a backbreaking menial labor job. And two, is because they fantasize about the 60s when those jobs would allow a single parent in a two-parent household to be able to take care of the entire family and create a social safety net and a semblance of upward social mobility for their next generation. Ex-IATSA carpenter here, a bit of a different situation, but I took like a 30K pay cut to have work from home job that back in marketing. Yeah.
And when someone falls into the liquid plaster vat, he'll die.
Marat's butler says, would you say that it's an insecurity around masculinity causing the romanticizing of manufacturing jobs? Sure, that plays a role in it. Your butler's in the chat.
Because it'll just be everybody videotaping it. You know, there's a lot of talk these days about the working class and how the Democrats lost the election by abandoning them, which on a policy basis is ridiculous. But culturally, it's working for Republicans, who are seen by many as bringing back a time when men were men and worked real jobs, and their wives stayed home making tuna casseroles and hot daughters. Trump and his MAGA crowd has this testosterone-drenched delusion that America will only return to its glory days when men, real men, burly, brawny, manly men go back to work in red brick factories and have cigarettes for lunch on top of skyscrapers. Okay, but it's 2025, and being masculine is a hate crime now. And Gen Z, they don't care who's for the working class because a lot of them, let's not paint with a broad brush, not all, but a lot of them don't want to work. They want to know who's for the not working class. Did you know that America has 7 million men in the prime of their life who are neither working nor looking for work, which is more than 4 times what it was back in the day, no cap. Thank you. There's even a word for it now, NILF. It stands for not in labor force, which people think this is synonymous with unemployed. It isn't. Unemployed people are looking for work. NILFs are not. They're what we used to call deadbeats.
The term is neat. But like I said, it is crazy to me that like it's Bill Maher making these arguments. It's like, dude, you don't do shit. Like I don't do shit, but even I do more shit than he does. You know what I mean? At least I like go outside, go to protests, put my money where my mouth is. You know what I mean? This motherfucker just like sits around and has $140 million net worth, and all he does is just be smarmy and annoying. And because he was there during the heyday of HBO, he just still gets to collect a $10 million, $30 million paycheck a year, despite the fact that virtually nobody watches this dumbass show except for us. I guess, okay, I take it back. 500,000 views, not so bad. You know, Real Time with Bill Maher. Also, speaking of fucking 500,000 views in one day, look at that. That shit went crazy, dude. That shit went crazy mode. The conservative awakening has begun. It's wild. Yeah, this is my actual YouTube channel. Yeah, go watch my videos, bro. You don't even know what my actual YouTube channel looks like? Okay, dude.
People whose great skill in life is somehow getting by, either on disability, wink, wink, or money from their parents, or whatever Scott Disick does. Listen to this. Half of American parents with adult children provide them regularly with financial assistance, spending almost $1,500 per adult child per month. Wow. Turns out Gen Z was blowing up our 401ks long before Trump got a hold of it. So, I know the Trump crowd imagines a gleaming new factory created by high tariffs and thinks if you build it, they will come. They won't. They're playing Minecraft. They don't. Yeah. They're not saying can do. They say can't even. And if you don't believe me, check out this ridiculous video from an influencer who goes by the name Bacteria Baby. That went viral a couple of years ago when the idea of returning to a military draft had been floated.
Why is everybody saying Gen Z is good? No, the fuck we're not. And you know why I know that? Because we're just gonna say no. Like, how are they gonna actually force us to get up and go to war? And we're also, like, really mentally ill. I have, like, 6 of these.
You've heard the adage about how America has 2 kinds of people, the white-collar types who shower before work and the working class who shower after work. Okay, but this kid doesn't shower at all. Because he doesn't work at all.
Yeah, I mean, this sucks. It's not that bad. It sucks, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I don't really give a shit. It's just an old man fucking complaining, you know? Like, who cares? Whatever.
Bro gave up on it.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Trey Gowdy, and it's Sunday night in America. Every time Mike Johnson makes a decision, there's a line waiting outside his office. People who are happy don't make appointments to see you, and team players almost never make the news. The Freedom Caucus learned long ago how to shut down the House, and now Republicans in tough districts, swing seats or blue states, they're showing that 2 can play that game. The House is not a monolith. Getting elected in Georgia isn't the same as getting elected in New York or California. President Trump has a small window and a narrow margin to get his legislative agenda passed. So will perfect or politics get in the way of good enough. Not only is Congress dealing with reconciliation, there's a new word in the lexicon, rescission, where cuts to discretionary spending are codified. There's a lot going on, and we're joined by the President's Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. James Blair. Welcome, James. Thank you for joining us, and our condolences to the people in Florida in the aftermath of yet another mass shooting, this one in Florida state. The President has his hands full. He doesn't have time to referee fights among different factions in the House, but he is also uniquely able to move people. Do you expect him to play a role in working out the House and Senate budget bills?
I definitely do, and thanks for having me back, Trey. I really appreciate it. Look, the president has been engaged with this process deeply every step of the way between different groups in the House, as you mentioned. It's not a monolith, and between the House and the Senate. And the White House will be very involved in the process going forward. The next few weeks is really going to be about working out those differences that you alluded to. And I don't think, as you referenced, you ask, will good sort of be the enemy of great? I don't think so. I think that we are going to have the biggest tax cut package in history, not only renewing the president's 2017 tax cuts, but also adding some additional tax cuts on top of that the president campaigned on that are really great for middle and working class individuals. These are things like no tax on tips, right? No tax on Social Security. So that's what we're really working towards. We also have wide agreement on securing the border, make sure it's funded for the long term to ensure that the great work we've done so far extends past the next few months. And we've also all got wide agreement pretty much on a strong national defense number and making sure that the military has what it needs. We know the president is trying to bring peace in several corners of the globe, and that's backed up by the strength that the U.S. military provides and the strength that the president leads with. So there's really a whole lot of agreement and just a few areas that we'll have to work out, and I think we'll be able to do that.
John, check this out.
All right, with tariffs, the president asked for patience, a level playing field, and more domestic manufacturing.
As soon as people understand what happens internally, there will be absolute destruction. This was a line said by a former Google support worker, and after a 2.5-hour interview, this absolutely wasn't an exaggeration. Ladies, gentlemen, and streamers who were bullied into watching this over their lunch break, let's get you up to speed. On the 11th of December 2024, our channel was hacked and subsequently turned into a crypto scam, before eventually being terminated. We would then spend the next 2 months wrestling with YouTube support systems, desperately trying to get the channel back online. With the help of a much larger creator, the channel was eventually restored 64 days later. We had enough evidence of the hack that not even the best lawyers on the planet could win a case against us. But it legitimately took that long to find someone at the company to care. We'll skip all the absurd details of just how difficult it was to get to that point. But if you want the full story, we'll leave a link to that in the description. Fast forward to after our restoration, and we'd then be contacted by the aforementioned former Google support worker. For obvious reasons, they requested anonymity, but we'll just call them Jim. And to say he was disgruntled would be an understatement. If you thought YouTube didn't care about its creators before you watched this, then you're about to realize that it really has absolutely zero respect for the people who make videos on the platform. The support worker in question was employed at a company subcontracted by Google to handle its support system, and he worked at multiple levels and positions over a period of roughly 4 years. One of the first things that Jim pointed out after watching our first video was that nearly all the emails we had been receiving from YouTube's support service weren't actually composed by a human. As he explained, their support interface was mostly the same as what was available to the general public, with the major difference being a button that can compose an email response on their behalf. Jim would explain the process, quote, "We choose whatever article we need. We have a button called Do It For Me. I just click it, it creates an email here, and it's already written. Everything is written. All I have to do is change the date and check if the address is correct with yours. I press send, and just like that, and it's gone. My case is closed." Tech companies using automated messages is hardly new, and if the AI-generated responses were helpful or relevant, it might not have been a problem. But as we discussed in the previous video, this was not the case.
manual review.
In our situation, YouTube's AI bot stated that to verify our ownership of the channel, we either needed to go through our channel partner or our MCN. This was a problem. To start with the partner manager, we didn't actually have one. In fact, after talking to another contact within YouTube, we don't even qualify for one. As for our MCN, they went completely dark at the start of 2020, and no attempts to make contact were met with a reply. So the two options given to us by this AI bot literally didn't exist. As it turned out, our MCN was actually owned by the ESL Sports Company, which was then acquired by another holding company owned by the fucking Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund. A few helpful contacts were actually able to speak to people within ESL, and they had no fucking idea they even had an MCN. So according to YouTube, the one shot we had to save the channel was a company at the bottom of the Saudi Investment Fund, which the Saudi government probably didn't even know they owned. The fate of the channel was in the hands of an AI bot which was as dispassionate as it was useless. Jim himself was so confident that this email was AI generated that he was willing to bet his entire yearly salary on it. We should also keep in mind that Swag, being the channel owner, sent YouTube a mountain of proof verifying his identity. This included 5 years of exact monthly ad revenue statements, a 39-page report from a computer hacking forensic investigator, and a signed verification letter from the managing director of the advertising agency he'd been partnered with for 5 years. Not that it fucking mattered, because if YouTube couldn't be bothered to type out a reply, they sure as shit couldn't be bothered to actually read the email. As pointed out by Jim, another really obvious tell that these replies were automated was that they used the fucking hacker's email address when explaining the recovery process. You can even see the Russian domain, for fuck's sake! As Jim would explain, the support workers themselves rarely gave a fuck about reaching desired outcomes. And from his description, you can't exactly blame them. Here's how he would explain his promotion a few years into the job. Quote, "You get a different fucking position, but you don't get a fucking pay rise. That's the plus working for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You would get a small bonus and stuff, but still, the pay rise was non-existent basically. Overtime was paid 1.5 times the hourly rate. That's why I ended up working 60 to 65 hours a week. It was COVID time. We'd work from home. I'd have an open laptop on my right side and I'm sitting playing Counter-Strike. I played so many games through that time. It was a minimum wage job with horrible hours, a lot of responsibilities, and a bunch of shit to remember. For the pay that they're giving you think I'm gonna be a responsible adult? No. Not for that pay. The only reason I stayed there was because of COVID, and because it was permanent work from home. It was the worst, best time. I became an alcoholic. I became a game addict. I became a gambler. I became fat. But hey, we're home. That's magic. Jim would also explain that support workers had different tiers based on their responsibilities and authority. For example, Tier 1, the lowest tier, always used AI-generated responses, which is why 90% of the emails our channel received was almost certainly from Tier 1. Tier 2 had a bit more authority, and was called upon when the Tier 1s couldn't resolve an issue. According to Jim, however, it was only the Tier 3s who actually had the power and autonomy to assist a more complex issue like ours, as these were the managers who had greatly expanded authority, although he would go on to comment that they never escalated related cases due to internal policies. Just in case you missed that, we were stuck talking to people who only ever responded with AI-generated messages, had absolutely no authority to help or escalate our case, and had sent us on a wild goose chase to track down a long-lost Saudi Arabian-owned company that may or may not even exist. Just as a reminder, this is 100% of Swag's livelihood, and the only way to get it back was to somehow get through this Imperium of Man-style mega-bureaucracy that swallowed everything it touched.
The ancients call this Microsoft Excel.
It's like being trapped in an asylum with everyone insisting that you're insane. At this point, you might be wondering how a YouTube creator would ever recover a hacked channel if they had to go through a support system so dysfunctional. Unfortunately, they don't. Over Jim's 4 years on the job, he saw exactly 0 hacking incidents get resolved, as the policy was to just dismiss the cases and move on. Apparently, this was a pretty common policy within the support department, and huge, glaring problems were often never fixed. Things would get even worse when we start getting into Google's cost-cutting measures, as Jim also acted as a quality manager for some of the offshore support centers. He would go on to explain situations where the support workers themselves didn't even speak the same language as the people they were supposed to assist. They would just run their cases through Google Translate and use AI-generated responses to reply. When asked whether our case was handled by such a support worker, Jim would respond, "From what I've seen, mean, I'm more than sure your case was not touched by a human. Apparently it was too much of a fucking luxury to even get our case handled by a person who doesn't understand English. It's hard to even envision a standard of support any lower. Okay, so you have a YouTube channel and you just got hacked by a crypto scammer. What can you actually do to get it fixed? According to our former YouTube support worker, you have 3 viable options. The first is knowing someone on the inside. Thankfully, we got bailed out by a much larger creator who did actually know someone inside the company. But what if you're not so lucky? The second option is the legal route. This is obviously a lot more expensive. But as soon as you get a lawyer to submit a legal notice, the company's AI sends it straight to the legal department.
A key
Google
thing to
spends
avoid
more
this,
on its
yeah,
legal
one that
team
will
than the
need,
annual
like,
budgets of some
the
small
account
island
password to
nations.
even
So they
check.
still get to choose whether or not they give a fuck. The third option is to simply have enough clout. You might expect that YouTube has preferential treatment unofficially when it comes to their creators, but as Jim would explain, it's a solidified feature within the company. In his own words, quote, "I think if it's more than 5,000 likes or something, we have to escalate it straight to management, and then they investigate what the hell is happening. That's why outrage on Twitter is a lot more effective than going to the support. So
Yep.
there is preferential treatment. I mean, we kind of know there's preferential treatment. You could just buy a Chinese bot farm. I would say that would give you like 30% more chance of getting recovered. Not 100, but you would get eyes of higher management on your case instantly. They're obligated to escalate those kinds of things. It's probably not all too comforting for someone who just lost their livelihood to hear, sorry, you didn't get enough internet points on Twitter for us to give a fuck. But that's the reality. In fact, when another channel reached out to us after getting hacked themselves, we suggested the Chinese bot farm idea as a first step. Within just 4 hours of posting that tweet, their account was reinstated and he was back online. It's not about
That's
right
amazing.
and wrong at YouTube. It's
That's
just
fucking
how much you can
amazing.
publicly embarrass them into giving a fuck. As Jim would explain, YouTube's favoritism was deeply ingrained into its support system, and there were even internal guidelines for what constitutes a successful YouTube channel. You have to have at least 1 million subscribers, and you have to have watch time and stuff. When you open the ticket, we can see how cool you are. Basically, the internal tool that we used would have a sign stating that this is a high-value customer. That had its own tiers like silver, gold, platinum, diamond, etc. In the guidelines, it would state that if the channel didn't have that sign, and we manually can confirm that it has like 100k or 1 million subs, then we should bow to the customer's ticket basically. Putting aside the fact that channels were being internally ranked like they were queuing for competitive, Jim seemed to confirm how deep this favoritism was baked into the system. He would continue to talk about cases of preferential treatment. Quote, "I wish Mr. Beast's channel would get hacked like this. I would love to see how fast they're gonna resolve it. It's gonna be seconds, because Mr. Beast is bringing in so much money. Jesus Christ. They just don't care. Nobody cares. Higher management doesn't care at all. They only care when it's related to money. You're not money for them. You're a cup of coffee in the morning." Jim would state that this preferential treatment didn't just extend to high-profile YouTube creators. He would recount one story while working on the Play Store team. We had a guy that spent yearly over $300,000 in like 4 fucking games. His account got hacked. He got it back, but the dude who stole his account sold every item in the game. An amount of money that was fucking ridiculous, you know? And Google refunded him everything. Because they know that in the long term, you're going to bring more money for them. And that's the preferential treatment that they have. How much money and influence you can bring to them. That's how much they can go for you. I'm telling you, the bureaucracy in that company is so fucking, excuse me, retarded. It's horrible. It's so bad. When our channel got hacked, we legitimately considered hiring billboard space, or flying a sky banner over YouTube's San Bruno headquarters to get eyes on our case. According to Jim, this isn't as crazy as it seems. Commenting on the idea, he would say, quote, "That would actually work, because you would set a precedent, and every motherfucker with money would do that. Absolutely. It's cheaper than attorneys and shit. Everyone would start doing that. What they absolutely don't want is to have any direct interaction with you guys. Never. It's the worst possible thing. because the level of bureaucracy is so high. That's why YouTube channel managers don't like doing that shit too, because getting an answer is borderline impossible. It has to go to one person, to a second person, to a third person, till there is a person with the access to that information and they might or might not give it to you. Jim also made it abundantly clear that actually fixing a hacked channel is very easy in a technical sense, but the process to do so is just drowned in a sea of bureaucracy. It's devastating, because there are hundreds of channels that get hacked, and I know that they have the tools to fix it. They have tools to block it. They just don't use them because of bureaucracy. It's gonna take so much time and money, but it will bring no profit for them. So it makes no sense to do it. That's all. That's how it is. Jim also explained that if a Tier 3 support worker actually looked at a hacking case, they could almost immediately identify the hack and restore the channel within minutes. He would confirm that Google can access nearly all information about a user's account, meaning the only thing stopping a hacking case from being solved are the company's internal policies. Since releasing our first video, we've been approached by other people who have had similar stories trying to have their own Google accounts restored. One user even told us that after his account was hacked, he lost all the pictures he had of his deceased father that were stored on Google's cloud service. For a company whose motto used to be "Don't be evil," that sure sounds really fucking evil. So just to recap, YouTube's support service uses people who might not even speak your language, replies using AI-generated responses, won't escalate account-related problems under any circumstances, and internally ranks users to measure how much they should give a fuck. It should be obvious by now that this is absolutely an unacceptable state of affairs for YouTube and Google at large. If YouTube is going to be so insistent that being a YouTube creator is worth a person's time, then the absolute minimum standard of support should be helping these people when they absolutely need it. Our channel was incredibly lucky to be restored after the hack, and even then it took over 2 full months for YouTube to actually do anything. Let's not forget that, as we've established, YouTube can absolutely fix these issues within a matter of minutes, if you can make them care enough. Instead, its default answer to someone's livelihood being stripped away is to just send them down an endless AI-generated wild goose chase that under no circumstances will ever lead to their issue being resolved. Most creators aren't going to have the clout to embarrass YouTube enough to help, or know someone on the inside. This means that their best option is to either give money to a Chinese bot farm or spend a small fortune on a lawyer. We didn't just make this video to spite YouTube either, because as much as our experience sucked dealing with their 8 circles of support hell, we wouldn't wish it on our worst enemy. Ideally, we'd like YouTube to look into their support systems and patch these obviously enormous gaps. Not only are a lot of people getting seriously screwed by YouTube's apathy, but hackers are specifically targeting YouTube channels because they know just how useless YouTube is to stop them. YouTube itself is the 2nd most visited website on the internet, and that fact is absolutely owed to the creators who make YouTube what it is. It's absolutely fucking unfathomable that these are the very same people who have to hire a lawyer or pay money for fake likes on a separate platform to receive even the most basic level of help. With Google's bottomless pit of resources, it would be truly embarrassing if this wasn't a problem they thought worthy to fix.
Including me, are not always known for our patience, but how soon before you think the market stabilize and figure out that he is serious
gayer version of
about
Anderson
a level
Cooper.
trade playing field?
Well, look, the president's very serious. And to be honest with you, anyone who would have watched any of his campaign speeches any time in the last 2 years would know how serious he was, and really have watched him throughout the entirety of his career, how serious he is. Look, the president wants America to get a fair deal, and he wants Main Street America to get a fair deal. Nobody asked guys in Ohio and Pennsylvania and their families if they wanted their towns hollowed out by shipping manufacturing jobs overseas decades ago when we started globalizing. The president has always opposed that, and he wants to reverse that course. He's also made clear that we can't be reliant on countries who don't always have our best interests at heart for critical supplies and critical supply chain elements. And so he's really trying to reverse not only decades of globalizing that have cost American jobs and Americans the ability to make a good living, but also it's about securing the country. I think the market is coming around to that. It's understanding that. And look, just this week, we started to have serious conversations, both here in the White House and abroad, with all kinds of countries who've come to the table and recognize that it is time to return the goodwill that America has showed these countries for many years in the form of better trade deals that are fair to America and the American people and the American worker particularly.
All right, James, let me ask you about something else that kind of was in the headlines, almost kind of a subplot to a broader conversation. Americans can definitely be put on trial if they're indicted. They can be convicted. They can be sentenced to prison. They can even be sentenced to death. I don't know the legal basis for deporting an American. Sometimes the president raises issues without taking a position on it.
Because they weren't going to make money off it anyway.
Some people call it trolling. I'm not sure I know what that phrase is, but you're younger than I am. Is there some legal precedent for removing American citizens from the country?
Well, look, I think what we're focused on is removing illegal immigrants. I mean, that's what we're actually trying to do, is actually remove the illegals that have been brought into this country. And really, Joe Biden opened the floodgates to let into this country. And we've had great success with that so far. Last month, Trey, in March, we had the lowest number of border crossings ever on record. And it's like 95% down from where it was the same month just a year ago, okay? That is what we were trying to accomplish. In fact, just last month, we had, I think, 5,000 illegal immigrants choose to self-deport through the CBP Home app, which is an application, you know, a mobile app that was refashioned. The Biden administration created a mobile app to allow illegals to come in. We just turned it around and said, this is how they can process themselves out of the country and sort of check out on their way out the door. We had 5,000 do that on their own. So we've had hundreds of thousands of people deported since President Trump came into office. We're trying to get rid of all of the illegal immigrants, particularly those that have committed crimes. And what's important is the American public supports this. I mean, CNN had a poll, I think just earlier this week, that showed that a majority of Americans agree with deporting all illegal immigrants. And to be frank, we're just focused on the criminals. So it's really common sense border policy. It's what the American people want. It's what President Trump campaigned on, and that's what we're trying to deliver.
James Blair, thank you for joining us, especially on Easter Sunday. Hope you had a good holiday and hope we see you soon.
Happy Easter. Thanks, Trey.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an update in regards to the current trade war with the Chinese, with some people claiming the United States has upped tariffs on China, and they are now at 245%. Now, the administration has corrected that, and I'm going to go over it, but we also do have the United States plan to use tariff negotiations to isolate China. That's one of the things that many people thought was going to be happening when Trump announced the global tariff was brought down to 10% outside of China. I remember we still have the separate tariffs when it comes to the auto industry that do affect Mexico and Canada. And we think Mexico and Canada, because of our geographical location to them, are being treated differently. And there will be a separate renegotiated free trade agreement with Mexico and Canada at a later date, possibly after the Canadian election. But when it comes to this, you can see Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent wants trading partners to limit China's involvement in their economics in exchange for concessions on the reciprocal tariffs. And so this is yet another thing the administration is going for when it comes to these negotiations. We know that there's going to be negotiations in regards to the trade barriers that these countries have against the United States, the tariffs that they have, the taxes that they have in terms of the VATs. All of that's going to be part of the negotiations, but a key will also be a commitment from these countries to potentially limit their involvement when it comes to trade with the Chinese as a way to weaken China. We know China has made their plans known to the public in terms of they want to have the overall #1 economy in the world. They want to be the biggest, most powerful country in the world within a few decades. And some people say, well, they're lying about their population. They probably are by like 150, 200 million, but they still have a lot more people within China than the United States does, and they've got a lot more poverty. And when it comes to a situation like this with the Chinese, they will suffer in order to appear more noble on a global stage when it comes to a posturing session against the likes of the United States. And so that's where we're at right now. So when it comes to these negotiations, we're also going to be looking for stipulations regarding limiting the trade with China when it comes to the United States removing tariffs, because this is the 90-day period. Originally, Trump had the crazy ballooned tariffs. I mean, he had like 90% tariff on Vietnam, even after Vietnam fully capitulated to where they brought their tariffs on us down to zero. He put mass tariffs on everyone because it was based off of the deficit with the countries that we were tariffing. So we know that the bond market went crazy, and Trump got a death indicator, which caused him to reassess the situation and bring the global tariffs down to 10% outside of China, further isolating China. And it seems like that's a bigger part of this trade strategy. I think it's a multi-leveled strategy. You could talk about U.S. economics in terms of the interest rates coming down because of the stock market turmoil, refinancing the trillions of dollars in debt in 2026, and so on. But it's obviously a lot bigger than that when it comes to the reliance we have on China, and that goes to things like rare earths. It goes to just general trade. The amount of things right now that are produced in China that we rely on China for is simply unhealthy, and it needs to change. And so that's really, this war is kickstarting the whole idea of us lowering our reliance on China. And it seems like a lot of these other countries are going to have to lower their reliance on China as well, as part of negotiations with the United States outside of what we would consider the cookie cutter negotiations, which is zero tariffs on you, zero tariffs on me, let's do free trade. A little bit more complicated than that, but that's what the EU proposed. That's what a lot of these countries like Argentina are proposing, Israel, South Korea, to a degree, Japan. They all want that. Well, it's not going to be nearly as simple as that. That's one component of this entire thing, but it comes down to, and then even the negotiations with China, which, by the way, Beijing comes out and says, well, the United States and their officials, they singled out and said their officials need to treat us better. And you have a Chinese official yesterday calling Americans peasants. So talk about the doublespeak from that.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
come on. We're not the ones that set up there high and mighty and said, oh, you need to treat us with respect for us to even negotiate with you guys. And you single out our officials, and then one of your officials says we're all peasants? Really? We're going to do this? It's just not needed. And now we've got the whole rumors of Greenland trying to get in bed with China. How great is that? I did a video on that yesterday. But when it comes to this, another thing I wanted to discuss here, looking at this, well, this is the first thing. China is striking back at the tariffs by revealing the true cost of Western luxury brands. So it is pretty interesting to see this like bag that retails for $38,000. It costs like $1,400 to make in their factories, the Chinese factories, and they're calling it out. The Chinese are. And they're showing every step of the way in terms of how these things are produced and made, and just the markup is absurd. So I think that is kind of cool that they're doing that. You can see breaking, the White House says China now faces tariffs up to 245%. As you can see down here, China now faces up to a 245% tariff on imports into the United States as a result of their retaliatory actions. Rapid Response 47 says this is misleading. Here's the breakdown. 125% reciprocal tariff, 20% tariff to address fentanyl crisis. That was the original tariff that Trump put on, was 20% on China.
He's the
right
best,
at the beginning
bro.
of all of this. And that was part of the tariffs that he rolled out on Mexico and Canada as well. That was the first initial swath. And then you can see Section 301 tariffs on specific goods between 7.5% and 100% on top of the 125%. So the idea that, oh, we're now tariffing them at 245% is, a lot of this to me is becoming very hazy, because we remember like 5 or 6 days ago, there was this exemption that we think happened, but then Trump said, no, it didn't happen. And he was going to clarify it, and he never really did. There was an exemption on semiconductors. There was an exemption on electronics, and it was brought down back to the 20% baseline. But is that really the case? I guess maybe not. Maybe it was just fake news. But even if that was the case, the point is 75% of the imports are still at 145% tariff. But the idea that it's, all the imports are at 245% tariffs, maybe extremely select goods, but at this point it really doesn't matter. I mean, doing trade with a 245% tariff, unless your margin is so absurd, or 145%, I should say, it's going to be extremely hard. I mean, this is a trade war, and it'll probably be worked out, we would imagine, but based on what China is doing, their actions, they are digging in their heels, and if there is going to be negotiations and an agreement, this is not going to be us just walking all over the Chinese. Now, we can hurt the Chinese trading situation by utilizing negotiations with other countries, which is what that, New York Times story was about, and what the Treasury was saying, to where, well, when we negotiate with these other countries, we are going to try and maneuver in such a way to where we limit the trade that other countries do with China as a proxy way to weaken the Chinese, which you can understand. And so that's going to be a part of this entire thing. The whole thing with 245%, I would imagine it's extremely select goods. You can see specific goods. I believe 7.5% to 100% is added on to the 145%, which is where they got the 245% number. China Unhinged, a Chinese official, calls U.S. citizens peasants who are going to be crying tears and talking about how the tariff is going to backfire.
Oh my God.
But these are the people that are so honorable, and they said that we must respect them if they want to negotiate with us, and then they do this. I mean, come on. Well, we want to negotiate with China. We'll do it. Trump said he's willing to negotiate. It's going to happen. There's going to be some agreement. We cannot untether ourselves completely from China right now. We don't have the infrastructure built up anywhere near where it needs to be. It's more of a weaning off process is what I would say when it comes to the trade with China. And rare earths is a great example in terms of the inability to refine rare earths within the United States because of environmental concerns, which needs to be changed in one way or another. Whether you find a place within the United States that's away from population centers, whether you do it up in Canada if you're able to acquire Canada, whether you do it in Greenland if you can acquire Greenland. We know that Greenland is now trying to get in bed with China. That's a real thing. Barely anyone is talking about it. I don't know how. That's exactly what Trump said was going to happen. And that China wanted to move on Greenland, and now Greenland is talking to China. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out here about China, and then this is another thing, people seem to be convoluting the whole China-Taiwan situation. To me, people seem to think, and if you geographically look at it, yes, if you look at China and Taiwan, China is a behemoth, Taiwan is an extremely small island. It seems like it would be ridiculously easy for China to put up a blockade and encircle Taiwan and take it over within a few days. But logistically, it's a nightmare. And I don't think this trade war or us acquiring Greenland would be like, oh,
if
now
you got
they're
so
gonna take
much
Taiwan.
to say, get on the call.
I think it's going to be a lot harder for China. And Taiwan, for as small of a country as they are, they have a big advantage in terms of the geography of Taiwan, the amount of mountainous terrain within Taiwan. It is not an easy invasion. And that's why they're trying to do all these gray zones, and they're trying to basically force Taiwan to be tethered to the CCP in terms of their economy. And Taiwan doesn't want that. That's why Taiwan said, we will build and invest over $100 billion in terms of semiconductor production in the United States. They want to have a good relationship with the United States. They said they're not doing retaliation because of the tariffs that we imposed on them. Taiwan said that. They understand that they need to have good trade, global trade, so they're not tethered to the Chinese. But this thing to where it's like, oh, just because of this trade war, it's going to be some justification for China to invade Taiwan. They cannot just invade Taiwan and take it over within 3 days. It's a lot more complicated than that. And so, remember, I mean, it's the same thing that people thought. Now, obviously, Ukraine's a lot bigger of a country, but people thought, well, Kiev is going to fall in 2 weeks, and we know where that got Russia. Now, that's not to say the Russians are not going to get a good deal. They will, and that's a dynamic of NATO not being involved in that war. If it is just Russia against Ukraine, even if Ukraine has NATO weapons, Russia has a much stronger military. It's the reality. So they're going to come out on a relative good side, depending on their losses relative to their land gains and their overall power within the country. I think I don't want to talk about that. This is more so about China in this situation, but in general, what's going on here? they're saying we need to negotiate in good faith. We're not respecting them. And then you've got this stuff where their official comes out and calls us peasants. It's just not appreciated. And I mean, Trump said he's willing to negotiate. So we're going to negotiate. But an interesting wrinkle in this entire thing could be during negotiations with Vietnam, during negotiations with a country like Japan, there will be stipulations to say you need to limit your trade and make a commitment to limiting your trade with China. And that's a way to where, well, we still need to trade with China because we haven't built up the infrastructure. We're weaning ourselves off. That's why we're going to have to negotiate with China. I mean, our deficit with China right now, $350 billion. There could be a commitment within those negotiations to bring the deficit down, to bring it down to zero. It's really not possible right now. But we can try and bring it down. And it's more of the predatory stuff with China and the way their markets work when it comes to ripping off certain American goods, producing them for cheaper, and all the mass production that happens because of the amount of manufacturing that the Chinese are able to do with their massive population. And it is funny, I saw one of the stories, they were showing a factory. You know how it is with these stories, you click on them and then they give you a picture of one of the factories within China, and it was like a main Apple producer. The factory looked like it had been abandoned for 12 years. I was like, this is the factory that produces iPhones. It's crazy. But they could produce iPhones in the United States, and based off of the margins that Apple has, probably it would only cost $100 more. The labor for iPhones is extremely, extremely cheap. It just comes down from actually establishing a home base and being able to mass produce in the United States. That's the costly thing. It's up front. And so we'll have to see what happens when it comes to the situation with these tariffs. Guys, make sure you like this video down below. That's going to do it for this one. Also, make sure you follow me on X. Thank you for watching.
Go ahead. With my hair stuff.
I was going to do a video today about Trump's tariffs, but then I realized so much is going on. It keeps changing on a daily basis. And I've been seeing that people are really nervous on the left, obviously, but also on the right. So I'm not sure if I should first make a video explaining what tariffs are and how they work, and then make a video explaining the tariff wars that are going on right now. But I'm excited. I think it's pretty cool. But I also need to figure out a new intro because someone stole my intro, which is just weird. She steals a lot of my content. She's kind of creepy. It's very single white female energy, very Capricorn energy, but joke's on her. I didn't like that intro to begin with. So we'll have to figure out something else in the future. I've been wanting to make this video for a super long time. I want to talk about how, love him or hate him, but Trump is American culture. I mean, we haven't had American culture, like real fun American culture, in such a long time. I mean, it's fun to have this conversation when you're talking with like a friend. So you have someone to bounce off of. So, I mean, this video probably would have been better if I did it live, or if you guys have any comments, you can kiki with me in the comments. But yeah, I just want to go over all the different things that make Trump full of American culture. I feel like America hasn't had culture for a while now. Like, when's the last time you feel like when MTV used to play music videos?
Has no Not adjust your television. The sound you hear. MTV buzz clips. Plug in.
Or when we used to have Coca-Cola wars, remember? Which one tastes better, Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Pepsi tastes better than Coca-Cola. That's the answer.
Okay, folks, what'll it be? What would you like, sweetheart?
A Pepsi, please.
Sorry, we only have Coke. Now you've got it.
You're sorry? Not half as sorry as you're gonna be. I ordered a Pepsi, pal.
She's got a mind of her own.
What's with this guy?
Look, I just thought...
You thought? What you really thought was that I don't know the difference between Pepsi and a Coke, right?
Here's your Pepsi.
Thank you.
Rock and roller cola wars, I can't take it anymore. We didn't start
Like what else? Like California raisins.
Raising the California sunshine.
Gizmo. But I feel like Trump has brought so much culture back, like fun culture, and not just in the last 10 years, like when he's been president, even before. Like, what was he doing before? He was in everyone rapped about him.
Take over the world when I'm on my Donald Trump shit.
That's why all of us that remember how loved he was find it so crazy that the smear campaign that the media did actually worked. And I guess for the younger people or people that just don't remember how much Trump's loved, look at all these songs. I had to do a screen recording just to show you how many songs, because I can't just pick one song. There's so many good songs people wrote about him, loving him, calling him a pimp, which back in the day used to be a good thing. You know, everyone gets so offended nowadays. You know, pimp is a bad word now, but it used to be meaning you're cool. But look at all these songs. I couldn't just pick one.
Look at all this money. Ain't that some shit?
He also was in so many movies. He was in Little Rascals. He was in Home Alone. Everyone knew him as being like kind of like Batman. Being not Batman. Who's Clark? Nope, that's Superman.
You're Bruce Wayne, the Prince of Gotham. You'd have to go 1,000 miles to meet someone who didn't know your name.
Bruce Wayne. I know, everyone is yelling at their phone right now. Bruce Wayne. Trump is the first Bruce Wayne. I don't know. So yeah, I just want to go over some stuff that Trump has, just fun moments in time and culture and Trump. And even if you don't like him, he is still part of your culture. That reminds me of this meme I saw the other day. It's just like they Make America Great Again hat, the red hat, the MAGA hat. Everyone, even the liberals, take it for their own. Like this one lady has a hat that says, Make America Gay Again. It's so funny.
I like your MAGA hat. Yeah, Trump. Woo!
It's gay.
Oh, I know.
Let's check it.
Trump fan.
Never know.
Trump?
No. It says Make America Gay Again.
Great. Again.
Yay!
I know, but we love Trump, right?
Like, even if you don't like Trump, he still lives rent-free in your head, where you're still wearing the red hat saying Make America something, or you're still saying fake news. All the libs were saying fake news when he started it. Like, he starts and like the impersonations. There's people that impersonate him, that hate him and make a living, and there's people that impersonate him that love him and make a living.
Kiss the ring, Alec. Kiss the big, beautiful ring. Come on, Alec. Come on. Look at Alec Baldwin, right? He did that impersonation of me. It was not too hot, not too good.
Love him or hate him, we all say his quotes. We all say China. I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come.
Grab her by the pussy. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
I mean, we've been making fun of his hair way before he was president. The orange man bad, which he hasn't had that tan in so long since he's been made fun of. But did you guys see, what was it? Like CNN or one of the channels, they messed with the contrast and the coloring and try to make them all orange again.
Wow, guys, check this out. CNN changed the color of Trump's face to orange. Look at Fox right there. His face is normal, but CNN loves to manipulate everything. They have to make it seem like he's the orange bad man.
I forgot to say you're fired.
Dennis, you're fired.
Not to mention everyone tied to Trump that keeps getting memed, like Barron Trump, his son. I like my suitcase.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Yeah, you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now I'm gonna go.
What song are you listening to? I Like My Suitcase remix.
I like my suitcase. I like my suitcase.
Trump's YMCA dance is iconic, and he brought back the Village People with their YMCA song, which is the gayest song ever, and the left still say he's homophobic, even though he's the first American president to ever step into office supporting same-sex marriages. But they've been lied to, and they have the TDS, and they'll never see the errors of their way because of their ego. So now all the football players are doing the Trump dance at football games after they win. Trump even went to the Super Bowl, which is like the first sitting president to ever have gone to the Super Bowl, which is crazy because he's literally been shot at.
Many men, that's a lot of men. Many men. All the men wish death on me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me.
Trump also went to the Daytona 500, which was epic. And like, there was so many people cheering him on. Like, and that's the thing. One thing about Trump is he wants to be popular. He wants to be liked. And boy, does it work. And having him on all the podcasts, he was on Joe Rogan. He met up with the Paul brothers. Like, it's like the youth. He's actually talking to the American people. I guess that's it. I always have this conversation with my friends, and it usually lasts a lot longer. But I guess, you know, when you're talking to yourself, there's not a back and forth. So what's your favorite part of the last decade in the Trump era? What's the fun? I think it's a fun time. But if you guys like this one, give it a big thumbs up. Subscribe if you're not already, and I'll see you in the next one. Boy, 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 boy.
I like my suitcase. I like my suitcase.
CNBC did a survey about Donald Trump's tariffs and its hit on his approval rating. People don't like these tariffs. People really do not like these tariffs, specifically Democrats, obviously, but independents. This is how they opened this segment on Thursday.
All America survey, it is out, and our own Steve Leisman is at the table. He's got the results for us.
Good morning, Andrew. Tariffs look to be taking a political toll on President Trump, along with uncertainty and inflation. The CNBC All America Economic Survey finding President Trump's approval rating at 44%, with 51% disapproving. While it's negative, it's slightly above where he was when he left office in 2020. But the poll
Can you pause it? Slightly above where he left office in 2020. What was happening around that time? The coup attempt. People were pretty upset about that. Also, I read it in headlines this morning. The average for the first quarter of a presidency, like the first 4 months, 3 months of a presidency, is 60% approval rating, because this is the honeymoon period where people are like, let me give this person a chance. Unless you're a partisan on either side, you're going to say, maybe this time will be different. Maybe this guy's going to be good. And I say guy because that's what it's been. Maybe this guy's going to be good. So it's an average of 60%. Biden only started to get below his disapproval, hitting above his approval during the time when there was the Afghanistan withdrawal. But also, I would say COVID stimulus money was drying up at that time. So it's hard to draw a causal connection to anything. But this is extremely bad for a president who was only in the first 3 months of his administration to be at the majority opinion of being disapproval.
Economic approval at 43% compared with 55% disapproving. It is the lowest economic approval in any CNBC poll while President Trump has been in office, and his first net negative showing on the economy. The president maintains strong support from his base, but he's deeply underwater. That is approval minus disapproval on the economy, with Democrats and independents together. In the survey of 1,000 people nationwide, the president has strong support on protecting the southern border. That plus 12 net number you're looking at on your screen or listening on the radio reflects 53% in favor and 51% opposed. He also has a majority favoring his policies deporting illegal immigrants. But the public, net negative on his...
But I'll
just say those aren't 80-20 splits, as like Gavin Newsom might say, even on the things that he's strong on.
No, and I encourage people to read this American Prospect article by Ryan Cooper about how a lot of these poll numbers may be a mirage. This is also a lag, right? So this has been the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case has been the water cooler topic across the country for the past week. And we'll put up some numbers in YouGov that show that his immigration numbers are already dipping in just a second. YouGov and The Economist did their own survey. But yeah, like, that's his one issue. It's like if Bernie was president and healthcare was one of the topics. I think his approval would be pretty damn high. It's because that would be his central campaign focus.
Access to reduce federal government spending and the federal workforce, as well as on foreign policy, tariffs, and especially inflation. Support from his own party, it's still strong on tariffs, but you can see it's below their overall approval of the president, and it's well below water among Democrats and independents. They are lower still on the issue of the president's handling of inflation.
I'm sorry, just pause, keep it up there. Like, well, that's an interesting chart too, but just the negative double-digit numbers on inflation and tariffs from independents, that is really underwater. Like, Trump's floor is very high because of those Republican numbers that you see there. But this is the thing, is that everybody who isn't already in the cult, it's going to be really hard for him to pick up more votes. But keep going.
Lower still on the issue of the president's handling of inflation. Views on the outlook for the economy show that December bump in optimism from the Biden era that greeted President Trump's election, well, it's now been wiped out. The 49% who think the economy will get worse is the highest since 2023. Republican pollster for our poll, Michael Roberts from Public Opinion Strategy, said we're in a turbulent kind of maelstrom of change when it comes to how people feel about what's going to happen next. It's unclear how much these results matter to a president who stayed the course on tariffs amid warnings of recession and a big drop in the stock.
He didn't, though.
No. Well, I mean, the 10% blanket tariff is going to be inflationary.
Right. Of course. Yeah, that stuff is.
But
stupid.
yes, he backed off his
Liberation
Navarro formula. Yeah.
He called it Liberation Day. And then, like 5 days later, he's like, "Well, people got a little bit jumpy."
You didn't feel like your chains were broken and you were free finally?
I don't think that happened in the Civil War, where the Emancipation Proclamation was announced, and then all of a sudden Abe's like, "Okay, well, we're getting a little bit crazy with it. Okay, let's just relax."
Yippee.
A little bit yippee.
One more.
A little bit.
Market. The public's congressional preference, 48-46 for Democratic control, just barely changed from December. So it doesn't look, folks, like the Democrats are picking up that support here, but the president on the economy appears to have lost quite a bit.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of an indictment of the Democrats, but we don't need to run with too much polling. It just is. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I mean, that's the thing, is why all these sort of Democrats that proved the entirety of last year that they don't actually understand what's going on with the American people and their sort of kitchen table issues, they act like these sorts of things are separate, like the border crackdown versus tariffs. They're actually the same thing, which is our capitalists displacing the blame for the reason you're having to work harder for less, and your parents are having to work harder for less, and everyone you loved is having to work harder for less than they thought they would 30 years ago. It's because you've been robbed by these sorts of people who have been, again, like, yeah, like we can't just be the reason like these it's not going to go to the Democrats is because they haven't elaborated a actual party-wide vision for this. It is going to people like AOC and Bernie, who have a very clear and actually the enemy, the correct enemy, and not just a enemy, the enemy of our time, which is oligarchs.
Yes. Yeah. Right. And the Democrats are struggling to identify a villain. The Republicans used immigrants, although I think those numbers are slipping. Just the screenshot I sent in our chat. Adam Carlson and G. Elliott Morris put this graphic together for strength in numbers. But this is from The Economist, I think. Either way.
Source looks like GelliottMorris.com.
Yeah, but the data they got from
G. Elliott Morris.
G. Elliott in part in the earlier part of this survey was from YouGov and The Economist, but this is, I think, is a collection, the average. So you see that immigration is going down. You see immigration is falling, and it's just going to keep falling, in my view. Not that this necessarily matters much. It does matter for the midterms. He's still in office. But you have to wonder when Republicans start to change their calculation about how they're approaching things. You saw Senator Kennedy from Louisiana start to go after Trump on tariffs. And Rand Paul did too, although they're always just like the president's really thinking correctly here. It's just the execution. I mean, they're tiptoeing around it, but this is where it gets, this is how politics work and power works. The Republicans, they want to get their agenda across. They want these tax cuts for the rich, which are coming in the fall. And then I think you begin to see some more reaction to these numbers. And you should never vote for Republicans, but it will be, I think, an aesthetic change if they're able to deliver for their donors and for rich people with this budget bill that's coming up in the fall.
This is, I think I saw this on, it's not, like you said, like breaking with Trump and then doing it constructively are two different things, but this is,
Kennedy, yeah. On tariffs.
Trump has been he's been a Rottweiler here, but now he's the Rottweiler who's caught the car. And that's the moment that we're in now.
Can you pause it? I'm sorry. I just this is not a flattering comparison. When we talk about the dog that caught the car, it usually means they're irrationally chasing the car, and then when they get it, they don't know what to do with it.
That's exactly right. John Oliver actually made that exact same point.
Oh, he did?
He said, yeah, famously, the whole thing about that is like the dogs don't know what to do.
Right.
They can't possibly know what to do once they caught the car. It's not, oh, I've caught the car, now let me implement my industrial policy.
It's not the noble act of the dog chasing the car. And I like that he's the Rottweiler dude.
Yeah, he's not a wiener dog.
Yeah, no, hell no.
I guess what?
Yes, what is he going to do with the car?
What else do we need?
Yeah.
What's he going to do with the car? What can a Rottweiler possibly do to a car? Would be my question.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
President Trump issued a Palm Sunday message ahead of Holy Week. He said, and I'm quoting now, "This Holy Week, Melania and I join in prayer with Christians celebrating the crucifixion and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the living Son of God who conquered death, freed us from sin, and unlocked the gates of heaven for all of humanity. We pray that America will remain a beacon of faith, hope, and freedom for the entire world. And we pray to achieve a future that reflects the truth, beauty, and goodness of Christ's eternal kingdom in heaven." Jonathan Morris, our resident theologian, joins me now. I thought that was, I'm going to say, the most Christian-centered statement I've ever heard from any president. What say you?
Yeah, what I would say is somebody else wrote that for him.
And then he
that's
killed
how it's
the Pope.
supposed to happen. You're supposed to have experts on theology writing theological statements. But in this case, the president did the right thing. He established a faith office. In other words, he's taking religion seriously. You're not going to have the president write an economic statement, right? A detailed economic statement. No, you're going to have somebody an economist, and then he's going to sign off on that. He has signed off on this, and you're exactly right, Stu. This is not only a very Christian statement, but it's theologically very sound. It's the center of Christianity.
And you don't hear that from other presidents. I mean, this is Palm Sunday he put this out. And Palm Sunday with other presidents, they dance around the issue of Christianity.
The religion of political
meanwhile,
correctness
fucking
overtook
Christians
our
are being
country for a very
bombed
long
in
time,
Ukraine on
and you
Palm
had presidents
Sunday.
putting out blah, vanilla statements on things that you would never do about economics or some other serious theme. And in this case, President Trump is saying, no, we're not going to do blonde, we're not going to do vanilla. If I'm going to do an Easter statement, it's going to be about Easter.
I thought it was terrific. I think it made a huge impression. All the people that I talked to who I know are Christians read it, looked at it, and said, That's what we want to see from our president. Anyway, you have a new special out. It's on Fox Nation. It's called Pope Francis, A Life in Christ. In the special, we see you at the Vatican with your newborn son, and you hand him to Pope Francis. Watch.
I had the blessing of being in the Vatican with my newborn son, and Pope Francis came up and grabbed him and kissed him.
Father.
It's all genuine.
You know, that's a remarkable moment, Jonathan. What else?
I get teared up just watching it, honestly, right now, and that's because, you know, I'm a former Catholic priest.
Yes,
I was in the Vatican for many years as a priest. I did not organize that moment. People brought me up who did not know me. Pope Francis came up directly to me, picked up my baby. Had he known that I was a former Catholic priest, I don't know if he would have done it, but I think he would have. I think he would have, because I said it's genuine. Now, I disagree with Pope Francis on many things. In this special, you're going to see some of that. It's a deep analysis of the pontificate of Pope Francis. He's still living, by the way. I think he's going to be there until he dies, which we don't know how long that will be. But it's a deep analysis of this man's life,
Ironic.
which is very genuine.
Bro,
his belief in Jesus.
That was your boy.
But also, I think
your
very
boy
controversial.
did that. Your boy
Sometimes
killed him.
Not being as clear as I would have liked him to be.
They couldn't just
about what the
mind
church
their own
actually
business.
teaches, and we go
They had
into
to
that
do the
as well.
Christian nationalism.
I'm going to watch, okay? I'm definitely going to watch.
I can't believe the Protestants killed the Pope, bro. I can't believe this happened.
Pope Francis, A Life in Christ, and it's on Fox Nation. Jonathan, thank you very much.
It just dropped today.
It did. That's right.
just
Just today.
dropped
There you go. Pope Francis, A Life in Christ. I like that graphic. Looks like a stained glass window. I like that.
There is much to discuss in this week's episode of Weekly Weird News, but we of
Listen,
course
guys,
must
that's
begin
great
with
and all,
some
but
news
I
that
wanna
perhaps
see if
only
the
one
news of
person
the
on
Pope
Earth is
is
in
out
any
yet,
way
'cause it's
surprised
6
about.
o'clock.
That person being Billy McFarland, because it did genuinely seem like he thought that if he simply willed a second fire festival.
Let's bring in Fox and Friends co-host Brian Kilmeade. Brian, good morning to you. Thank you so much for hopping on set with us. This isn't the first time you've covered the passing of a pope, so what are your reflections right now?
I mean, John Paul II was the most titanic. I mean, this guy was iconic. He was the first to travel. He added so much personality in life, combined to take down communism. You talk about a guy that transcended politics and the papacy. I think it was him. And then the extraordinary moment when Pope Benedict says, hey, I'm alive, I'm okay, but I think it's time for me to step aside. And when he steps aside, you think about how conservative he was and how traditional he was. He was the biblical scholar. He was the one to go back in history. He was the one to what he thought would be even less mainstream, more mainstream than Pope Paul II. But when he steps aside, he's replaced by this Pope, Pope Benedict, who really wanted to change things. He didn't like the opulence. He didn't like the gold. He didn't like the fine dining that comes along with that role. And then you think about what he was able to do and really focus what he says is on the poor. And he was a big critic of President Trump. He has been in the past. He was extremely critical of our immigration policy. He had less than a 5-minute meeting with J.D. Vance less than 24 hours ago. He thought when it comes to climate change, that was something that he really wanted to focus on. And obviously, that's never been a priority here. But you can't think about anything but
that's where it happened.
In terms of a human being.
That's where it happened.
He's as
The
good as he
death
gets.
shake.
He gave his whole life for other people. He gave his
You
sole
stressed
focus
him out,
to the poor. When
and
he
now
got to
he's
this
dead.
job, he didn't use it to
You picked
consolidate
his
power.
CD up
He
in
used it to
broad
disperse
daylight.
it. And I was just speaking to Father Jonathan over here, and he just reminded me, too, of some of the things that he brought out was, hey, you know, when it comes to same-sex marriage, well, let's think about that. When it comes to having people get divorced and have their second marriage in church, let's consider that. And when it comes to even priests marrying, maybe that's something we should debate. There wasn't necessarily a plan how to do it, but it was, let's think about these things. But many traditional Catholics thought, including your previous guest, I'm not sure I'm not sure that's where the Catholic Church should be heading, which leads us to the next 2 weeks. We're going to decide which way the Catholic Church will head when half the College of Cardinals were appointed by this Pope.
Yes.
You wonder if they think like him.
That's right. And less than an hour ago, Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X, I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians, of which he is one.
You killed
all over
him.
The world who
It's
loved
your
him.
fault.
I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I'll always remember him for the this homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul, and God certainly is doing just that. But it must be very interesting to be J.D. Vance right now and thinking I was one of the last.
And thinking,
I was the
I
last
killed
public
the
official
Pope.
of the level that he reached to meet Pope Francis yesterday. And at that time, during that meeting, he had no idea that we would be sitting here talking about this today.
Absolutely, and he.
On Easter too. The Protestants killed the Pope on Easter, my dude.
Totally. When someone converts to
I
Catholicism,
can't believe
they
this
become
shit.
scholars. Almost like new immigrants when they come to America, they know
This
history
is
better
like
than people that were born here. So he
peak
really
meme.
dove,
I can't believe this has
dove in
happened.
hard on it, and of course he gave. He's sparred with other people in the past, and he always speaks his mind. He's over in India now. But I think it's going to be very interesting over the next 2-3 weeks, because at 88 years old, after spending weeks in the hospital, where we thought this sadly was going to come to fruition earlier than this, there's sadness of his passing, but there's really billions of Catholics around the world wondering what direction are we heading. And I'm just wondering, do you go into the United States? Because now finding out the rules, and I'm reminding myself, if you're over 80 as a cardinal, you don't vote in this.
I know, there are
it's so
age
interesting, right?
restrictions, yeah.
Can you is it smart to put a 70-year-old in that spot, or should they be contending? Because if you talk about a personality, somebody that really understands the church and loves all people, that would transcend the position. I know I'm biased, but Cardinal Dolan, a few blocks from here.
That, yes.
I mean, he says, maybe his last time would have been the perfect time. The Benedict would have been the perfect age when Benedict got named. I'm not sure if there's bias against America with the College of Cardinals, but if anybody really wants to put a face and a personality behind the #1 religion in the world, most populous, it would be Cardinal Dolan.
I can't believe the Protestants have killed the Pope.
Buonasera. A simple good evening from the newly elected Cardinal Jorge Mario Bergoglio from Argentina, the first Pope ever from the Americas. His choice of the name Francis, after the saint known for his poverty and love of nature, had never been used before
the
by
most
a pope,
base saint.
set the tone for a pontificate marked by attention to the poor and a simple way of life. This Pope's home would no longer be the historic apartments, but a simple set of rooms in a guest house on the Vatican grounds. Elaborate papal robes and jewellery remained in the closet, as Francis wore only his white cassock, black orthopaedic shoes with a simple pectoral cross. And when he needed his glasses fixed, he hopped in a car and went himself to the optician in Rome. A down-to-earth style learned on the streets of Buenos Aires. The one-time nightclub bouncer took public transportation and always remained a fan of Argentina's San Lorenzo soccer team. His simple words, too, had a way of getting to the heart of divisive issues.
Se una persona è gay,
if a person is gay and accepts the Lord and has goodwill, well...
Oh, he was talking about homos.
It didn't change the Catholic Church's opposition to gay marriage, but convinced many that he was a pope open to change. He was a champion of the environment, issuing an encyclical, the highest papal teaching document, to warn of the dangers of global warming and a throwaway consumer culture in the West that damages our climate and the livelihood of the poor.
The misuse and destruction of the environment are also accompanied by a relentless process of exclusion. In effect, a selfish and boundless thirst for power and material prosperity leads both to the misuse of available natural resources and to the exclusion of the weak.
He drove home the point travelling to the United States, home of gas-guzzling SUVs, in a tiny Fiat. Equally at home with the poor and powerful, on the lawn of the White House, he made a plea for immigrants.
As the son of an immigrant family, I'm happy to be a guest in this country, which was largely built by such families.
And at a time marked by a dramatic refugee crisis in Europe, Francis tirelessly called on governments and people to not close their eyes or their borders. And he walked his talk, bringing back 12 Syrian refugees on his plane following a trip to the Greek island of Lesbos. In the difficult terrain of the Holy Land, Pope Francis prayed at the wall dividing Palestinian West Bank from Jerusalem and embraced his Jewish friends in front of the Wailing Wall. The Pope focused much of his attention to those on the peripheries, as he called it, the outsiders, excluded from society.
The hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the naked, the sick, those in prison.
He sought to support the churches on those peripheries and far from Rome. The longest foreign trip of his pontificate saw him travel across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, highlighting the importance of this region for the future of the Catholic Church. Going to those on the margins was something Francis himself practiced during many moments of his pontificate. Embracing the disabled, washing the feet of prisoners, installing shower rooms for the homeless around the Vatican.
One of his characteristics, a characteristic of his entire life, was humility.
A humility that attracted the world, with politicians and stars lining up to meet him at the Vatican. He was not so popular at times inside the Vatican and among powerful Catholic groups in the United States. There was a backlash from conservatives upset about his insistence that church teaching must develop, along with his biting critiques of clerical culture. His financial reforms seeking greater transparency faced significant difficulties, and the scandal of sex abuse continuing to be the Catholic Church's biggest struggle. In the case of Chile, Francis admitted in a letter that he too was part of the problem when every bishop in the country offered to resign in the wake of sexual abuse scandals there. Also accused of being part of the problem by his ex-ambassador to the United States, who claimed he told Francis about sexual abuse allegations against former Washington, D.C. Cardinal Theodore McCarrick 5 years before, and Francis allowed him to continue serving.
I will not say one more word on this.
Francis eventually defrocked the US cardinal and held an unprecedented global meeting of bishops to address the issue. A Vatican investigation later called into question the claims made by the former ambassador, who was then barred from receiving communion and put into exile by the Church after he rejected the authority of the Pope and some key Catholic teachings. Nevertheless, questions remained about Francis's handling of the abuse crisis.
There is no doubt that the child sexual abuse scandals are the central stain on his legacy. I mean, over and over again, Pope Francis said the right things. He met with victims. He expressed heartfelt sorrow. He expressed resolve to get this right. But, you know, most critics, many victims, would say that that wasn't matched with a policy follow-through.
When the coronavirus pandemic hit in 2020, the image of the Pope blessing the world from an empty St. Peter's Square became a symbol for that desolate time. Francis urged nations to share their vaccines with poorer countries and vaccinated hundreds of homeless and underprivileged at the Vatican. The following year, during an historic trip to Iraq, the first Pope ever to visit the country, Francis stood on top of the rubble in Mosul, once an ISIS stronghold, and furthered his outreach to the Muslim world by an unprecedented meeting with top Shia Muslim cleric, the reclusive Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. From the beginning of the war in Ukraine in 2022, Francis was an outspoken advocate for peace. He avoided outright condemnation of Vladimir Putin, but publicly appealed to the Russian president, begging him to stop for the love of his people, the Pope said. Francis spoke several times by phone with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during 2022, asking him to be open to serious peace proposals, before the pair met face-to-face at the Vatican in May of 2023 and October 2024. He made similar appeals for peace during the conflict in the Middle East, saying that the Israel-Hamas war had descended into terrorism. He insisted that war is always a defeat, and said self-defense that is not proportional is immoral. Francis' most important message was one of fraternity, that we are all brothers and sisters, despite our differences. Take care of the earth and each other, he said, and don't forget to pray for me.
I'm Paula Sandoval in New York, following the breaking news where the Vatican now confirming the death of Pope Francis at 88. For the latest now, let's go to CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb joining us live with more. Christopher, you just laid out such a legacy right now in that piece. I'm curious if you could just bring our viewers up to speed about what we know.
Well, Paula, we were told this morning that there would be a brief broadcast from the Santa Marta, the residence of Pope Francis, and then a few moments later, Cardinal Kevin Farrell, who is the Carmelengo, the man in charge with overseeing the protocols around the death of the Pope, announced that Pope Francis had died at 7:35 a.m. local time this morning. Now, he was also joined by Cardinal Pietro Parolin and Archbishop Peña-Parra, the two senior Vatican officials. They made that announcement from the Santa Marta residence. Now, yesterday, Pope Francis was out in the crowds of St. Peter's, greeting people. He made an effort to get onto the balcony to give the Easter Sunday blessing. Of course, he hasn't been well enough to lead services in the way that he would normally. But it was characteristic of Pope Francis to come out into the square at St. Peter's, clearly not feeling himself. I mean, there were those of us who followed it closely who saw him yesterday and did feel afterwards that he was not in a good condition in terms of he's normally greeting the crowds, he's normally very engaged, he's a pope who loves to be amongst the people, but yesterday he seemed less engaged. He's clearly been through, he was going through the very profound health crisis. He had pneumonia in both of his lungs. He was in hospital for 38 days. He almost died on two occasions, but he came through that and was recovering in the Vatican. But obviously it was very difficult for him health-wise, and he showed, though, determination to keep going until the very end. There was speculation he might resign, but he never did that. He decided he would go on right until the end. I think that's also the ethic and person of Francis, is to serve right until the last moment. He was someone who gave himself totally to the role of Pope. He was a Pope who wanted to be amongst the people, to serve. He wanted the Catholic Church to do more, to go out to the margins of society, to serve migrants and refugees, the poorest. He said after his election, I want a poor church for the poor. And that was the kind of, that was his kind of manifesto from the very beginning, that he wanted a church that was willing to go out and pitch its tent amongst the most suffering of people, the people who were suffering the most. He wanted a church amongst the people, and a church focused on service and humility.
In the storm.
Cari fratelli e sorelle.
Brothers and sisters.
Buongiorno.
Hello.
When the Pope leads the Angelus prayer from the balcony above St. Peter's Square, the faithful applaud him affectionately. But while many Catholics view him as a reformer, for others, he's not moving fast enough.
Freut sich an Leuten.
He likes people who stir things up, who don't just stop where they are, but think ahead. And he likes to give them a push.
There's lots of talk, but nothing comes of it.
But this is a man who can be extremely stubborn, who can be extremely faithful to his friends.
He's a man who tries to break down the walls.
This Pope has changed the papacy and changed the understanding of the papacy in a way that would never have been thought possible before Bergoglio, before Francis.
Do you know how insane it would sound to a Republican in like the 1970s, 1980s, if you told them 50 years from now there'll be a Republican president in office. He'll be a Republican conservative. He's running on America First. He's running on a strong nationalistic platform, focusing on American protection, on American defense, on establishing America as the strongest superpower in the world. And he votes with Russia. He votes with Russia at the UN. He votes alongside Russia. He votes in favor of Russia. I think that Republican would just like have an aneurysm. Like, imagine telling McCarthy during the Red Scare, like, your party is going to become the party that turns America into the country that votes with Russia and North Korea. And it's actually gonna be because your lawyer, Roy Cohen, taught this thing to this random dipshit in New York one day that's like, deny, deny, deny. And now we have all of these dipshits in positions of government that don't know anything about history to know that Russia's the bad guy. And so now we're voting alongside Russia. This is just normal. This is just a normal day in the great American experiment. There's definitely a shift in US policy, but I don't think it's a complete 180-degree change. That's a cope. The US is trying to keep channels of communication open with Russia, and that's why we're seeing these recent votes at the UN. However, negotiations are important, but the US also needs to assert itself as a superpower. It shouldn't vote alongside Russia to simply maintain continuity in talks. The US needs to ensure that its actions reflect its global standing and leadership, not just a desire to avoid confrontation or keep the dialogue going at all cost. Even the people that don't think that Donald Trump is a Russian asset still think that this is fucking stupid because we look like cucks, like we look like losers, just capitulating to Russia because we're hoping that they'll hear us out and please stop bombing Ukraine, please stop sending missiles over there. This war that was supposed to be ended within 24 hours of Donald Trump getting elected. Trump supporters will ask me if I've ever read The Art of the Deal. I'm trying to, it's honestly really difficult. But you have to be an actual dipshit with no critical thinking skills, no understanding of history, and no understanding of diplomacy to think that Russia isn't fucking us in the ass right now. Since March 11th, when the ceasefire deal was initially proposed to Russia, Russia has launched 70 missiles, 70 in the past month after ceasefire talks onto Ukraine. Now, you wouldn't know that listening to this administration because they make it seem like they get huge wins from Russia every single time they go over there.
I think you used a very good word there, Sean, emerging. I do. This is the third meeting I've had with him. This last meeting lasted close to 5 hours. We had two of his key advisors in the room at the time, Ushakov and Kirill Dmitriev, and it was a compelling meeting, and towards the end, we actually came up with, and I'm going to say finally, but I don't mean it in the way that we were waiting. I mean it in the way that it took a while for us to get to this place. What Putin's request is to have a permanent peace here. So beyond the ceasefire, we got an answer to that. I think you used a very good word there, Sean, emerging.
They met for 5 hours. It was very compelling. And towards the end, we actually came up with a plan to have permanent peace over there. So this was Steve Witkoff, special envoy to Russia, talking about how successful his meeting with Putin was after the meeting. Meanwhile, less than 48 hours after they had such compelling conversations and made such progress on peace talks, Russia sent 2 ballistic missiles into the city of Sumy, killing 34 individuals total, 2 children, and injuring over 100 other ones. And that was on Palm Sunday, this past Sunday, literally like 2 days, less than 2 days after a meeting with Steve Witkoff. And this is after the April 4th attack that they had that killed 19 people in Ukraine. So anyone with a brain, like Poland, who has a real vested interest in Russia not continuing to expand and rebuild the Soviet Union, can see that Putin is just taking clear advantage of us. We are not looking like the strong men, the strong #1 superpower of the world that we're supposed to be looking like with Donald Trump. and he called it straight. I hope that President Trump and the US administration see that the leader of Russia is mocking their goodwill, and I hope the right decisions are taken. And it's not just Poland, right? German foreign minister also condemned the Sumy attack, saying Europe can only secure peace through collective strength. This horrific attack shows once again that the Russian president continues to seek the destruction of Ukraine. But if you talk to Donald Trump, Putin's the one that wants peace. Putin shouldn't have started a war with someone 20 times your size. You don't start a war with someone 20 times your size and then hope that people give you some missiles. Even when you're getting hit with missiles. Even when the only reason why you don't have missiles to hit them back with yourself is because you signed a treaty with that country like 30 years ago and agreed that you would give them all of your missiles if they protected you in the future. You still, even if a country invades you, you just sit there and you just take it in the ass. And you ask for more, actually. Lithuanian foreign minister also called the attack barbaric and a war crime. A lot of Donald Trump's rhetoric and Trump supporters as a whole is really World War III, scary. Oh, we're gonna go into a nuclear war. They're gonna bomb us. They're gonna do a nuclear war. If you think about it, I think Putin is actually just playing Donald Trump harder than Donald Trump's trying to play everyone else. Donald Trump's trying to use this big stick with the tariffs, right? Oh, I'm going to threaten all of these insane tariffs on all of these other countries. And, you should capitulate to me right fucking now, or else I'm going to do all these big tariffs. Putin's just doing the same thing with the nuclear weapon, which, if you think about it, Donald Trump should actually just be threatening every country that he wants to tariff with nukes to own Putin, to really assert his dominance on the global stage. He's eating up all the talking points of a nuclear war. Oh, we're gonna, they're worried about climate change. I'm worried about nuclear heat, nuclear war. We're so worried about a nuclear war. The US has fucking nukes. Why? What are you scared of? What are you scared of? We have this thing called mutually assured destruction, right? Unless the destruction wouldn't be mutually assured. Putin, a former KGB officer, understands reflexive control and is adept at employing it. In November, he announced changes to Russia's nuclear doctrine. With Russia muddying the information space to paralyze adversaries with uncertainty, unpredictability is the point. In reality, Putin has no rational incentive to use nuclear weapons, as he understands that doing so would almost certainly elicit a devastating response against Russia. Similarly, the US keeps on backing out of the fucking tariffs that we're doing because the economy is going to go to shit and Donald Trump's going to get actually voted out and hated on by his fans, by his adoring sycophants that love him so much. In reality, Trump has no rational incentive to use tariffs, as he understands that doing so would almost certainly elicit a negative response against the United States. Unfortunately, the United States keeps getting manipulated by Putin. This is the part that Donald Trump's trying to get to, because this isn't working for us. Every country in the world is just laughing at us and our instability in our markets and trying to figure out how they're going to rework the global trade order around us. But no, we are just scared of Putin, and we're just capitulating to Putin, and we're voting alongside him in the UN just to make sure that there's a chance that.
I need to take care of myself.